Chapter 1070. Sacrifice a rook to save the king. In Central Continent, who would deduce Ying Wuxia? Ying Wuxia's first thought was Heavenly Court, the number one GU immortal force in the world since the remote antiquity era. The Heavenly Court that 3 demon venerables could not take down. The Heavenly Court that had 3 generations of immortal venerables leading it. Even when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, he did not attempt to attack Heavenly Court. The Supreme Heavenly Court, as the Super GU formation continued to run, resisting the wisdom path deductions of the mysterious great expert, the entire GU formation was shining in dark eerie light, it was cracking under the pressure. In just a short time, who is it that has made the Super GU formation so overworked? Only Heavenly Court's wisdom path great expert can do it. Ying Wuxia's expression was pale, his back was covered in sweat. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, and he returned to the door of life and death, Shadow Sect had existed, having been developed over 100,000 years, achieving its peak due to immaculate planning, but after the Battle of Yitian Mountain, the losses were terrible, only some remnant forces were left. Now, Spectral Soul was stuck in the dream realm, only Ying Wuxia was left as the final hope. Ying Wuxia knew deeply how heavy the burden on him was. If he was deduced, without fixed immortal travel to teleport and escape, he would definitely be assaulted by a large number of Heavenly Court GU immortals, until he died. Never mind if I die, but my main body will fall into a desperate situation. I, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, will die for real. I will become history. I am not resigned to that fate. Ying Wuxia howled, he struggled to get up. He invested his attention and immortal essence into the Super GU formation. The GU formation started to become more stable, the eerie light flowed like water, moving in the formation, the cracking sounds also became softer. With a GU immortal controlling it, the GU formation could display a completely different level of power. Earlier, this Super GU formation did not have Ying Wuxia controlling it, but it could still defend against Fairy Z-Wei's deductions. With Ying Wuxia's support, its might rose by more than 10 times, the situation was under control. But Ying Wuxia's situation was becoming worse. He had just woken up, his condition was not good. Because the GU refinement failed, and he used his trump card killer move to increase his luck, his soul was severely injured. After waking up, he controlled the Super GU formation without rest, he did not even have time to heal his injuries. Ying Wuxia controlled the Super GU formation for a while, he felt dizzy and saw stars in the air, his body was shaking as he almost fainted again. No, this Super GU formation is hard to control, we have to defend against the wisdom path deduction, my mental energy is severely drained, I cannot continue resisting it. Ying Wuxia's heart sank. She knew. Hey Lu Lan, he called. Left with no choice, he told these two the secret method to manipulate the Super GU formation and let them control it. A while later, he could not endure it anymore, he fainted. Master, she knew was very loyal. After being able to control the Super GU formation, he found that Ying Wuxia's situation was bad and quickly used the GU formation to heal Ying Wuxia. He Lu Lan was in charge of defending against Fairy Z-Wei's deduction. The situation was stable again. Ying Wuxia finally woke up again. He was in a better state. Once he woke up, he asked, "How long was I unconscious for?" Shi Nu replied, 2 days and 3 nights, Master. Did they stop the deduction? Ying Wuxia asked again. Not even once. He Lu Lan transmitted. Ying Wuxia's expression was grim, his heart sunk to rock bottom. 2 days and 3 nights of deduction without stopping. The other party is indeed a wisdom path great expert of Heavenly Court, their wisdom path attainment can match Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. Sigh. Heavenly Court's foundation was too deep. It had been under the rule of 3 immortal venerables, with countless rank 8 GU immortals joining throughout history. Shadow Sect had developed for 100,000 years, it had a huge force, but compared to Heavenly Court, its foundation was too shallow. Shadow Sect had researched for tens of thousands of years, they found an opportunity coincidentally and paid a heavy price to send the traitor Lian Zhusheng into Heavenly Court. But Lian Zhusheng could not get much intel after joining Heavenly Court. Most of Heavenly Court's GU immortals were sleeping, they rarely were active. However, just the small amount of information obtained, showing a portion of Heavenly Court's power, made Shadow Sect feel great trepidation. The biggest concern was Heavenly Court's rank 9 Fate GU. This immortal GU was only damaged during Red Lotus Demon Venerable's time, it was not completely destroyed. Using rank 9 Fate GU as the core, the rank 9 Immortal GU House Heaven Overseeing Tower had incredible might. It could truly oversee everything. Its range of detecting Fate escapees spanned over the whole 5 regions, along with White Heaven and Black Heaven. It was a shocking scope. The second concern was that Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven was free from tribulations, seemingly because it had devoured large numbers of fragments of the 7 broken immemorial heavens. Finally, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals had unfathomably deep research regarding immortal apertures. In this regard, even Spectral Soul could only gasp in amazement. Any rank 8 GU Immortal who joins Heavenly Court would first have to contribute their immortal aperture, and combine it into Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven. When they go outside of Heavenly Court, they would be given a mystical phantom aperture for storing immortal essence and GU worms. This method was among the deepest secrets of Heavenly Court. It was the work of primordial origin Immortal Venerable. After rank 8 GU Immortals fused their immortal apertures into Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven, they would be free from tribulations. They could also sleep and slow down the loss of their lifespan. Heavenly Court was created 3 million years ago during the remote antiquity era. By now, it had the Grotto Heavens of 3 Immortal Venerables, along with countless rank 8 GU Immortals' Grotto Heavens. They were all fused into Heavenly Court. Thus, the size of Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven was unbelievable. The amount of resources in immortal materials inside was immeasurable. With just these resources, Heavenly Court was self-sufficient. It did not need anything from the 5 regions. It was unknown just how many rank 8 GU Immortals were sleeping inside Heavenly Court, or even how many members there actually were in Heavenly Court. But just by thinking about it, one could understand the terrifying might lurking in Heavenly Court. However, since ancient times, lifespan GU had been the traditional way to gain lifespan. For the Heavenly Court GU Immortals to use sleep to extend their lives, there was definitely a drawback. But Lian Zhusheng had never uncovered what this drawback was. It was among Spectral Soul's greatest regrets. Compared to Heavenly Court, Shadow Sect with 100,000 years of foundation was too weak. Shadow Sect was like an iceberg. Zombie Alliance, which was scattered over all 5 regions, was just the tip of the iceberg. Old Man Yanxi, Bo Qing, and Purple Mountain True Monarch were hidden under the iceberg. As for Heavenly Court, it was the sea that carried the iceberg. The sea was unfathomably deep. Even though the iceberg floated on the sea, nobody knew what was hiding inside the sea, or what ferocious creatures were dwelling below. Maybe the GU Immortals were already dead, but nobody knew the truth, and they were not going to find out either. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Lian Zhusheng, Bai Chen Tian, Fairy Ziwei, Granny Shaw, they were all rank 8 GU Immortals who joined Heavenly Court in the last thousands of years. The depths of the sea was not explored yet. These were just huge waves on the surface. Master, what do we do now? Shi Nu asked. Ying Wuxia fell into deep contemplation. He racked his brains, thinking hard. At the moment, Fairy Ziwei's deduction was like a long spear forcing Ying Wuxia and the rest to raise their shield and defend against the Super GU formation. Even though it was powerful and could block Fairy Ziwei's deduction, this way, by controlling the Super GU formation, Ying Wuxia and the rest were restricted from doing anything else. And just defending themselves was too passive. They were going to lose eventually. It was not a wise decision. Heavenly Court targeted me not only to deal with Shadow Sect, but also because they want to pursue Fang Yuan. My body is originally Fang Yuan's. In a way, I am shielding him from this disaster. It is very strange that I failed to refine fixed immortal travel this time. I had 10 chances and extremely high luck in the final one. Even if my luck was split, the chances of success are still very high. Fang Yuan could succeed his refinement even in that situation. My situation was far better than his, yet I still failed. I am afraid fixed immortal travel has already been refined by someone. If that is so, it is likely Heavenly Court. At this time, over in Langya Blessed Land, the traitor Sixth Hair had already sent a letter of apology to Ying Wuxia. Thus, Ying Wuxia had a clear understanding of Fang Yuan's situation. It seems I can only sacrifice a rook to save the king. Ying Wuxia had a resolute expression. He decided to abandon his subordinates to obtain a chance to escape. Using the Super GU formation, his aura could be concealed for some time. Fairy Ziwei's deductions would be drawn to the Super GU formation. This way, Ying Wuxia could escape in the meantime, going through the regional walls and leaving Central Continent. Central Continent was a tiger's den. There were too few remnant forces of Shadow Sect. Leaving this place and going to any of the other 4 regions would be a huge help to Ying Wuxia. I failed to refine fixed immortal travel, but I am only a ranked 6 bottom-tier immortal zombie. It is far easier for me to pass the regional walls compared to ranked 7s and 8s. Now, I can only work hard to travel the 4 regions and gather my remnant forces. Even if Heavenly Court has the rank 6 fixed immortal travel, those rank 8 GU immortals cannot use it. Heaven Overseeing Tower has been destroyed, they cannot locate me as well. I can only abandon this place. And to control the GU formation, at least 2 rank 6s or 1 rank 7 are needed. Ying Wuxia thought about it and decided to give up on Shi Nu, bringing Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lu Lan with him. The loyalty of these 3 was not an issue, especially He Lu Lan, followed by Shi Nu, and finally, Tai Bai Yunsheng. The more important reason was that he had to pass the regional walls many times. The lower the cultivation level, the better it was when going through them. Shi Nu's ranked 7 cultivation level was a burden instead. Ying Wuxia made his decision and executed it. Shi Nu had no objections, he was utterly loyal, he even passed all of his accumulated GU worms and the Rockman tribe in his immortal aperture to Ying Wuxia completely. Ying Wuxia's immortal aperture was a dead land, he kept the GU worms while passing the Rockman tribe to He Lu Lan, letting them live in her immortal aperture. Bringing He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, with Shi Nu left to draw the attention, Ying Wuxia retreated, his target was the closest regional wall. Chapter 1071, Selling Immortal GU. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, rocks were sent flying. Within the dust cloud, Ying Wuxia opened his mouth, growling. His growl could not be heard by ears, but the 3 central continent GU immortals attacking them shook, their souls were also shaking intensely. Oh no, this is a soul path immortal killer move. The 3 central continent GU immortals quickly put up their defenses. Retreat. Using this prime opportunity, Ying Wuxia called this out as he led Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lu Lan to fly away. The central continent GU immortals soon regained their senses, but Ying Wuxia and the rest were nowhere to be seen. What soul path killer move is this? Amazing. At that moment, I felt that my soul was going to dissipate from the tremors alone. These 3 GU immortals are from northern plains based on their aura. They are so secretive and mysterious. Who are they? They actually appeared in Earth Abyss, the territory of our ancient soul sect. Are they related to the giant cave-in that happened earlier? The 3 central continent GU immortals had grim expressions as they communicated while healing their injuries. I have already sent this information to the sect, we are sending reinforcements now. Chase. They are all hit by my immortal killer move, I can sense them, they cannot escape. The 3 central continent GU immortals stabilized their injuries and quickly chased after them. After chasing them for a while, the sensation vanished. The leading central continent GU immortal was troubled. Strange. My immortal killer move was created several years ago, it can trace people, few know about it. How did they dispel it? There are many types of immortal GU, through different combinations, killer moves are created. GU immortals have many different methods, they are uncountable in number. Maybe the other party happened to have a way to counter your immortal killer move. This is possible but unlikely. In my opinion, it might not be dispelled, but only temporarily suppressed. Maybe they used a certain method to conceal themselves. The leader of the 3 immortals said, "We chased them here, but the immortal killer move's connection vanished, there must be a reason. Did they enter someone else's immortal aperture?" An immortal aperture was a small world independent of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. When fate escapees live in blessed lands and grotto heavens, they can avoid Heaven Overseeing Tower's detection. If Ying Wuxia, who was hit, entered someone else's immortal aperture, the investigative method of the leader of the 3 immortals would not work. But entering someone else's immortal aperture was very rare in the GU immortal world. Firstly, the immortal aperture was extremely important in a GU immortal's cultivation, few would allow others inside. Secondly, there was a drawback to this. The immortal apertures of GU immortals had their respective Dao marks. By entering another person's immortal aperture, their Dao marks would clash, they would interfere with, obstruct, or even reject and consume each other. The actual expenditure would depend on the situation itself. Normally speaking, a larger aperture storing a smaller one was more stable. Even if a smaller one was storing a bigger one, as long as their strengths were not far apart, the immortal aperture could contain GU immortals. But they would suffer losses in one way or another. If the immortal aperture was placed outside and was connected to the heaven and earth chi, they would be a part of the 5 regions world. The immortal aperture would be far more stable, and could contain much more, or even higher cultivation level GU immortals. If the person entering the immortal aperture had too high of a cultivation level and too many Dao marks, they might cause the immortal aperture to detonate. Like the fragment worlds of the immemorial 9 heavens, only people of a certain cultivation level could explore it. If they were too strong, they could not enter. Forcefully going in would just destroy the small world. There was also a special situation, it was regarding apertures of immortal zombies. Everyone knew that an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a dead land, the time inside was the same as the outside world, and the space inside was constantly crumbling. It could be seen as the Dao marks in the immortal aperture breaking apart, it was the process where they returned to the body. Thus, even if an immortal zombie's dead aperture enters a GU immortal, there would not be any Dao mark resistance, the only problem would be that the dead land would crumble more quickly, and the Dao marks would return to the zombie body at a faster rate. The leader of the 3 immortals had anticipated this situation, thus, he made Ying Wuxia, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and He Lu Lan all afflicted by his immortal killer move. No matter who entered which immortal aperture, one person would be left, they would be detected. The leader of the 3 immortals suddenly had a thought. Don't tell me, someone placed their immortal aperture while the other 2 entered the immortal aperture along with them. It is easy for a GU immortal to regather their immortal aperture, but placing it down takes time, there would be a commotion. How can they do it so quickly without making a disturbance? But, GU immortals have countless methods, there are all sorts of geniuses in this world, they might have a certain method to quickly place down the immortal aperture. This central continent GU immortal thought a lot, but could not discern anything relevant. But this did not affect his actions. My connection was severed here, rather than chasing them endlessly, I should stay here and investigate, maintaining the area and letting our wisdom path GU immortals in the sect deduce. The central continent GU immortal said. His suggestion was well received, the other 2 nodded without objecting. They are not leaving, it seems they are staying here. Inside the Super GU formation, Tai Bai Yunsheng looked outside and sighed. These 3 ranked 7 GU immortals are from Ancient Soul Sect, sent here to investigate the huge cave-in. Master, it was fortunate that you could escape. Please heal your injuries, Shi Nu urged. Ying Wuxia's expression was very ugly, he said in a hoarse voice, to think that 3 GU immortals are waiting here for me. He had decided to make a sacrifice to protect his major interests, but to think that shortly after leaving, these 3 Ancient Soul Sect GU immortals appeared and fought with them, Ying Wuxia and the rest were outmatched, they could only return to the Super GU formation. With the concealment of the Super GU formation, the immortal killer move that was used on He Lu Lan and the others became temporarily ineffective. The 3 ranked 7 GU immortals from Ancient Soul Sect were flying above the Super GU formation, but because the Super GU formation was extraordinary, it not only concealed them but also concealed all their aura. Being in phantom form, it did not have any physical state, the 3 central continent GU immortals could not detect anything. What do we do now? He Lu Lan thought to herself, looking at Ying Wuxia with an inquisitive gaze. Ying Wuxia turned his face around, his gaze flickered uncertainly. After thinking about it, he made up his mind, he gritted his teeth. In this desperate situation, I can only do this. A moment later, in treasure yellow heaven, 1 pillar of treasure light shot into the sky, it was thick and large, attracting countless gazes the moment it appeared. What kind of treasure can lead to such amazing treasure light? Immortal GU, it's an immortal GU. Someone is using treasure yellow heaven to transport immortal GU again. So extravagant. Countless wills and GU immortals who happened to be around were talking about it. This familiar scene made them think of earlier, when Lang Yalan's spirit used treasure yellow heaven to send Fang Yuan his sword path immortal GU. But soon, the commotion exploded among the people. The GU immortals will publicly announced. This immortal GU was to be sold openly, anyone could buy it, but they had to use immortal GU to exchange for it, or collect enough immortal materials provided in the list to trade. All of the GU immortals were shaken. Exchanging immortal GU for immortal GU was normal, it was also nearly the only way of transacting immortal GU. But to think that this transaction could also be done using immortal materials. This was shocking and surprising. At once, the whole of treasure yellow heaven went into chaos. Central continent, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Northern Plains, Southern Border, GU immortals from all 5 regions revealed deep interest towards this immortal GU. Especially when they realized that the immortal materials on the list were not absurd. As long as they collected the immortal materials in exchange for this immortal GU, they would profit without fail. As time passed, a sudden immortal GU transaction caused a huge commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. More and more GU immortals heard about this and placed their attention here, asking for the price. The price was very fair, countless GU immortals were moved. Ying Wuxia smiled coldly as he saw this. The seller of the immortal GU was none other than him. Immortal GU were usually not sold, because refining GU was hard, and immortal GU were unique. Even 100 portions of immortal materials might not successfully refine the GU. But Ying Wuxia was forced to his wits' end. He had no choice but to choose to sell immortal GU. He had immortal killer moves and immortal GU recipes in his mind. They were all given to him by spectral souls while within the Red Lotus in the River of Time. Because the will carried in Spring-Autumn Cicada was limited, this information was chosen carefully and given to Ying Wuxia. All of it was precious and had great value. He could not sell these, they were all useful in saving his main body. If they were sold, his secrets would be exposed, they could not be sold. He could not sell these things, and his cultivation resources had been exchanged for immortal materials, which were used up when refining fixed immortal travel. Then, Ying Wuxia had only one choice left, that was to sell immortal GU. He had quite a number of immortal GU. They were mostly from Fang Yuan. He was selling one of Fang Yuan's immortal GU, Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU. In the current GU immortal world, even though Strength Path GU immortals were rare, this immortal GU still drew a lot of attention. Because its price was not high, many rank 6 GU immortals without immortal GU could bear the cost. As I expected, by selling this Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU first to cause a commotion, I can raise the prices later when I sell other immortal GU. Ying Wuxia snickered internally. Fairy Ziwei, do you know about the situation in Treasure Yellow Heaven? Granny Sha used GU worms to transmit and ask Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei had been trying to deduce the location of Fang Yuan. But she did not know that Fang Yuan's soul and body were separated. Most of her deductions were focused on Ying Wuxia, who was closest to her. Fang Yuan was inside Lang Ya Blessed Land, and they were separated by 2 regional walls. Her capability in deducing him was minimal. After getting Granny Sha's reminder, Fairy Ziwei smiled, stopping her deduction, selling Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal GU in Treasure Yellow Heaven. And he wants to use Space Path Immortal GU like fixed immortal travel in exchange. It seems that Fang Yuan has been pushed into a corner, he has no choice but to do this. It is a pity, if it were anyone else, Treasure Yellow Heaven cannot be disrupted. But Heavenly Court is an exception. Open the treasury, I am going to make a transaction with Treasure Yellow Heaven's Heavenly Spirit. Treasure Yellow Heaven's Heavenly Spirit was extremely proud and rarely showed itself. It ignored even Heavenly Court and had once resigned itself to death rather than giving in to a Venerable's threat, making them helpless. The huge Heavenly Court could not force Treasure Yellow Heaven to stop Ying Wuxia from making transactions, that was impossible. But Fairy Ziwei was very confident in this. Chapter 1072, New Shang Clan Leader. Shangliang Mountain. The sun was high in the sky, shining brilliantly. There were lots of people on Shangliang Mountain, the atmosphere was lively. Rank 4 Peak Stage GU Master Shang Bu Li stood at the mountain peak, attracting almost everyone's attention. Even though Shang Bu Li was an experienced veteran, at this moment, he was feeling anxious. Because right now was Shang Clan's ceremony, it had huge significance. All sorts of people were attending, Tai Clan, Yi Clan, Wu Clan, Hu Clan, and all the other representatives of Southern Border's super forces, even experts from the demonic path and lone cultivators were here. The elites of Southern Border were all gathered for this, it was a grand event. Shang Clan was different from the other super forces, that was because of Shang Clan's battle stage policy. The other super forces' battle stages were meant for their clansmen, while Shang Clan's battle stage could also take in demonic cultivators and lone cultivators. Shang Clan's foundation was in trading, its main base was Shangliang Mountain. Deals could be made with anyone, it was the biggest connector of the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators. This was not just among the GU masters, the same applied to the GU immortal world. Shang Clan's GU immortals were usually the middlemen of righteous path and demonic path transactions. Seeing that Shang Bu Li appeared, the countless GU masters on Shangliang Mountain realized that this ceremony of Shang clan was about to begin. The entirety of Shangliang Mountain became quiet. Shang Bu Li felt his pressure intensifying. He took in a deep breath. He forced himself to calm down as he declared loudly, "Shang clan leader's succession ceremony, begin." At the next moment, grand music was played, countless birds and peacocks flew around, golden flowers were raining down from the sky. It was a glorious scene. From the interior of Shangliang Mountain, a long clear rainbow road extended outwards. A splendidly dressed girl walked on the clear rainbow road, appearing in front of everyone. She had silky jet black hair draping over her shoulders. Her eyebrows were thin like smoke, her eyes as clear as the moon. Her skin was snow white, and her hair was tied up. Wearing a beautiful dress, she walked slowly. It was Xianxia. At once, countless GU masters held their breaths. So beautiful. This is Shang clan's next clan leader. This woman is so beautiful, she is truly like a fairy. Who is she? Everyone was discussing and clamoring. But these noises were all drowned by the elegant music that was being played. The esteemed guests on the mountain peak from all the super forces, as well as experts from the demonic path and lone cultivators, were all looking at Xianxia as she walked in, transmitting their thoughts to each other. This woman is Shang Yanfei's illegitimate daughter. She does not have high reputation, her aptitude is low, and her cultivation level is also low. But in the end, she actually became Shang clan's new clan leader. Fate truly toys with people. Incredible, incredible. During the Battle of Yitian Mountain, countless heroes and conquerors died. The forces in southern border were all heavily affected, much of the power balance shifted. And Yitian Mountain has also become among southern border's greatest mysteries after that battle. Xianxia slowly walked on the clear rainbow road. Under everyone's watchful gazes, her clothes fluttered in the air. She ascended slowly, walking towards the sky from Shangliang Mountain's peak. Clouds gathered in the sky, light was shining brightly, gathering into a throne. Everyone raised their heads to watch. Xianxia had an unmatched and elegant disposition right now. Today, in Southern Border's GU Master World, you are the sole main character. Shang Qingqing muttered. As a senior female immortal of Shang clan, she was the one who single-handedly supported Xianxia to become the leader of Shang clan. Xianxia became Shang clan leader. In order to prevent any chaos, Shang Qingqing had concealed herself and watched in the background to control the situation. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Southern Border has fallen into its biggest commotion in several hundred years. Can this girl really lead Shang clan and maintain stability, or even expand? Shang Tanmo asked. He had the appearance of a youth. He wore a blue robe and was skinny. He was looking at Xianxia with a deep gaze of doubt and inquisitiveness. Shang Qingqing smiled. All of the generations of clan leaders were nurtured through gaining experience. The reason why I chose Xianxia is not because of her ability, but her heart and magnanimity. Her characteristics are an advantage that gives her an unspeakable charisma. It is extremely rare in the current world. Look at the mountain peak. Her subordinates are all tearing up from joy. They are so loyal and trusting towards Xianxia. But actually, these people that she took in had varied backgrounds. They were a chaotic bunch, but now they are all on the same side. Oh, Shang Tanmo heard this and was moved. He knew that Shang Qingqing chose this girl to be the clan leader not just because of her personality, but because she had also made some observations and considerations over time. He followed Shang Qingqing's indication and looked down. To think that my lady would become Shang clan leader one day. Sob sob sob, Missy, we finally did it. Xiao Dai was weeping in happiness. She was Xianxia's trusted servant. When they were in Zhang clan, they were inseparable. She followed her in the caravan to Shang clan city. They had gone through thick and thin. Her loyalty was unmatched. Master, if you learn about this inside the door of life and death, you must be very happy. Young Miss is completely different from your other children. She can definitely give a new future to Shang clan. The servant Xiao Lan had teary eyes. She was an orphan, adopted by Shang Yanfei when she was young. She was capable and was given to Xianxia by Shang Yanfei. Now that Shang Yanfei died on Yitian Mountain, her loyalty towards Shang Yanfei was all transferred to Xianxia. Zhou Quan was silent. He was Zhou clan's leader. He had an arrogant attitude and thought highly of himself. After Zhou clan was destroyed, he was a vagrant, surviving by opening a shop in Shang clan inner city. Afterwards, Fang Yuan forced him to go under Xianxia as a subordinate. Seeing that Xianxia was sitting down on the cloud throne, Zhou Quan's gaze was in a daze. At this moment, he thought of Fang Yuan. A complex smile appeared on his face. Black and white demons, should I be thanking you? Now that the young miss is Shang clan leader, my Zhou clan has hope to rise up again. But soon, Zhou Quan thought again. No, reviving the clan will have to wait. Even though the young miss is a clan leader, the internal threats are huge, her situation is not stable. How can I leave her now when she needs the help of her subordinates the most? Zhou Quan was not overwhelmed by this huge ceremony. He looked around at Shang Bu Li and Wan Qianshan. When Shang Yanfei was Shang clan leader, he had 5 capable subordinates. They were called the 5 great generals of Shang clan. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, among the 5 great generals of Shang clan, only 2 were left. They were Shang Bu Li and Wan Qianshan. The former controlled Shang clan's slave trade, while the latter was in charge of resource gathering, like mining, herb gathering, hunting, and others. The one with Shang surname was the representative of Shang clan. The other with Wan surname was an external elder. He represented the benefits of Shang clan's external GU masters. With these 2 experts, young Miss' internal situation in Shang clan is truly bad. She is weak while they are strong. There is even a possibility that they could make her a puppet leader by taking over secretly. Young Miss' status makes her unable to obtain the support of every clansman. She is an illegitimate daughter after all. The internal problems are alarming, but the external problems are worse. Danger is lurking everywhere. In the Battle of Yitian Mountain, too many leaders and experts died. Everything is changing. Resources without owners are being contested for again. Young Miss has too few resources available, be it human resources or actual goods, compared to her siblings. And she also has to deal with affairs outside the clan, and at this critical moment, Lady Wei is leaving her too. Thinking of this, Zhou Quan looked at the female GU master beside him, Wei Dexin, feeling very unhappy. He was the chief steward of Xianxia. He knew a lot of information. Wei Dexin was the wife of Wei clan leader. She was skilled at training guards, and was pregnant. Her motive was to protect her husband's only bloodline. Because Fang Yuan targeted her weakness, threatening her, she eventually went over to Xianxia's side, and helped her nurture a band of elite guards. At the same time, she became the leader of Xianxia's guards. But now, she had already given birth. She had successfully carried on her husband's bloodline. Because she was always out in the open, her brother Wei Shenjing found out. He sent a letter and urged Wei Dexin to go and serve Wu clan with him. Wei Dexin was moved. After all, she was not loyal to Xianxia. She was threatened by Fang Yuan and had no choice back then. But Zhou Quan did not know that, while he was worrying about the situation, Wei Dexin was also very worried. Zhou Quan was once the leader of a clan. He had a good perspective of the big picture. Wei Dexin was the same. She was a clan leader's wife. She could see further than Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai. Shang Yanfei is already dead. My enmity with Shang clan has faded. Even though I was forced by the black demon back then, and had to serve the young miss, after this long period of time, I have come to understand her. Young miss is a good person. There are too few good people in this world. Little brother, I will have to disappoint you. I cannot go to help you. You are a hidden elder in Wu clan. Even though you are ostracized, your life is safe. But here with young miss, danger lurks everywhere. Wei Dexin sighed internally. But no matter what, as the young miss steward, I need to think for her sake. Right now, she needs manpower. The 3 demonic path brothers, Shang Tu, Shang Huo, and Shang Feng, must stay. We cannot let them leave. Zhou Quan looked at 3 people as brilliance flashed in his eyes. No matter what, as the young miss personal guard, I need to think in her interests. Shang Yanfei is dead. Shang clan only has 2 generals left. We need to prevent them from making her a figurehead. We need to draw in new blood. Xiao Yan is a great choice. Not only does he have outstanding battle strength, he idolizes Wei Yong. Because of the black and white demons, Wei Yong had a good relationship with young miss, and Xiao Yan was also close to them. Wei Dexin looked at Xiao Yan, who was among the crowd as she planned. In the sky, Xianxia began to speak publicly for the first time. Her speech was succinct, but there was deep meaning in it. People were pondering over it. This was not prepared by her, of course. Wei Dexin and Zhou Quan had written her script. After the speech ended, a huge wave of applause and cheers erupted. Xianxia slowly left the center of attention. But the succession ceremony was not over yet. What followed would be a day and night of celebration, wine and food with songs playing, to sweep away the sadness and dejection from all the heroes' deaths. After vanishing from the sky, Xianxia directly appeared in the inner city's mansion. So tired, with no one watching her, she relaxed as she felt deep fatigue in her mind. But she knew that now was not the time to rest. She used her Gu worms to summon her aides. Xiao Lan, Xiao Dai, Wei Dexin, Zhou Quan, Shang Tu, Shang Huo, and Shang Feng. Xianxia had arrangements to make. Yi Fan walked on the road, his eyes were shining brilliantly, he walked with an imposing aura. Ever since he defended Xianxia while refusing to retreat in danger, he obtained the female immortal Shang Qingqing's approval. He was given a superb inheritance and many Gu worms. Yi Fan was troubled because he had no cultivation guidance. After getting this inheritance, his horizons expanded, he no longer lacked Gu worms, his future was bright. He was considered Xianxia's life benefactor, he could enter her mansion without anyone stopping him. To think that Lady Xinxi became Shang clan leader, but it will not be easy as a clan leader, not to mention the leader of Shang clan. How can I, Yi Fan, abandon her? Thinking of Xianxia, Yi Fan's heart beat quickly. He was developing feelings for Xianxia, but he did not know what she felt about him. He knew that Xianxia was inside her mansion, he came without an invitation. Close, he was close. The final door was right in front of him. He could see Lady Xinxi again. Yi Fan's footsteps became faster. He stood at the door, he straightened his back as he patted his clothes, he was about to knock. He heard Xianxia's voice from inside. Everyone listen to me, after becoming clan leader. There is one thing I want to do first. This has been weighing in my heart for a long time. I want to use Shang clan's power to remove Black Demon, Brother Fang Zheng's, arrest warrant. Of course, that includes Sister White Demon as well. Yi Fan was dazed, his finger that was going to knock on the door froze in the air. Xianxia was talking to her subordinates, while Shang Qingqing and the other Gu immortals were discussing southern borders matters in Living Treasure Blessed Land. Living Treasure Blessed Land was Shang clan's public blessed land, their base camp. It was situated in the main world of southern border, it was very stable and could allow Gu immortals to go in. The door of this blessed land was the Living Treasure door, its favorite activity was digging its nose. The Battle of Yitian Mountain has ended, southern borders Gu immortal world will be in turmoil and unrest for the next few decades. Shang clan's first supreme elder spoke. He looked around, continuing, right now, our clan has 3 matters. First, zombie alliance have vanished mysteriously over the 5 regions, the same goes for southern borders zombie alliance branch. They occupied many resources, Shang clan can take them over. Second, Yitian Mountain has been covered by the giant dream realm. Us righteous path forces are joining up and blockading this place, doing research while preventing demonic path or lone immortals in. Third, Yitian Mountain's shocking gambling contest ended without result, but there are huge amounts of cultivation resources left inside Treasure Yellow Heaven. The sole participant of this gambling contest who is still alive, Gu Immortal Guo Lao, is the only person to inherit the resources. We have to take control of him. Shang clan's Gu Immortals all nodded. The 3 matters mentioned by First Supreme Elder were the biggest matters in southern borders Gu Immortal world now, countless people were concerned. I have been paying attention to Treasure Yellow Heaven, to speak the truth. Shang Qingqing was about to speak, when suddenly her expression changed, she said in shock, what happened? Treasure Yellow Heaven closed. Chapter 1073, Wisdom is hard to use. Treasure Yellow Heaven came from Taoist countless treasures. After a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture absorbs a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens, it would be placed in the outside world of the 5 regions, and could not be moved anymore. Treasure Yellow Heaven was the same, ever since it was placed in its location 300,000 years ago, it had not moved. But where was Treasure Yellow Heaven's exact location? This was a huge mystery, people did not know. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals had tried to deduce it over the years without finding the answer. Treasure Yellow Heaven's original owner was Taoist Countless Treasures. After him, there were no successors. Even the many immortal venerables and demon venerables could not find the exact location of Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven has existed until today, it is the #1 open market in the 5 regions Gu Immortal world. Why did it close suddenly? Shang clan's Gu Immortals were shocked and suspicious. Ever since Taoist Countless Treasures created Treasure Yellow Heaven, it had been open for 300,000 years, it had unknowingly become the biggest help towards GU Immortal's cultivation. It had an important place in the mind of every GU Immortal. For the longest time, GU Immortals had gotten used to the existence of Treasure Yellow Heaven. Now that it was closed, everyone was caught off guard. Why do you think that Treasure Yellow Heaven closed suddenly? Oh no, we are after the resources gambled in Yitian Mountain. Now that it is closed, that huge bet is stuck in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Don't tell me, Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit is trying to steal this huge amount. Shang Clan's first supreme elder shook his head. He denied that idea. Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit does not care about that bet. If it was corrupt, Treasure Yellow Heaven would not have its reputation and status. There had never been a case of corruption in Treasure Yellow Heaven in history. But regarding the closing of Treasure Yellow Heaven, there have been a few instances. Is that so? We would like to know. Shang Qing quickly asked. Shang Clan's first supreme elder spoke slowly, revealing a secret. As it turned out, there were some instances recorded of Treasure Yellow Heaven closing in history. They were due to the same reason. It involved fragments of immemorial Yellow Heaven. The immemorial 9 heavens were red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white and black. Right now, only White Heaven and Black Heaven remained. Yellow Heaven had shattered long ago. Back then, Taoist Countless Treasures knew that he could not survive a coming tribulation. He used his own immortal aperture to absorb a small fragment world of immemorial Yellow Heaven, forming Treasure Yellow Heaven. Even though he was trapped inside Treasure Yellow Heaven and lost his freedom, he no longer faced any tribulations. After Treasure Yellow Heaven absorbed the immemorial Yellow Heaven fragment, it could only continue to expand by absorbing other Yellow Heaven fragments. There were several transactions recorded in history. Certain people had sold a fragment world of immemorial Yellow Heaven to Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit. After the heavenly spirit obtained it, it closed Treasure Yellow Heaven and focused on absorbing the Yellow Heaven fragment to expand itself. This time, if there are no unexpected surprises, should also be this case. Shang Clan First Supreme Elder finally surmised. He was right. In this world, it might be that the only thing that could move Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit were Yellow Heaven fragments. The immemorial 9 heavens had shattered long ago. Yellow Heaven fragments were nearly non-existent at this point. Only those with immense luck and opportunities could obtain them. But Heavenly Court had a long history. Its treasury was beyond imagination. It could take out a fragment of immemorial Yellow Heaven, and the size was quite large too. If the amount was little, Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit would not need to close Treasure Yellow Heaven. It could absorb the fragment easily. Now, Treasure Yellow Heaven closed. The Yellow Heaven fragment had to be so huge that the heavenly spirit had no choice but to focus entirely on the absorption. Treasure Yellow Heaven had been impartial all along. It did not side with anyone. It was mysterious and Heavenly Court could do nothing to it. If Heavenly Court asked the heavenly spirit to reject Ying Wuxia's transactions openly, the heavenly spirit would not respond to them, and GU Immortals from the other 4 regions would not care either. With the 5 regional walls, Heavenly Court's influence and control was mostly limited to Central Continent. But Heavenly Court was extremely affluent. It tossed out one large Yellow Heaven fragment. This way, Ying Wuxia's plan to save himself was thwarted. Damn it, Heavenly Court actually did this. Ying Wuxia's face was ruthless. He clenched his fists, veins were popping, he was gritting his teeth until a grinding sound could be heard. He was furious, but with the heavy-handed method used by Heavenly Court, he could not do anything but watch helplessly. Suddenly, Ying Wuxia felt a rush of blood as he spat it out, falling backwards. Hatred and anger filled his heart. Other than that, he also felt bone-chilling coldness. Heavenly Court directly sold the Yellow Heaven fragment cheaply. They were paying such a huge price to eliminate Ying Wuxia. This showed their firm determination in this aspect. It was a desperate situation. Heavenly Court's move had blocked Ying Wuxia's final way out. They were too ruthless. Without Treasure Yellow Heaven, even if Ying Wuxia wanted to sell Immortal GU, they were stuck with him. And even more disgustingly, his Immortal GU Iron Crown Eagle strength was still stuck inside. Without the immortal materials from transactions, how can he continue to refine GU? One couldn't cook a meal without the ingredients. Without Immortal GU, how could he get out of this situation? Treasure Yellow Heaven closed. The heavenly spirit was absorbing the Yellow Heaven fragment. This was not going to end quickly. In history, the shortest period was just over 2 months. There was no way out. He could only allow Heavenly Court to deduce while he and the rest defended and stalled for time, until finally, strong foes came to find them personally, and they failed to resist them. Fang Yuan's appearance had changed, he became an immortal zombie again. He had once modified Nirvana Fire and created a Strength Path Immortal Killer move to alternate between life and death. He could be a living GU Immortal, or a dead Immortal Zombie. But now, he was not using this method. His Strength Path Immortal GU were all lost, he could not use that Strength Path Killer move. Fang Yuan's plan was simple, his soul flew out and left his body, entering the corpse of a Strength Path Immortal Zombie. The corpses of these Strength Path Immortal Zombies came from Blazing Heaven Demoness. After rebirth, Fang Yuan had still asked for these to make preparation for the Life and Death Immortal Aperture as a failsafe. He had obtained many Strength Path Immortal Zombies from Blazing Heaven Demoness. These bodies were all placed in star-form Blessed Land. After Yitian Mountain, he had gotten them back from Xianxia Land Spirit. Other than these immortal zombie bodies, there were also large amounts of precious immortal materials. Most of the quasi-rank 9 immortal materials were obtained from the GU formation in Earth Trench. Some of the rank 7 and 8 immortal materials were picked up from Falling Heavenly River. He had benefited greatly from Bo Qing's awakening, when his sword lights traversed Central Continent. Fang Yuan did not have much immortal essence or immortal essence stones, but he did not lack GU refinement materials. But the value of these immortal materials were too high, it was inappropriate to use them now. Immortal materials were not the key point, Wisdom GU was more important. Fang Yuan was staring at Wisdom GU for a long time, but it did not move at all, let alone emit the light of wisdom. Using other immortal zombie bodies in place of myself did not work. I cannot draw out the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan was not surprised at this. He had already made similar experiments long ago in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Wisdom GU had never been refined by Fang Yuan, he had only made an agreement with it back then because of the winds of assimilation. Survival was the instinct of all living beings. But Wisdom GU seemed to only respond to Fang Yuan as a whole. His body and soul were both needed to draw out the light of wisdom. If one was missing, if he only had his soul and not his body, it would not work. That means, the most direct way is to just take back my original body. Fang Yuan thought. His original body was still an immortal zombie. There was no need to change anything, it was suitable to bathe in the light of wisdom. But this method, although it would work, was impractical. Ying Wuxia has already vanished, he could possibly have Spring-Autumn Cicada, fixed immortal travel, and other immortal GU. Other than that, He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng might be helping him. Earlier, Fang Yuan had no time because of the calamity. Now, every time he thought about the problem called Ying Wuxia, he felt a deep headache. Thus, I all the more need to refine Fang Zheng into a blood deity. Fang Yuan's current body was created from sovereign immortal fetus GU, he had no parents, he had no bloodline relationship to anything in this world. But Fang Yuan still wanted to refine Fang Zheng into a blood deity. The blood deity refined using Fang Zheng could counter Fang Yuan's body. Even if the immortal zombie body could not be taken back later, Fang Yuan could use the base of Fang Zheng's blood deity to modify it. Or possibly, he could combine it with his soul to regain Wisdom Gu's acknowledgement. Of course, this was purely Fang Yuan's intuition. But intuition was not to be underestimated, especially when Fang Yuan's blood path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. When Fang Yuan was testing Wisdom GU, Xianxia Land Spirit was also observing. Seeing the results, he sighed and felt much regret. Fang Yuan looked towards Xianxia Land Spirit in concerned fashion. Does First Supreme Elder have any methods to use Wisdom GU? Xianxia Land Spirit stared at Fang Yuan, replying petulantly, the simplest method is to raise your cultivation level to rank 9 and directly refine this Wisdom GU. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I know this method too, I am asking if there are other methods. Sigh, there is a method that isn't a method. I can feed it with lifespan GU continuously, after feeding it for some time, I might obtain Wisdom Gu's acknowledgement. If this method works, Wisdom GU would be mine, by then, you would have to give it to me no matter what. Xianxia Land Spirit thought about it and smiled to himself. Fang Yuan's eyes drooped. Is it really fine to directly say it? You think I want to? Xianxia Land Spirit was stomping his feet. Land spirits cannot lie, damn it, why did I tell you about my motives again? You accursed fellow. Chapter 1074, Spy Exposed. Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing. The price of feeding Wisdom GU was too high. Only Xianxia Land Spirit was willing to pay it. Fang Yuan used sovereign immortal fetus GU to revive. His age was about 16 now. Humans in this world lived 100 years on average. That meant that Fang Yuan had about 84 years of lifespan left. It was a long time. But even so, Fang Yuan knew that if he obtained lifespan GU, he would use them all on himself. Even if he did not use them, he would save them for the future in case of emergencies. Lifespan GU were immortal GU. But lifespan GU were among the strongest forms of currency in GU immortal transactions. Almost nothing could compare. There were two obstacles in a GU immortal's cultivation. One was calamities and tribulations, the other was lifespan. Even if one was as strong as an immortal venerable or demon venerable, they would still be challenged by these two problems. In fact, back then when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set up 88 Truyong Building, one of his most important goals was to ransack the lifespan GU in the whole of Northern Plains to extend his lifespan. As for feeding wisdom GU, it was secondary. During Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's later years, for a long period of time, wisdom GU was in constant hunger. It had to go into deep sleep and could not be used. Later, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable explored 88 Truyong Building, he also found wisdom GU. But he could not use it, or afford to feed it. Lifespan GU were hard to find. He did not have enough for himself. However, with his soul path attainment level, he could make use of aspects of other paths using his own as a foundation. He did not have much need for wisdom GU anyway. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, his era ended. Thereafter, the world started to produce lifespan GU again. And after that, another huge figure appeared in the world. That was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He had already searched for lifespan GU during his later years, but lifespan GU's demand far exceeded the supply. It became rarer until it vanished. After Paradise Earth died, a new cycle started as the world recuperated. Lifespan GU appeared again. Every 10 years, 88 Truyong Building conducted the Imperial Court contest, ransacking Northern Plains lifespan GU. Wisdom GU was slowly fed and recuperated, until Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. And later, due to its survival instincts, wisdom GU left with Fang Yuan and went to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After a long series of events, it ended up in Langya Blessed Land now. During Three Kings Blessed Land, I used 2 lifespan GU to refine second aperture GU. But that could not be helped. In this life, I had obtained a lifespan GU from Blazing Heaven Demoness. But after rebirth, I lost this opportunity and have no lifespan GU with me now. Since Blazing Heaven Demoness could give me a lifespan GU, she definitely had more than one in her possession. But she died in the 10 Extreme Formation. Her lifespan GU were also destroyed. No. Fang Yuan thought as he recalled something. Lifespan GU is hard to find. Even an immortal venerable or demon venerable would need and desire it. Blazing Heaven Demoness was plotted against by Spectral Soul and died. Her accumulated wealth must have been taken by Spectral Soul already. Even though Spectral Soul's plan failed, the remnant forces of Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance remain. Their wealth is still immense. As for Langya Land Spirit, he also had a number of lifespan GU. It was quite the sum. These lifespan GU were all produced inside Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land had a long history of over 300,000 years. It had lived through the era of 2 venerables. Langya Blessed Land was originally Langya Grotto Heaven. It had an incredibly huge space. After intentionally being dropped to a blessed land, because Refinement Cauldron was fused into the Immortal Aperture world, Langya Blessed Land's space increased instead. It was larger than even many Grotto Heavens. There were an immense number of hairy men living here. They were split into 3 countries. The life forms in here procreated and had generations after generations of offspring. Lifespan GU was produced from life forms. Wherever life forms lived, lifespan GU could be naturally produced. With a huge space, countless inhabitants, and a long history, together with Langya Land Spirit's absolute control over the Blessed Land, whenever a lifespan GU appeared, he could collect it immediately. With all these reasons, Langya Land Spirit's lifespan GU accumulation increased continuously. Fang Yuan did not know the exact number, but he could easily guess that the number was not small. Ordinary GU immortals would need lifespan GU, but Langya Land Spirit did not. Activating Wisdom GU requires the GU immortal's lifespan to be expended. And feeding Wisdom GU also requires lifespan GU. For now, I should let Langya Land Spirit feed it. Fang Yuan knew about Lang Yalan's spirit's motives even without any probing. This could not be helped. Fang Yuan had no lifespan GU, he could not feed it. He was in deep trouble himself. When GU immortals went through tribulations, they become stronger and stronger each time. Fang Yuan was worried about the next earthly calamity. He had no time to care about wisdom GU. Ever since wisdom GU was brought away by him, Fang Yuan had not fed it once. The truth was, Lang Yalan's spirit was helping Fang Yuan. In any case, even if wisdom GU acknowledges Lang Yalan's spirit, it is a good thing. With my current status, I can use Lang Yalan's spirit's methods to use wisdom GU. I will only need to pay some sect contribution points. All GU worms were tools. All of his hard work was targeted towards that illusory goal. For this goal, Fang Yuan had given up too much. There was nothing he could not discard. The experiment with wisdom GU ended in failure. But Fang Yuan felt no disappointment. Before leaving, he asked for one thing from Lang Yalan's spirit. An information path mortal GU that recorded the scene of when he refined change form immortal GU. This GU refinement was very strange. The tribulations became so strong. We were lucky that we succeeded. Fang Yuan, if you find out anything, you have to tell me. Lang Yalan's spirit instructed Fang Yuan before he left. First Supreme Elder did not manage to find out anything, neither could I. I will do my best. Fang Yuan answered. He had a vague guess that the tribulations gained strength due to the sovereign immortal fetus GU. But he would not tell Lang Yalan's spirit this guess no matter what. Other than researching the tribulations, Fang Yuan had another goal. He wanted to investigate Lang Ya sect, and see if there were any traitors left. All along, Fang Yuan had been mindful of this. Shadow sect had sent 2 traitors into Lang Ya blessed land, unexpectedly having hairy man GU immortals. When Shadow sect attacked Lang Ya blessed land, these 2 spies played an important role. But other than them, are there other spies in Lang Ya sect? This problem was extremely important to Fang Yuan. After all, he had already joined Lang Ya sect. For a long time in the future, he would need to depend on Lang Yalan's spirit to undergo tribulations and cultivate. He had just started this investigation. He did not have the time or energy until now. After flying for some time, Fang Yuan was already close to his new accommodations. This was a grand city. Pure white city walls stood up proudly. At the peak of tall towers, flags were hanging. This was a cloud city. On Cloud Cover Continent, there were 12 cloud cities. Each of the cities was a mortal GU house. When activated together, they could form the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. It could cover the entirety of Cloud Cover Continent. These 12 cloud cities were created from the former 12 cloud buildings. The current Lang Yalan spirit liked grand appearances. He was different from the previous one. The cloud city in Fang Yuan's vision was given by Lang Yalan's spirit, to be the place where he defended and lived. The other hairy man GU immortals, including Lang Yalan's spirit himself, each occupied one cloud city. There were few residents in the city, but soon, there would be more and more. Because in Lang Yalan's spirit's plan, he was going to trigger a war between the 3 continents and pick outstanding GU masters, moving them to Cloud Cover Continent for nurturing. Fang Yuan flew down to the cloud city and landed. Several hairy man GU masters quickly welcomed him. They were elite hairy man GU masters. They were chosen by Lang Yalan's spirit and sent to Fang Yuan. On one aspect, they were to take care of Fang Yuan's daily affairs, but there was also the intention for them to receive Fang Yuan's guidance in cultivation. Fang Yuan was not concerned about these hairy men, but the leader of the hairy man GU masters respectfully told Fang Yuan that the 6th city lord has visited Fang Yuan. He had already been in the guest room for a long time already. The 6th city lord was GU immortal 6th hair. He was guarding the 6th cloud city. Fang Yuan felt uncertain. He came to the guest room and met with this GU immortal, 6th hair. I am 6th hair. Greetings to 2nd city lord. I am here today to seek guidance from you regarding combat. 6th hair paid his respects as he said this. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his gaze had turned ice cold. As it turned out, although 6th hair said that out loud, he was secretly transmitting a different message to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, I am here representing Lord Ying Wuxia to make a deal with you. Ying Wuxia, 6th hair was the spy. At once countless thoughts flashed across Fang Yuan's mind like lightning. Too polite, too polite. We are all from the same sect. Don't talk about guidance, we can definitely spar. Fang Yuan smiled as he showed a warm expression. He first moved away and invited Sixth Hair to sit down, before getting to his own seat. These few steps were not far, but countless thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Sixth Hair is the spy. Is he the only spy in Langya Blessed Land? He is representing Ying Wuxia to make a deal. What transaction does he want? Over on Ying Wuxia's end, what is going on? He wants a transaction. Is he sincere? Is this a trap? Is this Langya land spirits probing? After all, I joined Langya sect and have an information path alliance agreement on me. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sat down. His expression changed, his eyes were sharp like daggers, he looked at Sixth Hair with deep killing intent, he transmitted coldly, Sixth Hair, what guts? Is what you just said true? If it is true, I will hand you over to First Supreme Elder for judgment. Chapter 1075. Simple words can turn a snake into a dragon. Sixth Hair looked at Fang Yuan as he laughed, feeling no fear. If he wanted to snitch, Fang Yuan would have attacked the moment Sixth Hair exposed himself. But Fang Yuan did not, he sat down and said some empty threats. As for the reason, Sixth Hair knew clearly, he said, I was originally in charge of the 12 cloud cities. Before you came here, I had already set up an immortal GU formation. Not only can it conceal us to prevent Langya land spirit from finding out, it can also suppress the alliance agreement. You can test it out. Fang Yuan had joined Langya sect, he was bound by the alliance agreement and could not act freely. Especially when talking with the spy Sixth Hair, it was against the alliance agreement. But hearing Sixth Hair's words, Fang Yuan tested it. As expected, there was no backlash from breaking some small alliance agreement rules. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep, he said after a while, it seems you are indeed a spy in Langya sect. What transaction do you want? Sixth Hair felt great relief, he was afraid that Fang Yuan would take him down without any further discussion. The first hurdle had been passed already. However, he could not be careless, Fang Yuan was unscrupulous and shameless, he was a devious person with no bottom line. Even though he took a risk and exposed his own identity, danger was still extremely high. There was no choice, Ying Wuxia was out of ideas over there, he could only try this. Having a transaction with Fang Yuan was the same as plotting with a tiger, it was too dangerous. Only after the transaction was over and the evidence was firm, they would be tied together and he would have a hold on him. By then, Sixth Hair would be safe. But how could he achieve his aims without losing too many benefits? Sixth Hair felt troubled, he was on the weaker side now. Ying Wuxia and I have deep enmity, they are suddenly approaching me and even exposed their spy's identity, they have something to ask of me. Interesting, I want to see what he is up to. Fang Yuan had such a thought in his mind. To speak the truth, Lord Ying Wuxia has already reached a desperate situation, his survival is at stake. Otherwise, I would not have appeared to talk to you. Sixth Hair said. Oh, Fang Yuan's brows rose, he looked at the other party again. Sixth Hair was so honest, Fang Yuan felt shocked internally. Why would one expose their own weaknesses before the deal? Fang Yuan's eyes shined, he sensed the ingenuity of Sixth Hair's purposeful reveal, even if Sixth Hair did not say it, Fang Yuan would have noticed. By saying it, he could show that this was a last-ditch attempt that was filled with determination. It seems that after interacting with Langya land spirit for a long time, I have let down my guard. Even though the other party is a hairy man, he is a spy from Shadow Sect, how can he be as simple and easy to bully as a land spirit? Fang Yuan raised his alertness. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan spoke slowly and calmly. Ying Wuxia has all of the accumulated GU worms in my body, he even has the help of Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lu Lan, how can he reach such a stage? I refuse to believe it. Sixth Hair shook his head. Fang Yuan, why the need to probe further? You set up the special will and caused your GU worms to self-detonate, you really gave Lord Ying Wuxia a huge surprise. He tried to preserve the GU worms, but only 30% remain. Once he said that, Fang Yuan was fully certain that Sixth Hair was a spy lurking inside Langya sect sent by Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan's thoughts churned, his words earlier were not completely true, after Sixth Hair answered him, he obtained a lot of precious information. To think that Ying Wuxia is really controlling He and Bai. He Lu Lan is a formidable person, she was not easy to control, but after her aunts died, it is much easier to deal with her. She has the great strength true martial physique, if used well, she is an excellent pawn. And Tai Bai Yunsheng is a kind man, even though he is hesitant and timid, he has 2-time path immortal GU, he can help out a lot. To think that they are both controlled by Ying Wuxia, what a shame. Fate worked in mysterious ways. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he and Ying Wuxia had swapped places. He obtained sovereign immortal fetus GU, while Ying Wuxia obtained his accumulated wealth. He was able to use He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng. As a split soul of spectral soul demon venerable, he had incredible methods to keep these two under control. Ying Wuxia has my immortal GU and He and Bai to help him. Now, he is initiating a transaction with me, I just make him pay a high price. Fang Yuan thought to himself harshly. However, next, after Sixth Hair exposed their weakness, he changed his words, before the deal, let me show you our sincerity. Think of this as free intel. This intel is extremely important, it concerns your future cultivation greatly, or more accurately, it has to do with your life and death. Fang Yuan snorted, he said coldly, you do not need to brag about the value of the intel. I can assess it myself when I see it. Fang Yuan, do you know what Heaven's will is? Sixth Hair asked. Heaven's will? Fang Yuan asked in confusion. Sixth Hair looked at his expression before nodding in understanding, saying, you indeed forgot a lot of things, Fang Yuan. What do you mean? Fang Yuan's brows rose slightly. Sixth Hair said, you had once used Heaven's will's guidance to swap souls with Lord Ying Wuxia, disguised as the pure dream reality seeker physique and finally taking away sovereign immortal fetus GU. But what you did not know was, this 11th extreme physique was created by old man Yanxi, it had a huge flaw. Any soul which resides in the pure dream reality seeker physique body will fall into deep sleep and lose its memories. Even though old man Yanxi tried to remove the weakness, he only eliminated the weakness of falling asleep, the pure dream reality seeker physique still caused the soul to lose memories continuously. As time passed, more memories would be lost. Precisely because of this, Lord Ying Wuxia was constantly losing memories and could only use the immortal killer move lead soul into dream. Saying this, Sixth Hair took out an information path mortal GU. He moved this GU around with his finger as he sighed internally. This GU worm has little to no value to him. But to Fang Yuan, it was immensely valuable. If not for the situation, why would he pass this to Fang Yuan? In Ying Wuxia's original plan, he was going to use this weakness of Fang Yuan to deal with him. To think that there would be a time where he personally helped Fang Yuan fix this flaw. This letter GU records the details before and after Yitian Mountain, take a look. Sixth Hair said as he tossed the GU worm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received it and inspected it, there were no problems, he activated the GU worm and the scenes of Yitian Mountain appeared in his mind. He found that he was indeed lacking many crucial memories. No wonder I have been feeling something weird, but I did not know what. I lost my memories. This was true amnesia. By completely losing one's memories, they could not realize it themselves. If they knew that they forgot something, that would not be true amnesia, they could still remember it eventually. However, the scenes in the information path mortal GU gave Fang Yuan a familiar feeling. Of course, there was still a chance that they were deceiving him. After checking it several times, Fang Yuan had a calm expression, his gaze was deep as he said, I seem to have lost my memories, but how can I know that this is real, this can possibly be made up too. Sixth Hair gritted his teeth. He knew that this was the hard part of this transaction. Fang Yuan and Ying Wuxia were enemies, they had deep enmity, there was little trust between them. The problem was how to express his sincerity and make Fang Yuan believe them. If this problem was tackled, the transaction would proceed smoothly. Sixth Hair's thoughts moved rapidly, colliding continuously in his mind. He was considering his words carefully, he had to, because Fang Yuan could kill someone without even blinking. If he said something wrong, so be it if he died, but Ying Wuxia had the mission to save his main body, this could not fail. After a long time, Sixth Hair spoke, Fang Yuan, you possess spring-autumn cicada, you have experienced rebirth, everyone knows this. But the truth is, even if you have many secrets, you have less of a clear understanding than us. Heaven's will is vast, it is everywhere, all over the 5 regions and 9 heavens, it spans across the past, present, and future. The way of heaven is to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits, it emphasizes on balance. And the way of humans is exactly the opposite, it is to reduce the deficits and build up the surpluses. The two are complete opposites, and they are in conflict with each other. Thus, the previous venerables, and any legendary figures, are the targets of Heaven's will's suppression. Calamities and tribulations, lifespan GU, they are two of heaven's will's trump cards. Fang Yuan, you have experienced two tribulations already, one was the earthly calamity, and the other was the creation of an immortal GU. The two of them had incredible power beyond reason. It was because you had revived using sovereign immortal fetus GU, and your new body and immortal aperture have unlimited potential. Once you grow, you will surpass previous venerables. Because of this, Heaven's will feels extremely wary of you, and wants to kill you before you grow any further. Since the tribulations, he had been considering this question. And now, Sixth Hair gave him the answer. Heaven's will, Fang Yuan muttered internally, thinking about this phrase. Sixth Hair sighed. He continued, my main body, spectral soul, created shadow sect, zombie alliance, and refined sovereign immortal fetus, preparing for 100,000 years, ending up in failure. This is the work of Heaven's will. Not only were there grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, we even had to face countless enemies. Heavenly Court with Heaven overseeing Tower Lord as the leader was its representative. And you, Fang Yuan, were the hidden assassin of our human tribulation. What do you mean? Fang Yuan squinted as his eyes shone. He felt deep interest. He could acutely sense that Sixth Hair's words were going to cause a huge transformation in his situation. Sixth Hair hesitated. He knew, once he said the following words, Fang Yuan's greatest weakness of not knowing Heaven's will would be fixed. In fact, it might even cause Fang Yuan's uncontrollable rise to the top. Fang Yuan was like a python stuck in the swamp now. This python's eyes were covered by a black cloth. It did not know its directions. It was rolling around in the mud. But once the information was given to Fang Yuan, the python's cloth would be removed, its vision would return, it would be able to see the huge world and realize that the swamp trapping it was very tiny. With an accurate direction, knowing its circumstances, the python would raise its head towards the sky, it would cause huge storms, it would even become a dragon and roam the world freely. These might just be some words, but to Fang Yuan, they were a qualitative transformation. The value was immeasurable. Chapter 1076, Transactions with Shadow Sect, 1/3. Sixth Hair did not want to tell this secret to Fang Yuan, but he really had no choice. Ying Wuxia's situation forced him to do this. Breathing in a deep breath, Sixth Hair continued, Fang Yuan, you were able to take sovereign immortal fetus GU away at the most crucial moment. It was not just because of your own capabilities, but because you received the guidance of Heaven's will. Even the fact that you were able to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth was also part of Heaven's will's plot. To let you return to the past and ruin my Shadow Sect's grand plan. Fang Yuan heard this and his heart shook. The first half was still fine, but the content of the second half. Even with his mental fortitude, he also could not control himself. Coincidentally, at this time, there was a huge tremor in the outside world. What is going on? In an instant, Fang Yuan regained his cool. He sat up as he used his GU worms, his eyes pierced the cloud cover. He saw that there was thunder rumbling in the sky, several bolts of lightning were flickering. A thunderstorm was brewing. Sixth Hair laughed coldly, but he felt bleak internally. Fang Yuan, you have just undergone tribulation. There is still much of Heaven's will left in Langya blessed land. My earlier words exposed the scheme of Heaven's will. I attracted the fury of Heaven's will. But all blessed lands and grotto heavens are small worlds independent of the 5 regions. Heaven's will cannot control this place. The tribulations are already over. No matter how angry Heaven's will is, there is no use. Fang Yuan did not deny it. He looked at Sixth Hair expressionlessly. Continue speaking. Sixth Hair was hesitant earlier, but now that he had spoken, he felt relieved on the inside. He spoke even more quickly, continuing, Fang Yuan, your Spring-Autumn Cicada also has Heaven's will hidden in it. This has been verified by Lord Ying Wuxia. This is the best evidence proving that every single one of your rebirths were affected by Heaven's will. Spring-Autumn Cicada uses everything in the GU Immortal and only retains a will. This will is carried inside Spring-Autumn Cicada and enters the river of time, traveling upwards to your body in the past, achieving a rebirth. Fang Yuan, you have used it many times, you should know this clearly. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He did not retort. Sixth Hair continued. Spring-Autumn Cicada has Heaven's will in it. Every time you use Spring-Autumn Cicada, it is the best chance for Heaven's will to increase its influence on you. Because at that time, you only have some portion of remaining will left. Without your body, your focus will also be on the river of time. You will not anticipate such a plot working on you. After rebirth, you naturally had to think about how to use your rebirth advantage to cultivate. Precisely so, you were plotted against by heaven's will. The things you experienced before rebirth, the opportunities that you knew, were they really simply what you know now? Those so-called fortuitous encounters were just bait left by heaven's will, so that as a tool of heaven's will, you would grow and reach Yitian Mountain, ruining Shadow Sect's plan. According to our deduction, in the future before your first rebirth, Shadow Sect had succeeded. But heaven's will was not willing to see my main body become a venerable again. Why did Bo Qing fail in the past? It was because he was a split soul of my main body. And furthermore, after my main body obtained the sovereign immortal fetus and revived, he would definitely grow beyond all of the other venerables. In the future, heaven's will was no longer able to eliminate my main body. Thus, it thought of a way, creating a plot to send you back in time, using you to change the past and remodel the future. Fang Yuan suddenly asked, "Wait, I don't understand something, why did heaven's will choose me?" "Because you are an otherworldly demon, only otherworldly demons can change the past. If they are not an otherworldly demon, even a venerable cannot do enough. Red Lotus Demon Venerable tried all his life, but he only broke Fate Gu, he could not even destroy it, or harm heaven's will. Of course, you are not the only otherworldly demon. But regardless, after taking personal experience and circumstances into account, during that time period, you were the most suitable candidate to be the tool." Sixth Hair answered. This was a brand new perspective, a shocking revelation. Sixth Hair's words made Fang Yuan realize that he was immersed in a huge scheme. He thought back over the 500 years of his previous life, he had roamed for hundreds of years, was it the suppression of heaven's will? He had wanted to refine blood deity, did heaven's will obstruct him from doing so? It seemed too easy that he obtained Spring-Autumn Cicada's immortal GU recipe. After refining Spring-Autumn Cicada, he immediately faced the attack of all the 10 great ancient sects. Sixth Hair looked at his expression and saw that Fang Yuan was moved, but because he did not express himself, Sixth Hair could only curse internally as he asked again. "Your Spring-Autumn Cicada is only rank 6, there is a high chance of failure. Why did you succeed every time you used it?" "That isn't the case, I failed the last time." As Fang Yuan said this, he suddenly was stunned. This point was the strongest evidence proving the presence of heaven's will. His amnesia did not affect this part of his memories. He remembered that he used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth because he was hit by Heaven Overseeing Tower, he could not dodge and had no choice. But before this, the great strength True Martial Immortal Zombie was already vaporized by Heaven Overseeing Tower. According to Sixth Hair's explanation, it could be understood as, the great strength True Martial Immortal Zombie was destroyed, the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation was incomplete, it could not refine GU. Shadow Sect's plan failed, the only other way was He Lu Lan, but she was not at Yitian Mountain. Thus, heaven's will no longer needed the tool, Fang Yuan, and he failed when using Spring-Autumn Cicada. Instead, Shadow Sect refused to lose. After heaven's will abandoned Fang Yuan, Shadow Sect used the Red Lotus True Inheritance to help Fang Yuan rebirth and change the past, allowing Shadow Sect's plan to progress. "What? You do not know that I failed my last activation?" Fang Yuan looked at Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair blinked and felt cold sweat in his hands. He naturally did not know this. He was only a split soul, he did not even join the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he had been inside Lang Ya Blessed Land the entire time. Furthermore, he only had Ying Wuxia as a higher up, a lot of his information came from Ying Wuxia. But he knew that Ying Wuxia had activated Spring-Autumn Cicada. Originally, Ying Wuxia was plotted against by Fang Yuan and had no way out, but because of Spring-Autumn Cicada, there was a reset which caused the current situation. Sixth Hair was thinking about whether he should tell Fang Yuan this secret. He got more and more nervous as he thought over it, he did not know what reaction Fang Yuan would have after he told him. But at this time, Fang Yuan waved his hand, saying, "Never mind, continue." Sixth Hair heaved a sigh of relief, he let out a breath and calmed his emotions, he continued, "Heavens will plan for you to be a tool, it was a brilliant move. We subconsciously assumed that an otherworldly demon would have nothing to do with heaven's will. Because of this, even my main body was deceived. After 3 Kings Blessed Land, one of our split souls, Old Man Yan Shi, found out that you had Spring-Autumn Cicada, that you are someone who had been reborn. But because you already went to Hu Immortal Inheritance, and our 100,000-year plan was right before us, we did not want to create external trouble, so we tried to scheme against you secretly. Thus, old man Yanxi blocked deductions for you, and that caused the central continent GU Immortals, Fengju Ji's group, to go to Luopo Valley. In that battle, even though the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie escaped, he was captured by old ancestor Shuihu. Heavenly Court and these GU Immortals in northern plains were all secretly influenced by heaven's will. They were part of my main body's human tribulation. Fang Yuan, after rebirth, on the way to northern plains from southern border, you encountered a lot of unexpected mishaps, right? These were all caused by heaven's will to eliminate you. Similarly, Lord Ying Wuxia is in a desperate situation now. A part of the reason was that Lord Ying Wuxia had obtained your body. He also attracted a lot of enemies for you, and is facing the problem for you. Fang Yuan, your name is on the Demon Judgment Board, the 10 great ancient sects are after you, even Heavenly Court is pursuing you. Lord Ying Wuxia is the best example of your future. Do you think you can be safe if you hide in the other 4 regions and don't go to Central Continent? My main body defied heaven to refine GU, but Heavenly Court's GU Immortals could still come after us. The main reason that most GU Immortals don't travel regions is not because of the 5 regional walls, but because of their calamities and tribulations. Once they arrive, the result is hard to predict. If their tribulation was affected, they would suffer. Furthermore, Heavenly Court GU Immortals give their immortal apertures to Heavenly Court. They have no calamities and tribulations, they go outside using a phantom aperture, and they have the method to sleep while preserving their lifespan. Fang Yuan, let me ask this, if I did not inform you today, would you know about heaven's will? The scheme that made you a tool. You and my main body have deep enmity, that is true, but you are also closely linked to us. Lord Ying Wuxia is in grave danger. If he ends up in the hands of Heavenly Court, your relationship with him and your information would all be leaked. Heavenly Court will come after you. Because Heavenly Court are the lackeys that defend heaven's will. Earlier, Feng Zhuzhe and the other Central Continent GU Immortals went to Northern Plains to investigate, and later, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord launched an ambush in southern border. Fang Yuan, you and Lord Ying Wuxia are tied together by the same rope. If he dies, you will follow soon enough. Sixth Hair had great eloquence. He spoke without pausing. He listed his reasons with strong evidence. It was truly convincing and understandable. Fang Yuan was so moved he could not help but say, "You are right, this is truly the case. I think we can have a good transaction." Sixth Hair was overjoyed. He thought, this matter is settled. At this moment, he was about to tear up. Because recently, he had been under strong pressure. Because of him, Fang Yuan succeeded in the tribulation and refined change form immortal GU. No matter the reason or motive, the result was clear. He was at fault. He was filled with regret and anguish. Thus, he had to make up for his mistake. Now, he exposed his identity and took a huge risk to urge Fang Yuan. It was Ying Wuxia's idea, but Sixth Hair was also a willing party. It seemed now that everything was worth it. Fang Yuan was Ying Wuxia's only way out. Sixth Hair had helped Ying Wuxia open up this possibility single-handedly. Chapter 1077, Transactions with Shadow Sect, 2/3. Then how do we deal? What do you people need? Fang Yuan asked with an amicable expression. Fang Yuan, we know you have a lot of immortal materials. The immortal materials picked up in Earth Trench have a problem. They are filled with heaven's will. We do not want these. But the huge amount of immortal materials from Falling Heavenly River can be traded. This is our list, take a look. Sixth Hair took out an information path mortal GU. Fang Yuan received it and inspected it before his consciousness entered the GU. He nodded as he browsed. A moment later, Fang Yuan said to Sixth Hair, I have most of these immortal materials, but as a member of Langya sect, can't you get these from Langya sect's inventory? Sixth Hair smiled bitterly. Times are different. The new Langya land spirit is not the same as previously. In Langya sect contribution points are everything. If I want to get items from the inventory, I will need to use my sect contribution points. But my sect contribution points have not reached the number that Lord Ying Wuxia needs. You are right. Fang Yuan nodded before asking, I can give you these immortal materials, but how will these immortal materials reach Ying Wuxia? Treasure Yellow Heaven is currently closed. Ying Wuxia had been selling immortal GU. He made a huge commotion. Fang Yuan knew about it. Sixth Hair continued speaking. It is more troublesome without Treasure Yellow Heaven, but there is a way to send these to Lord Ying Wuxia. Zombie Alliance was a subsidiary of Shadow Sect. Before the Battle of Yitian Mountain, because old ancestor Shui who had stolen immortal zombie bodies, Zombie Alliance had ordered the branches to create a super GU formation to connect between the 5 regions. Even if someone attacks a branch, we can transport these immortal zombie bodies to other regions using the super GU formation. I thought this was just an excuse to plot against the immortal zombies, to think it was real. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. Sixth Hair smiled bitterly. This is true. Sacrificing Zombie Alliance to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU was not part of Shadow Sect's original plan. During the Battle of Yitian Mountain, we had no choice and did it. There were more benefits in keeping Zombie Alliance. If possible, we would not have sacrificed them. He thought about the 500 years of his previous life. During that time, Zombie Alliance was still around in the 5 regions, even until the 5 regions' chaotic war, and just before Fang Yuan's rebirth, it still played a significant role in the affairs of the world. But it was different now. Zombie Alliance in all 5 regions was now an empty shell. Most of the immortal zombies were used as immortal materials and were refined in the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Up until this point, the 5 regions were still in a commotion because of it. After all, when Zombie Alliance was around, it controlled many resources. These resources were now ownerless. Many GU immortal experts and super forces were fighting for them. There were bloody scenes. It seems that in the 500 years of my previous life, Shadow Sect indeed succeeded. Zombie Alliance's continued existence proves this point. Heavenly Court attacked Langya Blessed Land, resulting in Feng Juji's death inside Langya Blessed Land. This event is very suspicious. Shadow Sect had spies inside Heavenly Court. Maybe Spectral Soul had revived and controlled Heavenly Court, turning it into his own force. Fang Yuan thought a little and felt that many things in his memories could have likely had a deeper story behind them. This world's secrets are too deep. Legendary people have appeared continuously. Countless experts contest and plot against each other. They are like the countless stars shining in the sky. Even though I was considered an expert, compared to these people, I am not outstanding. Hee, precisely because of this, it is more interesting, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan thought about this and felt increasingly joyful. On the surface, his lips curled up as he smiled lightly. Sixth Hair could not understand it. He thought, why is he smiling? And why do I have a bad feeling? Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He looked at Sixth Hair with a shining gaze. His smile became more apparent. Then, what can I get in exchange for my immortal materials? Immortal GU, Sixth Hair answered, having a calm expression. Interesting, very interesting. Fang Yuan clapped and smiled. What immortal GU could Ying Wuxia sell? It was obviously Fang Yuan's own immortal GU. Selling Fang Yuan's immortal GU back to himself, Ying Wuxia's plan was really amazing. But even Fang Yuan himself felt that Ying Wuxia's idea was quite good. In this world, who would want these immortal GU more than Fang Yuan? Even if there were such people, they would be few in number. And for other GU immortals, they were not used to these immortal GU, they needed to get familiar with them. But Fang Yuan was very familiar with them, he could use them well. These immortal GU had greater value to Fang Yuan than to others. Furthermore, even if immortal GU were sold, they needed suitable GU immortals. For example, a strength path immortal GU would not be well utilized by GU immortals of other paths. Because of differences in paths, and conflict in Dao marks, the effect would be reduced. It was not suitable for them. Unless they were using it as a supplementary GU worm for an immortal killer move, but such situations were rare. One could say, Fang Yuan was the best buyer. Not only did he have use for these immortal GU, most importantly, he could afford them. As for how to send the immortal GU, Zombie Alliance's super GU formation was likely to be used. Fang Yuan smiled. How many of my immortal GU are left? Not only do I want to buy them, I also want He Lu Lan's self-strength immortal GU, and Tai Bai Yun Sheng's man as before and landscape as before. I will include these 3 immortal GU into my request. Sixth Hair considered it for a while before nodding. I can make the decision on this matter and agree to it. Ying Wuxia had control over Tai Bai Yun Sheng and He Lu Lan, he could make them hand over their immortal GU. And the most important thing now was to escape from danger and get away. Other matters could be put aside. Fang Yuan said again, we will trade at the same time, bring your immortal GU, I will pay the immortal materials. At this time, Sixth Hair showed a difficult expression. As a matter of fact, it will take some time for you to see the immortal GU. You are aware of the situation in the 5 regions. All the Zombie Alliance branches are being targeted. If Northern Plains Dark Flow Giant City did not sink into Earth Trench, it would have been ransacked already. The Super GU formation is placed in Dark Flow Giant City. It will take some time for me to get the Immortal GU. But before this, I hope that you can provide some Immortal materials first. Because these Immortal materials are going to be used for GU refinement, the faster we refine, the better. Over on Lord Ying Wuxia's end, we do not know how long they can last. Fang Yuan heard this and sneered internally. Sixth Hair is speaking both truth and lies at once. Earlier, he said Ying Wuxia is in grave danger. Now he is indicating that Ying Wuxia can last for some time. On the surface, Fang Yuan's expression turned stiff. He rejected. No, impossible. If I pay Immortal materials and you do not hand me the Immortal GU, wouldn't I be a fool? Don't worry about this. I have prepared an information path Immortal killer move to restrict both sides. None of us can break it. Sixth Hair had a sincere expression. Fang Yuan laughed. He waved his hand. Don't talk to me about information path methods, I don't believe it. Since you can subdue He Lu Lan, you must have removed her information path alliance agreement, right? I do not cultivate information path. Would I be so foolish as to make an information path agreement with you? This, Sixth Hair hesitated. He understood Fang Yuan's thoughts. If it were him, he would not set an agreement with Shadow Sect either. How about this? Sixth Hair quickly thought of a new idea. I can use information to exchange for a portion of the Immortal materials first. How about that? This information and these secrets have immense value to you. Fang Yuan, don't you want to know what the limitations of Heaven's will are? Don't you want our Shadow Sect's precious experience in dealing with Heaven's will? And information about otherworldly demons, even information about Xianxia Blessed Land, don't you want them? Fang Yuan was deeply enticed. Heaven's will. After understanding that Heaven's will was plotting against him, how could Fang Yuan ignore it? In this world, who else other than Shadow Sect had greater experience in dealing with Heaven's will? If not for Shadow Sect taking the initiative to transact, Fang Yuan would still be left in the dark for a long period of time. As for the matter of otherworldly demons, Fang Yuan was very curious. Why did he transmigrate here? Were otherworldly demons were there? Did they come from the same place as him? Why could otherworldly demons change the past? And information about Xianxia Blessed Land. Xianxia Blessed Land had existed for 300,000 years. What secrets were hidden inside? This was extremely important for Fang Yuan, who was getting Xianxia Land Spirit's help, and also his goal of obtaining Xianxia Blessed Land. Undeniably, all this information was extremely valuable. They were very helpful to Fang Yuan. At this moment, the room was silent. Neither side was talking. Fang Yuan was deep in thought. Sixth Hair waited for Fang Yuan to agree. He was very confident that Fang Yuan would definitely say yes. The allure of this information was too high, after all. Of course, if not for this situation, Sixth Hair would not have wanted Fang Yuan to know these secrets. Fang Yuan spoke, but instead asked a question. I don't understand something. Since there is a Super GU formation, why aren't Ying Wuxia and the rest using the Super GU formation to escape directly? Sixth Hair explained honestly. The Super GU formation can only transport immortal materials. Immortal zombie bodies are considered immortal materials, but they cannot include the immortal aperture. It is too hard to transport GU immortals across regions. There are some methods, but they are very rare. For example, fixed immortal travel, but immortal GU are one of a kind. Stargate GU is an exception, but it is too limited. And not everyone can enter immortal apertures. Shadow Sect knew about Stargate GU. Fang Yuan had used it many times and even gave the GU recipe to Xianxia Land Spirit. It was not strange that Shadow Sect knew about it. Be it fixed immortal travel or Stargate GU, they had requirements towards the GU immortal being transported. The GU immortal must have few Dao marks in their body for transportation. Especially Stargate GU, it was only immortal GU, even though it used the power of Black Heaven. Only ranked 6 bottom-tier GU immortals or those who had only gone through a few calamities could use it. Of course, the things inside the GU immortal's immortal aperture were in another world, they were not considered in this. Thus, back then, Fang Yuan used his dead aperture to contain rank 9 wisdom GU, he could transport it using Stargate GU. Using rank 6 bottom-tier GU immortals or immortal zombies as the container to use fixed immortal travel or Stargate GU for cross-regional transportation. But it could not be used widely. There was only one fixed immortal travel in the world, and Stargate GU was in the hands of few people. Furthermore, rank 8 GU immortals and high-rank immortal materials or immortal GU have too many Dao marks. They are a huge burden to the immortal aperture. Living immortal apertures could burst, while dead immortal apertures would break apart even more quickly. They could not go through this many times. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan placed the high-rank immortal materials into Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land. These blessed lands that were placed in the outside world were very stable. Rank 8 GU immortals have their own unique methods to travel across regions. It was through White Heaven and Black Heaven. Earlier, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had brought a group of people to southern border and thwarted Shadow Sect's plan. They went there through White Heaven. Chapter 1078, Transaction with Shadow Sect, 3/3. There had never been good methods to transport GU immortals across regions. Because GU immortals had little need for this. When GU Master undergo immortal ascension, they would become GU immortals of their respective regions due to the Heaven and Earth Chi. For example, they would be a Northern Plains GU immortal, or a Central Continent GU immortal. GU immortals had a territorial mentality. GU immortals from other regions were usually ostracized. At the end of the Battle of Yitian Mountain, He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were pursued by southern border GU immortals. This point was showed clearly. In this aspect, Eastern Sea was more open. The territorial mentality was not the key. Most importantly, once in a while, GU immortals had to place their immortal apertures in the outside world to draw in Heaven and Earth Chi and stabilize it. At this time, the Heaven and Earth Chi needed was very specific. If a Northern Plains GU immortal placed their immortal aperture in Central Continent and took in Central Continent's Heaven and Earth Chi, there would be huge problems. The third reason was calamities and tribulations. GU immortals faced calamities and tribulations continuously. Who would have the time to run around? What was the point of going to other regions? Unless they had important reasons, like clues to a huge inheritance, or maybe for investigation missions like Feng Zhuzhe. There was one thing to note. There was little demand for GU immortals to travel across regions, but immortal GU and immortal materials were not the same. They had huge demand for them, and these demands were mostly settled through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Due to all sorts of reasons, few people researched in regional transportation of GU immortals. In history, there were barely any results. Zombie Alliance's Super GU formation was merely used to transport immortal materials. Who would waste their time and effort to research on something useless? GU immortals had huge pressure towards survival. Even though they were immortals, they could not live freely and peacefully. Managing their immortal apertures, raising immortal GU, and dealing with tribulations, these were enough for all GU immortals to slog their lives out. Thus, since long ago, cross-regional transportation methods for GU immortals were very primitive. They were developed slowly. As a result, when the Grand 10 Great Ancient Sects of Central Continent dispatched a team of GU immortals to go Northern Plains, they barged through 2 regional walls. In 400 to 500 years, there would no longer be a need to research on this. Because the 5 regional walls would start to disappear, the 5 regions will merge into one. This was something for the future. Forget about it for now. In the hall, Fang Yuan let out a hearty laugh. He had probed for so long, he finally had a clear understanding of this transaction. Fang Yuan, why are you laughing? Sixth Hair's ominous feeling was growing. Because I am happy. Even though the Super GU formation can only transport immortal materials, that is enough. Forget about information and whatnot. My first condition is my original body. Hand it to me. Fang Yuan spoke quickly. Sixth Hair's expression changed. He knew about wisdom GU. If Fang Yuan obtained his body, together with his soul, he could use the light of wisdom, and borrow the might of wisdom GU once again. He would be like a tiger with wings. He would soar to the sky. In the past, Fang Yuan had a flaw. He did not have lifespan GU to feed wisdom GU. But now, Langya Land Spirit had a good number of lifespan GU to feed it. Fang Yuan knew about Heaven's will already. If he had wisdom Gu's help, how could he be stopped? He would be like an eagle in the sky, or a flood dragon roaming the seas. Together with the sovereign immortal aperture. My goodness, Sixth Hair cried out in his thoughts. These few elements alone were shocking. They were unprecedented. If they were combined together, he would gain unimaginable strength. How would anyone else ever compete with him again? That will not work. Sixth Hair shook his head. Without a body, how can Lord Ying Wuxia escape from his predicament? I have bodies. Fang Yuan laughed. I have many strength path immortal zombie bodies. We can trade one for one. You will not suffer a loss for sure. These immortal zombie bodies have more Dao marks than my original body, you are definitely going to profit. Profit my ass. Sixth Hair scolded Fang Yuan's shamelessness internally, his expression became ugly, he snickered at Fang Yuan, let's not beat about the bush, why would I not know your intentions? Oh, so you know about wisdom GU. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. Immortal GU and information can be sold, but body, no way. Sixth Hair rejected with a firm reply. But Fang Yuan's mood changed even more quickly, then there's nothing to say. Goodbye, see you. Fang Yuan stood up and waved his hand, chasing Sixth Hair away. Sixth Hair was stunned, he was dazed in place, unmoving. Seeing him like this, Fang Yuan snickered internally, with a flourish of his sleeves, he took his leave. Sixth Hair jolted to awareness, he said, Fang Yuan, wait. You agreed. Fang Yuan did not turn around, he only turned his head. Body cannot be sold, the rest can be negotiated. Sixth Hair insisted. Fang Yuan snorted, walking ahead and through the door, leaving Sixth Hair's vision. Sixth Hair quickly chased him, we have to be willing parties in a transaction. Fang Yuan, why must you make it difficult for us, if we encounter trouble, you will soon follow. Fang Yuan stopped moving, but he did not turn around even now, he left the back of his head facing Sixth Hair, it was very rude. Sixth Hair heard Fang Yuan's words, you are right. But so what if I follow? At most, I will die. Sixth Hair walked several steps and chased after Fang Yuan, urging, Fang Yuan, why the need to say these things? Who would believe such lies? Will you be willing to die? With Shadow Sect around, how many enemies are we drawing away from you? Without us, how long can you last? You think you can deal with heaven's will? Even my main body failed after 100,000 years of planning. With a common enemy ahead of us, why are you like this? Noisy. A sword wave appeared around Fang Yuan. Rank 7 Immortal GU wave sword. Sixth Hair was forced to retreat, he quickly said, careful, be careful. Don't use Immortal GU, it will ruin my arrangements. If Langya Land Spirit finds out, we will both face the consequences. Fang Yuan snickered, he walked ahead as he said, the body is my first condition, if this cannot be fulfilled, forget the rest. You have 3 days, go and have a good discussion with your Lord Ying Wuxia. Sixth Hair stomped his feet, 3 days. Fang Yuan, you know that Lord Ying Wuxia is facing great danger, we have to fight for time. Fang Yuan walked away as his voice drifted over, it is great that you realize this. Quickly agree to it, after the deal, you can use the immortal materials to refine GU, and last an even longer time, right? Sixth Hair had a ruthless expression, he gritted his teeth as he pointed at Fang Yuan, killing intent surged, Fang Yuan, don't go overboard. So what if I do? I will not be the first to die. I can live well inside Langya blessed land for some time. But you guys, without Ying Wuxia, Spectral Soul's main body will remain trapped in the giant dream realm, hee, the great Spectral Soul demon venerable, he is going to die before me. Ha ha ha, Fang Yuan laughed, he walked through the door and vanished from Sixth Hair's vision completely. Sixth Hair stared with bloodshot eyes. Fang Yuan's shameless and thuggish attitude dealt a huge blow to him. In less than half a day, Sixth Hair went to Fang Yuan again. Lord Ying Wuxia agreed. Sixth Hair stared at Fang Yuan, he wanted nothing more than to tear him to shreds. A sharp light flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. Sixth Hair agreed so quickly, on Ying Wuxia's end, the situation must really be terrible. This was both good and bad. Fang Yuan wanted to gain the most benefits from this trade, but he also wanted Ying Wuxia to draw away the enemies for him. It was most beneficial to Fang Yuan for Heavenly Court and Shadow Sect's remnant forces to fight. We will trade the immortal zombie bodies first, one for one, before we continue with the others. Fang Yuan said, adding, if I find out that you tampered with the body, don't blame me for what I will do. You know I am a person who has been reborn, I can use some future methods. Impossible, we will do the transactions all at once. Sixth Hair was not easy to fool. But Fang Yuan was a tougher nut to crack. A little later, Sixth Hair lost, he raised 3 fingers, gritting his teeth, fine, we will first trade the immortal zombie bodies. But there are only 2 deals after that. We will conclude this trade in 3 sessions. 3 days later in Xianxia blessed land, the two made their transaction. Okay, next will be Immortal GU. I want all of my Immortal GU, along with self-strength, man as before, and landscape as before. Fang Yuan said. Sixth Hair had a curious expression. So many Immortal GU, do you have enough immortal materials? Fang Yuan laughed. Of course. A few minutes later. This is what you mean by, of course. You casually change the quantity to be traded by yourself. These immortal materials are not enough to buy even 30% of the Immortal GU. Sixth Hair screamed furiously. We can continue to negotiate the deal. What do you mean by changing it myself? I did not casually do it, I am very sincere. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Your mother is sincere. Sixth Hair cursed. Fang Yuan's expression stiffened. This means you do not want to deal. Saying this, his sleeves billowed as he turned around. Sixth Hair was beyond furious, threatening to leave. The same trick again. I don't care, I am not the first to die anyway. Fang Yuan shrugged, latching on Sixth Hair's weakness. Sixth Hair's expression froze, he felt like he had fallen into an icy river. He felt really foolish, why did he expose his own weakness? But, with Fang Yuan's shrewdness, even if he said nothing, he would sense it. The second transaction was a long tug of war. Fang Yuan's price was way too low, Shadow Sect was not going to take it. In a few days, they went through dozens of difficult negotiations, until both sides came to an agreement. Fang Yuan relented a bit, but he still earned the most from this. Sixth Hair had a downcast expression, his straight back had hunched already. Thankfully, there is only one last deal left. The third transaction. What? We agreed on 3 transactions, why do you want to extend it to 10? Fang Yuan, you shameless bastard, you fiend with no bottom line. Can't you see the big picture at all? Die, let's just all die together. Sixth Hair screamed, his throat went sore, blood was flowing out of his nose due to anger. But Fang Yuan only said one thing, reflecting all of these statements, I am not the first to die anyway. Once Ying Wuxia dies, Spectral Soul's main body is going to follow. After all, the dream realm is huge, the consumption of the soul is extremely rapid as well. Extremely rapid as well, extremely rapid, extremely. Fang Yuan's voice was floating around in Sixth Hair's head. Next, he fainted on the spot. Chapter 1079. Regaining his body in spring autumn. A dark and deep pool of soul water undulated with countless ripples. Ying Wuxia opened his eyes wide, the ghost fire in his eyes burning bright as he observed the surface of the soul water. He was viewing a scene that outsiders would not be able to observe. Sixth Hair's figure appeared in the soul water, he was half kneeling on the ground and had an expression of remorse and guilt. Lord, I made a huge mistake. When Fang Yuan was facing the tribulation, if I had not used. I have already said that this matter is not your fault. Speaking of which, it is also because I used my trump card to increase my luck, which allowed Fang Yuan to take advantage of it. Ying Wuxia's voice directly transmitted to GU Immortal Sixth Hair's mind. This was the method of communication between Sixth Hair and Ying Wuxia. It was a soul path method but with the effect of information path, and was extremely powerful. Both sides were in Central Continent and Northern Plains, separated by 2 regional walls, moreover there was Xianxia blessed land as well. Not only were they able to communicate in real time, they were also able to evade Xianxia land spirit's senses. Right now, Ying Wuxia no longer had Fang Yuan's appearance. He had already changed to another strength path immortal zombie's body. But this vessel, because it was too old, its immortal aperture had already broken apart and what Ying Wuxia obtained was only the physical body. Unlike Fang Yuan's zombie body, which had a mortal aperture as well as an immortal aperture. As such, it was very inconvenient for Ying Wuxia to use GU worms. Whether it be immortal GU or mortal GU, they could only live in parts of his body like on his skin, hair, blood, bones, and so on. Not only would this leak their aura and make it easier for enemies to inspect, it was also not safe. When the physical body gets struck by an attack, the GU worms could also very well meet with a terrible fate. GU worms were very fragile. Ying Wuxia could be said to have suffered a huge loss from this transaction with Fang Yuan, but his expression was tranquil. He instead encouraged Sixth Hair, you did this task very well. You constantly expressed weakness to Fang Yuan during the whole transaction process, good job. Especially the fainting at the end, without your efforts, I wouldn't have obtained the immortal materials I needed. Sixth Hair sighed. I intentionally feinted to probe Fang Yuan, but unfortunately he did not do anything to me. Since he knows our background, he is naturally extremely cautious. Moreover, we have already done transactions multiple times now, both sides have gotten a handle on the other, he has to be wary against us reporting about him to Langya Land Spirit. Ying Wuxia replied. He had been in an absolute plight just now, and had thought about every possible way, before finding there was no way left other than Fang Yuan. Before transacting with Fang Yuan, he had already made sufficient mental preparations. The immortal material list he gave to Fang Yuan had exaggerated contents with huge numbers, hiding the immortal materials he truly wanted within them. In short, he had achieved his goal. He was able to fight for a ray of hope in this desperate situation. As long as he passed this hurdle, his future prospects would be extremely promising. Not mentioning the other immortal GU, but the main thing is that Fang Yuan not only obtained his physical body, he now has spring-autumn cicada as well. His current foundation is extremely huge. Sixth Hair was still worried. Ying Wuxia snorted. Even if Fang Yuan gets back his physical body, does he dare to use it? Spring-autumn cicada is not a problem, it was already sealed and is going to starve to death soon. Even if Fang Yuan can resolve this problem, spring-autumn cicada itself has a failure rate when activating, it still has Heaven's Will hiding inside it, it will be a long time before he will be able to use it. Moreover, the attention of Heavenly Court's GU immortals will also be attracted to him. Sixth Hair's expression shook, the visible worry lessening by a lot. He repeatedly nodded his head. Lord, you are correct. Ying Wuxia heaved a long sigh. You will still have to continue to watch Fang Yuan. You are already exposed, but Fang Yuan won't make a move against you. It is okay if we are not able to suppress him. He has obtained so many immortal GU just now, they will certainly be a large burden to him. Moreover, the calamities and tribulations will divert even more of his energy. Let him develop, wait until I gather strength and save our main body, then we shall settle the score with him. One could learn from experience. After having experienced so much, Ying Wuxia was rapidly maturing. He understood what he could give up, and more importantly, learned to patiently endure. He was, after all, one of the split souls of spectral soul, and had the natural skill to become a powerful expert. Suffering and setbacks were of value in life, and he was rapidly growing up because of them. Some time had already passed since the transactions with Ying Wuxia. Fang Yuan gazed at the immortal zombie body in front of him, and sighed. I don't dare to use it. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin, feeling troubled. After he had regained his immortal zombie body, although he had used almost all the means available to him at present to conduct many careful inspections, he did not find any issues. But what origin did Ying Wuxia have? What origin did Shadow Sect have? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was the progenitor of Soul Path, a GU Venerable, a person who had once ruled over the world and all living beings. Would his split soul, Ying Wuxia, have some kind of soul path method to create a sinister trap within this body? It was very possible. Fang Yuan's transaction with Ying Wuxia had not been under any information path restriction from the beginning to the end, because neither side trusted the other. Moreover, Fang Yuan's information path methods were definitely inferior to Ying Wuxia's. If he used an information path method to restrict himself, it was very possible the other party would secretly break it, and this would make it even more unfavorable to Fang Yuan. Thus, he was completely unable to guarantee the safety of this body. Fang Yuan wanted this immortal zombie body back mainly to obtain the acknowledgement of wisdom GU and use the light of wisdom. So he needed to put his soul into this immortal zombie vessel. This was very dangerous. Shadow Sect was most proficient in matters regarding the soul. Fang Yuan did not discover any issues, perhaps Ying Wuxia had not tampered with it, but the more likely possibility was that there was a huge issue with this immortal zombie body, only that Fang Yuan did not have the ability to discover it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the founder of Soul Path. Fang Yuan trying to decipher Soul Path methods was like an amateur performing in front of an expert. Looks like I still need to inspect this body for a while. I can't be careless. Any slight carelessness and I might fall into a scheme of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan warned himself. Only when he was 100% sure of safety would Fang Yuan use this body. Or perhaps when there were no other options, he might choose to take the risk. Although I can't use Wisdom GU, regaining my body and Spring-Autumn Cicada is already a great success. Spring-Autumn Cicada had all along been Fang Yuan's greatest trump card. Now that Fang Yuan had gotten his body back, Spring-Autumn Cicada, which remained in the first aperture as the vital GU, was naturally also back. In the previous negotiations, when Fang Yuan mentioned for Spring-Autumn Cicada to be returned, he was met with strong denial from Sixth Hair. He refused to admit Ying Wuxia had Spring-Autumn Cicada. Because neither side was restricted by information path methods, Fang Yuan would not be able to tell apart truth or lies. There were no consequences for lying. However, Fang Yuan was even more unreasonable, directly saying, "That is impossible. If you truly did not have, then you people would have refined it. In any case, I don't care about others, but you must return my Spring-Autumn Cicada." Fang Yuan had no bottom line and his stance was extremely resolute. Even though Sixth Hair said that he would swear on his life, shouting loudly as he vowed, Fang Yuan's attitude was unchanged. After wasting a good amount of time, Fang Yuan regained his body and Spring-Autumn Cicada. However, Spring-Autumn Cicada had an issue. It was sealed by Heavenly Court's GU Immortals using some strange methods. It was already cut off from the River of Time and was currently in a starving state. Moreover, Fang Yuan also knew Spring-Autumn Cicada had Heaven's will in it. This was his biggest threat. The immortal zombie body and Spring-Autumn Cicada, both had dangers lurking within them and could not be used. But even so, Fang Yuan was happy. Even if I can't use them, as long as they are in my possession, it is a huge victory. Especially when Spring-Autumn Cicada was a huge trump card. After regaining Spring-Autumn Cicada and the immortal zombie body, Fang Yuan demanded fixed immortal travel in the second transaction. But where would Sixth Hair get it from? No matter how forceful Fang Yuan was, it was no use. Moreover, he could also guess fixed immortal travel might truly have been destroyed. If they had fixed immortal travel, they would have already used fixed immortal travel to make an escape. Why would they come to be extorted by him? A more crucial matter was that Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair had already completed a transaction. With the transaction, it meant betraying Xianxia sect. Sixth Hair had a hold over Fang Yuan. Land spirits were single-minded and obstinate. If he discovered this, no matter how Fang Yuan tried to explain, it would probably be of no use. So Fang Yuan finally gave up on fixed immortal travel. Although he could not obtain fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan obtained a large number of immortal GU in this transaction. A large number. Among them were He Lu Land's Strength Chi Immortal GU, Self-Strength Immortal GU and Flying Bear Strength Immortal GU, as well as Tai Bai Yunsheng's Landscape as Before and Man as Before. Among Fang Yuan's own, there was Pulling Mountain Immortal GU, Pulling Water Immortal GU, Star Eyes Immortal GU, and Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU. Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal GU and Connect Luck Immortal GU had already been placed in Treasure Yellow Heaven by Ying Wuxia, and since Treasure Yellow Heaven was closed, these two immortal GU were also trapped within it. Eat Strength, Cleanse Soul, Fixed Immortal Travel, Star Shoot, Star Mark and Starlight had all self-detonated under Fang Yuan's special will, and Ying Wuxia had not been able to save them. Naturally, this information could be false as well. Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair were not bound by information path methods. The bottom lines of both sides had to be probed out by themselves. Maybe Ying Wuxia had secretly withheld some immortal GU, but Fang Yuan had already done everything he could and had no way to make Ying Wuxia spit them out. After all, every time Fang Yuan transacted, he would be betraying Xianxia sect once more, and his tough stance would weaken by some degree. While Shadow sect had obtained a portion of the immortal materials and their weak stance gradually strengthened by some degree. Of course, Fang Yuan had the firm upper hand from start to finish. After all, Ying Wuxia was the one in a bad situation. But Fang Yuan also did not want Ying Wuxia to die so quickly. If he died, as long as he left behind some clues to Heavenly Court's GU Immortals, Fang Yuan would soon be met with disaster. It was a much better situation with Ying Wuxia attracting the enemies ahead of him. Heavenly Court and Shadow Sect could mutually weaken each other, while Fang Yuan observed from the sidelines. Fang Yuan was aware that since he had stolen Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU, Shadow Sect would absolutely try to kill him. But this was also a reason for Shadow Sect to secretly protect him. Ma Hongyun's example was right in front of him. Fang Yuan knew he was Ma Hongyun from Shadow Sect's point of view. Shadow Sect definitely wanted to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU. It was just that the situation currently did not permit them to do this. Since Ying Wuxia had looked for Fang Yuan to do transactions, it meant he was truly at a dead end. Fang Yuan had to leave him some hope. If Fang Yuan truly forced him until he gave up and went to drag both of them down, Fang Yuan would also be implicated and might even die. In fact, what Sixth Hair said at the beginning had been effective. Chapter 1080, Flying Bear Transformation. Several days later, Langya blessed land. Two figures were cutting through the air, before they suddenly stopped. This land is a desolate area, it is suitable for our spar. The figure ahead observed the surroundings, and spoke leisurely. Brother Fang is right. The figure behind was a hairy man Gu Immortal named 12th Hair. He spoke brightly and with a grin on his face. Compared to the other hairy man Gu Immortals in Langya sect, 12th Hair was somewhat special. Because he not only cultivated refinement path, but also cultivated enslavement path. He was a dual cultivator of refinement and enslavement path. It was not an easy thing for Gu Immortals to cultivate two paths, because almost all Gu Immortals only had one immortal aperture. When they underwent immortal ascension, the Gu worm they used for breaking open their aperture into an immortal aperture would be what decided their main cultivation path. The Tao marks added on from passing tribulations would mostly be of their main path as well. However, in this world, there were many Gu Immortals that cultivated two paths as well. They were mostly ranked 6 and ranked 7. Cultivating one path primarily, while cultivating another path as a secondary path. Such Gu Immortals often had fortuitous encounters, obtaining immortal Gu that were suitable for cultivating two paths. For instance, Fang Yuan's Eat Strength Immortal Gu could increase his strength path Tao marks. If Gu Immortals of other paths obtained it, they could also dual cultivate strength path. 12th Hair was not an exception. In his early years, because of an unexpected surprise when refining Gu, he obtained a completely new Gu embryo from the failed refinement. After his immortal ascension, he raised this Gu to rank 6 and named it Immortal Slave. This Gu could add enslavement path Tao marks to his body. This made him rather special among all the hairy man Gu Immortals. The previous Langya land spirit had taken great care of him. Although enslavement path did not have much of a relation to refinement path, Langya land spirit encouraged 12th Hair to continue cultivating both paths, because the enslavement path Tao marks in 12th Hair could provide huge help when refining enslavement path immortal Gu. The current Langya land spirit regarded 12th Hair with even more respect. But what he prioritized was the aspect of battle strength. 12th Hair cultivated enslavement path, this was an excellent foundation. Langya land spirit even gave beast enslavement immortal Gu to him, intending to nurture him as their enslavement path battle strength. Every emperor had his own favorites, but 12th Hair was even more well liked and was the favorite of the current Langya land spirit. Fang Yuan had not been very sure on the details about these hairy men. But in the secret transactions with Ying Wuxia, he obtained much intel about Langya blessed land. The intel could not be said to be very precious, but they were of extremely huge help to Fang Yuan, letting him have a comprehensive understanding of Langya sect. Fang Yuan and 12th Hair both descended to the ground. Cloud Cover Continent's ground was made from cloud soil, it was white and slightly soft. It was very different from the sensation of an ordinary muddy surface. 12th brother, please. Fang Yuan gestured with his hand. Haha, brother Fang, I won't stand on ceremony then. Chestnut Yak, come out. 12th Hair laughed loudly, he somersaulted and while landing on the ground, he hit the ground with his palms. He looked like he was horsing around, before suddenly performed a kneeling ceremony towards Fang Yuan. Gu Immortals paid attention to their bearing. This kind of humiliating action was absolutely avoided by human Gu Immortals. But these hairy man Gu Immortals were different, they had gone through the previous Langya land spirit's nurturing, each of them were very straightforward with very shallow battle strength. Over these last days, Fang Yuan was already used to the unusual. 12th Hair knelt towards Fang Yuan, his excited expression suddenly stiffened. Ah, he raised his head, looking at Fang Yuan, how embarrassing, I failed. No problem. Fang Yuan warmly smiled. It is an immortal killer move, failure in activation is an unavoidable matter, try again. Yes, yes. 12th Hair repeatedly nodded his head, somersaulting once again towards the back and with a slam, his knees and hands touched the ground simultaneously. Silence. After being at a standstill for several breaths of time, 12th Hair stuck his tongue out, licking his lips. Damn, I failed again. Let me try again. A somersault. Slam. Kneeling towards Fang Yuan, another few seconds of standstill, but there was still silence. Let me try again. I don't believe it. 12th Hair shouted in determination. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, wait a while. 12th Hair said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan warmly smiled. It is understandable, understandable. 12th Hair gratefully nodded his head as he made an attempt again. This continued for a dozen or so times without any success. Fang Yuan had not even made any move, but 12th Hair had already spurted out several mouthfuls of blood, moreover blood was seeping out of his ears as well, his face getting paler and paler. Failure in activating an immortal killer move would cause backlash to the GU Immortal. Even Fang Yuan also could not bear to see this continue, and could not resist reminding, from my observation, 12th brother, your somersaulting has almost no use towards the immortal killer move, might as well try discarding it. Somersaulting, 12th Hair scratched his head and said, innocently, this is my meticulously designed movement. Don't you feel somersaulting will make me look imposing and cool? Fang Yuan's face almost was distorted to the point of lines appearing, as he thought, your movement of kneeling towards your enemy is indeed imposing. But 12th Hair was also an obedient person who knew to correct his mistake. Since Brother Fang thinks it is inappropriate, then I will change it. After that, 12th Hair no longer somersaulted. Instead, slam, he directly knelt towards Fang Yuan. It was a standstill. Several breaths later, he stood up, puffing out a mouthful of blood, refusing to give in. He said, let me try again. Several tries later, an azure blue radiance suddenly blossomed from 12th Hair's hands. The radiance quickly enlarged, and actually formed a blue lake on the ground. The lake water surged and a cattle-shaped desolate beast rode the giant wave, charging towards Fang Yuan. The blue lake water washed to the shore, the giant yak stepped on the ground and grunted towards the sky. A formless sound wave squeezed out the air and actually stirred up a vortex. This giant yak was bluish-black with a large head and thick lips. A pair of bull horns spaced quite far apart pierced towards the sky. It had a wide chest and a large stomach, but it gradually became slim towards the rear. The whole body looked huge at the front and small at the back. The lower side of its body and its four legs were covered with thick hair that were drooping down to the ground. Its tail was thick and large like a brown broom. There was no doubt of the might of this giant yak, and it also had a superb debut, brimming with a tyrannical aura, forming a completely stark comparison with 12th Hair's performance. Fang Yuan did not care. Chestnut yak, this giant yak might be a desolate beast, but it was well known for its low battle strength. The impressions of many GU immortals towards it were of the unique flavor of its meat, it could be eaten raw and tasted like chestnuts. This was the reason for its name. But the chestnut yak's battle strength was naturally not the weakest among desolate beasts. The publicly recognized weakest desolate beast were desolate beast dragonfish, which Fang Yuan was breeding. It finally activated. 12th Hair was jubilant, and shouted as he pointed at Fang Yuan, chestnut yak, charge. Snort. The chestnut yak grunted towards the sky once again, but did not move. 12th Hair's face flushed with embarrassment, and seeming holding back his anger, he commanded again, charge, 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 you foolish yak. The chestnut yak only then started to rush forward. It was already at a very short distance away from Fang Yuan, and reached Fang Yuan within a few steps. Strong winds surged forward. The chestnut yak was enormous, and as it rushed, it was like 4 carriages stacked together. It had quite an imposing aura. Fang Yuan chuckled. Inside his immortal aperture, change form immortal GU flew up. Following it, all kinds of supplementary mortal GU flew up and revolved around change form immortal GU. Transformation path immortal killer move, flying bear transformation. Bright radiance suddenly erupted. An intense light forced 12th Hair to close his eyes. 12th Hair quickly activated his investigative GU. A layer of transparent crystal covered his eyes and he was able to open his eyes again. The light had yet to dissipate, but 12th Hair was able to see the scene clearly. The chestnut yak seemed to have collided into a giant beast. This giant beast was even larger than it. The chestnut yak's collision showed no results. At this time, the light dissipated, and revealed the true appearance of the giant beast. This was a giant white bear. Its physique was burly and bulky, and its body was covered in short and densely packed white fur. It had sharp claws, and its short tail was curled up like a white pom-pom, appearing somewhat cute. This was a transformation of Fang Yuan into a desolate beast flying bear. When the chestnut yak saw this flying bear, its eyes immediately popped open as its imposing aura vanished like a flickering candle. It gave a miserable cry before actually turning around and running away. 12th Hair yelled furiously at this. You cowardly yak, you are also a desolate beast, damn it, go back. He activated his enslavement path method and was only able to regain his control over the chestnut yak after it had ran a large distance. The yak once again charged towards the flying bear. The chestnut yak was herbivorous and had a docile nature. This chestnut yak had been raised by the previous Xianxia land spirit in order to use its meat as GU refinement immortal material. Because of Shadow Sect's sudden attack, Xianxia blessed land's other desolate beasts all died. So 12th Hair could only use this chestnut yak to practice his skills. Fang Yuan quietly stood on the spot, and only when the yak had reached in front of him, did he exert strength in his limbs and erupt. The flying bear's enormous physique did not implicate its speed in the least, as it easily dodged to the side. The chestnut yak brushed past the flying bear. The flying bear roared and suddenly turned around, leaping towards the sky. As it descended, the flying bear stretched out its right paw and slammed at the back of the chestnut yak. There was a strong collision. White cloud soil flew all around. The chestnut yak was heavily injured and was actually slammed to the ground by one smack from the flying bear. A huge crater formed on the level ground. The chestnut yak was defeated in the blink of an eye, lying on the crater without moving. Its eyes revealed its terror and its whole body was trembling. Chapter 1081, Fang Yuan contributes a plan. The chestnut yak was slammed down by Fang Yuan's own paw, and did not dare to climb back up again. No matter what methods 12th Hair used, he was unable to make this chestnut yak climb back up and fight again. The desolate beast is weak, the GU Immortal is also useless. Fang Yuan shook his head internally, and dispelled his immortal killer move. In moments, the giant flying bear turned into a ball of light. From within the ball, Fang Yuan's figure slowly walked out and descended to the ground. I lost once again. Brother Fang is truly amazing. 12th Hair tried for a long time, but seeing no success, he could only cup his fists towards Fang Yuan, admitting defeat. He and Fang Yuan had sparred several times already. At first, after he lost, he did not admit defeat and remained obstinate. But after several times, he was already less affected. Loss became normal and victory instead was the anomaly. 12th brother, you should practice your immortal killer move more frequently. And this chestnut yak is weak and timid. It is better if you change to another desolate beast as soon as possible. Fang Yuan advised. 12th Hair repeatedly nodded his head and sighed. This is all because Treasure Yellow Heaven is closed. When it opens, I will immediately buy a desolate beast for combat. This yak already has none of its wild nature left. I already thought of throwing it away. But I need to bear the cost of buying a desolate beast myself. This is the rule created after the sect was established. Sigh. My beast enslavement immortal GU is also not mine. I still need to pay to use it. Enough talking. I need to hurry back to refine GU and sell them to earn immortal essence stones. See you. Fang Yuan nodded. 12th Hair took back the chestnut yak and hurriedly left. Good. I have obtained 20 sect contribution points again. Fang Yuan gazed at the receding figure of 12th Hair, his mind rippling with some joy. Over these last few days, he had not only been sparring with 12th Hair, he also had similar contact with other hairy man GU immortals. Although the secret transactions between Fang Yuan and 6th Hair had already finished, 6th Hair repeatedly visiting Fang Yuan's Cloud City during the process was a small flaw. Although Fang Yuan had joined Xianxia sect and become an external supreme elder, there had always been a barrier between him and the hairy man GU immortals. After all, the human race was powerful currently, while hairy men were a type of variant human which suffered persecution from humans. Fang Yuan might be on their side, but the hairy man GU immortals kept away from him. Why would 6th Hair suddenly pay visits to Fang Yuan on his own initiative? This would certainly incite doubts. To fix this flaw, after the transaction, 6th Hair subtly revealed to the other hairy man GU immortals that he looked for Fang Yuan in order to raise his battle strength. Because the previous sudden invasion by Shadow Sect, along with the tribulations just now, had made him feel his battle strength was truly lacking, so he looked for the human GU immortal, Fang Yuan, to ask for advice. To increase the trustworthiness of his words, 6th Hair sparred with the other hairy man GU immortals and defeated them. 6th Hair was a spy, one of the split souls of Spectral Soul. He had deep combat proficiency, and just using a little bit of it was enough for him to easily defeat them all. This event caused a commotion in the small circle of hairy man GU immortals. Even Xianxia land spirit heard about it and affirmed 6th Hair's actions in front of everyone. He even encouraged other hairy man GU immortals to ask for guidance from Fang Yuan. After all, the extremely low battle strength of the hairy man GU Immortals had all along been a worry for Lang Ya Land Spirit. After 6th Hair, other hairy man GU Immortals went to Fang Yuan for guidance. With just a little thinking, Fang Yuan realized 6th Hair's intention and enthusiastically welcomed the other hairy man GU Immortals. Because this was a profitable thing with no harm to Fang Yuan. First of all, he would be relying on Lang Ya sect for a long period of time to cultivate more conveniently and be safer when undergoing tribulations. So having a good relationship with these hairy man GU Immortals was a must. Second, like 6th Hair's considerations, Fang Yuan had to cooperate as well to make up for the flaw created because of the transactions. Lastly, Fang Yuan needed sect contribution points. From now on, if he wanted Lang Ya Land Spirit's help to borrow the strength of Lang Ya sect, he could not always negotiate deals with Lang Ya Land Spirit. Previously, he could make deals with Lang Ya Land Spirit because the Land Spirit had taken a fancy upon his Luopo Valley, Danghun Mountain and Wisdom GU. But from now on, to make Lang Ya sect help him, the main thing would be to use sect contribution points. This was Lang Ya sect's rule. Even Lang Ya Land Spirit took the initiative to comply to it. Lang Ya Land Spirit had already issued sect missions. The types of missions were mainly about guiding hairy man GU Immortals to raise their battle strength. Lang Ya Land Spirit himself was not suitable for these missions, and Fang Yuan was the only suitable candidate. In these last few days, Fang Yuan guided many hairy man GU Immortals and the response was extremely enthusiastic. Even when the hairy man GU Immortals who came later did not receive good training, they did not blame Fang Yuan and instead found reasons caused by themselves. On one hand, 6th Hair set an example, on the other, Fang Yuan knew about the information of these hairy men, and used his exquisite communicative skills to enthusiastically get along with them, making these hairy man GU Immortals have a huge change in their impression of Fang Yuan. As for why Fang Yuan knew about the information of these hairy man GU Immortals, that was because he had obtained a lot of intel about Lang Ya Blessed Land from his transactions with Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan calculated, with this, my sect contribution points amount to over 140. This is quite lucrative. Every time he gave guidance would provide Fang Yuan 20 sect contribution points. Previously, when Fang Yuan had lent Danghun Mountain, Luopo Valley and other resources, he had only earned about 300 contribution points. These 140 sect contribution points are enough to exchange for some flowing light fruits. With such thoughts, Fang Yuan moved towards the First Cloud City. In First Cloud City, he saw Lang Ya Land Spirit. Lang Ya Land Spirit sized up Fang Yuan and praised, as worthy of change form Immortal GU. This hairy man GU Immortal you have transformed into has almost no flaws, unless I use investigative Immortal GU. When Fang Yuan was arriving, he suddenly had a brilliant idea, and used change form Immortal GU to transform into a hairy man GU Immortal. His aim was clear, it was to get into Lang Ya Land Spirit's good books. Lang Ya Land Spirit held the ideology of hairy men rulership, and when he saw this appearance of Fang Yuan, he smiled happily and started praising change form Immortal GU. In fact, he found his opinion of Fang Yuan rising. Fang Yuan, however, sighed and spoke with a bitter tone, this transformation is still not complete, although I have change form Immortal GU, I lack everlasting Immortal GU. If I had everlasting Immortal GU, I could completely transform into a hairy man and truly become a member of Lang Ya sect. Lord First Supreme Elder, you might not know, but after these days of being in contact with other hairy man GU Immortals, I am deeply moved. Human GU Immortals are crafty and on guard against each other. But hairy men are forthright and sincere, united, warm and cordial, this is a true home. I already can't bear to part with this place. Lang Ya Land Spirit laughed heartily and repeatedly patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. Fang Yuan, having such an awareness is good, very good. If he knew Fang Yuan had transacted with Shadow Sect just some days ago and did not report the spy, he would flay Fang Yuan, this insidious fellow, alive. But what a pity, Lang Ya Land Spirit did not know any of it. I have seen your actions over these last days. You have guided these children and raised their battle strength by a lot, especially 6th Hairs. Good, good. These last days, I have heard a lot of good things about you from other hairy man GU Immortals. Ah, what matter did you come for this time? Lang Ya Land Spirit asked. I wanted to use some sect contribution points to exchange for some flowing light fruits. Fang Yuan replied, that's a small matter. As long as your contributions are enough, exchanging for flowing light fruits is no problem. Lang Ya Land Spirit waved his hand and said frankly. Fang Yuan pretended to hesitate. I have a very slight opinion regarding Lang Ya sect's development. I don't know if I should say it or not. Tell me about it, I'm listening. Lang Ya Land Spirit squinted his eyes and smiled. Fang Yuan spoke. Over these last days of sparring with many hairy man GU immortals, I made some findings. Their battle strength needs to be raised urgently, but how to raise them is the problem. Because all of them primarily cultivate refinement path, and although refinement path also has offensive methods, it is inferior to the offensive prowess of other paths. Lang Ya Land Spirit nodded. Fang Yuan's words hit his core problems. He could not help but sigh. This is precisely what I am worried about. Fang Yuan continued. Actually, there is a good way to increase battle strength, that is transformation path. Transformation path, right. Fang Yuan slowed down, before continuing. Among all the GU cultivation paths, to speak of the one that can increase battle strength the fastest, that would be blood path. But blood path is extremely dangerous and is too threatening to others. Its reputation is vile and it is hated by everyone. Moreover, if one's blood path cultivation is even slightly high, their name will be added to Heavenly Court's Demon Judgment Board, and that would expose us. So, blood path won't do. You are right, Lang Ya Land Spirit approved. Actually, he was also apprehensive towards blood path. If hairy man GU immortals cultivated blood path, he was worried if it would lead to internal strife and conflicts in Lang Ya sect. Fang Yuan spoke with assurance. Besides blood path, the path that can increase battle strength the fastest is transformation path. The threshold for transformation path is very low, its immortal killer moves also don't require any planning, any kind of transformation is an immortal killer move. Normal immortal killer moves require at least a few years of trial and error, right? And in Lang Ya sect, there are large numbers of immortal GU recipes which includes many transformation path immortal GU recipes. We have many immortal GU recipes but few immortal killer moves. If hairy man GU immortals cultivate refinement path primarily and transformation path as the secondary path, they can take advantage of the strengths and avoid the weaknesses. The hairy man GU immortals are not hardened, to raise their battle strength would not be a day's work. If they transformed into desolate beasts, their bodies would become tougher, even if they make some mistakes in battles, it won't be much of a problem, they can fight back. It won't be like other paths such as fire path and water path, the body is extremely weak and without defensive methods, they would be in extreme danger in the battlefield. Transformation path immortal GU recipes are easy to deduce and their immortal materials are easy to obtain, thus the immortal GU are easy to refine as well. Hairy man GU immortals can transform into desolate beasts to fight, and it can also be a way to disguise their hairy man identities. Although Lang Ya sect has deep foundations, the 5 regions are still ruled by humans. As long as we can do so, we should give as little chance to expose ourselves as possible. Chapter 1082, Quality over Quantity. Lang Ya Land Spirit could only keep on nodding at Fang Yuan's well-founded words. Reasonable, reasonable, he praised. I am flattered. This is only my shallow opinion. Fang Yuan spoke modestly. Land spirits were straightforward. Lang Ya Land Spirit did not understand Fang Yuan's modesty, retorting with a shake of his head. No, this is not just a shallow opinion, it is a true insight. Your words have inspired me greatly, they are a huge contribution towards Lang Ya sect. According to Lang Ya sect's rules, just this contribution could have raised your status by 1 level. For instance, 6th hair could promote to 5th hair. But you are not a true hairy man GU immortal right now, so you can only receive 200 sect contribution points. At the end, Lang Ya Land Spirit looked at Fang Yuan and sighed in regret. Fang Yuan also showed an extremely regrettable expression on his face. He was only an external elder at present and did not need to complete any missions, and every month, he would get 10 sect contribution points. However, other hairy man GU immortals were genuine members, and their monthly earnings were much higher. Moreover, the higher the hairy man GU immortals ranking, the more sect contribution points they would receive each month. How I wish to become a true hairy man. Fang Yuan lamented, showing a genuine and sincere expression on his face, as if he truly wanted that. Lang Ya Land Spirit spoke. It is a pity that Treasure Yellow Heaven is closed at the moment. Once it opens, I will start a large-scale purchase of the desolate beasts. I have a slight opinion about this. Fang Yuan quickly spoke. There are many hairy man GU immortals, and to nurture them. No matter how great our sect's assets are, we won't be able to bear such expenses. Moreover, this is not the way to run a business. I suggest we develop our own resources. Oh, how do you propose we do that? Langya Land Spirit asked. Fang Yuan replied. Simple, like other super forces, we occupy the resources in the 5 regions. Langya Land Spirit showed a reluctant expression. He had already thought of this before and also carefully pondered its advantages and disadvantages, before considering it an undesirable choice. The reason was evident: hairy men were variant humans, and could not be out in the open in the current age. Although there were variant human forces in northern plains, one clear example being Inkman City, this Inkman City only had one Inkman Gu Immortal publicly. And in history, Inkman City's founder, Immortal Yi Yan, had paid a heavy price to reach an agreement with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. These 2 factors allowed Inkman City to barely be able to survive amidst the countless powerful human forces. If Langya sect's force appeared in the open, with so many hairy man Gu Immortals, it would definitely provoke human Gu Immortals, encroaching upon their bottom line. Whether it be righteous path, demonic path or lone immortal forces, they would not easily allow the existence of such a powerful outside force. Langya Land Spirit might be straightforward, but he was not foolish. He wholeheartedly wanted to make hairy men rule the world, but he was still very aware of the current situation. However, Fang Yuan had already expected this reaction from Langya Land Spirit, as he continued, First Supreme Elder, I am not suggesting for Langya sect to openly fight with human forces for the outside world's resources. We will instead focus on occupying the resources they have not occupied, and secretly develop. Realization dawned upon Langya Land Spirit. You are referring to those dangerous forbidden areas. Northern Plains was vast and broad, but the large and super forces had already split the cultivation resources found within it. What remained mainly were the 10 great fierce areas. First Supreme Elder is wise. Fang Yuan immediately gave a thumbs up in admiring fashion. The 10 great fierce areas are dangerous, but at the same time, they contain plentiful opportunities. In my opinion, Earth Trench is a good place. We can set up a teleportation GU formation, letting the hairy man GU immortals freely go back and forth the blessed land and Earth Trench. There are countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in Earth Trench. They are perfect for the hairy man GU immortals to train their combat abilities. Moreover, by killing these desolate beasts, we can use their body parts to refine transformation path Immortal GU. If we capture these desolate beasts, we can also use beast enslavement Immortal GU to enslave them and make them aid us, increasing the defense of the blessed land. One of the crucial components for this was a teleportation GU formation. Accurately speaking, a GU formation that could transport GU immortals. Langya sect undoubtedly possessed such a method, because when Fang Yuan was previously hurrying back from southern border, he used the teleportation GU formation at Fengbo Cliff to get rid of those troublesome cloud beasts and return to Langya blessed land. That teleportation GU formation had left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. Langya Land Spirit sank into contemplation. This matter is too significant, I need to consider it properly. I am only suggesting, the significant matters in the sect still need to be decided by you, First Supreme Elder. If my suggestion is flawed, I hope you can be lenient. Fang Yuan was deeply aware that pushing too much could be detrimental. He changed the topic to the flowing light fruits he wanted to obtain. After a while, he left with a large number of flowing light fruits. Parting with the land spirit, he returned to his own cloud city and immediately started arranging these flowing light fruits. Flowing light fruits were not ordinary fruits. They were formed from pure bundles of light. If ordinary people were to try to touch them, they would just pass through their hands. Special methods were needed to collect these fruits. These fruits did not grow on plants or trees like ordinary fruits either, instead they were a pure materialization of dense aurora lights. Aurora lights were of many colors, so the same went for flowing light fruits, having all kinds of color like red, brown, yellow, green, black, blue, purple, etc. Flowing light fruits were the food of attitude GU. The reason Fang Yuan exchanged for flowing light fruits was because of this. Ever since the transactions, the immortal GU Fang Yuan possessed had suddenly increased to a terrifying number. Counting his current collection, rank 9 immortal GU, wisdom GU, rank 8 immortal GU, attitude GU, wisdom sword GU, rank 7 immortal GU, change soul, sword eyebrows, wave sword, sword escape, calamity beckoning, rank 6 immortal GU, unravel mystery, woman's heart, blood acid, dark limit, dog shit luck, change form, strength chi, self-strength, flying bear strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, landscape as before, man as before, star eyes. Among them, to refine Bo Qing's sword path Gu worms, Fang Yuan had left woman's heart in Hu Immortal blessed land before the battle of Yitian Mountain. He had used the light of wisdom to construct a Gu formation, in which unravel mystery and woman's heart were two components. But unravel mystery was brought away by Fang Yuan after it had been activated at the start. Woman's heart, however, needed to remain in the Gu formation, until Bo Qing's sword path Immortal Gu were successfully refined, before it could be taken out. Because of this, after the Battle of Yitian Mountain, when Fang Yuan used Langya sect to completely move away the resources in the two blessed lands, woman's heart was also taken by Langya blessed land before finally returning to Fang Yuan's hands. Connect Luck Gu and Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu, which originally belonged to Fang Yuan, were placed in Treasure Yellow Heaven by Ying Wuxia, so Fang Yuan was not able to obtain them during the transactions. After finishing the transactions, it was even more impossible for him to get them back. Among the Star Path Gu worms, only Star Eyes Immortal Gu returned to Fang Yuan's possession, while it was a mystery whether the other Immortal Gu like Star Shoot, Star Mark, Starlight and Star Thought were in Ying Wuxia's hands. He did not know if they still existed or not. In the Battle of Yitian Mountain, when Graceful Chaotic Duel stage broke down, many of its Gu worms were destroyed, but there were still some Gu worms remaining which had been left behind in the Immortal Zombie Body's Immortal Aperture. Fang Yuan was not too familiar with those Gu worms and he did not even remember their appearances, the loss of memories, and also did know how many of them were withheld by Ying Wuxia. It was not that Fang Yuan did not want to take these Gu worms back, but before he could even talk about it, Ying Wuxia had already concluded the transaction. Normally speaking, there was a rule for Immortal Gu, quality over quantity. Forget about Mortal Gu, even for a large number of Mortal Gu Immortals could raise them. Immortal Gu were the key factor in measuring a Gu Immortal's strength. Very few Gu Immortals raised as many Immortal Gu as Fang Yuan currently possessed. Even many rank 8 Gu Immortals did not have as many as Fang Yuan. This was not in the least bit exaggerated. It was enough for most Gu Immortals to have 2 or 3 Immortal Gu. Naturally, these Immortal Gu were suited for their ranks. One Immortal Gu, when matched with large numbers of different combinations of Mortal Gu, could result in different Immortal killer moves and produce different effects which covered offense, defense, movement, healing and other aspects. But just one Immortal Gu was not enough. Because with just one Immortal Gu, the Gu Immortal could only activate one Immortal killer move at one time. If they used a defensive killer move, they would not have offensive methods, or they would lose their movement advantage, and could only be in a passive situation. If they used offense, then they would not have defensive method, which could cause the Gu Immortal's situation to be very dangerous. But with 2 Immortal Gu, both could be simultaneously used to cover all aspects. Having more than 3 Immortal Gu would become a burden. Generally, they could not be nurtured properly and used. After all, activating Immortal Gu required Immortal Essence. There were few examples where someone used higher rank Immortal Gu like Fang Yuan using rank 7 Immortal Gu. It was because he was a special case and his experiences were different from the vast majority of Gu Immortals. Gu Immortals were very selective in choosing Immortal Gu. They were selective not in terms of quantity, but they focused on and limited the range of types of Immortal Gu. A Fire Path Gu Immortal would perform best with Fire Path Immortal Gu, using Water Path or Ice Path would simply be looking for trouble. Even if they had Immortal Gu of other paths, they could at most be used as supplementary Gu worms for Immortal killer moves. The quality of Immortal Gu was valued, not their number. This was common sense in the cultivation world, almost all Gu Immortals knew of it. To Fang Yuan, however, this was not applicable. Because he had the 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture, he had no worries about not having enough space in his Immortal Aperture. The rate of time was also fast, allowing the resources inside to grow extremely quickly. These were all part of his potential. Fang Yuan was already aware he had the potential to bear the burden of supporting large numbers of Immortal Gu. Since he had this potential, he naturally would excavate as much of it as possible. The second reason was that Fang Yuan was earning a lot daily. His current financial condition was extremely good. His sovereign immortal aperture produced 96 beads of immortal essence every year. This 1 year was in relation to the time in the immortal aperture. In terms of the time in the outside world, his aperture would produce 16 beads of immortal essence every day. This number was already a lot, even those of the 10 extreme physiques could not compare to it. When factoring in Fang Yuan's monthly income, this number was simply a drop in the bucket. This meant Fang Yuan had the capital to provide for these immortal GU. There was also Langyao sect, which could be relied upon to a certain degree. These 3 reasons added up to make Fang Yuan determined in raising large numbers of immortal GU to raise his battle strength. There was no other way, whether it was facing heaven's will or the calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan needed to ensure his strength was high. A GU immortal's battle strength mostly came from their immortal GU and immortal killer moves. Currently, Fang Yuan had few immortal killer moves, and he could not use wisdom GU either. Deducing more would require too much time, so he could only place his efforts in the aspect of immortal GU. Fang Yuan was naturally aware of Ying Wuxia's scheme. It was to increase Fang Yuan's burden by giving him these immortal GU, and letting him have no time and energy to influence Shadow Sect's movements. However, Fang Yuan needed large numbers of immortal GU to keep up his battle strength. He also had the potential and the capital to raise these immortal GU. This was completely different from when he was an immortal zombie. The 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture was the most crucial reason. Chapter 1083, Feeding Immortal GU. Most of Fang Yuan's attention was on his immortal aperture. Large numbers of light path mortal GU flew around before carrying flowing light fruits towards the sky. Piercing through layers and layers of heavens, after a long period of flying, these flowing light fruits finally reached the highest layer. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was divided into 5 regions in 9 heavens. After considering it, Fang Yuan stored all the flowing light fruits in the highest layer. Although there are quite a few space path Dao marks, I cannot imitate land spirits and directly use space path Dao marks to teleport. After all, there is a huge difference between a GU immortal and land spirit. Land spirits are special existences formed from heavenly power merged with the GU immortal's obsession. The sovereign immortal aperture is extremely vast. It seems I will have to arrange a transportation GU formation inside to facilitate the ease of transferring resources, and to adjust the structure and the layout of the various resources. Fang Yuan's thought process was quite scattered. Right now, all the flowing light fruits had entered the highest layer of the aperture. The GU worms Fang Yuan had mobilized brought the flowing light fruits to a specific location. Poof poof poof. In the next moment, soft explosions went off endlessly. The flowing light fruits self-detonated one after the other. Each flowing light fruit was not big, but after self-detonation, they rapidly formed into aurora lights that filled the sky, shining with all kinds of colors, forming a beautiful sight. The essence of these flowing light fruits was condensed aurora light. The reason Fang Yuan gathered these flowing light fruits was to feed attitude GU, but why was he detonating these flowing light fruits? It was because although the quantity of these flowing light fruits was not small, it was far from enough to fill Attitude GU. Attitude GU was a rank 8 immortal GU, although its duration between feeding times was extremely long. Every feeding session required an enormous amount of flowing light fruits. This was normal when feeding GU worms. Normally, the higher the rank of the GU worms, the more food they required, but the interval between each feeding session would increase greatly as well. GU worms altogether had 9 ranks, rank 8 was only below rank 9. The amount of food Attitude GU required was naturally an enormous number. So Fang Yuan obtained these flowing light fruits in order to produce more fruits from them. He detonated 80% of these fruits. He let the remaining 20% of the fruits float to the sky, nourishing them in the vast aurora lights. As for the light path mortal GU which carried the fruits, Fang Yuan retrieved and stored them. My sect contribution points were originally not many, but who could have thought that after giving a suggestion, Langyao Land Spirit himself increased my sect contribution points. And I was able to exchange for a satisfying number of these flowing light fruits. Next, I need to bring in large numbers of immortal GU, dazzling light GU, to let these aurora lights grow. Dazzling light GU could erupt with red aurora lights. To maintain their survival, Fang Yuan would need to add in their food here, which was scorching swan stones. However, neither of these were available in Langyao sect's treasury. Fang Yuan needed to wait until Treasure Yellow Heaven reopened to put this plan into action. Moreover, Dazzling light GU is only the simplest method to produce aurora lights, it is not very effective. There are GU immortals in Treasure Yellow Heaven who sells flowing light fruits. I remember that among them are Visitor Kan Sha, Qing Wei Zi and Fairy Kai Sha. Maybe I can ask for guidance from them, paying an amount to purchase their insights. But whether this succeeds or not, it will depend on their decision. There was still quite a long time before Attitude GU starved. Fang Yuan was planning for the future by doing this. After all, Attitude Gu's appetite was too huge, making prior preparations wouldn't be the least harmful. Right now, Fang Yuan's situation was still rather leisurely. Although he had gained a lot of immortal GU, it was not the time to feed most of them. And the first earthly calamity had been passed not long ago, there was still ample time before the second calamity. Fang Yuan now intended to focus on managing his immortal aperture as his main priority. I have already prepared for Attitude Gu's feeding. But Attitude GU is not mine, there is He Lu Lan's will inside it. Right now, I know that He Lu Lan has betrayed the agreement and sided with Ying Wuxia, so some of the information path restrictions on me should have been broken as well. That means I can now refine this Attitude GU to make it my own. Attitude GU was the greatest harvest Fang Yuan made recently. Even Fang Yuan, when he borrowed GU from He Lu Lan back then, had not thought there would be a day Attitude GU would fall into his hands. But refining Attitude GU was not a simple matter. Because Attitude GU was not a wild immortal GU, moreover it was rank 8 while Fang Yuan was merely a rank 6 GU immortal. For him to forcibly refine a rank 8 immortal GU of another person was not only incomparably difficult, it could also destroy Attitude GU if he did not handle it properly. But I have a method which can help me refine immortal GU of others. That GU formation which I thought of before, I will just name it Wisdom Refinement Formation for now. Fang Yuan casually chose a name. He was not concerned about these minor details, which was why he only named the GU formation now. Previously, he had robbed many Sword Path Immortal GU from Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, and to refine them, he used the Light of Wisdom and Star Thoughts to deduce the Wisdom Refinement Formation. The Wisdom Refinement Formation was constructed by using the Light of Wisdom, with Woman's Heart and Unravel Mystery as the cores and large numbers of supplementary mortal GU. Change Soul, Sword Eyebrows, Flying Sword, Sword Escape, Wave Sword and Rank 8 Wisdom Sword were all refined by Fang Yuan with the help of the Wisdom Refinement Formation. But the issue right now was that Wisdom GU did not acknowledge Fang Yuan, which meant he could not use Light of Wisdom, so how would he arrange the Wisdom Refinement Formation? To bring about the Light of Wisdom, Fang Yuan's soul had to be in his original body, only then could he obtain Wisdom Gu's acknowledgement. So this issue came down to the previous point, that was Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. The plan of refining Attitude GU and making it completely his was set aside for the moment. Fang Yuan's next plan was to feed Wisdom Sword Immortal GU. This Immortal GU was like Attitude GU, it was similarly a rank 8 Immortal GU. It was classified under Sword Path and also under Wisdom Path. Wisdom Sword cuts the threads of love. In the past, Sword Immortal Bo Qing used this Immortal GU to cut the Wisdom Path Dao marks left by Love GU on his body, getting rid of the restrictions and regaining his freedom. He even used this to incite Spirit Affinity House's Fairy Mo Yao to rebel, using her for his own purposes. This Wisdom Sword Immortal GU could be said to be an amazing method which helped Bo Qing to turn the tides of his situation. Right now, Wisdom Sword Immortal GU was already refined by Fang Yuan. But it was rather difficult for Fang Yuan to use it currently. It was already very hard for Fang Yuan to use rank 7 Immortal GU. Using Green Grape Immortal Essence to activate Wisdom Sword Immortal GU, if compared to a situation on Earth, might be like trying to run an aircraft carrier with 2 double A batteries. Wisdom Sword Immortal GU was a genuine rank 8 Immortal GU, and needed rank 8 Immortal Essence to activate. One could see how outstanding Attitude GU was from this point. Although it was also a rank 8 Immortal GU, Attitude GU could be activated using mental energy and be freely used by even ranked 6 GU Immortals. It was worthy of being a legendary Immortal GU recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu. Wisdom Sword Immortal GU feeds on multicolored Overlord flowers. This flower is extremely huge, each mature multicolored Overlord flower can cover an enormous surrounding range. For the flower to mature, it requires large amounts of illumination, intense sweet scents as well as pearl soil. This difficulty was very high, many times higher than flowing light fruits. Flowing light fruits were only a rank 6 immortal material, while multicolored overlord flowers were rank 7. If Fang Yuan wanted to plant multicolored overlord flowers on a large scale, he needed to fulfill 3 conditions. Illumination, sweet scents and pearl soil. First, illumination was quite difficult. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had about 100 or so light path Dao marks, so it was filled with some light and was not dim like his immortal zombie body's dead aperture. But this light was certainly not enough to fulfill the demands of multicolored overlord flowers. Unless he used the aurora lights of flowing light fruits. But if he did that, his plans for flowing light fruits would be completely ruined. Light would be used up, it was consumable, especially since those aurora lights did not have any source right now. The most basic solution was to increase the number of light path Dao marks in the immortal aperture. Light path GU immortals with deep foundation and accumulation often had limitless illumination in their immortal aperture. But for Fang Yuan to achieve this in a short period, apart from having the earthly calamity be a light path calamity, he would have to kill light path GU immortal and absorb their Dao marks. The former was up to heaven's will, it could not be relied upon, while the latter was dangerous and also not reliable. Battles were hazardous and terrifying. Back then, Fang Yuan was able to kill Qi Zai because the latter had underestimated him, chasing him all the way. Fang Yuan had also used the special terrain of the 5 regional mountain range and used familiar face before he killed Qi Zai, obtaining the corpse and the soul. The first condition, illumination, was the most difficult to resolve. There were many ways to obtain the other 2, sweet scents and pearl soil. Pearl soil, especially, was sold on a large scale in Treasure Yellow Heaven and was also not expensive. Of course, Xianxia Blessed Land did not have them. The aforementioned plans were only those for feeding Attitude GU and Wisdom Sword GU, and they already took up much of Fang Yuan's time and energy. Fortunately, Rank 9 Wisdom Gu's feeding was already taken care of by Xianxia Land Spirit. Wisdom Gu's food was lifespan GU. Fang Yuan did not even dare to think about it. Even he would want to take its food. The feeding plans for Attitude GU and Wisdom Sword GU have already been arranged. Next would be the rank 7s, Change Soul, Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Sword Escape and Calamity Beckoning. Fang Yuan had already fed Calamity Beckoning GU with the black blood of the 6-headed snake. The 6-headed snake was a desolate beast with 6 heads. Fang Yuan had once bought the snake's corpse in Treasure Yellow Heaven, but now for his long-term plan, he intended to move over several 6-headed snakes into his immortal aperture to breed them. As for the other rank 7 immortal GU, their feeding plans required Fang Yuan to carefully arrange them. Naturally, Fang Yuan did not forget Chu Du still had his rank 7 flying sword immortal GU. Its feeding issue was handed over to Chu Du. In any case, Chu Du coveted Fang Yuan's tribulation technique. How could he let flying sword immortal GU starve? In this aspect, Chu Du could be considered to be helping out Fang Yuan and decreasing his burden. Chapter 1084, Manipulating Mortals, Plotting Against the Land Spirit. In Xianxia Blessed Land, the capital of Black Hair Kingdom, there was hubbub of voices, a nationwide competition was reaching its end. On the arena, the final 2 GU masters were in an intense battle, chasing for the final throne of victory. Almost all the observing hairy men were supporting one side, because the other side was GU Fang Zheng. He was a human GU master, so he naturally would not receive the support of the hairy men. Even the Black Hair King observing from the raised platform was frowning. He did not want to see the final winner of the first national martial contest to be a human GU master. Would this not make his kingdom the laughing stock of the other 2 kingdoms? It would even seem like the Black Hair Kingdom's talents were declining to let a human GU master easily obtain victory. If Fang Zheng won, it would no doubt seriously infringe on Black Hair Kingdom's political interests. So the Black Hair King had already planned beforehand and tampered with this battle. It has finally activated. Black Hair King suddenly felt joyous as his eyes flashed with bright lights. On the arena, Fang Zheng suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell down to the ground. What's happening? Fang Zheng paled in fright and subconsciously pushed his hands. Rumble, surging waves rose up out of thin air and charged towards his opponent. Fang Zheng's opponent was a rank 5 Fire Path Hairy Man GU master. Fang Zheng's sudden powerful attack gave this hairy man a scare. He immediately jumped to the air to avoid the wave. Under his hairy feet were 2 lantern-like flames, which could let him float for some time. But because of this, he lost the best opportunity to attack Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng was slowly recovering but still felt extreme dizziness. His condition was quite bad, but he had experienced many setbacks in tempering, so right now, he had already restrained his expression, not showing anything wrong on the outside. The wave appeared quickly and dissipated just as quickly. The hairy man GU master also hurriedly descended. He was not a flying master. Standing in the air would make him a good target. Just now, he was forced to dodge the water wave with no alternative option. Right now, he was immediately making up for it. The two sides confronted again. Fang Zheng, you have been schemed against by someone. I do not know when, but someone secretly planted a GU worm in your soul. Fang Yuan's will revealed the truth to Fang Zheng. How could it be? Fang Zheng was shocked and furious. Fang Yuan's will sighed. This soul path GU worm has a faint connection with that black-haired king sitting on the platform. It seems he is the one who schemed against you. Damn it, damn it. Fang Zheng clenched his fists, finally showing a furious and hatred-filled expression. What happened? Fang Zheng's opponent was observing his expression and suddenly seeing his expression change. He thought Fang Zheng was preparing a powerful move and was immediately on complete guard. Fang Yuan's will sneered. Now do you believe me? I already told you Black Hair Kingdom's higher-ups won't let you win so easily. This martial contest has all along been a tool for those in power. Although they advocate fairness on the surface, those that truly expect it to be fair are fools. You are right. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, his eyes opened wide as if fire would burst out, but I want victory even more now. Hey, this enthusiasm, you are still so young, my foolish brother. Fang Yuan's will was very aware of Fang Zheng's unwillingness to give in, thinking of this secretly. Actually, the best response would be to intentionally lose to the opponent and end at second. With that, Fang Zheng would not have to overwork himself and Black Hair Kingdom's higher-ups would also be happy to accept the result. Such an outcome would not only show Black Hair Kingdom's talents to be outstanding, it would also show the king's generosity of promoting talents no matter their origins, even accepting a human GU master. However, Fang Zheng wanted to get the first position. Not only was it making it hard for himself, he was also turning other hairy men hostile to him. First or second, what's the difference? Just momentary victory or defeat, it would not be a turning point of one's life. Was it really so important? But Fang Yuan's will was happy to see this. Fang Zheng was deeply prejudiced against him. Only by using constant pressure from external force could Fang Zheng work together with him and be subtly influenced. And the current choice made by Fang Zheng would result in an enormous obstruction, which was greatly beneficial for Fang Yuan's training plan. So, Fang Yuan's will decided to do all he could to bring about Fang Zheng's wish. He spoke. I am only a will, you can only think about how to get rid of this soul path GU worm after the battle. Right now, your soul is injured and so you cannot use River Swallowing Toad anymore. After all, commanding River Swallowing Toad to battle uses up an enormous amount of your mental energy. Although you have lost this trump card, you still have hope to win. Just listen to my instructions now. Fang Zheng let out a muffled snort, although he did not feel good about it. With the current situation as it was, he could only give tacit consent to the words of Fang Yuan's will. Fang Zheng himself might not be aware of it, but after these days of interaction, he had indeed begun to change. Just as Fang Yuan went out of Luopo Valley, his will returned to him. After careful inspection, finding no issues with it, Fang Yuan let this will enter his mind. In his mind, countless thoughts surged like tidal waves and surrounded this will, closely interacting with each other. In just an instant, Fang Yuan learned of Fang Zheng's recent developments. Oh, under my will's instructions, he defeated his opponent and obtained first. Doing pretty well, I see. But with this, he has caused the entire Black Hair Kingdom to lose face. Haha, interesting. Winning the competition, but losing even more, your coming days will not be so comfortable, my little brother. But this is very helpful to my re-education plan, isn't it? Moreover, I still have an arrangement left in Steel Thread City which is currently being prepared. Fang Yuan condensed another will of his, its size was several times larger than the returned will. Re-educating Fang Zheng would need the will to think, which would cause it to be consumed continuously and require replenishment from Fang Yuan frequently. Right away, Fang Yuan pointed forward with a finger. Several rank 5 GU worms flew out and guarded this enormous will as they flew down to Black Hair Continent. When they arrived just above Black Hair Continent, this will further divided into two parts. One part flew towards Black Hair Kingdom's capital, while the other portion flew to Steel Thread City. Steel Thread City's city lord was that female hairy man who favored Fang Zheng. Fang Yuan's will quietly seeped into her mind. It was easy for a GU immortal to plot against a GU master. The female city lord was currently processing some documents, strictly managing the affairs of the city. She did not have even the slightest awareness of Fang Yuan's will, and also did not sense her lower abdomen had slightly swollen. My hidden card has been placed. In the sky, in cloud cover continent, Fang Yuan chuckled as he withdrew his gaze. This feeling of controlling the fate of mortals was indeed quite the symbol of being an immortal. The fundamental cause of it was that the strength of GU immortals far surpassed mortals. Changing Fang Zheng's perspective has already shown slight success, moreover it is progressing smoothly. But I have yet to deduce Blood Deity Immortal Gu's recipe. The problem is still Wisdom GU. Right now, some days had already gone by since Fang Yuan stored flowing light fruits in his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was increasingly feeling the disadvantage of not being able to use the light of wisdom. However, the issue in his immortal zombie body was still in the process of being resolved. Fang Yuan pondered, his soul path attainment was far inferior to shadow sects, but he still thought of a way he could increase his soul foundation. This was coping with the changes by sticking to the fundamental principle. If he cultivated his soul to the terrifying level of spectral soul, any soul path traps in his body would be of no use. Naturally, for Fang Yuan to cultivate to spectral soul's level was extremely far off into the future. But Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body had only gone through Ying Wuxia's hands, who was only a split soul that was far inferior to the main body. Thus, for the last few days, Fang Yuan was not only managing his immortal aperture and guiding Hairy Man GU immortals, earning large numbers of sect contribution points, he also made time to enter Luopo Valley every day to temper his soul. Afterwards, he would use Guts GU to heal and strengthen the soul. Danghun Mountain and Luopo Valley were indeed the two sacred lands of soul cultivation proclaimed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Not even 10 days had passed and Fang Yuan's soul foundation had already become quite deep. However, Fang Yuan was still not confident at the moment to test out the trap that might be in his immortal zombie body. Another day went by. Fang Yuan came out of Luopo Valley, and saw an information path GU worm flying towards him. Fang Yuan read it briefly. Lang Yalan's spirit had called for him to discuss important matters. Fang Yuan was immediately joyous, thinking to himself that it was finally here. Actually, he had also been secretly waiting for Lang Yalan's spirit's response. He immediately set out and not long later, he arrived at the first cloud city with the appearance of a hairy man. Lang Yalan's spirit greeted, "You've arrived, come sit over here." Fang Yuan had just sat down when Lang Yalan's spirit spoke again. "I considered your suggestion for some days, and I feel it is quite reasonable. But choosing Earth Trench is not very appropriate. You might not be aware, but currently Earth Trench is in a mess, much more activity there than in the past. Many Northern Plains GU immortals of Righteous Path, Demonic Path or even lone cultivators are hanging out there." Fang Yuan revealed a slightly surprised expression, and deliberately asked while knowing the reason clearly, "What is the reason?" "Because of the battle on Yitian Mountain, each region's zombie alliance has now become an empty shell. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance also disappeared without a trace, inciting many doubts and probes. Zombie Alliance's members seem to have almost all died. The probing GU immortals became more audacious seeing no response. Not only have they already encroached upon Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's cultivation resources, they have also invaded Earth Trench. That is where the final territory of Zombie Alliance is." According to the rumors, a Righteous Path Wisdom Path GU immortal deduced that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters, Dark Flow Giant City, had sunken into Earth Trench and disappeared. Lang Yalan's spirit replied, "So it was like that." Fang Yuan showed a look of realization. "Since that is the case, Earth Trench is now a dangerous territory, it seems my previous suggestion cannot be implemented." While saying this, Fang Yuan inwardly thought, it seems that although Shadow Sect intentionally sacrificed Zombie Alliance, they had also left behind some defensive measures. Like Dark Flow Giant City sinking into Earth Trench. With Shadow Sect's methods, since they could make Dark Flow Giant City sink into Earth Trench, it is probably hidden very well. It will be very difficult for the Northern Plains GU immortals to find it, their efforts might even be in vain. Lang Yalan's spirit continued, "Earth Trench's situation is too complicated, we cannot meddle in it. But your suggestion is still good, I have decided to adopt it. At present, the location I have decided upon is also one of the 10 great fierce areas, this one." Saying this, Lang Ya Land Spirit pointed at a part on the map. Fang Yuan's sight followed Lang Ya Land Spirit's hairy finger to the bottom right part of northern plains. To the southeast of a super force, Guan tribe, and northwest of another, Lu tribe. Fang Yuan's expression had no change, as he inwardly rejoiced, this is it. Chapter 1085, Trip to Taichu. The location pointed out by Lang Ya Land Spirit was Taichu. Fang Yuan's true target was also Taichu. But it was not good for him to say it immediately, he could only beat about the bush, leading Lang Ya Land Spirit to comprehend the answer himself. Taichu was one of the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains. A type of giant grass grew here. This grass was extremely large and sturdy, one stalk of grass could compare to a normal tree of 100 years in age. This giant grass grew everywhere in Taichu. The huge swaths of grass formed into a large primitive jungle. Inside the jungle lived large numbers of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, and one could even see vague indications of immemorial desolate beasts. So even GU Immortals did not dare to intrude. Even those rank 8 GU Immortals had to be careful, a slight slip up in the disturbance could create a beast tide here. Dong Fang Chong Fan had set up his inheritance here for his possession revival plan. Later, Fang Yuan and the rest had also fought an intense battle at Taichu. This place, you should be familiar, right? Lang Ya Land Spirit smiled at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan said, it is indeed somewhat familiar because of Dong Fang Chong Fan's matter. Saying this, he glanced at Lang Ya Land Spirit, the latter clearly knew of this history. I intend to set up a teleportation GU formation here at Taichu. What do you think? Lang Ya Land Spirit asked. Fang Yuan spoke with hesitation. To speak the truth, I don't suggest setting up a GU formation in Taichu. It is because I am slightly familiar with it that I feel we cannot do it. This is a hornet's nest, just a slight commotion can lead to a beast tide. And this beast tide won't be a simple mortal beast tide, it will comprise desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beast. There is even a possibility of attracting immemorial desolate beasts. I had fought here before. But that was because Dong Fang Chong Fan had set a battle stage using an immemorial ruined bat's corpse. The immemorial desolate beast's aura deterred other desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. It was because of this that there was no beast tide. But when the tribulation struck and the immemorial desolate beast's aura was eliminated, that immemorial ruined bat's corpse was immediately split up and devoured by countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. We can see how terrifying Taichu is from this. If we were to set up a teleportation GU formation in Taichu, and set it around the periphery, we might be able to travel back and forth, but our sect's GU Immortals will also be easily sensed by other forces. While if we set the teleportation GU formation inside the inner regions of Taichu, once a battle goes awry, the GU Immortals would not be able to escape. Even if we choose an optimal location that considers these, once the battle's scale enlarges slightly, it will lead to a beast tide which could then be sensed by humans. It is because of these reasons that super forces don't want to touch Taichu. Our sect needs to worry about much more than them. This area is not a good choice. Fang Yuan analyzed the pros and cons of the plan, speaking with a loyal expression as if he wanted to convince Lang Ya Land Spirit. Lang Ya Land Spirit laughed heartily. While laughing, he patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. He laughed for a good while before speaking. Fang Yuan, you are right. But you can be assured, tell me, what is this? Lang Ya Land Spirit looked like he was offering a treasure as he handed an information path GU worm to Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan inspected it, he pretended to have a shocked and joyous expression, stammering, this. This is actually such a detailed map of Taichu. This is truly a godsend at the most crucial moment. No, our sect's foundation is actually that deep. If I had not seen this personally, I might not have believed it. Good kid, has your vision expanded? Lang Ya Land Spirit laughed brightly, as he jumped and waved his hands. Amazing. Fang Yuan gave a thumbs up, expressing in a sincere way. Lang Ya Land Spirit excitedly explained. In the past, to acquire immortal materials from Taichu, my main body made repeated trips there, and after combining his experiences with others' deductions, he got this Taichu map. So it was like that. Fang Yuan looked like he was enlightened. In truth, he was already aware of it. This intel was a small part of what he obtained from the transactions with Shadow Sect. This Taichu map allowed Fang Yuan to plan and intentionally mention Earth Trench, while he was in fact luring Lang Ya Land Spirit's attention to this place. Lang Ya land spirit pointed at the information path GU worm in Fang Yuan's hand. This map not only records all the topography of Taichu, it also records the distribution of the various beast groups. But there is a huge flaw. This map was created a long time ago. There will definitely be many changes in Taichu after all these years. First Supreme Elder is right, I also have this worry. Fang Yuan quickly confirmed. Lang Ya land spirit continued. Aren't you familiar with this place? You are also a human GU immortal with change form immortal GU to boot. I intend to send you there with this map. Lang Ya land spirit had yet to finish speaking when Fang Yuan stood up straight and spoke without hesitation. First Supreme Elder only needs to give me the command. Being able to work for the sect and in such an important matter at that, this is my honor. Lang Ya land spirit laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder, indicating him to be seated. Fang Yuan, you are good, I didn't misjudge you. Rest assured, the sect absolutely won't treat you unfairly. On your trip, act according to the circumstances. The main matter is to inspect Taichu's terrain and improve this Taichu map. If you get the opportunity, you should set up the basic form of the teleportation GU formation at a suitable location. There are 3 locations on the map. These 3 locations mark the areas of the corpses of immemorial desolate beasts. Prioritize in inspecting these 3 locations. If you can set up a teleportation GU formation in one of them, that would be great. Naturally, you need to take care of yourself and move about secretly. Even if you are discovered by humans, never disclose the existence of our sect. Lang Ya land spirit repeatedly reminded. Fang Yuan quickly nodded, even patting his chest in assurance. First Supreme Elder, you can rest at ease. I will make some preparations and set off immediately. Good, good. Lang Ya land spirit laughed loudly, extremely pleased with Fang Yuan. Actually, there was not much to prepare. Lang Ya blessed land's foundation was deep. Fang Yuan was rather at ease placing Luopo Valley, Dang Hun Mountain and Wisdom GU here. Even if there was the spy from Shadow Sect, it would not hamper this situation. The disturbance 6th Hair could create was small, adding on that Shadow Sect was already barely able to take care of itself, it would not dare to invade Lang Ya blessed land. As for Heavenly Court, even if they discovered Lang Ya blessed land, what would they do? During the 5 regions chaotic war, Heavenly Court attacked Lang Ya blessed land and a few times at that. In the end, Feng Juzhe was killed off before they were able to conquer Lang Ya blessed land. Even more importantly, at present, the regional walls still existed in the 5 regions. Inspecting his immortal GU once again, Fang Yuan decided to carry almost all of these immortal GU with him. As for his immortal zombie body, he also brought it with him. His sovereign immortal aperture had enough space to carry them all. Speaking of which, his immortal zombie body was quite a problem, and the spring-autumn cicada inside was even more of a problem. Spring-autumn cicada was currently sealed by some unknown methods. It was unable to absorb the water of the river of time and could only bear its hunger passively, gradually falling towards the abyss of destruction. Not only this, spring-autumn cicada still had heaven's will in it. Fang Yuan already knew about this from the transaction. He also knew of much precious information regarding heaven's will. These were huge gains. I have the sovereign immortal aperture, which is a small world independent of the outside world. But right now, I am carrying spring-autumn cicada and large numbers of snow monsters filled with heaven's will. There will definitely be obstructions when I go to Taichu. Just like when I was hurrying back from southern border, I met the cloud beasts, was pursued by Qi Zai and so on. Fang Yuan understood this clearly. He was no longer ignorant regarding heaven's will, instead, he knew a lot. Heaven's will was not omnipotent, heaven's will had its own restrictions. After understanding heaven's will, the threat of heaven's will decreased immensely. After all, an unknown enemy was the most troublesome. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The first earthly calamities might had sharply increased. Fang Yuan knew that was heaven's will trying to eradicate him. But he underwent tribulation in the northern icy plain which unknowingly had helped him a lot. The reason was, a large portion of the earthly calamity had been influenced by reckless savages' true meaning, taking over the role of heaven's will, forming into iron crown eagles, ruin bats and so on. Only the snow monsters were formed from heaven's will. Their bodies held purely heaven's will, they would not rest until they eradicated Fang Yuan. The influence of reckless savages' true meaning had weakened the dangers of the snow monsters by a large degree. Currently, these snow monsters were still in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Each of them held heaven's will, like spring-autumn cicada. When Fang Yuan went outside, he would be as clear as a torch in the darkness to Heaven's will's perception. Heaven's will cannot make a move by itself, unless it is during calamities or tribulations. When I go out now, Heaven's will would definitely influence others to kill me. I will deal with whatever it sends when the time comes. Bright light flashed. In the central region of Dragon Elephant Plain, a young-looking GU Immortal appeared out of thin air. He wore snow-white clothes, his face looked mild like jade, his dark hair reached down to his waist, and he had a pair of dark eyes which seemed to have unfathomable depths. He was GU Fang Yuan. I am out. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, and immediately activated defensive GU worms and investigative GU worms. Many types of investigative methods were activated together. His gaze scanned all directions, and his perception covered everything within 10,000 steps. It was temporarily safe. Ever since Xianxia Blessed Land migrated from Crescent Lake, its exact location was only known by Xianxia Land Spirit. This was among the greatest secrets of Xianxia Blessed Land. The Land Spirit would not tell anyone. But he had also arranged several teleportation GU formations outside, facilitating transportation between the inside and the outside world. This response was much wiser than the previous Xianxia Land Spirit. One of Xianxia Blessed Land's teleportation GU formations was set up at Fengbo Cliff. Now, Fang Yuan learned of the location of a second teleportation GU formation. It was this place, Northern Plains Dragon Elephant Plain. I need to get a move on. It is not safe to stay for long at this place. At Fang Yuan's will, GU worms started to fly inside his immortal aperture. His figure shot upwards like an arrow. His field of vision immediately expanded, and as he looked below him, Dragon Elephant Plain's terrain entered his vision. Dragon Elephant Plain had a flat terrain and an extraordinary majesty to it. There was plenty of water and lush vegetation. Dragon elephant groups were scattered everywhere. This was a famous habitat of dragon elephants in northern plains, and was under the control of a nearby super force. Grand rivers and hills, such a beautiful sight. Fang Yuan praised, before hiding his figure and flying away. Chapter 1086, Speed. A few minutes later, Fang Yuan had already left Dragon Elephant Plain. He saw a huge field of clouds in front of him. Fang Yuan subconsciously slowed down. He was very cautious of white clouds now, ever since he encountered those pesky cloud beasts in southern border. Learning from experience, Fang Yuan became very wary of large areas of clouds. After inspecting them, Fang Yuan relaxed. The clouds had no problems. He flew into them. His vision was covered by the thick white clouds. But it was all right. Fang Yuan had investigative methods to use. Be it hearing or sound waves, or even using his consciousness, he could fly freely inside the clouds without feeling like a lost insect. GU Immortals had access to most mortal methods. They could deal with many situations. Fang Yuan's speed fell. He stopped all movement. Next, thoughts flickered in his mind as he activated countless GU worms in his immortal aperture. Large numbers of mortal GU moved like a storm, creating a huge, bloody tornado in the sovereign immortal aperture. The core immortal GU flew up next. Rank 6 Blood Acid Immortal GU. It descended like a ruler with imposing aura. The rest of the mortal GU were assistants, creating the immortal killer move that Fang Yuan was activating, Blood Torrent. Blood-red light rushed out of Fang Yuan's body, before turning into liquid, forming a river of bloody water. The blood carried Fang Yuan and tore through the clouds, moving forward rapidly. The speed was so fast, completely at a different level to before. Earlier, when Fang Yuan left Dragon Elephant Plain, that place was within a Righteous Path Super Force's territory. He did not use an immortal killer move. Because most immortal killer moves would leak strong aura from them, attention would be drawn to him. Thus, Fang Yuan only used mortal killer moves when leaving Dragon Elephant Plain, Xiong TKs. But now, after leaving it, he could finally use an immortal killer move. His speed rose sharply. He moved ahead rapidly. A long bloody trail was drawn out, but it was concealed by the thick clouds. It could not be seen from the outside. This was the advantage of flying in the clouds. If not for the cloud cover, Fang Yuan could only conceal his tracks. Openly flying like this was too attention-grabbing. In a short moment, this huge area of clouds was pierced through by Fang Yuan. He had already traveled past an enormous distance. Outside of the cloud layer, Fang Yuan stopped using Blood Torrent. During this time period, Blood Path demonic immortals could not display themselves. They had to be concealed. Blood Path was a target of attack from all over. Fang Yuan did not want to attract trouble due to blood path. Especially when Heaven's will was locked onto him. Unless I can modify blood torrent and prevent others from sensing its blood path nature. Fang Yuan had a thought. Actually, he had already modified blood torrent again. While cultivating in Langya blessed land, Fang Yuan had been practicing his blood path killer moves and strength path killer moves. One day, Fang Yuan had an inspiration when practicing. He modified blood torrent. Originally, when using blood torrent, hundreds of mortal GU would appear around Fang Yuan, flying around in a big circle. After modification, these mortal GU flew in a spiral in his immortal aperture. This was a small change, but it fixed one of its major flaws. Flying around the GU immortal meant it could be easily attacked and destroyed, but being in the immortal aperture was safe. Just this alone showed great improvement. But blood torrent was still very eye-catching. When flying in the sky, it created a long river of blood. Anyone would notice it. It would even emit a strong and foul bloody smell that would make one puke. If these flaws were not fixed, blood torrent could not be widely used. If the light of wisdom could be used, these modifications could be done overnight. But Fang Yuan was unsure of the safety of the immortal zombie body at this time. It was fine with clouds covering it, but without clouds, Fang Yuan would not use blood torrent. He activated Sword Escape Immortal GU. Rank 7 Sword Escape Immortal GU. Fang Yuan flew forward like a sword. Compared to blood torrent, he was even faster now. Just Sword Escape Immortal GU alone surpassed a rank 6 blood path killer move. Even though with his cultivation level, using Sword Escape Immortal GU with Green Grape Immortal Essence was not worth it, Fang Yuan was very firm on doing this. The biggest factor of this trip was speed. Speed, speed. He had to move quickly. It was because of Heaven's will. Heaven's will follows the way of heaven, taking away surpluses while replenishing deficits. It treats me as an eyesore. But the way of heaven has its own rules and regulations. Heaven's will has to follow certain rules and is limited to an extent. Heaven's will cannot act casually. It can only attack me directly during calamities and tribulations. Normally, Heaven's will can only engineer situations and circumstances to kill me. How can Heaven's will create such situations? By affecting the living beings of this world. Like in the past, when Fang Yuan was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was affected by Mo Yao's fake will. Heaven's will was vast and omnipresent. It could affect other life forms. This influence was on the subconscious level. It was very situational. In most situations, decisions were made in an instant. Heaven's will could influence countless life forms, and countless decisions that they make. Through many subtle influences, these life forms could gather together into a force that would be fatal. But this way, to influence others and set up fatal traps, time was needed. Therefore, Fang Yuan emphasized on speed. The faster he was, the less time Heaven's will had to influence other life forms and create situations to deal with him. During the journey from southern border to northern plains, Fang Yuan did not know this. He also lacked movement methods, especially at the start. It gave Heaven's will a lot of time to set things up. Now that Fang Yuan knew Heaven's will's weaknesses, he naturally made use of them. This was an effective method that Shadow Sect used against Heaven's will. Shadow Sect followed a key principle: accumulating in secret, striking at once like a volcano, moving as fast as lightning, achieving one's goal. Fang Yuan learned fully from this. To deal with Heaven's will, Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul are the best role model. They are my enemies, but these enemies have aspects in which they are superior to me. I naturally must abandon bias and learn from them. And I have a huge advantage compared to Shadow Sect. I am a complete otherworldly demon. Shadow Sect members have to think about themselves when acting and use self-will to cleanse themselves from Heaven's will's hidden influence. But I do not need to. As a complete otherworldly demon, Heaven's will cannot influence me. To guard against Heaven's will, Fang Yuan used Sword Escape, disregarding the intense immortal essence consumption. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had preserved most of his accumulated cultivation resources. He was raking in money daily. It could be said he was very affluent. Even though he needed to build and manage his own immortal aperture, most of his plans had not started yet. Treasure Yellow Heaven was closed now. The things he could get from Langya sects. Inventory were limited. Fang Yuan tore through the sky, bursting with a sharp sound along the way. He seemed to have turned into a flying sword, roaming the desolate plains with peerless sharpness. Suddenly, there was a growl filled with pain and fear. An ancient desolate beast was escaping for its life. A wild rank 7 immortal GU was chasing it. The two entered Fang Yuan's vision. In front was a horned six-winged Pegasus, while the wild immortal Gu behind was a dragon centipede. A four-winged Pegasus was a beast emperor, while a six-winged Pegasus was a desolate beast, one with a horn on its forehead and 6 wings on its back was an ancient desolate beasts. And this dragon centipede was 7 li long. It has a centipede body and a dragon head. There were countless legs split across the two sides of its body, moving continuously. It had a hard bronze shell. Under the light of the sun, shining and dazzling golden color could be seen. It was very bold and grand looking. Some wild immortal Gu lived in desolate beasts and desolate plants, absorbing their nutrients, living in coexistence while treating them as food. But this was only the majority of cases. The dragon centipede was a fierce and savage wild immortal Gu. It directly captured desolate beasts and desolate plants, treating them as prey, surviving through hunting. This was the only dragon centipede immortal Gu in the world. It was rank 7, it was capturing ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants to fill its stomach. Fang Yuan was flying straight ahead. This pair appeared right in front of him, blocking his path. Something happened after all. Fang Yuan snickered internally. Last time was a cloud beast group. This time, it was a horned six-winged Pegasus and the wild dragon centipede immortal Gu. Wild immortal Gu had low intelligence. Even though they had their own will, they were easily influenced by heaven's will. The horned six-winged Pegasus was an ancient desolate beast. Beasts like horses mostly had higher intelligence. It was harder for heaven's will to influence them. But now, it was escaping and moving without thinking. Heaven's will only needed to influence it slightly to change the direction that the horned six-winged Pegasus was escaping. These two were here to block Fang Yuan's path. The Pegasus was escaping for its life. It would try its best to crush all obstacles ahead. And the dragon centipede's gaze was also on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's Gu immortal aura was apparent. He was a ranked 6 Gu immortal. His aura was much weaker than the horned six-winged Pegasus. But his sword path aura was also strong, coming from the ranked 7 sword escape immortal Gu. This attracted the dragon centipede more. Because the dragon centipede was full of sword path Dao marks as well. Its countless limbs contained sword path Dao marks, allowing it to carry tens of thousands of swords with it. Once it coiled around its prey, these sharp swords would attack from all directions, creating bloody holes in the ancient desolate beast. It was very fierce. Fang Yuan's reaction was at lightning speed. He instantly stored sword escape immortal Gu. The aura vanished instantly. The dragon centipede was confused, but its focus was still on him. After all, in its long life of hunting, it had encountered many prey which could conceal its aura. Fang Yuan's body shook, as countless figures appeared. Convergence of enslavement and strength path, immortal killer move, myriad self. In the earlier transactions, Fang Yuan had obtained many strength path immortal Gu. His strongest method from back then had returned. Even though he did not have cleansed soul immortal Gu, Fang Yuan used other mortal Gu to replace it. Myriad self's power fell, but at this moment, it was very useful in confusing his enemies. Countless Fang Yuans flew around the place, like a school of fish swimming in the sea, scattering around after encountering a huge whale. The dragon centipede was even more confused now. Its speed fell for a moment. Next, its 7 li long body attacked like a whip. Countless strength path phantoms of Fang Yuan were destroyed. The horned six-winged Pegasus also crushed many of Fang Yuan's phantoms as it rapidly escaped. The dragon centipede saw that the Pegasus was escaping. Its attention was focused on it once more. The two escaped and chased, quickly getting out of Fang Yuan's vision. His true body descended. With a thought, countless Fang Yuan phantoms dissipated at once. Move. Fang Yuan activated sword escape again, flying into the sky, leaving. Chapter 1087. A goat explores Taichu. Fang Yuan traveled day and night without rest. When seeing thick cloud cover, he used blood torrent. Most of the time, he used sword escape immortal Gu. He passed several dangerous areas along the way. There were also lone Gu immortals or super forces around. Fang Yuan did not dare to use immortal Gu openly. He used mortal killer moves. His strategy was correct. After the horned six-winged Pegasus and wild dragon centipede, no other unexpected surprises occurred. Heaven's will needed time to lay out traps. On the other hand, there was a limit for Heaven's will's influence on other life forms. Like the influence on the horned six-winged Pegasus and wild dragon centipede, Heaven's will could not order either of them to attack Fang Yuan. Heaven's will's influence was based off situational decisions. Fang Yuan's speed was very fast. Heaven's will could not create obstacles in time. Heaven's will could think and plot. This was because of star constellation Immortal Venerable. According to the intel provided by Shadow Sect, before star constellation Immortal Venerable, Heaven's will was much easier to deal with. But after her, Heaven's will became much more crafty. Thus, Fang Yuan was not purely flying straight ahead. He curved and took detours, moving forward in arcs. If he moved straight, his route would be easily deduced by Heaven's will. It would lay out dangers along the way and wait for Fang Yuan to fall in. In fact, Heaven's will might even deduce that Fang Yuan's true destination was Taichu and set up arrangements there. That would be dangerous. Not only would Fang Yuan be unable to complete the sect mission, his life would be in danger. However, with Fang Yuan's fast advancement, Heaven's will could not stop him. Of course, Fang Yuan would not purposely backtrack. If Heaven's will formed an arrangement that was behind him, he would be going into a trap that he had already evaded. That would be stupid. This way, his route was very far, the total length of his journey was extended multiple times. However, in the end, Fang Yuan's speed was still very fast. Thus, 3 days after encountering the wild dragon centipede Immortal Gu, along the horizon, Taichu entered Fang Yuan's vision. Taichu was in sight. A vast amount of ordinary grass formed a huge yellow plain. Taichu's appearance was like a jade-green tower standing tall in a thick forest. In this yellow plain, it was very eye-catching. As Fang Yuan got closer, the green Taichu expanded in the horizon, becoming bigger in Fang Yuan's field of vision. It was like dye that was spreading rapidly on paper. Eventually, Taichu filled Fang Yuan's vision completely. A vast amount of giant grass covered this area. Figures of beasts were roaming inside, tigers were roaring as wolves howled, there was a stream of continuous noise. Far and wide, it was a grand scene of the wilderness. At this moment, there was no point for Fang Yuan to hide it from Heaven's will. His speed became slower, he stopped using Immortal Gu, directly entering Taichu. Compared to the giant grass, he was tiny. Compared to the entirety of Taichu, he was like a fly that had entered a palace. The lush giant grass blocked out the sky. The entirety of Taichu was concealing an unknown number of fierce beasts and mutated plants. There was a commotion ahead, it seemed like a beast tide was about to form. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, activating Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu Dark Limit. It could conceal aura and hide from others to prevent deductions, it could also hide one from Heaven's will to a degree. Change form Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan turned into a coiling mountain goat, entering Taichu. The commotion ahead slowly faded. If Heaven's will could feel emotions, it must be shocked and furious now. Fang Yuan smiled, before shaking his head and sighing, unfortunately, Heaven's will has no emotions. Dark Limit Immortal Gu helped Fang Yuan greatly. Back then, when He Lu Lan was still immortal, she relied on this Immortal Gu to conceal her great strength true martial physique aura, thus surviving. Why did the calamities and tribulations of the 10 extreme physiques surpass ordinary people? Because Heaven's will takes away surpluses while replenishing deficits, it did not want an existence like one of the 10 extreme physique to upset the balance of the world. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture surpassed the 10 extreme physiques. The power of his calamities and tribulations were much greater than the 10 extreme physiques. Even Dark Limit Immortal Gu had limited effect. Fang Yuan suddenly thought, Fairy Zhang Yu was a member of Shadow Sect. To resist Heaven's will, Shadow Sect definitely had many tools such as Dark Limit Immortal Gu. If Ying Wuxia can escape from this predicament and make use of Shadow Sect's remnant forces, his future might be unhindered, he would have an easier time ahead. He had turned into a coiling mountain goat. This was a common desolate beast in Taichu. Even though he was in disguise, he blended in perfectly. Unlike his Gu immortal body, which was completely different and eye-catching in Taichu. Soon, he encountered a desolate beast. A golden sand dark stallion. This was a huge horse. Its body was larger than the coiling mountain goat that Fang Yuan became. It has bulging muscles and strong bones, its skin was dark gold, it had 6 hooves that were dark and deep. The golden sand dark stallion was eating grass. Sensing the coiling mountain goat that Fang Yuan had turned into, the golden sand dark stallion raised its head, observing this uninvited guest. Desolate beasts had their respective territories. The coiling mountain goat had invaded the golden sand dark stallion's territory. But the golden sand dark stallion did not eat meat, it also had a calm temperament. The coiling mountain goat was also a herbivore. The golden sand dark stallion subconsciously felt that the coiling mountain goat had no threat. But it was still very alert. It stared at Fang Yuan until he went far away from it, before lowering its head to eat grass again. Fang Yuan chose to become a coiling mountain goat. He had considered it deeply. Actually, in northern plains, there were lots of wolf desolate beasts, but if he became a desolate beast wolf, he would face an intense reaction from the golden sand dark stallion. Getting past the golden sand dark stallion, Fang Yuan continued to move forward. He had already memorized the map of Taichu. Even in the case that he could not remember something, he had it copied in many information path GU worms in his immortal aperture. The first location is in the southeast direction. Fang Yuan looked around, but the giant grass became taller and taller. The giant grass in the periphery were tall as trees, but as he went in, the giant grass became as tall as towers. The giant grass in the center of Taichu were as tall as hills or mountains. The coiling mountain goat's body was not small, but as Fang Yuan went deeper, the surrounding giant grass became taller and thicker. The coiling mountain goat looked smaller and petite. Along the way, Fang Yuan encountered many desolate beasts. These desolate beasts were either in groups or alone. Most of them were herbivores, but there were some carnivores as well. Fang Yuan made use of his mind. His intelligence far surpassed desolate beasts. Thus, after some hurdles, he managed to get through them. Ba ba ba. The cries of goats entered Fang Yuan's ears. In the grass ahead, there was a huge group of coiling mountain goats. Fang Yuan sighed in his mind. It seems that I am deep into Taichu already. This is the first large group of desolate beasts I've seen. This goat group had about 100 of them together. Some were eating grass, some were lying on the ground sunbathing, while some young ones were playing around. Fang Yuan entered their field of vision. The wild coiling mountain goats looked at him. This was the first time they were seeing this unknown goat. Fang Yuan moved carefully. Even though he had changed form Immortal GU, there was a hidden threat. If one of the goats in this group had a wild investigative Immortal GU, and could see through Fang Yuan's concealment, it would be a disaster. To play safe, Fang Yuan secretly activated Attitude GU. Immediately, the goat group felt Fang Yuan's attitude, and looked at him with warmer gazes. Fang Yuan took a few steps forward. There were several young desolate beast coiling mountain goats that ran to him, observing him with huge curious eyes. Two of them were running around Fang Yuan, jumping around. Fang Yuan walked away from them safely, leaving the goat group. The young coiling mountain goats moved with him for a while. As he got away from the goats, they were called back by their parents and returned. Fang Yuan sighed as he felt some pity. If he could bring 2 or 3 of these younglings with him, and raise them inside the sovereign immortal aperture, that would be great. Regretfully, he did not have a chance to do so. Leaving the territory of the coiling mountain goats, Fang Yuan was very close to the first location indicated on the map already. He was not careless. He inspected himself. Dark Limit Immortal Gu's power of concealment is weakening, but it can still last for some time. Fang Yuan had an accurate assessment. After activating Dark Limit Immortal GU once, it needed to rest for some time before Fang Yuan could use it again. Its power was left behind in Fang Yuan, concealing his aura. But as time passed, or due to other forces, the concealment would weaken. And depending on the target, the protection effect varied. For example, it had been more effective on He Lu Lan when she was immortal. If used on Dark Path GU Immortals, the effect would be lower. If used on GU Immortals of other paths, the effect would be even worse. Thankfully, Fang Yuan's Dao marks did not conflict, otherwise, the effect would be horrible. In conclusion, Fang Yuan had to complete his mission while Dark Limit Immortal Gu's power was still concealing him. Otherwise, after the concealment fades, Heaven's will would focus on him, and the countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts would attack Fang Yuan together. The situation would be dire. After a moment, Fang Yuan got close to the first location. Before reaching, Fang Yuan already knew that the location had completely changed. Because the map indicated that there was the corpse of an immemorial desolate beast, a Qi Grand Lion, here. What guarded the corpse was a group of Qi Grand Lions. They were a mix of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. But the hill-like corpse was gone. There were no Qi Grand Lions either. Fang Yuan used his investigative killer moves and heard some faint wolf howls. Desolate beast black blood wolves. In this scale, at least 30 of them. A group of desolate beast wolves. Even though the size was not large, they are fierce carnivores. The territory of wolves was larger. Fang Yuan did not need to observe them from close by. he just needed to use mortal investigative methods and hearing to get a lot of information. Within this group of desolate beast wolves, there might be wild immortal GU, but they could not be activated at will. Compared to GU immortals who controlled immortal GU, it was a different story. Fang Yuan thought to himself, the first location has changed. Be it the immemorial desolate beast level Qi Grand Lion's corpse, those desolate beasts, or the ancient desolate beast Qi Grand Lions, they have all vanished for some reason. 300,000 years later, a small group of black blood wolves are occupying this place. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he gave up on this place. He took a detour past the wolf group's territory, heading to the second destination. Chapter 1088, A Monkey Achieves Success. One day later, Taichu. This place, Fang Yuan's hands were holding onto a giant strand of grass that was hundreds of meters tall. He climbed upon it and looked afar. There was a trunk of a huge tree ahead, resembling a giant ship that was washed ashore. But the tree only had part of its trunk left, it was dark and in ruins, it seemed to have been hit by lightning. Fang Yuan's appearance had also changed greatly. He had turned into a monkey. A fire-swallowing monkey, an ancient desolate beast. Even though he was not big, he was not to be trifled with. Fang Yuan had stopped using the coiling mountain goat's appearance. The coiling mountain goat could not enter deep into Taichu, this was a place where ancient desolate beasts roamed. Fire-swallowing monkey was a special case. It was strong, but only ate fire, thus it roamed around the place. It did not compete with other desolate beasts for food, it was a suitable disguise for Fang Yuan. Without becoming a fire-swallowing monkey, Fang Yuan could not move in here. Thousand Snakes Haze Tree, Fang Yuan looked into the distance as he muttered. This was the third destination on the Taichu map. The first location was occupied by a group of desolate beast black blood wolves. The second area was empty, it was a region between two carnivorous groups. Fang Yuan's current location was the final one marked on the map. There was once a Thousand Snakes Haze Tree here. This tree was like a mountain, occupying a huge area. It was immemorial level, with 70,770 branches, the branches were like long snakes. At the tips of the branches, there were snake heads. The roots of this tree was deeply buried in the earth, they were thousands of meters long. It ate passing desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts as food. When hunting, the tens of thousands of branches would dance around, moving like slithering snakes, coiling around the prey and strangling them to death, before sucking up their blood to survive. For the longest time, the countless life forms that died under the tree rotted and piled into a mountain. Their grudge was overwhelming, the place was filled with a dark aura. Positive and negative energy are drawn to each other. Whenever there was a storm, grand heavenly lightning would strike on the Thousand Snakes Haze Tree. It was fine if it were ordinary storms, but if it was unlucky and met with an extraordinary heavenly lightning bolt, the result would be disastrous. The Thousand Snakes Haze Tree had no natural enemies, it was at immemorial desolate beast level, it dominated its territory, it might have attracted the attention of heaven's will, resulting in lightning strikes. In any case, 300,000 years ago, there was a huge fire in Taichu. This Thousand Snakes Haze Tree was burned and resembled an erupting volcano, it lit the sky of the surroundings, for months without ceasing. But this Thousand Snakes Haze Tree isn't dead yet. There was a dark and wary gaze in Fang Yuan's eyes. When Long Hair Ancestor was alive, he left this Taichu map behind, it was 300,000 years old. This Thousand Snakes Haze Tree had lived for 300,000 years, it was not dead yet, there was still signs of life in it. Man is the spirit of all living beings, but our vitality, lifespan, body, and soul, are far inferior to other beings. This Thousand Snakes Haze Tree has the strongest vitality. It is still alive even after the lightning and fires. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Right now, the Thousand Snakes Haze Tree was completely lying on the ground. More than half of its tree trunk was rotten, a few li remained. The complete Thousand Snakes Haze Tree was taller than a mountain if it was upright, the attacking range of its branches and vines covered an enormous surrounding area. Fang Yuan could acutely sense that on this segment of the Thousand Snakes Haze Tree, dozens of branches were still alive. They were like pythons, coiling and moving around slowly. If any prey entered their range, they would strike swiftly, killing the prey. Even though the Thousand Snakes Haze Tree was in a sad state, it was still an immemorial desolate plant, it was easy to kill ancient desolate beasts and desolate beast groups. Fang Yuan observed for a while and discovered something new. Fortune and disaster really comes together. The complete Thousand Snakes Haze Tree killed many life forms and created a mountain of corpses, causing the lightning to strike it. But this thousand snakes haze tree only has this tiny segment left, it can only hunt a limited number of prey, yin qi and grudge are not accumulated here, thus no lightning struck it again. That was the reason why this thousand snakes haze tree was still around in the world. But Fang Yuan frowned gradually. He took a huge risk in coming to Taichu, it was to find a suitable location to set up the transportation GU formation. There were 3 locations indicated in Taichu for Fang Yuan to visit. The first 2 were gone, and the third was unsuitable. Because the thousand snakes haze tree was still alive. This was an immemorial desolate plant, it had incredible battle strength, rivaling rank 8 GU immortals. Even if it were the weakest of all rank 8 beings, Fang Yuan could not defeat it. This was a huge problem for Langya sect's plan. If they fought here, a beast tide might happen. That means, I completed part of my mission, and failed a part. Even though I made Taichu's map more accurate and eliminated 3 locations, I did not find a location that suited Langya sect in setting up the transportation GU formation. It can't be helped, Dark Limit Immortal Gu's power is weakening, I should leave first. I will return to explore Taichu again another time. If he could succeed this time, that would be best. After all, Fang Yuan's recent situation was not bad, he had no immediate internal or external threats. If he did not succeed, by the next time, Fang Yuan would not have much time or energy to spare. He was very busy. Managing an immortal aperture was a huge job, he also had his own cultivation to worry about, he had to settle his immortal zombie body's problem, as well as turn Fang Zheng's mindset. It could not be helped. Most things in life did not go according to one's wishes. Fang Yuan slowly left, he chose the direction closest to the exit and took his leave. But the problem was, after Fang Yuan moved for a while, he discovered some peculiarities. First, 2 ancient desolate beasts were fighting, causing a huge commotion. Next, 3 desolate beast groups were also facing each other, they were about to erupt into battle. And unfortunately, these 3 desolate beast groups were blocking Fang Yuan's path. These all point to the occurrence of a beast tide. The protection of Dark Limit Immortal GU on my body has weakened to this degree. Even though Heaven's Will cannot detect my location, it already known the general location. Thus, it is creating a beast tide, to wreak havoc Taichu. It wants to use this chance to expose me. That's right, I have spring autumn cicada and large numbers of snow monsters with me, they all have Heaven's Will. Even though they are restricted inside my immortal aperture, the Heaven's Will inside can resonate with the parts in the outside world. He had somewhat underestimated Heaven's Will's power. Logically speaking, any immortal aperture world, be it a blessed land or grotto heaven, was independent, they had nothing to do with the world of the 5 regions. Heaven's Will could not interfere in these small worlds. But now Fang Yuan knew, if Heaven's Will existed in these small worlds, then it could cause a resonance with the Heaven's Will in the outside world, collaborating with one another. Using Heaven's Will's connection, and with Dark Limit Immortal Gu's weakening, even though Heaven's Will could not find Fang Yuan's location, it could create a huge beast tide that could seek out Fang Yuan, before eliminating him mercilessly. Experiments lead to the truth. Or maybe, the intel provided by Shadow Sect regarding Heaven's Will was not complete. I cannot stay here, Fang Yuan thought as he moved. He stretched out his monkey arms, jumping on giant grass strands, moving away from the beast groups, evading Heaven's Will's trap. But he was bound to fail. It was too late. The 2 ancient desolate beasts fought and went towards the beast groups that were in conflict. A huge chaotic battle started as a result. The impact of the chaotic battle affected the surroundings, triggering even more chaos. As the havoc grew, a beast tide formed, rampaging towards Fang Yuan. The beast tide was terrifying. Be it desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they were in a frenzied state. They were in a berserk state, only listening to their survival instincts as they growled frenziedly, roaring. Prey began to attack the predator. Many beast groups that had lived together were now broken apart, there was no order left. Large numbers of desolate beasts scattered in fear, a strong force was forming. This force brought along other fierce beasts, even if they were unwilling to, they could not help themselves. A moment later, this force became stronger and stronger, it was like an unstoppable flood. Sweeping everything, anything that stood before this force, be it desolate beast or ancient desolate beast, was decimated. Fang Yuan felt like he was a small plank floating on top of raging waters. He could not help himself, he could only move forward along with the beast tide. He had to continue his disguise, if he was exposed, Heaven's will would overwhelm him using the beast tide. By then, even if he had unlimited immortal essence and a large number of immortal GU with him, he would die without an intact corpse. He was only a rank 6 GU immortal who had passed one earthly calamity. Even though Fang Yuan had change form and attitude GU, and even familiar face, simply disguising himself was not enough. Dark limit immortal Gu's power was fading. By some point, Fang Yuan would be exposed to Heaven's will. He could not expose himself, that was courting death. But he could not stay hidden forever, that was waiting for death. Fang Yuan was in deep danger, he could not find any solutions for the moment. Maybe I can take a risk for a chance of survival. He suddenly had a thought. If there was no other choice, he could only do this. Entrusting his hope in blood torrent and sword escape immortal GU. But this was deep inside Taichu. Desolate beasts were everywhere, and ancient desolate beasts were also high in number. Heaven's will had too many options, it could choose and influence them, it could block Fang Yuan easily. At this time, the beast tide suddenly changed directions, it was moving forward before, but now, it turned at an angle. This is, Fang Yuan looked ahead, joy was showing in his round monkey eyes. He looked at the mountain-like red corpse in front, there were still buds of blue flames burning on the bones, the heat was concealed and there was no warmth at all, but Fang Yuan felt a deep sense of danger. This was an immemorial desolate beast's corpse. It seemed to have just died, the immemorial aura was overwhelming, even the beast tide avoided it subconsciously. Truly a surprise when I least expected it, hope is just around the corner. At this moment, Fang Yuan really wanted to laugh loudly. Chapter 1089, Formation Path Great Grandmaster. Fly, the fire-swallowing monkey's body moved agilely in the air, it jumped up and flew away from the beast tide under the concealment of smoke and dust, getting close to the immemorial desolate beast's corpse. From the appearance, it resembled an elephant corpse. Tattered gray-blue elephant skin hung over flesh and blood that had dried and rotted. Its white skeleton formed a rack, and with the skin, a giant tent was made. This was a half-collapsed tent, there was an intense aura from within it. When this immemorial desolate beast was still alive, it must have undergone a fierce battle. Fang Yuan had a question in his mind. What could have killed this immemorial desolate beast? He was currently very close to the center of Taichu. This was one of the 10 great fierce areas in northern plains, it was very dangerous and its contents were unknown. The immemorial desolate beasts hidden in it made even super forces feel headache. After all, immemorial desolate beasts had battle strength equal to rank 8 GU immortals. And among super forces, only a few had rank 8 GU immortals. In the huge northern plains, there were only 5 rank 8 GU immortals in the open. Even if he was at the periphery of Taichu, if he was careless, he would trigger a beast tide. Immemorial desolate beast and beast tides, these two reasons were why northern plains GU immortal forces refused to meddle in here. Fang Yuan got closer to the immemorial desolate elephant's corpse. Compared to this huge corpse, Fang Yuan was like a fly, he flew towards the tattered gray-blue tent. There was no wind, but Fang Yuan felt his pressure increasing. A formless force was repelling Fang Yuan in waves, he felt like he was moving against a tide, as he entered deep into the sea. After getting close, Fang Yuan started to hear things. All he could hear was the ebb and flow of waves. Water path Dao marks. Fang Yuan was slightly shaken. Undoubtedly, this immemorial desolate elephant had an abundant number of water path Dao marks. Even though the immemorial desolate elephant was dead, the water path Dao marks in its bones and skin were left. They were affecting this area at all times. Fang Yuan had seen the corpse of an immemorial desolate beast before, it was during Dong Fang Chong Fan's tribulation. Back then, the immemorial ruin bat's corpse was modified by Dong Fang Chong Fan, thus, Fang Yuan did not have the same feeling as now. Inside the Super GU formation of Earth Trench, Fang Yuan had obtained a number of immemorial immortal materials. These immortal materials had lots of Dao marks in them, lights of Dao marks could even be seen with the naked eye. But these immortal materials were just a small portion. In terms of the number of Dao marks, they could not compare to this immemorial desolate elephant's corpse which was nearly complete. The number of accumulated Dao marks in an immemorial desolate beast was quite terrifying. And most importantly, this immemorial desolate beast had died just recently. Thus, Fang Yuan felt a repulsive feeling, it was hard to get close to it. When immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants stay in a place for long, their Dao marks would affect the environment, and change it gradually. Fang Yuan's thoughts flashed quickly, His legs did not stop moving, he maneuvered and tried to get as close as possible. Because of these water path Dao marks, there was no wind. Around the entire corpse, there was silence, with no signs of life. After this area is completely transformed, it will have thick fog, a lake might even form, and countless plants and wild beasts would start living here. Fang Yuan concluded that this area was still not stable. The immemorial desolate elephant's Dao marks were subtly changing the environment of the surroundings. This process could take decades, centuries, or even millennia. During this process, the immemorial desolate elephant's water path Dao marks would dissipate. The surrounding area would also reject Dao marks of all other paths, with water path remaining primarily. Eventually, the water path Dao marks in the surroundings and the water path Dao marks left in the immemorial desolate elephant's body would reach an equilibrium. The desolate elephant's corpse would stop breaking down, the remaining water path Dao marks would stop decreasing, it would, instead, be nurtured by the environment. Other than Fang Yuan, there were no traces of plants or animals. Fang Yuan was very out of place now. The beast tide suddenly became chaotic. They were moving forward initially, but now they were starting to get messy. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, he watched as he focused. But the beast tide was only messy for a moment before it returned to normal. It was like a tidal wave, going around this corpse and crashing elsewhere. Everywhere it went, grass and trees fell, smoke and dust rose, it was a pitiful sight. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, he thought, it seems that Shadow Sect's intel is correct. Even though desolate beasts are easily influenced by heaven's will, the effect is small in the short run. The beast tide has already formed, even if heaven's will discovers me, it cannot control the beast tide to charge at the immemorial desolate beast corpse. Over here, I am safe. A moment later, Fang Yuan stopped moving. He looked around, raising his head. At this distance, it was perfect, he was neither too far nor too close to the immemorial desolate corpse. Most importantly, there was a reaction in Fang Yuan's GU worms. Before leaving, Lang Ya land spirit had given him a set of GU worm to set up the area. The GU worms which were reacting now were specialized investigative GU worms. If they sensed a suitable location for the formation, they would send out sound and vibrations that only the GU Immortal could hear. Set up the formation, Fang Yuan stopped moving forward, he stood still and injected Immortal essence into his GU worms. One after another, Immortal GU were activated. Some flew out of Fang Yuan's Immortal aperture, circling around him. Some were dancing in the air within Fang Yuan's Immortal aperture, staying inside. Lights of Immortal origin were shining, it was a beautiful scene. A great amount of concentration was needed, Fang Yuan had to stop his transformation and show his true form. Heaven's will raged, it had uncovered Fang Yuan, thunder was rumbling in the sky. But it was futile. Heaven's will could only act in itself when a GU Immortal was undergoing tribulation. Fang Yuan was not undergoing tribulation now, he was also not using the hairy man nature GU refinement technique to refine Immortal GU. Traces of smoke were dancing, mysterious sounds were resounding. With Fang Yuan as the center, a huge seven-colored spiral was formed, it looked like fog, while also looking like a tide, it was a grand scene with unparalleled beauty. The spiral became larger and larger, expanding in an orderly fashion. GU worms were arranged in the rainbow light, some were buried in the soil, some were left on the ground, some turned phantom and were floating in the air, some were even sealed in the air, they could not be seen with the naked eye. A vast number of GU worms were arranged at lightning speed. Fang Yuan was mainly the Immortal essence provider, and Immortal GU was setting the formation. Rank 6 formation plate GU. It was like a round plate, a porcelain plate used to hold rice and vegetables. It was floating above Fang Yuan's head, mobilizing all sorts of GU worms. Setting up the formation took 6 hours. By sundown, when the sun emitted the final trace of light, Fang Yuan collected his GU worms. A vast number of mortal GU had been placed here, the Immortal GU were all retrieved. All of the GU worms formed a complex and hidden GU formation, hidden in this area. Unless it was used, even Fang Yuan could not find it. Such astonishing attainment, Fang Yuan sighed. By placing down this formation, he had benefited greatly. Even though his formation path attainment level was ordinary, he had much insight. If a formation path GU Immortal has Great Grandmaster attainment level, they would be able to use the Dao marks of heaven and earth to arrange the formation. This GU formation is similar. This makes me think of a historical figure. This person was called Immortal Lady Ju Hua. She was a famous formation path great grandmaster in history. Her style of setting up formation was to create myriad lights, beautiful and extraordinary. Most importantly, she was from the same era as Long Hair Ancestor. Or more accurately, it was because Long Hair Ancestor had lived for too long. Maybe this transportation GU formation was the result of a transaction between Long Hair Ancestor and Immortal Lady Ju Hua. Fang Yuan guessed. The GU formation was already completed. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before activating the GU formation. With his vigilant nature, he would surely inspect the GU formation. But he had no research in formation path, and this GU formation was made by a great grandmaster. It was too complex. Fang Yuan did not have the ability to inspect if there were flaws in it. The GU formation activated slowly. After a few minutes, the first step was completed. Lights shone, an illusory formation manifested in the surrounding Li. Fang Yuan was in the center. He could hear the sound of water becoming more quickly, but the formless force around him vanished. This GU formation uses the immemorial corpse's water path Dao marks. No wonder Langya Land Spirit wanted to choose a place like this to set up the GU formation. GU formations that can transport GU. Immortals are very rare. Even though this GU formation can do it, it takes a long time. It cannot be used for a speedy escape. Fang Yuan assessed as he activated the crucial Immortal GU in his Immortal aperture. This Immortal Gu's power spread out from his body, causing a rapid change. The surrounding lights gathered at Fang Yuan. They turned from phantom to solid, surrounding Fang Yuan and condensing into a ball. Fang Yuan felt an intense pressure. But a moment later, the huge pressure vanished. With a loud sound, the ball of light exploded, turning into specks of light in the sky. But Fang Yuan had disappeared. A moment later, the area became tranquil. As if nothing had ever happened. I am back in Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan's body shook, his vision was covered in bright lights, the world was spinning rapidly. Suddenly, he felt that he was stepping on solid ground. He focused and looked ahead, his vision became clear, and he was already inside Langya blessed land. He was at the center of a huge GU formation. He had already come into contact with this GU formation. When he teleported from Fengbo Cliff previously, he had landed here. Fang Yuan had some understanding now. It seems that this is the main formation. The ones at Taichu, Fengbo Cliff and others, are the sub-formations. To use the Super GU formation, the key is that Immortal GU. Langya Land Spirit's figure appeared. He laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, you did not disappoint me. Chapter 1090. Ancient Battle Formation Omnidirectional Travel. The matter in Taichu ended in success with Fang Yuan setting up the GU formation. Langya Land Spirit did not shortchange him. He gave him the promised reward, a total of 600 sect contribution points. Using these points, Fang Yuan could exchange for many things. What attracted him the most were the transformation path Immortal GU recipes inside Langya Sect's treasury. Langya Sect has 3 true inheritances. They came from 3 legendary people: Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Long Hair Ancestor. There were no transformation path true inheritances, but Langya Sect had a huge array of Immortal GU recipes. Among them were many transformation path Immortal GU recipes. But Fang Yuan was not in a rush to exchange for them using sect contribution points. He saved these sect contribution points for now. Now was not the time to exchange them for transformation path Immortal GU recipes, or the time to refine transformation path Immortal GU. It was not a good moment. After transacting with Shadow Sect, and after the trip to Taichu, Fang Yuan became deeply aware of his situation. Even though he succeeded in setting up the transportation GU formation, and could travel between Langya blessed land and Taichu quickly, Fang Yuan did not want to enter Taichu again. If he went again, it would be too dangerous. Dark Limit Immortal Gu's power has faded. It can only be used after some time. It is not safe anymore. Heavens will think. I caught it off guard last time, but because setting up the GU formation could not be done secretly, Heavens will already knows about it. It will definitely try to influence the surrounding desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. Since Heaven's will was trying its best to get rid of Fang Yuan, it was a no-brainer that Heaven's will was going to create all sorts of traps and arrangements in the surroundings of the immemorial desolate elephant corpse. It was best for Fang Yuan to not go. However, even though he was not going, Langya Sect was going to take action there. Since Langya Land Spirit has already accepted my suggestion, he will mobilize many hairy man GU immortals to cultivate. Transformation path. Cultivating transformation path will require him to refine transformation path immortal GU. And to refine immortal GU, he would need immortal materials. Xianxia sect has a huge treasury with many immortal materials, but the previous Xianxia land spirit has controlled the blessed land for so long, and he had been constantly refining GU. Thus, even though the treasury has many immortal materials, they are mostly rank 8 or quasi-rank 9 materials, rank 6 and 7 materials are scarce. Thus, Xianxia land spirit will definitely set up sect missions soon to encourage hairy man GU immortals to go to Taichu and kill desolate beasts. They can collect immortal materials to refine GU, while also training the hairy man GU immortals to improve their battle strength. The second point is Xianxia land spirit's greatest concern. Let these hairy man GU immortals be my pawns. Since heavens will can think, even if they are targeted, it is better than me being targeted. A cold light shone across Fang Yuan's eyes. Xianxia sect was stronger than him by countless times, but at this moment, he became the chess player. The whole of Xianxia sect were his chess piece. And the best thing was, even though Fang Yuan was plotting against Xianxia sect, he was also thinking about the future of Xianxia sect and its progress. Thus, he was not going against his alliance agreement. This is the tactical advantage of having more intel than the other side. Fang Yuan's side, he learned about the value of information once again. GU masters of all paths had their own specialties. Information path was not an exception among them. But if its ability could be displayed fully, information path could give the GU master as much advantage as compared to any other path, if not more. Of course, Fang Yuan's advantage in information was because of his transactions with Shadow Sect. And Shadow Sect definitely paid a high price to obtain information on Heaven's will in Xianxia sect. I have been lacking information path methods, from now on, I need to try and fix that. Fang Yuan was determined. Information path GU masters were skilled in collecting intelligence and setting up alliance agreements, they were carriers of information. This might not seem important for cultivation, but one could gain immense advantage from it. Loud sounds were reverberating here. A discovery. We had searched that direction more than 10 times, they are really well hidden. Ancient Soul Sect's GU immortals reacted, they were enthusiastically charging towards the area with the sound. Ying Wuxia spat out a mouthful of blood, he was half kneeling on the ground, not only was his expression downcast, he was also gravely injured, half his body was missing. A mere immortal zombie, the Ancient Soul Sect GU immortals fighting with Ying Wuxia floated in the air, looking down at Ying Wuxia, they scoffed in disdain. Keep them alive, even as an immortal zombie, his concealment method is very incredible, we have to interrogate him for it. The other two GU immortals shouted, rushing here with rapid speed. Ying Wuxia laughed with a mocking tone, you want my concealment method? Sure, I can tell you now. Oh no, the three Ancient Soul Sect GU immortals' expressions changed, they realized that this was the enemy's plan. Ying Wuxia had purposely showed weakness to lure these three immortals over. He was bait. Since there was bait, there were surely plans to deal with the enemies. Ancient Soul Sect's 3 GU immortals did not react slowly, but Ying Wuxia had prepared amply, how could they manage to escape? In an instant, the Super GU formation, which had already charged up, activated. Ancient Soul Sect's 3 immortals fell into despair, they only felt that an endless force was restricting them from all directions. At once, they could not move at all, they were helpless. Next, under the 3 immortals' expressions of disbelief, their bodies and souls were smashed into bits by the power of the Super GU formation. Even though they resisted, they only lasted for less than 3 breaths of time. HMPH, I will collect some interest from you people first. Ying Wuxia snickered, his gaze was cold. He had just spoke, when Earth Abyss trembled, sharp light shone dazzlingly, covering a vast surrounding range. So fast, it has only been so long, but Heavenly Court has already found my location and are moving here. Ying Wuxia was shocked. But soon, he calmed down. He flew into the Super GU formation. The Super GU formation was overworked these last days from resisting Heavenly Court's deductions, and after killing the 3 Ancient Soul Sect elite GU immortals earlier, it was greatly damaged and was on the brink of destruction. But Ying Wuxia did not care. He was abandoning this base already. It could not be saved. Master. Shi Nu appeared beside Ying Wuxia, Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lu Lan followed behind. The latter two were lacking immortal GU, their battle strength had fallen to the bottom. she knew was the strongest, particularly as Ying Wuxia had already returned him all of his immortal GU. Tai Bai Yunsheng was worried. Fang Yuan, your injuries. Ying Wuxia smiled, waving his hand, stopping Tai Bai Yunsheng. No need to worry. After transacting with Fang Yuan, he had lost Fang Yuan's body, his appearance changed, but he still had absolute control over these three people. It was easy to deceive Tai Bai Yunsheng. His body was destroyed when refining GU, it was a good excuse that did not attract suspicion. The enemy is in front of us, let's stop talking and leave. At Ying Wuxia's will, the Super GU formation broke apart and the Immortal GU that made up the GU formation returned to him. The other three Immortals coordinated together, they gathered and stood at the north, south, east, and west directions with Ying Wuxia. Before leaving, Ying Wuxia looked at the mysterious light in the sky as he laughed. He cried out loudly, Central Continent, we will return with vengeance. He had transacted with Fang Yuan, obtaining a way out in this desperate situation. He had undergone a transformation, like jade that had been polished. Even though he was escaping, when he spoke, morale was raised, it gave people hope from out of nowhere. A bright light shone from Ying Wuxia and the other immortals' bodies. They had practiced it extensively, they activated the immortal GU that they had refined recently, they burst out with power, fusing together into one mystical effect. With a loud sound, Ying Wuxia and the others vanished. Multiple rank 8 GU immortals from Heavenly Court arrived from beyond the mystical lights. They left so quickly. A female immortal was leading Heavenly Court's GU immortals. She had a graceful figure and was adorned in a beautiful purple robe. Her eyes were like deep pools, with a sense of sorrow shrouding her face. It was Fairy Ziwei, a troublesome figure with wisdom path attainment not inferior to Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. The few times she took action, she caused Ying Wuxia and the others to end up in despair. If not for Fang Yuan, Ying Wuxia would have been dead for sure. She looked at the rubble on the ground as she deduced, frowning, a total of 4 GU immortals. Strange, I deduced that Fang Yuan was here initially, but now it's different. No matter what, they are from Shadow Sect, they have to be killed. She spoke casually, but there was deep killing intent hidden in her icy words. A Heavenly Court GU immortal behind her spoke, I am sure they cannot escape this time, I will go to capture them. Fairy Ziwei smiled lightly, but there was bitterness in her smile, we cannot go. These 4 are at the regional wall already. By now, they should already be inside the regional wall. The Heavenly Court GU immortals were surprised. Someone asked, so quickly. This is an ancient battle formation, called omnidirectional travel. Earlier, when Bo Qing awakened, he, along with the hairy man GU immortal Yu Mu Chun, immortal zombie 7-star child, and blood dragon Song Zixing teleported from Falling Heavenly River to Heavenly Lotus Sect, they used this method. Even though we have fixed immortal travel, this ancient battle formation uses people as the formation cores, it has lower restrictions regarding the GU immortals. We cannot stop them, Fairy Ziwei deduced again as she said slowly. In just a moment, she had completely understood what method Ying Wuxia used to escape for his life. Chapter 1091, Retreating After Fighting. His divine sense was roaming the huge space inside his immortal aperture. All around, he saw barren land. I have too few earth path Dao marks. This barren terrain has few resources, most plants cannot be grown. To improve it, I will need to add earth path Dao marks. Other than that, all other methods do not solve the fundamental problem. Fang Yuan thought. The sovereign immortal aperture was too big, it surpassed common sense. Even if Fang Yuan's divine sense spread out completely, he would have to spend a lot of time. But when Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture with a focus and a target, his efficiency was greatly raised. Different divine senses were spreading towards different areas. Gradually, the resource points that Fang Yuan was managing were displayed in his mind. Western Desert had sandy terrain. There was a huge pit with charred sand surrounding it, the temperature was high. Inside the pit, there were a huge number of eerie fire dragon pythons coiling around, procreating. This was the first pit. Normally, eerie fire dragon pythons lived in clusters of 2 to 3. But here, Fang Yuan used the Northern Plains Dong Fang tribe's special method to raise them. He placed many eerie fire dragon pythons together, promoting the creation of more infant snakes. These eerie fire dragon pythons came from Dong Fang tribe's blessed land previously. He had obtained this rearing method from Dong Fang Chong Fan's soul. It was the original copy and had many fine details clearly stated in it. Because of this, the eerie fire dragon pythons were growing in numbers at a rapid rate. Several li away from this pit, there were 3 other pits. The number of dragon pythons in each pit was not fewer than the first pit. It has been less than a month outside, but the time inside here passes at 60 times the rate. I have quadrupled the number of eerie fire dragon pythons already. Fang Yuan nodded. 60 times the rate of time, it was terrifying. The eerie fire dragon pythons had been living in Immortal blessed land for a long time, but there was little growth in them. The result was far inferior to what Fang Yuan was seeing now. This was because Immortal blessed land was placed in the main world. The rate of time was much slower, the resources grew more slowly. The eerie fire dragon pythons were like this, so too were the dragonfish, regretful spiders, arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass fields and others. They increased in scale to varying degrees. But in terms of quality, the arrow bamboo forest and star fragment grass were growing less well than in star form blessed land in terms of vitality. This was because the sovereign immortal aperture had fewer star path Dao marks than star form blessed land. When GU immortals managed their immortal apertures, they had to inspect all aspects of the immortal aperture to prevent missing something. Especially when immortal apertures were small and all sorts of resources were placed closely together, they might negatively influence each other's growth. But Fang Yuan's situation was fine. The sovereign immortal aperture had huge space, all sorts of resources had their respective environments, there was little chance of a problem occurring. When Treasure Yellow Heaven opens, I will sell these resources, the rewards will surely be promising. Fang Yuan concluded, feeling pleased. Treasure Yellow Heaven closing had a huge influence on him. He was trying to manage and construct resources points in the immortal aperture, but without Treasure Yellow Heaven, he could not buy much. Even though Langya sect's inventory was huge, they were mostly GU refinement immortal materials, they were not useful to Fang Yuan. Stopping the use of his divine sense, only one last part went towards mini northern plains. This time, mini northern plains was Fang Yuan's focus. In mini northern plains, large numbers of snow monsters were roaming around. The further north he went, the colder the weather, there was even snow in the air. On the ground, there was a thin layer of frost. Fang Yuan observed carefully, the size of the snow had expanded since his last investigation. This was all due to the previous earthly calamity. Fang Yuan had undergone the first earthly calamity in the icy plain. It was powerful, but Fang Yuan also gained much from it. He obtained a huge number of ice and snow path Dao marks. Because of these Dao marks, many northern plains had snow falling from the sky. This environment suited the snow monsters more. Currently in many northern plains, there were countless ordinary snow monsters, large numbers of desolate beast snow monsters, and a small number of ancient snow monsters ruling them. Before transacting with Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan had planned to keep these snow monsters as a form of resource inside his immortal aperture. But after the transactions, Fang Yuan understood what Heaven's will was. He was determined to eliminate these snow monsters. Because these snow monsters were filled to the brim with Heaven's will. Fang Yuan came with killing intent. He mobilized his divine sense. A strength path immortal zombie brought along a large number of immortal essences. GU worms flew around the body. Sword path killer move, triple layered sword wave. The GU worms were used one by one. Immortal essence was expended. A moment later, a grand wave burst out. The silvery sword wave charged out with countless ripples, giving off killing intent that was colder than ice. Ordinary snow monsters could not resist. They were engulfed by the sword wave and cut into pieces. The pieces were cut further into specks. Before being completely eliminated, nothing remained eventually. But those desolate beast snow monsters could resist. But they only lasted a few breaths of time before being destroyed by the sword wave. Sword path had extremely strong offense. It was one of the 5 strongest paths for fighting in the current GU immortal world. Triple layered sword wave was an outstanding killer move. The wave of attacks became stronger each consecutive time. When Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation, he used this move to kill the ruined bats made from snow, barely surviving. After 3 sword waves, he killed thousands of ordinary snow monsters and 6 desolate beast snow monsters. It was quite a good result. The thousands of snow monsters did not expend much of the sword waves. But the 6 desolate beast snow monsters, each one used up a lot of energy, causing the 3 waves to expend. Following a loud roar, a 70 feet snow monster rushed towards him with unbounded rage. Along with it, There were several desolate beast snow monsters and 10,000 ordinary snow monsters. A huge snow monster group charged forth like an army, towards Fang Yuan with killing intent. Fang Yuan moved the immortal zombie body, retreating. He was currently controlling this strength path immortal zombie to fight using his immortal essence and GU worms. This strength path immortal zombie was obtained from Blazing Heaven Demoness. Its immortal aperture had been destroyed long ago. Immortal essence and GU worms could only be brought alongside the immortal zombie. It was very unsafe for fighting. Thus, to eliminate these snow monsters, Fang Yuan chose to stay at range to attack them. This was a shameless tactic. Every fight was basically at a new location. After another fight, he would retreat again. The snow monsters charged imposingly, but when they arrived, Fang Yuan had already escaped, nowhere to be seen. The snow monsters' rage could not be vented. They growled loudly, causing vibrations in the air. The ancient snow monsters growled, throwing snowballs around, as they flew like meteors, scattering. Man is the spirit of all living beings. With a difference in intelligence, Fang Yuan held the initiative. These snow monsters could only take a beating passively. After getting to a safe distance, the strength path immortal zombie that Fang Yuan was controlling stopped moving, stopping to rest. Even though his body was uninjured, Fang Yuan paid a price. It was his green grape immortal essence. Activating triple layered sword wave used a lot of immortal essence. And his Langya sect contribution points. Because the immortal GU that formed triple layered sword wave included not just the core immortal GU, wave sword, but also other, water path immortal GU. Fang Yuan had to borrow these water path immortal GU from Langya land spirit. He had to spend a lot of sect contribution points. All in all, the cost of using triple layered sword wave once was high. But now, Fang Yuan had a lot of resources to trade. He had enough profits to sustain the immortal essence cost. In terms of sect contribution points, because of the trip to Taichu, he had obtained a huge number of them. In the short term, they were not an issue. After resting, the snow monster group had settled down, before Fang Yuan started his slaughter again. I have to kill all of these snow monsters before the second earthly calamity comes. Otherwise, the calamities would make use of this and work together. I would die in the second earthly calamity. Fang Yuan was aware of this. The calamities and tribulations of a GU immortal become stronger and stronger each time. Fang Yuan's second earthly calamity was bound to be stronger than the first. If the snow monsters from the first earthly calamity remained, and coordinated with the second earthly calamity, Fang Yuan's chances of surviving would be slim. He would almost certainly get into a desperate situation. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had acted. More than 10 days had passed since he returned to Langya blessed land. Every day, Fang Yuan went to kill snow monsters. Snow monsters were dying on a large scale. Their sizes were shrinking, but many were still left. Fang Yuan had to work harder. But if he killed many of them in one day, he would cause a huge commotion. Even though snow monsters had low intelligence, they had survival instincts. Other than growling to vent their anger, they could also communicate with one another and alert each other. After Fang Yuan attacked them multiple times, these snow monsters were alert already. They went under the protection of the ancient snow monsters, forming a tight defense. Fang Yuan could not attack easily. He withdrew the strength path immortal zombie and stopped killing snow monsters for the day. Placing his focus away from the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan stood up. He flew out of Cloud City. Soon, he came to Luopo Valley. Every day, he had to cultivate his soul. Lord Fang Yuan, Elder Fang Yuan is here again. You are really hardworking when it comes to cultivating. This is very admirable. In Luopo Valley, there were other GU immortals. These hairy man GU immortals were familiar with Fang Yuan, because he had guided them in combat tactics. Fang Yuan entered the valley. They took the initiative to greet him. Fang Yuan also replied to them politely. Thanks to the spy, Sixth Hair, Fang Yuan could get along well with these hairy man GU immortals. Selecting a spot, after inspecting the area, Fang Yuan had his soul fly out, starting his cultivation. Pain was ingrained into his soul, causing it to tremble intensely. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He was unwavering. After a long while, a few hairy man GU immortals who were watching him talked among themselves after retracting their gazes. A cultivation maniac. It is hard to think that he can stay in Luopo Valley for 2 hours a day. This pain, I cannot even endure some minutes of it. Chapter 1092. Self-will GU. Fang Yuan's soul was roaming in Luopo Valley. He did not move far, only around the vicinity of his body. Once in a while, there would be bewilderment fog drifting towards him. Fang Yuan's soul was bathed in the bewilderment fog. He was like a book soaked in water, slowly opening up. The more condensed my soul is, the harder it is to loosen. After cultivating here for so many days, my soul is more than 10 times as condensed as before. This is an incredible improvement. However, compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, this is truly insignificant. Fang Yuan assessed himself, thinking about the battle of Yitian Mountain once again. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the founder of Soul Path. Even though he died, his soul remained. He still had the highest Soul Path foundation in the world. Spectral Soul's soul was condensed to a terrifying level. Ordinary souls were like illusory silhouettes. They could interfere with the mind at most. They could not affect the material world. But Spectral Soul was so condensed that he could resist the grand tribulation with his soul. The imposing appearance was stuck deeply in Fang Yuan's mind. Even though he lost his memories due to the pure dream reality seeker physique, this portion of his memories was not lost. Perhaps even if Spectral Soul came to Luopo Valley, the bewilderment fog would have no effect on him. Fang Yuan thought as he sighed to himself, when can I have this level of cultivation myself? If Fang Yuan's soul had the foundation of Spectral Soul, then even if the immortal zombie body had a strong trap, it would be useless. Bewilderment fog gathered and scattered. Soon, Luopo wind started to blow. Fang Yuan's soul was bathed in the wind. Traces of wind cut his soul apart like steel threads. Pain that was greater than dying by 1,000 cuts made Fang Yuan's soul tremble. But Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring this wind. This wind was not very strong. It did not last very long either. Fang Yuan could endure it. But if he encountered strong winds, Fang Yuan would retreat wisely, and keep his soul inside his body. With the protection of his body, Luopo wind's might was greatly reduced. After this wind passed, Fang Yuan's soul shrunk by 30%. To play safe, he returned to his body. Guts Gu were shattered in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, as they turned into a mysterious power that affected his soul. Soon, his soul became strong again. The injuries from his earlier cultivation vanished completely. Luopo Valley and Danghun Mountain were both sacred lands for soul cultivation. With these two in his hands, Fang Yuan's soul path cultivation level rose rapidly. He was improving immensely. Like this, after the bewilderment fog and Luopo wind, Fang Yuan's soul was tempered like steel. It became more refined and condensed. But he did not know when he could enter the immortal zombie body. 2 hours later, Fang Yuan's soul started to feel agitated. He wisely stopped his cultivation. His soul returned to his body and he left Luopo Valley. 2 hours was Fang Yuan's personal limit. He had learned it after cultivation multiple times. There were 3 aspects in soul cultivation. Everyone knew about strengthening the soul and refining the soul, but these were just 2 of them. There was a 3rd aspect, that was soul pacification. Strengthening the soul could make the soul grow. Refining the soul could make it more condensed and pure. And pacifying the soul was to allow rest and recovery. The 3 complemented one another. If one only focused on one aspect, they would lose out on a lot. It was not worth it. Among which, Guts Gu from Danghun Mountain were the best to strengthen the soul. Luopo wind and bewilderment fog were the best for soul refinement. And finally, the most effective way to pacify the soul was the pacifying soul soup in Bewitching Lake. Bewitching Lake was inside the door of life and death. In the legends, after Verdant Great Sun died, he had remained drunk by the riverside. The door of life and death is inside Shadow Sect's blessed land, and Shadow Sect's blessed land is at southern borders Yitian Mountain. It is currently engulfed by the giant dream realm. Otherwise, if I could obtain the door of life and death, I would be able to gather all 3 and cultivate my soul with the highest efficiency. Fang Yuan was only thinking about it. That giant dream realm was the greatest obstacle. Currently, he could not pass that obstacle no matter what. And most importantly, there was Heaven's will. Fang Yuan's every action drew the attention of Heaven's will. Even if he was going to act in the future, Fang Yuan would still be most wary of Heaven's will. As he flew, Fang Yuan did not return to his cloud city first. He rushed to the 12th cloud city. Soon, he saw the hairy man Gu Immortal 12th hair. Elder Fang Yuan, you are here. This is the self-will Gu that you wanted me to refine. Inspect them, 12th hair said in a warm tone. Fang Yuan waved his hand, keeping all of the self-will Gu, saying, no need for inspection. 12th elder, I trust you. 12th Hair laughed, he was deeply moved. Before Fang Yuan left, he held his hand as he said with much gratitude, I have to thank you for giving me this chance to refine self-will Gu. Otherwise, when Treasure Yellow Heaven opens, I would not have the capital to buy desolate beasts. We are kindred spirits, this is a win-win situation, I hope we can continue to work together. Fang Yuan smiled as he replied. Of course, 12th Hair replied candidly. After the transaction, Fang Yuan returned to his cloud city. Self-will Gu. In the room, Fang Yuan mumbled as he held a rank 5 mortal Gu. This Gu worm looked like a scorpion, it was tiny. It had a unique appearance, it looked like folded paper. In Fang Yuan's hand, it was very light. When it moved its limbs, there was a light sound, it moved very slowly around Fang Yuan's palm. Self-will Gu's recipe came from Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon now, he was unaffected by heaven's will. But other Gu immortals or Gu masters were not like him, how could they resist heaven's will and prevent it from subconsciously affecting them? Shadow Sect gave him a solution, that was self-will Gu. This was a wisdom path Gu worm, it could produce a special type of will, self-will. Using self-will Gu to cleanse oneself, it could block and prevent the influence of heaven's will. This was an important part of Shadow Sect's research after a long period of experimentation to resist heaven's will. Fang Yuan obtained self-will Gu's recipe in the transactions with 6th Hair, he started refining it himself. But the result was not good. He was not a refinement path expert, he could not achieve much on his own. In particular, his time and effort were very precious, he could not waste time on refining Gu. Earlier, he refined change form Immortal Gu because it was too significant to him. But although self-will Gu was only Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had a great need for it. Thus, after brief hesitation, he gradually felt that he should expose the recipe of self-will Gu and give it to the hairy man Gu immortals from Xianxia sect, to get them to help Fang Yuan refine it. The price of asking Xianxia land spirit to help was too high and unnecessary. Among the hairy man Gu immortals in Xianxia sect, other than 6th Hair, the rest were all willing to work for Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan was already close to them, or even had a good relationship. Also, Xianxia sect focused a lot on sect contribution points. After the trip to Taichu, Fang Yuan had accumulated a lot of sect contribution points, the other hairy man Gu immortals needed them. 12th Hair was not the only one of them, Fang Yuan also asked for help from other hairy man Gu immortals. He had set the Gu refinement fees to a very low price. It was not hard for Fang Yuan to do this. The hairy man Gu immortals were quite guileless, and most importantly, they were skilled in Gu refinement while having some unwillingness to fight, they were willing to accept Fang Yuan's missions. This was not the first batch of self-will Gu that Fang Yuan obtained. After placing the self-will Gu into his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan inspected the other Gu worms. He had shown a trusting and casual attitude with 12th Hair, but he was a vigilant person, after receiving the goods, he inspected them carefully. After all, Xianxia sect had spies like 6th Hair. Fang Yuan did not know that 6th Hair was the final spy remaining. But he was cautious, he was wary of 6th Hair as well as other potential spies. The inspection took some time, but compared to refining these mortal Gu himself, it was insignificant. After inspecting that there were no issues, Fang Yuan nodded, showing a look of admiration. These are refined by hairy man Gu immortals after all, the quality is really superb. Fang Yuan kept the self-will Gu in his immortal aperture. Or rather, he sent them into many northern plains. He activated them one by one, until these mortal self-will Gu were expended. A large amount of self-will swept through several battlefields, cleansing all of the heaven's will inside. Other than those inside the snow monsters, the battlefield had none of heaven's will left. These self-will Gu are the best weapon against heaven's will, but they are very flawed. They are only rank 5 and are one-time consumable Gu, they are gone after I use them. Fang Yuan sighed, he held deep suspicion towards this. This self-will Gu recipe has to be an incomplete version. Even though Shadow Sect gave it to me, they surely have a better recipe. But in those transactions, I requested for too many things, this is the limit, I could not obtain a better recipe. Like this, Fang Yuan got rid of the snow monsters in his immortal aperture and used self-will to get rid of the heaven's will. At the same time, he used Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley to cultivate Soul Path. His Soul Path foundation was accumulating rapidly. Other than this, he even squeezed out some time to coach the hairy man GU Immortals in fighting. Secretly, he got familiar with his Immortal GU and practiced his killer moves. Treasure Yellow Heaven's closure was also a huge impact on Fang Yuan. The construction of his Immortal aperture was forced to stop, even though Fang Yuan had the capital and plans. While Fang Yuan anticipated the opening of Treasure Yellow Heaven, the second earthly calamity gradually got closer. Langya sect's plan towards Taichu had never stopped. From time to time, hairy man GU Immortals received sect missions and used the transportation formation to head to Taichu. These hairy man GU Immortals' first mission over there was to change the environment and stabilize the transportation GU formation. What made Fang Yuan feel strange was, these hairy man GU Immortals did not face any difficulties, it was smooth sailing, Heaven's will did not seem to be targeting them. Chapter 1093, Rejection. Langya Blessed Land, Cloud Cover Continent. In the first Cloud City, Langya Land Spirit was attending to Fang Yuan. Here, Fang Yuan, have some tea. This is the famous fire rainbow tea, Langya Land Spirit said with a warm expression. Fang Yuan received the cup, he saw that this cup of tea was glowing with a red light. Looking closely, there seemed to be a rainbow inside, swimming around like a fish, moving up and down in a jolly manner. Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience, he had a trove of knowledge. Ordinary tea needed to be drunken slowly and appreciated. But this tea was different, one had to gulp it in one mouthful. Most importantly, it was the rainbow inside the tea, after drinking it, one could taste the true fire rainbow tea. Fang Yuan held the cup as he looked at the tea, he did not drink it. His current body was very outstanding, at once, countless thoughts churned in his mind, he was pondering deeply into an idea. The current Langya Land Spirit liked drinking fire rainbow tea. The previous Langya Land Spirit drank cloud smoke tea instead. The two types of tea showed the difference in the personalities of both Langya Land Spirits. The main ingredient of the cloud smoke tea was float ball tea grass. This was planted in Tai by Yun Sheng's blessed land, as his main resource. This float ball tea grass floated in the sky, it was not ordinary. Float ball tea grass was quite high-end, because it grew in the sky, mortals could not pick it. But in northern plains, there was a type of tea flower that grew from the ground and was deeply liked. It was the milk tea flower. This type of flower grew in the plains of northern plains, there were a huge number of them. In some places with lots of aquatic plants, they could be seen everywhere in large numbers. The flower of the milk tea flower was in the shape of a cup, every few days, nectar would fill to the brim of the cup. The nectar was sweet and delicious, it attracted countless bees and butterflies, it used them to spread the pollen of the milk tea flower. Of course, people could drink it too. Almost all GU masters living in northern plains, or even mortals, had tasted this natural beverage. Actually, tea and alcohol were very popular drinks in northern plains, as well as the other 4 regions. In southern border, there were blue sea cloud tea bricks for sale. This tea brick was not produced in southern border, but eastern sea instead. Yi clan, one of the super forces of southern border, had a close relationship with eastern sea. Every year, they imported a huge number of blue sea cloud tea bricks and sold them for great profits. In central continent, there were even more types of tea. Like Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea, Myriad Dragon Doc's Dragon Shadow tea, they were very famous. Some tea were specialties of GU Immortals, only that specific GU Immortal could make it. For example, Fairy Li Shan's Snow Oil Tea, or Feng Juji's Jade Sea Tide Tea. Langya Land Spirit saw that Fang Yuan was not drinking it, he coughed and urged, "Elder Fang Yuan, quickly drink it. You might not know, but this is the best way to drink this fire rainbow tea." Fang Yuan waved his hand. "I have heard about fire rainbow tea long ago, but when I held this cup of tea, I suddenly thought of many things and was lost in my thoughts." Langya Land Spirit. Then what was Elder Fang Yuan thinking of? Is there an issue with Langya sect developing in Taichu? No, not this. Fang Yuan smiled, he freely picked out something in his mind and used it as an excuse. Langya Land Spirit showed a look of disappointment, he replied, "You are the owner of Spring Autumn Cicada, you came from the future and are very knowledgeable, you have experienced many things, and know a lot about tea. But do you know, be it tea or wine, they have both been spread far and wide due to food path." "Oh, is that so?" Fang Yuan was deeply interested. Or more accurately speaking, he was interested in food path. He was managing his immortal aperture now, the main goal was to have multiple resources that could satisfy the feeding requirements of his immortal GU. But if he had methods of food path, it would be easier for him to feed his immortal GU. Unfortunately, food path was very mysterious. There was only a short period in history when it flourished. Afterwards, it spread much less. It was rarer than wisdom path inheritances. It was on the brink of extinction. Regarding food path, Fang Yuan had learned some secrets during the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain through spectral soul demon venerable's memories. The creator of food path was not a human GU immortal, but a beastman GU immortal. This was likely the reason why food path was in its current state. But to Fang Yuan, it did not matter who made this path, as long as it has use to him. Most human GU immortals had a sense of racial pride and superiority, but Fang Yuan did not. If being a hairy man could help him reach the goal of eternal life, he would discard his human identity immediately without hesitation and become a hairy man. After realizing that Lang Ya land spirit had some understanding towards food path, Fang Yuan continued to ask. Lang Ya land spirit revealed, the creation of any type of tea or wine is actually an incomplete GU recipe. If it is completed, a unique tea GU or wine GU would be refined. There are already many types of wine GU or tea GU, like the famous liquor worm and big smoke tea GU. Liquor worm was a familiar one. Fang Yuan had used it after rebirth to grow rapidly. Big smoke tea GU was a type of GU worm that could make a GU master addicted and become decadent. It was heavily suppressed by the people in power. It was a type of drug in this world. It is a pity that food path is facing extinction before it even became widespread. Right now, when many GU immortals want to test their refinement path attainment, they do not need to join the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. They can compete by making a cup of tea each, tasting and determining who is superior. Lang Ya land spirits answer disappointed Fang Yuan slightly. The land spirit did not know much. The contents were mostly about refinement path. Spectral Soul's main body definitely knows a lot of food path methods. After all, he had inherited a food path true inheritance in his life. Unfortunately, he is trapped in the giant dream realm now, and is being weakened continuously. It is too hard for me to get anything from him. This thought flashed across Fang Yuan's mind. Lang Ya land spirit and Fang Yuan spoke for a while. He saw that Fang Yuan could not stop talking about tea. He got anxious and said openly, Fang Yuan, I will speak frankly. I invited you for tea because I have a mission for you. Here it comes. Fang Yuan thought. He looked at the land spirit. Please speak. The land spirit was straightforward. Fang Yuan had guessed his intentions long ago. As expected, Lang Ya land spirit said at the next moment, you know about my plan to develop in Taichu. You suggested it yourself. After all, there is also the transportation GU formation. You placed it yourself. Because of your actions, recently, our GU immortals could enter Taichu smoothly and modify the environment to expand our base. But now, we have a problem. Fang Yuan nodded. First Supreme Elder is talking about the falling star hound. That's right, this damned ancient desolate beast injured several GU immortals of our sect. I have already placed a mission to exterminate it, but everyone who took the mission returned in failure. I know that the only person who can beat this falling star hound is you, Fang Yuan. But why did you not take that mission? Lang Ya land spirit asked directly. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I am very busy recently. He had his difficulties to deal with. More than a month had passed since the last earthly calamity. The next earthly calamity was coming. Fang Yuan was preparing for this earthly calamity now. But Fang Yuan was not going to tell Lang Ya land spirit about the earthly calamity. In fact, he was keeping the sovereign immortal aperture as a secret from Lang Ya land spirit. As long as he did not cause harm to Lang Ya blessed land, it was not going against the alliance agreement of Lang Ya sect. This secret was Fang Yuan's trump card. He was going to keep it hidden. Of course, Shadow Sect knew all about it. But Fang Yuan knew that Shadow Sect's plan was to take back sovereign immortal fetus GU. In this case, they were not going to expose the existence of the sovereign immortal aperture, because that was just causing more problems for themselves in the future, right? From Lang Ya land spirit's perspective, it was very fortunate that Fang Yuan could revive and become a living person. As for the revival method, Fang Yuan had lots of excuses and explanations. He knew many ways for immortal zombies to revive after all. Fang Yuan's difficulties could not be said. Lang Ya land spirit nodded. You are very busy indeed. He was a land spirit. He knew everything happening inside Xianxia blessed land. Xianxia land spirit said, "You cultivate really hard, but completing the mission also helps you in your cultivation. Don't forget about dog shit luck immortal GU. To feed it, you need to find 6 types of desolate hounds and use their feces to feed this luck path GU worm. In the past, when my previous self fed dog shit luck, he made use of treasure yellow heaven, purchasing from there. But now, treasure yellow heaven is closed. Even after it reopens, I would suggest you rear some desolate hounds in your immortal aperture. You also know the benefit of doing this." Lord's words are truly enlightening. Fang Yuan immediately nodded. Dog shit luck was very important to him. Against heaven's will, luck path could be used. Fate and luck. Fate was predetermined, it could not be changed. But luck was ever changing, it could be made of use. This precious information was obtained from the transactions between Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan's exploration was known by heaven's will, it caused a beast tide and tried to eliminate him. But at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan found an immemorial desolate corpse and used it to set up the formation. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan felt that this was not a coincidence, it was likely thanks to dog shit luck. This immortal GU had no use towards offense or defense, but its passive help was huge. Giant Sun immortal venerable, self luck, all living beings luck, heaven and earth luck, dog shit luck is among the key parts of the self luck true inheritance, I am in possession of it. All living beings luck was hidden in imperial court blessed land, connect luck, calamity beckoning, and fortune rivaling heaven were from there. What a pity, Fang Yuan had a scary guess recently. Imperial court blessed land was destroyed because of him. Back then, he was influenced by Mo Yao's fake will, but was he unaffected by heaven's will? Did heaven's will use him as a tool to destroy giant sun immortal venerables all living beings luck true inheritance? From heaven's will's perspective, it had to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. Fate was the best method that heaven's will had. After Fate GU was broken by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the power of luck path burst out, creating giant sun immortal venerable. Xianxia land spirit sat up, muttering, "Elder Fang Yuan, if you can take this mission and complete it, regardless of whether you capture or kill the falling star hound, you will receive 800 sect contribution points." 800, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. But next, he thought about it and answered, "I'll have to say no." Chapter 1094, In this world, what is most important is myself. Fang Yuan flew in the sky. Before leaving, he looked back at the cloud city behind him. He showed a bitter expression, he sighed deeply before flying away. Last time, he accepted Xianxia land spirit's mission to explore Taichu, the land spirit was happy and the meeting ended well. But now, Fang Yuan rejected him, he did not accept the mission to take down the falling star hound, the meeting ended poorly. In Cloud City, Xianxia land spirit sat gritting his teeth. He held in his anger, he was holding the cup, but before he drank the tea, he smashed it towards the ground. Fang Yuan, this fellow. Xianxia land spirit clenched his fists, grinding his teeth, feeling very unhappy. However, he could see Fang Yuan's expression before leaving, the anger in him subsided a little. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you might be really busy, cultivating so intensely and having your own plans. But this matter affects the development of Xianxia sect, you are a member of the sect. At the crucial moment, how can you not sacrifice yourself and defend the interest of the sect? You are an outsider after all. You are not a hairy man GU immortal. Xianxia land spirit thought of this and squinted, there was a cold glint in his eyes. In his position, Xianxia land spirit could not force Fang Yuan to accept the mission if he did not want to. He created Xianxia sect, all of the members were under an alliance agreement. But there were no rules that would allow him to force members to do missions that they were unwilling to do. Of course, when Xianxia sect was in a life and death crisis, there were rules that would be enforced. But currently, Xianxia sect was developing Taichu, it had nothing to do with fatal danger. If Fang Yuan was unwilling, there was nothing Xianxia land spirit could do. Xianxia land spirit could not sit, he stood up and paced around the room. His arms were behind his back, he lowered his head and pondered, he felt troubled and frustrated, his frown was growing deeper. Fang Yuan is unwilling to do it, what can I do about the falling star hound? Thinking about it hard, there were no good solutions. Xianxia land spirit himself could not leave Xianxia blessed land. There was another way, that was the ancient battle formation heavenly giant Suller. But Langya land spirit was in control of the most crucial immortal GU that constituted the formation. Now that refinement cauldron, an immortal GU house, was incomplete, this was one of the strongest remaining methods to protect Langya blessed land. Langya land spirit did not want to lend heavenly giant Suller over this situation. What if an unexpected mishap happened? Langya land spirit had a clear view of the circumstances. Sigh, do I really need to do what Fang Yuan suggested? I might as well use this falling star hound as a grindstone and develop the fighting abilities of these hairy man GU immortals. Langya land spirit sighed. Fang Yuan flew in the air, his clothing fluttered in the wind. Raging winds brushed past his face, the sound of the wind was clear and loud. He was cold and impassive on the inside. His bitter smile and sigh earlier were just an act. Fang Yuan knew. Inside Langya blessed land, Langya land spirit knew almost everything. He had a huge investigative range. Otherwise, he would not be able to collect so many lifespan GU. Because Langya blessed land had existed since long ago, it had a deep foundation, and an uncountable number of Dao marks. This allowed Langya land spirit's abilities to be very developed in this blessed land. Other land spirits could not compare to him. My current plan is to rely on Langya sect to cultivate. I am the chess player, and Langya sect are my chess pieces. If I accept that mission, wouldn't I become the pawn myself, risking my life for Langya sect? HMPH. Heaven's will has its attention on Taichu. It is very dangerous there. I suspect that Heaven's will has already set a trap, but because it has not found me, and because of the immemorial corpse, it is biding its time. Fang Yuan was vigilant. In this situation, he was not going to go to Taichu. He wanted to cultivate transformation path. He had to refine transformation path immortal GU, and kill desolate beasts to get immortal materials. But he did not need to do these himself. Langya sect was trying to develop in Taichu, it would do all these. Fang Yuan only needed to use his sect contribution points and stay behind to cultivate. Not mentioning the danger and the possibility of a trap from Heaven's will. Even if there were no such thing, Fang Yuan was not going to delay his own cultivation speed. In this world, what is most important is myself. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. He was mentally prepared for this unpleasant meeting already. I will definitely not waste my time for Langya sect, but I need to handle my relationship with Langya land spirit well. If such arguments happen often, my relationship with Langya land spirit will worsen. At some point, Langya land spirit might be unable to control himself. He might chase me out of the sect or even kill me. For the current period of time, I still need Langya sect's power. At least, during this second earthly calamity, I need to borrow those water path immortal GU. Fang Yuan calmly analyzed his situation. He had once been in conflict with the previous Langya land spirit and their relationship became icy cold. That was a mistake. Fang Yuan alerted himself not to make the same mistake again. Sometimes, if the situation permits, I can and have to try and help out. I am purely making use of Langya sect to bring convenience for my cultivation. Only my own strength and cultivation level are dependable. Heaven's will could affect many things, but the extent of its influence was limited. Heaven's will was not a fake will, capable of directly colliding with the thoughts in one's mind. To distort the results of their thinking. Heaven's will could not compare to fake will in that regard. After hearing about Heaven's will from Shadow sect, Fang Yuan learned that Heaven's will was, in essence, simply a type of will. Heaven's will could, at most, make very subtle influences. Thus, Heaven's will used Fang Yuan as the tool to deal with Shadow sect and Spectral Soul. It had not exposed itself, it created a huge scheme and progressed slowly, only towards the end did it bear its fangs. But at the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan, based on his nature as half an otherworldly demon, broke free of Heaven's will's planning and resulted in the current outcome. Thus, to deal with Heaven's will, the best method was to raise one's cultivation level and strength themselves. For example, when Qi Zai chased after Fang Yuan, it was because Fang Yuan was a rank 6 GU immortal, he was weaker. If Fang Yuan was rank 8, Qi Zai would not foolishly pursue him. Similarly, against the cloud beasts, if Fang Yuan had the strength, he could kill them easily. It was because he was weak that he had to escape and run away. Thus, even if earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations are the best timing for Heaven's will to get rid of me, I must face them without any fear. Every time I pass the calamities and tribulations, I would be one step closer to breaking free from Heaven's will's restrictions. I will grow stronger and stronger, until I can face it head on. When I become a demon venerable, when I am invincible in this world, what can heavens will do to me? Fang Yuan was aware of this, he was prepared for it. Returning to his cloud city, he was informed that a hairy man envoy had visited him. Fang Yuan met with this hairy man envoy. He was a rank 5 peak stage GU master. Lord, this is something my city lord had ordered me to bring to you. The hairy man GU master said respectfully. Saying this, he held up a wooden box with both hands. Fang Yuan received it but did not open the box. He took a look at this hairy man envoy. With just one glance, the hairy man GU master felt his heart turning cold. It was as if his entire body was naked, all of his hair was shaved away, all of his secrets were exposed. From today onwards, you will stay here, I will guide you in the cultivation of enslavement path. Fang Yuan said slowly, Thank you, Lord Immortal, for your guidance. The hairy man GU master quickly knelt on the floor, his body was trembling. You can go now. Fang Yuan had no interest in this rank 5 peak stage GU master. After sending him away, Fang Yuan went to his room and cultivated. He opened the wooden box, there was an immortal GU inside, it was the rank 6 beast enslavement immortal GU. As it turned out, a few days ago, Fang Yuan felt that the relationship was close enough and the time was ripe. He made a suggestion to 12th Hair, wanting to borrow his beast enslavement immortal GU, he was willing to pay for it using sect contribution points. Even though 12th Hair agreed, he did not accept the sect contribution points. He had another request. Not long ago, he had taken in a bloodline descendant from the continents below. 12th Hair had an intimate relationship with the grandmother of this descendant, and because he had good aptitude, 12th Hair wanted to nurture him. Because this descendant cultivated enslavement path, 12th Hair wanted Fang Yuan to guide him. Fang Yuan had no reason to reject it. In fact, this was better for him. After all, he had been using a lot of sect contribution points recently, cutting costs was good for him. Inside the immortal aperture, the snow and ice had stopped increasing in area. This meant, the earthly calamities ice and snow path down marks had fully displayed their influence, they had finished modifying the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan controlled the immortal zombie and carefully got close to a desolate beast snow monster. Inside the immortal aperture, because time flowed differently, since his last slaughter, a long time had passed already. The snow monsters had relaxed, thus, Fang Yuan could find a lone snow monster roaming outside. Beast enslavement immortal GU. At Fang Yuan's will, he injected green grape immortal essence into this immortal GU. The desolate beast snow monster's body shook, it was as if it had been hit by an invisible force. But soon, it growled, it discovered the hidden strength path immortal zombie and attacked it. Failure. Retreat. Fang Yuan immediately left. Normally speaking, with his current soul foundation, it was nearly certain that he could suppress this desolate beast snow monster. But the reality was different. As Shadow Sect had said, these lifeforms filled with heavens will cannot be controlled or enslaved by me. Keeping them is a major threat. Even though he knew this from Shadow Sect's information, he was not going to be certain until he tested it for himself. If I could enslave them, I could control the desolate beast snow monsters to resist other tribulations, or sell them in treasure yellow heaven, those are good options. But now, I can only kill them. Wait, maybe I can use self-will GU to get rid of the heavens will before using beast enslavement immortal GU. Fang Yuan had an idea. Chapter 1095, Ample Preparation. The desolate beast snow monster only had its head left after Fang Yuan's attacks. Even with just its head left, the snow monster's fierceness did not drop, it growled at Fang Yuan, spitting out icy wind. Snow monsters were different from ordinary desolate beasts, they were formed from snow and ice, they were like cloud beasts, blood beasts, or mud monsters. Fang Yuan controlled the strength path immortal zombie, he snorted as he stood in front of the snow monster's head, his hand was placed on top of the snow monster's head. At once, a thin layer of ice covered the strength path immortal zombie's hand. Fang Yuan ignored it, he activated a huge amount of self-will GU. Self-will surged like a tidal wave, flowing into the snow monster's head. The snow monster's head was full of heaven's will. Fang Yuan's self-will entered and fought with heaven's will, it was like the clash of fire and water, they were irreconcilably opposed to one another. There was little heaven's will, but the self-will was unceasing. In a while, the heaven's will lost and was completely wiped out by the self-will. At the crucial moment, the snow monster's head exploded. A large amount of snow and ice scattered everywhere. The strength path immortal zombie Fang Yuan was controlling immediately was buried in snow. However, the explosion before dying had no destructive power. Soon, Fang Yuan manipulated the strength path immortal zombie to come out of the snow unscathed. But his expression was quite dark. Even if I use self-will and get rid of heaven's will, the result would be that the snow monster self-detonates, it cannot be subdued. But even if I could subdue it, I spent hundreds of self-will GU to cleanse just one snow monster's head, the cost is too high. Self-will GU was only immortal GU, but it was rank 5. Furthermore, the self-will GU was not refined by Fang Yuan, he had asked the hairy man GU immortals to refine by paying contribution points. Because of this, the cost was higher to Fang Yuan, and most crucially, it costed his time. Fang Yuan had to injure a desolate beast snow monster, forcing it to be unable to move or resist him, before he could flood it with self-will and get rid of the heaven's will. One desolate beast snow monster might not take long, but Fang Yuan had so many snow monsters in many northern plains. With a greater number, the time needed would increase, his second earthly calamity was coming, Fang Yuan could not do this. Actually, even if I enslave the desolate beast snow monsters and sell them, it is dangerous. Back then, one of the first split souls of Shadow Sect, the GU immortal named Green, had researched the life and death immortal aperture in Earth Trench's Super GU formation. A huge explosion occurred during his research, countless immortal materials were infested with heaven's will, Green avoided them like the plague. Because of that, he threw these immortal materials away. This firm attitude of his shows a huge problem. If I truly sell these snow monsters filled with heaven's will, there might be horrible series of consequences. After his attempt failed, Fang Yuan could only continue his previous plan to kill these snow monsters. He had to kill these snow monsters completely before the second earthly calamity. He even had to cleanse all of the heaven's will here, not a trace could be left. Ordinary snow monsters were cannon fodder, Fang Yuan could easily kill them, it was not a problem. But desolate beast snow monsters were harder to deal with, he had to spend some time. As for ancient snow monsters, they were even more troublesome. Fang Yuan started to miss Flying Sword Immortal GU. With Flying Sword Immortal GU as the core, the Immortal Killer move Sword Marks targeting death was extremely effectively in dealing with ancient snow monsters. Triple Layered Sword Wave was an attack with wide range, it was too wasteful to use against a single ancient snow monster. And using Triple Layered Sword Wave had a huge cost. Thankfully, Fang Yuan regained his Strength Path Immortal GU, he could use the killer move Myriad Self once again. Strength Path had few requirements for Primeval Essence and Immortal Essence, Myriad Self first style, Giant Hand required much less Immortal Essence to activate than Triple Layered Sword Wave. In the following period of time, Fang Yuan used his Strength Path Giant Hands to eliminate these ancient snow monsters and desolate beast snow monsters. He first used Beast Enslavement Immortal GU to try and enslave a snow monster. After failing, the snow monster would be angered and fall into a frenzied state, cursing Fang Yuan endlessly. Fang Yuan immediately retreated, luring this snow monster away, before using Strength Path Giant Hands to kill them. This way, the other snow monsters would not be alerted. Earlier, when Fang Yuan attacked, the snow monsters would gather into groups, but now was different, the efficiency was higher. After enslavement path methods failed, the target would feel great hatred towards the GU master. Fang Yuan made full use of this. Earlier, Fang Yuan had tried other methods, but mortal enslavement path methods were too weak, and some wisdom path methods were useless due to heaven's will. Thus, the beast enslavement immortal GU that Fang Yuan borrowed was not useless after all. Days passed, less than 30% of the snow monsters were left. But there was less than 10 days until the second earthly calamity. Fang Yuan manipulated the Strength Path Immortal Zombie, coming to mini southern border in the Immortal Aperture. At a particular location, Fang Yuan's original Immortal Zombie body was placed. Even though I have my original Immortal Zombie body, I can only look at it, I cannot use it. Fang Yuan sighed, mobilizing self-will GU as he placed his formation. After some time, a GU formation using hundreds of self-will GU as the core was created. This GU formation was mainly for sealing. Fang Yuan obtained the method of setting up this formation from Shadow Sect, using a large number of self-will GU to seal heaven's will. The super GU formations that Shadow Sect had in all 5 regions used this method. After inspecting it, and confirming there were no problems, Fang Yuan let out a sigh. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was at the center of the GU formation. The GU formation had completely sealed the spring-autumn cicada inside. Spring-autumn cicada had originally been sealed by one of Heavenly Court's GU immortals, Wei Ling Yang. Ying Wuxia was unable to activate spring-autumn cicada and start again. Thus, he was trapped in Central Continent and could only trade with Fang Yuan. During the transactions, Ying Wuxia returned Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body as well as spring-autumn cicada. After obtaining it, Fang Yuan realized that spring-autumn cicada was still sealed. It could not even consume the water of the river of time. It was weakening, on the verge of dying. Fang Yuan had tried many methods, but this seal was very powerful. He could not even obtain any information about it. Without other options, he could only give up on this. Not long ago, the method of the rank 8 restriction path GU immortal, Wei Ling Yang, seemed to have worn out. Spring-autumn cicada's seal was lifted. Fang Yuan knew that heaven's will was hidden inside it. Only refinement path methods could remove it. Fang Yuan did not dare to place this immortal zombie body outside. Storing it inside his own immortal aperture was safest. But Fang Yuan was afraid that during the second earthly calamity, the heaven's will inside spring-autumn cicada would coordinate with the calamity. Thus, he set up this GU formation, sealing heaven's will and preventing this threat from occurring. 3 more days passed. The snow monsters were completely eliminated from Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Next, he used self-will to cleanse all of the heaven's will. For this, Fang Yuan paid a huge price. Even though Giant Hand had a low cost, using it so many times meant his consumption was still very high. Right now, Fang Yuan did not have much immortal essence or immortal essence stones. Because Treasure Yellow Heaven closed, even though Fang Yuan had a lot of resources, he could not sell them. His Langya sect contribution points were also dwindling. Even though Fang Yuan could earn more from teaching the Hairy Man GU Immortals combat techniques, Langya Land Spirit was making his own plans. He reduced the rewards of these missions while raising the reward of the Falling Star Hound mission. Treasure Yellow Heaven, when are you going to open? Fang Yuan waited for the opening of Treasure Yellow Heaven as he prepared for his second tribulation. There were 5 days until his second earthly calamity. Fang Yuan cleansed all of the heaven's will inside, before going to Danghun Mountain. Using myriad self and other methods, he completely altered the appearance of Danghun Mountain. Next, using Pulling Mountain Immortal GU, he moved Danghun Mountain into his sovereign immortal aperture. Earlier, Fang Yuan did not have landscape as before. He did not dare to do this, but now his worry was lessened greatly. Such a commotion caused Langya Land Spirit to show up. He asked nervously, "Elder Fang Yuan, what are you doing?" He was worried, because Danghun Mountain belonged to Fang Yuan. It was not like Luopo Valley. If Fang Yuan wanted to bring it away, he could not stop him. Fang Yuan had a glib tongue. He gave an excuse of his that was prepared long ago, saying he was going to leave Langya Blessed Land for some time. Langya Land Spirit believed what he said. He wanted Fang Yuan to exterminate the Falling Star Hound, but instead, he was going to leave with Danghun Mountain. Langya Land Spirit was very worried. Fang Yuan used this chance to exchange all of his sect contribution points. He even used Wisdom GU as collateral to borrow a lot of Immortal GU from Langya Land Spirit, and large amounts of Immortal Essence stones. He finally replenished his Green Grape Immortal Essence. Regretfully, up until Fang Yuan left Langya Blessed Land, Treasure Yellow Heaven did not open. Fang Yuan sighed, choosing to move a portion of the resources in his immortal aperture to Langya Blessed Land for safekeeping. So much resources. It seems that you are very skilled in managing an immortal aperture. Langya Land Spirit was a bit surprised at the amount of resources Fang Yuan had. But in fact, this was only a small portion. It was not even 30%. Fang Yuan was not going to move out all of his resources. Langya Land Spirit was not a fool. He would be suspicious of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. With half a day until the earthly calamity descended, Fang Yuan used the transportation GU formation to go to the northern icy plain. Even though the northern icy plain was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, and had lots of Reckless Savage's true meaning, heavens will still existed here. Thus, Fang Yuan did not come here far in advance. The icy plain was huge. Fang Yuan casually chose a direction and picked a spot to place his immortal aperture. What would the second earthly calamity be? No matter what it was, the second earthly calamities would surely be greater than the first. Fang Yuan waited for it vigilantly. Chapter 1096. Wind Flowers, Snow Moon. Fang Yuan wore a white robe, his black hair was flowing with the wind, he slowly descended into many northern plains within the sovereign immortal aperture. He was planning to undergo tribulation in this place again. The other areas had resources placed in them. Many northern plains only had this icy area, and most importantly, the snow monsters filled with heavens were all eliminated already. The sovereign immortal aperture had a huge space, but the calamities and tribulations only targeted Fang Yuan. Therefore, the tribulation would occur where he was located. The immortal aperture had already been placed, it was in northern plains. The tributary of the river of time in the immortal aperture linked to the river of time outside, and the rate of time inside greatly slowed down. First, he inspected his arrangements. There were large numbers of GU worms placed in the sovereign immortal aperture. Most of them were GU worms related to the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Other than that, there was Dang Hun Mountain right beside Fang Yuan. Right now, Dang Hun Mountain looked completely different from before. Fang Yuan did this to prevent others from using fixed immortal travel to enter while he was undergoing tribulation. He got rid of this possibility before it could be used. During the first tribulation, Fang Yuan did not have Pulling Mountain Immortal GU or landscape as before, he could not bring Dang Hun Mountain him. With Pulling Mountain, Fang Yuan could single-handedly drag Dang Hun Mountain into his immortal aperture. If he had to request for help from other Hairy Man GU immortals, not only would he need to waste his sect contribution points, he would also need to let the Hairy Man GU immortals into his sovereign immortal aperture, exposing his huge secret. With landscape as before, he was not afraid that Dang Hun Mountain would be destroyed in the calamity. After all, the more severely Dang Hun Mountain was damaged, the fewer the guts GU produced. After some inspections, Fang Yuan confirmed that his arrangements had no problems. Immediately, at his will, the entrance of the sovereign immortal aperture opened. A huge amount of heaven and earth chi entered the sovereign immortal aperture through the entrance. At once, there was a huge commotion, as if tidal waves were crashing in. This time, I brought in Dang Hun Mountain, increasing the burden on the sovereign immortal aperture, thus, there is more heaven and earth chi than last time. Heaven and earth chi rushed in fiercely. Fang Yuan also activated the GU worms outside of his immortal aperture at the same time. He had already done this setup once before, Fang Yuan was quite familiar with it. While undergoing tribulation, Fang Yuan naturally used Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. First, the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture could, indirectly, weaken the earthly calamity's power. Second, it could draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning, helping Fang Yuan with his transformation path cultivation. Unlike the first tribulation, this time, many of the mortal GU used for forming Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture belonged to Fang Yuan. He even modified Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture himself, making some slight tweaks. The modified Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture was one of the preparations Fang Yuan made for this tribulation. Even though his refinement path attainment level was not high, he had Grandmaster Wisdom path attainment level. His modifications were just icing on the cake, they were not crucial aspects. But as long as he continued his research, Fang Yuan was sure that he would make this killer move as suitable for himself as possible. After all, Fang Yuan could not always rely on Langya sect. Each time he underwent tribulation, he needed to borrow so many GU worms from Langya land spirit, there was a huge cost in it. Fang Yuan modified Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture so as to break free from Langya land spirit's control in this aspect. A moment later, Fang Yuan completed his arrangements and began to use his immortal essence, activating his GU worms. Green light shone, filling the entire immortal aperture, while connecting to the outside world. Gradually, a green hue appeared outside the immortal aperture, covering a huge surrounding area. Tens of thousands of green grape immortal essence beads were used, allowing Fang Yuan to activate the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. The second earthly calamity descended. The world rumbled, winds blew as clouds shifted. At first, there was only a mild wind, but soon, the intensity of the wind rose greatly. In the blink of an eye, a huge wind blew, it had the force to sweep the world and blow away all life. What tribulation is this? Fang Yuan stood on the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, awaiting vigilantly. Even though he had not recognized the earthly calamity yet, he could see that this earthly calamity was like last time, it was far beyond reason in terms of power. Intense winds blew, blowing the snow and ice on the ground up, causing the area to become obscured. The sovereign immortal aperture had few light path Dao marks to begin with, it was dim. With the raging winds and snow, Fang Yuan's vision became very limited. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. What sound is that? Fang Yuan had already activated his methods to investigative, but he suddenly heard the sound of chimes from within the snow and wind. This strange scene made Fang Yuan frown slightly. Don't tell me, this is, a thought flashed in his mind. At this moment, the sound of chimes became louder, a huge green flower flew out of the wind, crashing into Danghun Mountain. This green flower was extremely fast. It was simply faster than lightning. After crashing into Danghun Mountain, a huge mark was left on Danghun Mountain. The mountain rocks along the way were all smashed into bits, before being blown away by the wind. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. Wind chimes rang again. At the next moment, 18 green flowers flew out and crashed into Danghun Mountain. They turned into dust, but 18 blemishes were made on Danghun Mountain. These are wind flowers. Fang Yuan's eyes were shining brightly, he confirmed this in his mind. Wind flowers were a type of wind essence. They were only produced in extremely intense winds. They had no roots and floated in the wind. They were large like horse carriages, they were light green in color and were extremely sharp. Ding ding ding. Fang Yuan had just recognized these flowers, when the next wave of wind flowers came again. The flowers were in greater numbers now, there were 40 to 50 of them. They were attacking from all directions, crashing into Danghun Mountain consecutively. Danghun Mountain's surface was impacted, dust and smoke rose, fragments of rocks were scattered by the wind and vanished. Fang Yuan quickly retreated, moving away from the mountain peak. He gritted his teeth, feeling slightly troubled. Last time, Heavens will created a large number of snow monsters, but I could fly and had the initiative. This time, Heavens will learned its lesson, it changed its tactics and used the wind flower tribulation on me. This was Fang Yuan's weakness. Fang Yuan's speed was lower than the wind flowers, and his defensive methods were only at mortal level. Thankfully, I moved Danghun Mountain here this time, otherwise, I'd have no place to guard myself, it would be terrible. Fang Yuan felt extremely glad. He used his time path Immortal GU, the blemishes on Danghun Mountain vanished, it returned to normal. But soon, at the next second, a barrage of wind flowers attacked again, smashing layers of the mountain's surface into pieces. This cannot go on. Activating Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture already used more than half of my Immortal Essence. Even though I am safe currently, I am expending a lot of green grape Immortal Essence. Restoring Danghun Mountain is merely prolonging the inevitable. Fang Yuan squinted, thoughts were churning rapidly in his mind. He had rich battle experience, he quickly thought of a countermeasure. Strength Path Killer Move, Myriad Self. Transformation Path Killer Move, Familiar Face. His body shook, he utilized his methods, as countless Fang Yuan occupied the whole of Danghun Mountain. One of them roared at the sky as all of the Fang Yuan phantoms rushed towards the winds outside of the mountain. At the same time, Fang Yuan's actual body used Familiar Face and Myriad Self to conceal himself, he turned into a rock on Danghun Mountain. With Change Form Immortal GU, Familiar Face was closer to the original version, it was easy to use, having instantaneous transformations. It was unlike before, when Fang Yuan used a large number of Mortal GU to replace the effect of Change Form Immortal GU, causing Familiar Face to need a very long time to activate. After turning into a common rock, Fang Yuan did not rest, he used Dark Limit Immortal GU, concealing his aura. A large number of wind flowers attacked the tens of thousands of Fang Yuan phantoms. The calamity's firepower became less concentrated, Danghun Mountain sustained less pressure than before. In a moment, Fang Yuan's Myriad Self phantoms were all exterminated by the wind flowers. Fang Yuan used Myriad Self again, summoning countless phantoms that charged out carrying his aura. The wind flowers scattered and danced in the wind, many phantoms were instantly destroyed. After some repetitions, Heavens will sensed Fang Yuan's tactic, as the wind flowers stopped paying attention to the Fang Yuan phantoms, they targeted their attacks at Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, feeling the ill intent of Heaven's will. Danghun Mountain is my greatest sources of revenue, Heaven's will wants to destroy it and ruin my future prospects. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had landscape as before. He had landscape as before to restore Danghun Mountain, but it could only let Fang Yuan maintain the situation, he would still be in a passive state. Green Grape Immortal Essence was rapidly expended. Fang Yuan tried to counter-attack, but the wind flowers were too fast, the two killer moves were ineffective. Especially Strength Path Giant Hand, even though it was powerful, it was too slow, it could not catch any wind flowers at all, unless the wind flowers came at it. Poison Breath. Fang Yuan breathed out dark purple poisonous gas that scattered with the wind. Large numbers of wind flowers wilted upon coming into contact with the poison. Fang Yuan showed great joy on his face. Poison Breath was modified from the Wisdom Path killer move, harboring malicious heart. It used woman's heart as the core, it had many flaws and was of comparatively low value. Fang Yuan rarely used it. To think that it was so effective now. Under the effect of Poison Breath, the wind flowers' offensive power lowered immensely. The winds were starting to slow down. A cold light shone on the entirety of Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw that in the sky, there was a crescent moon that appeared out of nowhere. Fang Yuan squinted, he muttered under his breath, "Snow moon." This crescent moon was pure white as snow, it shone down with a pale light, causing Danghun Mountain's temperature to fall. Soon, layers of frost began to cover the surface of Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan felt like there was a weight on his heart, he thought, so this is not a wind flower tribulation, but a wind flower snow moon tribulation. The former is an earthly calamity, but the latter is a heavenly tribulation. This second earthly calamity is simply too absurdly strong. Chapter 1097, Undergoing Tribulation with Difficulty. Wind flower tribulation, snow moon tribulation, when alone, they were two different earthly calamities. When the wind flowers and snow moon were together, they formed a heavenly tribulation. The power was much higher, and the difficulty of passing the tribulation increases. The wind flowers were fast and hard to avoid, they were sharp and not easy to defend against. The snow moon gave off cold light that froze GU Immortals, making them slower, the two were a perfect pair. Fang Yuan was feeling heavy pressure. Actually, with his current strength, especially after the transaction with Shadow Sect, Strength Path and Sword Path became his main source of offense. Be it Strength Path Giant Hand or triple-layered Sword Wave, they could allow him to unleash Rank 7 GU Immortal battle strength. It was possible to pass a heavenly tribulation. What created Fang Yuan's heavy mood was not the heavenly tribulation now, but his future progression. When GU Immortals undergo tribulations, they get stronger and stronger. Fang Yuan's second earthly calamity was in theory stronger than the first. But the second earthly calamity was already at heavenly tribulation level. Such an increase was simply too much. Theoretically, if this went on, how strong would his third and fourth earthly calamities be? A ranked 6 GU Immortal faces an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years, after 3 heavenly tribulations, they would become rank 7. That means, they would have 27 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. And for Fang Yuan, after this second earthly calamity, he still had 25 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. If his second earthly calamity was already at the level of a heavenly tribulation, what future would he have? If he projected this into the future, his earthly calamities would reach the level of grand tribulations. The light of the snow moon made Fang Yuan's face look pale. Even the thoughts in his mind were moving at a slower rate as a result. The snow moon gave off a cold light that not only slowed the GU Immortals' movement, but also their thoughts. Fang Yuan quickly used Wisdom Path methods to protect his mind. He was a Wisdom Path Grand Master, he could achieve this easily. This should not be. During Shadow Sect's transaction, Sixth Hair told me, even though earthly calamities get stronger each time, there is a limit to their power. As long as this is an earthly calamity, it will be within the range of an earthly calamity. Was he lying to me? He gave me false information. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. It was not impossible that they lied to him. But to Fang Yuan, thinking from the other side's perspective, they had nothing to gain from doing so. Because this was something that could be easily found out. And Shadow Sect wanted to capture Fang Yuan to reverse refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU, wouldn't it be a problem if they lied to him and caused him to die in this calamity? Or can I say, there is another possibility. Brightness flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, before turning dim. The winds were howling outside. Fang Yuan raised his head, looking at the sky, his pupils were dark like the night sky. Standing on a mountain rock, his white robe and black hair fluttered in the wind, he was like a lone wolf. Suddenly, he burst out with a strong attack. Sword waves appeared out of nowhere, rushing up towards the sky, defying gravity. Strength Path giant hands tore through space, pushing apart the wind with immense force. The two charged towards the snow moon in the sky. Countless green wind flowers gathered towards the sword waves and giant hands like bees that were attracted to nectar. The sharp wind flowers clashed with the sword waves and giant hands. Soon, these two forces were eliminated. But there was a strange sight. Earlier, the wind flowers only targeted Danghun Mountain. They wanted to destroy this famous secluded domain of heaven and earth. They ignored Fang Yuan's sword waves and giant hands, even avoiding them on purpose. But now, these wind flowers went to attack them. It was because Fang Yuan's attack was aimed at the snow moon in the sky. It seemed like these wind flowers were trying to protect the snow moon. The snow moon's existence was indeed placing much pressure on Fang Yuan. It was not wrong that the wind flowers were protecting it. But excitement flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. Myriad self. A group of phantoms roared. Large number of Fang Yuan phantoms rushed up like a tidal wave. Fang Yuan used it 3 times. In an instant, Danghun Mountain, which was originally empty, became extremely crowded. Countless Fang Yuan flew into the wind by jumping down the mountain. But unlike last time, Fang Yuan's true body also turned into a strength path phantom, rushing out of Danghun Mountain. Large numbers of wind flowers came at him. But there were too many strength path phantoms, and too few wind flowers. Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms could not resist the wind flowers, they were rapidly sacrificed. But using them to conceal himself, with familiar face and dark limit helping him, Fang Yuan successfully got into the sky. It is time. Fang Yuan found the perfect time to use Sword Escape Immortal Gu. He was like a dragon out of the water. He rushed into the sky and soared above the clouds. It was an astonishing sight. He was close. Fang Yuan used triple-layered sword wave and strength path giant hand again. Heaven's will was caught off guard. The wind flowers were still eliminating the Fang Yuan phantoms. Fang Yuan successfully destroyed the snow moon in the sky. At the next moment, large amounts of reckless savage's true meaning filled him. Fang Yuan was like a withering plant receiving water. He absorbed all of the true meaning. All of a sudden, he felt like he had transformed into a moon. He was hanging in the sky, quietly emitting moonlight as he looked down on the living beings of the world. His transformation path attainment level rose rapidly. Transformation path, it did not just include animals and plants, it also encompassed mountains, water, wind, moons, all of these natural phenomena. This true meaning of reckless savage gave Fang Yuan great gains. He laughed loudly, one could feel his joy from his laughter alone. As it turned out, the wind flower snow moon tribulation was just pieced together, it was not a true heavenly tribulation. The second earthly calamity was within the scope of an earthly calamity. No matter how angry heaven's will was and how much it wanted to eliminate Fang Yuan, there was no use. It was heaven's will, it had to obey the law of balance of the way of heaven. Winds roared, heaven's will raged, as if it was embarrassed from having its plan exposed openly. Countless wind flowers assaulted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used myriad self again. Large numbers of Fang Yuan phantoms diverted heaven's will's offense. The wind flowers killed Fang Yuan phantoms, it was a true slaughter. But there was little effect. Fang Yuan's true body was hidden among the phantoms, eventually landing on Danghun Mountain again. With Danghun Mountain, he had a place to defend himself. Fang Yuan could catch a breather. Deactivating familiar face, Fang Yuan's body shook. There was a huge wound on his back, blood was dripping, his bones could be seen. But because of change form Immortal Gu, his wound was concealed, he managed to deceive heaven's will. My defense is too weak. Fang Yuan sighed, starting to heal himself. He did not use man as before. Man as before was an Immortal Gu that used immortal essence. And it could only return him to his state a moment ago. Fang Yuan was hurt by a wind flower in the sky when he was flying. At that time, he could not use man as before. If the Immortal Gu aura was leaked, he would be exposing himself. Thankfully, my Tao marks do not conflict, even mortal methods work well on me. Fang Yuan felt his immense advantage in this aspect. Normally speaking, Gu immortals were hard to heal. Because they had Tao marks, they would interfere and reduce the effectiveness of mortal healing methods. When using healing immortal killer moves, one also had to consider if the Tao marks conflicted. Fang Yuan had no such problems, he could use mortal methods, this allowed him to conserve immortal essence. Fang Yuan did not prepare as much immortal essence as last time. The main reason was the closing of Treasure Yellow Heaven. Cold light assaulted him, frost formed on Fang Yuan's forehead. It spread and he was soon covered in a layer of frost. Not just him, the entirety of Danghun Mountain was the same. Fang Yuan looked up and his pupils shrunk, he mentally cried out in dismay. There were 3 more snow moons that appeared in the sky. With 3 times the cold light accumulated, the effect was multiplied. Fang Yuan's wisdom path method defending his mind stopped working, he could only use other ways to counter it. He also had to defend his body. Multiple defensive mortal killer moves were used, his body flickered with light, his body temperature was maintained at a normal level. The number of snow moons and their rate of production exceeded Fang Yuan's expectations. This ruined his plan of sitting back on Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan's heart beat quickly. When he saw the 3 snow moons, he realized, this was a crucial moment of life and death. The longer he dragged on, the more snow moons would appear, and the less hope he had of passing the tribulation. He had to counterattack, he could not slack on it, otherwise, when the opportunity fades, a slight delay would cause him to get into deep despair, there would be no way for him to survive. A different GU Immortal might hesitate, but Fang Yuan had rich battle experience. After realizing his situation, he used Myriad Self once again without hesitation. Doing the same thing again, large numbers of Fang Yuan phantoms lured the wind flowers away. Fang Yuan's body was mixed in with them, charging into the sky relentlessly. After flying towards the sky, the cold light's power rose, it was no longer restricted by Danghun Mountain's soul path Dao marks. This was an intense battle. Fang Yuan needed to destroy the 3 snow moons, but the cold light from them gave him much greater pressure than the wind flowers. And worst of all, a 4th snow moon was already forming in the sky. Heaven's will was going through all kinds of ways to stop Fang Yuan. While he had the best opportunity to attack, large numbers of wind flowers attempted to kill Fang Yuan. 1 moon, 2 moons, 3 crescent moons, Fang Yuan destroyed them after a difficult process. And more snow moons were still forming. The cold light made Fang Yuan feel a deep chill in his mind, the cruel reality was making his limbs go numb. His chances of surviving dwindling, but Fang Yuan's expression became more firm, he charged up against the difficulty without any dejection. His immortal essence was rapidly decreasing. Every time he used an immortal killer move, he had to be careful about the expenditure and calculate it accurately. Chapter 1098, Success in Danger. A wind flower hit Fang Yuan's back. Fang Yuan's defenses were like paper, torn to shreds immediately. His robe on his back was cut apart, blood spewed as his flesh was dug out. I'm getting unlucky. Fang Yuan's heart sank. There were dozens of strength path phantoms around him, but there was only one wind flower attacking them. To think that he was the one who got hit. As time passed, Dog Shit Luck's protection would get weaker, the chances of him being found out by Heaven's will increased. And worse, there was also Dark Limit Immortal GU to take into account. Dark Limit Immortal GU was activated, protecting Fang Yuan and concealing his aura, but it was weakening too. Once this protection vanishes, it would be more severe than losing Dog Shit Luck's protection. Time passed. Seconds passed like years to Fang Yuan, he was holding on desperately. He had already endured countless attacks from the snow moons and wind flowers. Dog Shit Luck and Dark Limit's protection weakened progressively, but Familiar Face, formed using Attitude GU and Change Form GU, was a reliable method that Fang Yuan was holding on to. There was also Myriad Self. At this moment, its attack power was useless, he could only use it as a distraction. Heaven's will was not stupid, it could think. After understanding Fang Yuan's tactic, after he used Myriad Self each time, it could find him in a shorter time than the previous attempt. Fang Yuan's injuries were getting more severe, he had no choice but to use man as before. But this way, his immortal essence expenditure rapidly increased. He did not have much to begin with, now, it was depleting. Heaven's will had the high ground controlling the earthly calamity, it was not going to lose out in this situation. While Fang Yuan was like an ant, desperately struggling to survive in this dangerous situation. The number of snow moons continued to increase, Fang Yuan was slowly unable to keep up. The situation was dire, Fang Yuan saw almost no hope. But he did not give up, he continued to grit his teeth and persevere. The winds were wild, seemingly mocking him for overestimating himself. The snow moons hung in the sky, the cold light seemed to be looking down at Fang Yuan, seeing this ant struggle desperately in futility. Fang Yuan was bathed in blood, his white robe had turned into a blood-red color, his blood and sweat had frozen because of the cold light. He was in a pathetic state, some of his black hair that fluttered with the wind had snapped, the length was now uneven, he looked like a combination of a beggar and a lunatic. His face was icy cold, he did not laugh nor shout. He was like a firm piece of ice, even if heaven and earth were burying him, he did not say a word, he endured silently in this desperate situation. The wind slowly became weaker. The power of the wind flower tribulation was fading. This was its limit. An earthly calamity's power had limits. Even if heaven's will amplified it to the greatest extent and personally manipulated it. Fang Yuan was not killed by the wind flowers. Soon, the number of wind flowers decreased, there was no longer any wind. Fang Yuan smiled, he activated his immortal essence, targeting the snow moons. Even though the wind flowers were gone, and the snow moons had stopped forming, there were still some wind flowers left behind, and many snow moons in the sky. A tough battle. Fang Yuan had no strength to grit his teeth, he felt extremely weak. Myriad self. Strength path giant hand. Triple layered sword wave. Familiar face. He was not in a good condition, some of his immortal killer moves failed upon activation. Each time he failed, he faced a backlash and spat out blood from his mouth. The earthly calamity was at its limits, so was Fang Yuan. There was no reason to run now. Not only could the wind flowers stop him, the snow moons could fly slowly, the range of the cold light was too large. The earthly calamity was not over yet, heaven and earth chi was not balanced yet, it was impossible to retrieve his immortal aperture. Undeniably, heaven's will had planned this for some time, creating the most suitable tribulation to kill Fang Yuan. In the last earthly calamity, reckless savage true meaning was a part of the earthly calamity's strength. But this time, even though heaven's will could not stop it, it influenced reckless savage true meaning and turned it into the snow moon tribulation, increasing the difficulty of the entire earthly calamity. In this current situation, it depended on who could outlast the other. An hour later, Fang Yuan collapsed on Danghun Mountain. His immortal essence was depleted. He could no longer sustain familiar face, his mental energy was drained. Fang Yuan exerted his effort and strength, destroying a large number of snow moons, but there was still one final moon in the sky. Using Danghun Mountain's protection, Fang Yuan resisted the force of the cold light. He was covered in injuries, frost had formed on the surface of many of his injuries. Fang Yuan had no strength left, snow and frost accumulated on his body, turning him into a piece of ice. The final trace of wind was blowing on top of the ice, carrying heaven's will, wanting to take Fang Yuan's life away. He had no immortal essence left to use even one immortal killer move, but Fang Yuan showed the faint smile of a victor on his face. I finally survived this calamity. At the next moment, a desolate beast-spined fin star dragonfish appeared, it swung its tail and destroyed the final snow moon. A few minutes later, heaven and earth chi settled down, Fang Yuan quickly used his methods to leave northern plains. After he left, a while later, two figures emerged from below the ice. It's here. One of the figures inspected the place, saying this after it confirmed the surroundings. The other figure sniffed around with its nose, confirming as well, we did not sense wrongly, someone was undergoing tribulation here earlier, there is still some heaven and earth chi remaining, it has not completely dissipated yet. The two figures were indistinct, they were purposely concealing their figures. However, to be able to know about tribulations and to inspect them so clearly, they were surely GU immortals. Sigh. The northern icy plain was created by reckless savage demon venerable in the past single-handedly. This is an icy plain without any land. The heaven and earth chi here is less abundant than in other places. If many GU immortals undergo tribulation here, more heaven and earth chi would be consumed. At some point, the glaciers will shatter, the entire place would become unstable. One of the two mysterious GU immortals sighed as they spoke with much worry. The northern icy plain is the final paradise left for us snowmen. We live under the icy plain and do not conflict with the rest of the world. To think that the humans are not satisfied, they even want to take away this final sanctuary of ours. The other mysterious figure was younger and said with much anger. It turned out that these two GU immortals were not simple, they were snowman GU immortals of the variant humans. The young snowman GU immortal continued, First Supreme Elder is too behind the times. In my opinion, we should have gotten rid of that Chudu. Look, not only is Chudu coming to undergo tribulations, others are coming too. Soon, more and more GU immortals will come and destroy our sanctuary. The older snowman GU immortal sighed, sigh. I understand why First Supreme Elder agreed. They are worried that a battle with Chu Du would expose our location to the world. Right now, humans are the overlords of the world, their status is firm as a mountain, unshakable. If we are exposed, all the GU immortals in northern plains would come after us. Do we let this continue? Let more and more GU immortals undergo tribulations on top of us. With our strength, if we fight in this icy plain, as long as we plan well, it is not hard to kill some human GU immortals. Of course, I admit that Chu Du is very strong. We can play it safe and avoid him, but other GU immortals are not hard to kill. If they all die, who will know we are the culprits? Hey, humans are a chaotic bunch internally, the righteous path and demonic path have never stopped their conflicts. The young GU immortal said. Sai, you make sense too. Let's report this matter to the tribe and see what the other supreme elders have to say. The two snowman GU immortals discussed as their vague figures vanished. Even though Fang Yuan was covered in wounds, he moved unceasingly, rushing back to Xianxia blessed land. Heavens will wants to exterminate me, the best chances during my tribulations. Not only can it increase the might of the calamities and tribulations to their limits, it can manipulate them personally. And worse, it can influence other people and create a human tribulation to kill me. Fang Yuan remembered this detail clearly. This was precious information that he had obtained from transactions with Sixth Hair. In the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain months ago, he was also part of the crucial human tribulation that heavens will use to deal with spectral soul. Because he had experienced it personally, Fang Yuan was very much on alert regarding these human tribulations. Look at who spectral soul was, and he had Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance to assist him for 100,000 years, he still lost to Heaven's Will in the end. Compared to them, what was Fang Yuan? Thus, Fang Yuan disregarded his severe injuries, he immediately left. He was fast, not giving Heaven's Will any time to plan. There were no unexpected mishaps along the way, Fang Yuan successfully returned to Xianxia blessed land. After he got to Xianxia blessed land, he let out a sigh, knowing that he was safe for now. Next, Fang Yuan hid inside his cloud city and healed his injuries, while returning all the immortal GU he borrowed. A few days later, Fang Yuan's injuries healed, he was in prime condition again, he started restoring Dang Hun Mountain which was in his immortal aperture. Speaking of which, this mountain was a huge help when he was undergoing tribulation. Dang Hun Mountain was in a terrible condition, it was a huge mountain earlier, but after getting attacked by countless wind flowers, there was only a tiny mound left. Using this immortal GU, Dang Hun Mountain regained its former size. Only when Dang Hun Mountain was in this state could it produce Guts GU at the highest efficiency. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless, he quickly took out Dang Hun Mountain and handed it over to Xianxia blessed land. However, even though he could mass-produce Guts GU, the place to sell them, Treasure Yellow Heaven, was still closed. Right now, Xianxia sect's inventory had a huge amount of Guts GU that could not be sold. Fang Yuan was anxious. 2 months later, the third earthly calamity will arrive. It will be stronger than now. If I do not obtain a breakthrough in any aspect during this period of time and gain more strength, I will likely die. But gaining strength does not come out of nowhere, I need all sorts of cultivation resources. Treasure Yellow Heaven, when is it going to open? Chapter 1099, Transformation Path Grandmaster. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. This was a place with an aquatic terrain. But it was not as vast as the Eastern Sea in the outside world, the deepest sea level was only 60 feet. Most of the places were like mud pits to desolate beasts. This was because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture did not have enough water path Dao marks yet. Right now, in a particular location of Mini Eastern Sea, 2 desolate beasts were fighting. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled as it pounced. It opened its mouth, showing its fangs, if its attack landed, even mountains could be damaged. But its opponent was a desolate beast flying bear. A crafty light shone in its eyes as it retreated. The shark fin wolf exerted excessive strength, its attack was easily dodged by the flying bear. Next, the flying bear raised its paws and slammed down at the shark fin wolf's head. Bam! A huge force threw the shark fin wolf onto the ground, it went into a daze from the impact, it could not get up. However, Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this result. When I used Flying Bear Strength Immortal GU earlier, my strength increased. But the Flying Bear transformation had an issue. I am temporarily using this Strength Path Immortal Zombie body, it has a lot of Strength Path Dao marks on it. Even though I have change form Immortal GU, I can only change my appearance with difficulty. The strength path Dao marks are resisting the effects of change form Immortal GU. Transformation path GU Immortals mainly had transformation path Dao marks in their bodies. These Dao marks could transform into Dao marks of other paths under the influence of GU worms. Change form Immortal GU was the essence of transformation path. With it, the GU Immortal could transform into anything. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, grass, trees, mountains, rivers, suns, stars, moons, they could become anything. But this GU only changes the form. Other GU worms had to be used to change the strength, speed, defense, and other aspects. Right now, the sovereign Immortal aperture is inside my body. I can only use the strength path Immortal zombies and train my transformation path methods. But strength path Immortal zombies have strength path Dao marks. It is hard for them to use change form Immortal GU. But flying bear strength GU gains an amplification from strength path Dao marks. It has a greater effect. Fang Yuan assessed this, realizing the usefulness of his current body. Non-interference and conflict between his Dao marks. This was an immense advantage. Between all paths, they had clear boundaries that separated them. Even if one cultivated more than one path, there was a difference between the primary and secondary path. But for Fang Yuan, the boundaries were indistinct. He could cultivate all paths. It seems that using strength path Immortal zombies can only train my transformation path methods to some extent. It cannot let me understand the true extent of my abilities. Fang Yuan sighed, controlling the flying bear, dodging agilely. As it turned out, the desolate beast shark fin wolf had gotten up. It attacked in a frenzied state. But Fang Yuan had the intelligence of a human. He utilized battle tactics and manipulated the flying bear fluidly. The shark fin wolf could not even injure the flying bear. Even though Fang Yuan had beast enslavement Immortal GU and controlled this desolate beast before, after the earthly calamity, Fang Yuan had to return beast enslavement Immortal GU. Thus, before this, he had released his control over the shark fin wolf and spine fin star dragonfish. This had a benefit. Without beast enslavement Immortal GU, the desolate beast shark fin wolf could unleash its true fierce nature. It was a good sparring partner. With another loud sound, the shark fin wolf was slammed into the mud pit by the flying bear's paws once again, as mud splashed all over. This time, the shark fin wolf whimpered. It got up quickly. Seeing that the flying bear was unharmed, it quickly escaped timidly. Fang Yuan, who was anticipating the shark fin wolf's attack, was dazed. He thought, was it because I was too harsh when flicking it to subdue it in the past? Its ferocity is greatly reduced as a result. The shark fin wolf escaped. Fang Yuan lost all interest in continuing. But my practice these last days was not in vain. It proved that my transformation path attainment level has indeed reached Grandmaster level. Transformation path Grandmaster. Right now, Fang Yuan was a Grandmaster in Blood path, Strength path, Wisdom path, and Star path. A fifth path, Transformation path, had also become Grandmaster level. The 500 years of his previous life were not of much help to Fang Yuan here. His transformation path attainment could reach this level because of Reckless Savage's true meaning. Heaven's will wanted to exterminate Fang Yuan. It planned and raised the power of his calamities and tribulations to the limits permitted by the way of heaven. Fang Yuan had passed 2 earthly calamities, but these earthly calamities were extraordinarily powerful. They were on par with heavenly tribulations. Thus, even Reckless Savage's true meaning was drawn out in a greater amount. Good fortune and misfortune came in turns. Calamities and tribulations had a rule, that was the balance of fortune and misfortune. The stronger the calamities and tribulations, the greater the danger Fang Yuan faced, but after passing the tribulation, he would receive much greater benefits. Fang Yuan's transformation path Grandmaster attainment was obtained after 3 infusions of Reckless Savage's true meaning. The first was when He Lu Lan ascended to a 10 extreme Immortal. The latter 2 times were inside his own earthly calamities, drawn out using Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. He could become a Grandmaster because his foundation had been accumulated sufficiently. Becoming a transformation path Grandmaster is good news, but my current situation is quite bad. Fang Yuan was worried. Calamities and tribulations grew stronger each time. After the second earthly calamity, Fang Yuan could guess how much stronger his following calamities and tribulations would become. The second earthly calamity was passed after an extremely dangerous process. Along the way, the snow moons started appearing. if Fang Yuan was not resolute and attacked them immediately, the outcome would be disastrous. Towards the end, Dang Hun Mountain was reduced to a small mound. He had so little immortal essence he could not even use one immortal killer move, he only passed because of the desolate beast he prepared. It could be said, Fang Yuan expended almost all of his trump cards. During the first earthly calamity, Reckless Savage's true meaning took over half of the calamities and tribulations' power. The snow monsters created by Heaven's Will did not hold the initiative. But during the second earthly calamity, Heaven's Will planned and plotted while involving Reckless Savage's true meaning, making use of it, influencing it to become the snow moons that amplified the power of the wind flower tribulation. Heaven's Will can think, in the third earthly calamity, it will definitely consider Dang Hun Mountain, my current immortal killer moves, and my desolate beasts, as well as even subordinates like Gu Immortal Zhou Zhang. Fang Yuan had gone through some tribulations, he gained a deeper understanding towards Heaven's Will. Conversely, the same applied to Heaven's Will, it gained more and more information regarding Fang Yuan. Currently, Fang Yuan had 7 main methods against the tribulations. The first was to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain, using immortal tribulation tempering aperture to lure out Reckless Savage true meaning, weakening Heaven's Will's control over the tribulations. The second was dog shit luck, using luck path to weaken the tribulations. The third was using attitude GU, dark limit GU, change form GU, and familiar face to transform into various things that could confuse Heaven's Will. The fourth was his strength path, sword path, and blood path immortal GU, as well as immortal killer moves that could resist it head-on. The fifth was Dang Hun Mountain, it gave him an advantage in terrain. The sixth was his status as a complete otherworldly demon, Heaven's Will could not influence Fang Yuan's cognition. The seventh were external forces, like the spine fin star dragonfish, shark fin wolf, featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhang, Langya sects hairy man Gu Immortals, and others. Heaven's Will knows clearly about these methods and trump cards. At most, the seventh point has greater room for variance. But these external forces are unreliable. My enslavement path attainment level is not high, I am not skilled in enslavement path methods either. Even though I can enslave the shark fin wolf and spine fin star dragonfish, Heaven's Will can also use the tribulations to grant them freedom. Thus, during the tribulation, I can only set them up as a trump card, to prevent Heaven's Will from making use of them. And the featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhang, he is a variant human Gu Immortal, he has abundant intelligence, if he regains freedom, he would be a bigger threat than desolate beasts. Unless I have no choice, I will not expose the secret of my sovereign immortal aperture to him. And most importantly, he had once used heavenly wish to descend into Tai by blessed land as an earthly calamity. If he was manipulated by Heaven's Will like those snow monsters and betrayed me, that would be problematic. At this rate, my third earthly calamity will be a near-death experience, and the fourth earthly calamity would be a certain death situation. Fang Yuan was deeply aware of his circumstances. Even though he passed the second earthly calamity, Treasure Yellow Heaven was not open, he could not use any cultivation resources to increase his strength. This was the problem with Gu Immortals undergoing tribulation. The calamities and tribulations get stronger each time, they had to work hard and cultivate, to ensure that the growth of their strength could match the increase in strength of the calamities and tribulations. Gu Immortals with lower potential would face weaker calamities and tribulations, there was a long time between each one, it was not hard for them to cultivate. But Fang Yuan's potential was unprecedented and possibly never surpassed, he had the sovereign immortal aperture that could cultivate all paths. Thus, his calamities and tribulations were so terrifying, the growth in their strength was unheard of, and there was only 2 months between each tribulation. Other Gu Immortals would have died already, because Fang Yuan had a deep foundation and a huge amount of resources saved up, he could last until now. Look at the number of immortal Gu and immortal killer moves Fang Yuan had, his Grandmaster attainment level in multiple paths, and even Dang Hun Mountain and Langya sect, these external forces that he could use. But even so, his future was bleak. Treasure Yellow Heaven is closed, it completely breaks my plans and momentum. At this rate, I cannot survive. The problem was Treasure Yellow Heaven. If Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, he would have a smooth journey ahead. But when was Treasure Yellow Heaven opening? Nobody knew. It could open in the next moment, or several months later. In Fang Yuan's case, if it took a few months to reopen, he would be dead already. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter and gained a huge boost in strength. Days passed, but there were no signs of Treasure Yellow Heaven opening. Fang Yuan's injuries had recovered, but his immortal aperture could not develop. Langyao sect's development was also halted. Langyao land spirit had asked Fang Yuan many times to settle the matter of the falling star hound. But Fang Yuan did not agree, their relationship was getting worse. Langyao land spirit reduced the rewards of Fang Yuan teaching the hairy man Gu Immortal's combat skills to the lowest, he was making almost no gains. Under Sixth Hair's instigation, the other hairy man Gu Immortals were also turning cold to Fang Yuan, they even started hating him. Even though the second earthly calamity was over, Fang Yuan's situation was getting worse. Should he wait until Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, or attempt to take the initiative and find a breakthrough? Fang Yuan was faced with a difficult problem. Chapter 1100. Hey Tribe takes the blame. Fang Yuan thought about it for a long time, he chose to wait. After the second earthly calamity, he gained a deeper understanding of Heaven's will. Over at Taichu, it seems peaceful, but Heaven's will has likely already made its plot, waiting for me to jump in. Earlier, Langyao sect was developing smoothly in Taichu, it was likely Heaven's will's bait. Next, the falling star hound appeared, it was Heaven's will's probing and pressure. It is attempting to use Langyao sect to force me out. This means, I definitely cannot go. Or maybe Fang Yuan was just overthinking it. Maybe Heaven's will was not so omnipotent. Or maybe Heaven's will has not started plotting in Taichu yet. Fang Yuan thought about these, but he eliminated all these wishful thoughts. He could survive until now because of his vigilance, and the fact that he did not leave things to chance. He always planned for the worst outcome, placing no expectations on the love of others, not longing for anyone to be kind to him, not expecting himself to be favored by fate. Relying entirely on himself, waiting. Fang Yuan settled down, awaiting the opening of Treasure Yellow Heaven. After considering all aspects, this was the most advantageous and stable choice for him. Time continued to pass, half a month soon passed, but Treasure Yellow Heaven still had no change. Sixth Hair was sowing discord everywhere, the hairy man Gu Immortal's attitude towards Fang Yuan was getting worse. Some were pointing at Fang Yuan in the face, scolding him for being a traitor, even though he joined Langyao sect, he was not contributing it. I have a reason for everything I do. Fang Yuan explained plainly. After that, he stayed in his cloud city and rarely moved around. He also accepted very few requests to guide the hairy man Gu Immortals in fighting. Because the rewards were simply too little after Langyao land spirit's adjustment. He could not develop his immortal aperture, and it was difficult to become proficient in transformation path methods. Fang Yuan did not waste his time, he used wisdom path methods to make many deductions. But without the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan felt a strong contrast. His deductions took a long time, it was very different from using the light of wisdom, the difference was like that of heaven and earth. Why would I care about the attitude of others? As long as I am in Langyao sect, and do not break any sect rules, would Langyao land spirit break his own rules and remove my external supreme elder status? Unlikely. Fang Yuan continued to wait. Even though the environment exerted great pressure on him, he was unmoved. Northern Plains, Myriad Bean Garden, more than 10 days later. This place had fertile soil and good sunny weather, there were fields for farming with lots of irrigation channels that were orderly arranged. Chu Du came here and looked around, he felt his emotions calming down, he said loudly, Tian Sha Xin, you are indeed the #1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. The outside world is already in a mess, but you are still here farming and living peacefully, you are truly an unfettered expert. There were thousands of square kilometers of farmland, with many figures that had their backs lowered and farming. Most of them were Inkmen, they had dark skin and white hair, they were a type of variant human. One of them was a human, he looked like an old farmer with a hunched back, 50 to 60 years old with wrinkles on his face. His rough hands were grabbing onto 2 special beanstalks. His pants were rolled up as he stood on mud, he had no demeanor of an immortal, he really looked like an ordinary old man. But after hearing Chu Du's words, he raised his head, straightening his back. Facing the famous domination immortal, he had no fear or unease, he smiled lightly, Chu Du, you are flattering me. How can I be the #1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains? There is a mountain taller than another mountain, an expert above another expert, there are so many hidden experts in Northern Plains, even though I inherited old immortal Tian Yuan's true inheritance, I could not learn much and had a weak foundation. Back in the day, I competed with Dong Fang Chong Fan and lost to him by miles. There is no way I am #1. This wisdom path GU Immortal Xianxia Xin was originally immortal, he was not even a GU master. But under a coincidence, he obtained an immense opportunity from an immortal. Eventually, he inherited the true inheritance of a famous person in history, the wisdom path great expert old immortal Tian Yuan, becoming a wisdom path GU immortal secretly. Back then, when Dongfang Chongfan tried to develop his clan and led Dongfang tribe on a strong rise, he had to infringe on other people's benefits. Even though Xianxia Xin obtained a true inheritance and became a GU immortal, he had ordinary aptitude, his immortal aperture was ordinary and his calamities and tribulations were not powerful. Because of his personality, he had no grand ambitions. He was originally cultivating peacefully at home, but when Dongfang tribe expanded, they interrupted his peaceful lifestyle. Even though Xianxia Xin was unwilling to, Dongfang Chongfan was very overbearing. After losing to Dongfang Chongfan, he could only leave Myriad Bean Garden and roam outside. During this period, he interacted with other GU immortals and slowly, the Northern Plains GU immortal world learned of his existence. After Dongfang Chongfan died, Dongfang tribe's base was taken down, countless resources were snatched away. As a super force, Dongfang tribe was like the setting sun, fading out of existence rapidly. Without Dongfang Chongfan, Dongfang tribe collapsed. Xianxia Xin used this chance to return to his former home, becoming the owner of Myriad Bean Garden. Even though he had ordinary aptitude, his true inheritance was very impressive. Many Northern Plains GU immortal promoted him, considering him to be the #1 person under Dongfang Chongfan. After Dongfang Chongfan died, he naturally went up in status, and was now publicly recognized as the #1 wisdom path GU immortal in the Northern Plains GU immortal world. But he had no ambitions or desires. He wanted to be ordinary. Even as a GU immortal, he did not want to give up on his original life. He went to the fields to farm daily. Of course, Myriad Bean Garden was huge. Most of the labor was done by Inkmen. Xianxia Xin raised Inkmen slaves. He was quite famous in the Northern Plains GU immortal world for this. Chu Du smiled, walking towards Xianxia Xin. Brother Tian is too humble. If I had Brother Tian's wisdom path attainment, I would call myself #1 already. In the whole of Northern Plains, I would like to see who can compete against me. Xianxia Xin squinted his eyes. He laughed heartily. Brother Chu, you carry yourself like a dragon or tiger. You are a domineering person among immortals. You have grand ambitions. I cannot compare to you. Well, do you also want to reap some benefits from He tribe? You came here today to ask me to make deductions for you. Chu Du nodded, but shook his head a moment later. He tribe is about to be destroyed, like the former Dongfang tribe. Right now, almost all forces in Northern Plains GU immortal world are attacking and plotting against He tribe. However, I do not want to interfere in this. I came here with an even more important matter to ask Brother Tian to deduce. Xianxia Xin showed a look of admiration on his face. Impressive. As expected of domination immortal Chu Du, you are unfazed by the trends of the world and stick to your own goals. What do you want me to deduce? I want you to make deductions about a person. This is the clue, Chu Du said, handing an immortal GU to Xianxia Xin. This immortal GU looked like a silver-winged dragonfly. Its wings were flickering with silver light. Xianxia Xin felt a cold chill looking at it. A ranked 7 sword path immortal GU. He was slightly taken aback. Suddenly, his body shook with a mystical aura. He answered himself, flying sword immortal GU, Bo Qing once used it. As expected of Xianxia Xin, that is the case. Chu Du praised, stating his intent. He wanted to obtain the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method from Fang Yuan, to lure out infusions of reckless savage's true meaning, assisting him in cultivation. Compared to the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method, his method of nurturing strength path GU masters to become GU immortals was too slow and inefficient. Even though he had Fang Yuan's flying sword immortal GU, he could not match him in speed. He could only negotiate with him. But after that, Fang Yuan left. Even though he gave Chu Du a contact method, Chu Du received few replies from him. Even when Fang Yuan replied, he was just giving half-hearted replies. Chu Du was getting more anxious. Especially in the last few months, when Treasure Yellow Heaven closed, Chu Du lost all ways to contact Fang Yuan. Chu Du was also anticipating the opening of Treasure Yellow Heaven, but when he thought about it, even if Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, Fang Yuan might still ignore him. It was quite unbelievable. What sort of person was Chu Du? He actually had to wait for a GU immortal to reply to him. But the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method was very important. It was a way for Chu Du to cultivate. Chu Du ignored even the events in He tribe. He went to Xianxia to use his methods to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Since you are ignoring me, I will find you myself. Chu Du was thinking like this. This was the demeanor of the domination immortal. Xianxia continued deducing. A moment later, he said, "Good. This immortal GU still belongs to the target, you did not forcefully refine it. This way, I have a 50% chance of deducing the other party." Chu Du frowned. Only 50%. If he is hiding inside an immortal aperture, I definitely cannot deduce anything. 50% is very high already. Xianxia said. Chu Du nodded helplessly. Then I will trouble brother Tian. Let's go to another location. I need 3 days. Fang Yuan returned to his cloud city. Earlier, he was summoned by Lang Ya land spirit. He was not asking him to deal with the falling star hound. Instead, something huge was happening in northern plains. He tribe, Fang Yuan muttered, his gaze flickering. He tribe was facing a destructive crisis, they were in dire straits. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan was among the main culprits for it. Looking at the situation, Fang Yuan caused the collapse of 88 Truyong building, he destroyed Imperial Court blessed land and caused Northern Plains righteous path to be furious, they were trying to find him. But at that time, with Shadow Sect helping him, along with Fang Yuan's own efforts, they could not find him. Next, He Cheng joined Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect and Feng Juji's group fought in the 100 Days battle in Luopo Valley. He Cheng left behind the immortal Gu House Dark Prison and escaped, being captured by Fang Yuan. Next, Blazing Heaven Demoness dealt with old ancestor Shuihu. They came to an agreement. Blazing Heaven Demoness forced He tribe's top 4 supreme elders, who were using Green City Rampage, to retreat, and old ancestor Shuihu used the chance to steal immortal materials from He tribe's headquarters, earning a huge fortune. Finally, in the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Shadow Sect was destroyed. Nobody could protect Fang Yuan from deductions anymore. His secret was exposed by Heavenly Court to the entire world. The truth of Imperial Court blessed land was revealed. Northern Plains GU Immortals wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan, but they could not find his location. Firstly, Wisdom Path GU Immortals were very rare, and secondly, Fang Yuan had been hiding inside Lang Ya blessed land the entire time. Finally, this fellow also had quite a high attainment in Wisdom Path himself. Northern Plains GU Immortals could not find He Lu Lan or Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Fang Yuan was the main culprit, they were the accomplices. Right now, they were with Ying Wuxia. Central Continent's Heavenly Court struck but could not capture them. Northern Plains GU Immortals were furious. Especially the Righteous Path GU Immortals, and those super forces who dominated territories, the Huang Jin tribes. Their lives was originally great, using the arrangement of their ancestor giant son Immortal Venerable. They could bully those demonic path or lone immortals, playing the game of the Imperial Court contest every 10 years, hey, it was quite exciting. In all, the Righteous Path flourished, and the Huang Jin tribes dominated Northern Plains, the situation could not be shaken. But Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed, 88 Truyong building collapsed, this beautiful setup broke apart utterly. They could not find the culprit or the accomplices, so they went to He tribe. He Lu Lan was a member of He tribe after all. Who else but He tribe could take the blame now? Chapter 1101. 2 True Inheritances. With He tribe's current situation, should I interfere? Fang Yuan thought about it, there was much he could do here. Even though He tribe was a super force, part of the Huang Jin family, they were weak among the super forces of Northern Plains. Moreover, they were besieged on all fronts now, they were facing the entire Northern Plains GU immortal world. The outcome was obvious, He tribe was going down in flames. Even if they were unwilling to give in, how could one tribe resist the entire GU immortal world? Unless they had a rank 8 GU immortal to defend them, but He tribe did not have such a person. He tribe's top 4 supreme elders could form the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage and had battle strength that could contest with that of a rank 8 to an extent. But this was the only trump card that He tribe had. Fang Yuan became more enticed as he thought about it. To him, the situation was a mess now, everyone wanted to gain profits from He tribe. In this situation, he could definitely gain something. Don't forget, Fang Yuan had a huge advantage, he had a GU immortal captive, He Cheng. GU immortal He Cheng was not like ordinary He tribe GU immortals. He had authority, He was trusted by the top 4 Supreme Elders. He Tribe's top 4 Supreme Elders encountered a problem when using the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, causing them to be unable to distance themselves from one another. They could only give up some authority. He Cheng was their spokesperson. He managed the affairs of He Tribe, and knew clearly about the situation in the whole of He Tribe. He Cheng was in Fang Yuan's hands. He naturally had methods to search souls and wills. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster. He Cheng could not defend against him. Right now, Fang Yuan had more clear knowledge about He Tribe than those Huang Jin tribes who were targeting it. He knew deeper and more specific information. With the support of his intel, Fang Yuan had a huge advantage compared to them. Within He Tribe, there was a key thing which attracted Fang Yuan. That was the He Fan true inheritance. He Fan was once a GU immortal of He Tribe. He was a famous person in history, but he had died long ago. In the past, He Fan cultivated Time Path. He reached rank 8. He controlled He Tribe and made it an overlord back then. It was quite powerful even among super forces. Those were glorious times. Before He Fan died, he left behind his true inheritance, but none of He Tribe's descendants could inherit it. The true inheritance of a rank 8 GU immortal, if one inherited it, they might become a rank 8 GU immortal in the future. If He Tribe had a rank 8 GU immortal, they would not be in this situation. In the world of GU immortals, ranked 6 GU immortals were at the bottom, ranked 7 GU immortals were in the middle, while rank 8s were the top brass. If He Tribe had a rank 8 GU immortal, even if He Lu Lan was the main culprit behind the destruction of 88 Truyong building, they could still withstand it. The existence of a rank 8 GU immortal was crucial to the deterrence of a super force against others. Even if this rank 8 GU immortal were to be faced with pressure by many other rank 8 GU immortals, they would at most only need to pay a huge price in resources and compensation to protect the tribe. The current situation was not like that. He Tribe had many GU immortals, but they could not defend the tribe. He Fan true inheritance, Fang Yuan muttered, his eyes were shining deeply. In my current situation, the biggest obstacle is Heaven's will. And Heaven's will's strongest methods are calamities and tribulations. Each calamity and tribulation is a gamble. I am targeted by Heaven's will, it is too dangerous. And the interval between each calamity is 2 months, this is simply too short. If he had more time, Fang Yuan could deal with the calamities and tribulations after more preparation. But Fang Yuan's body, coming from the sovereign immortal fetus, was simply too absurd. Its existence defied heaven, it could not be allowed to remain. However, man is the spirit of all living beings. GU immortals were incredibly intelligent beings. Predecessors had thought of countless ways to deal with the short durations between calamities and tribulations. Among them, the most popular were time path methods. Langya Blessed Land did this. Long Hair Ancestor had once asked a time path great expert to slow the rate of time in Langya Blessed Land. This way, the interval between calamities and tribulations was longer. After Long Hair Ancestor died, this was left behind. This gave Langya Land spirit lots of time to prepare and get ready for all the calamities and tribulations. I do not know any time path GU immortal. Even if I once was in contact with Tai Bai Yunsheng, he could not slow the time in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan knew about Tai Bai Yunsheng's inheritance, because he had once soul-searched Tai Bai Yunsheng in Imperial Court Blessed Land. But in fact, not all time path GU immortals had methods to slow time in the immortal aperture. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a good example. Even if I know any such time path GU immortal, or approach them now, my sovereign immortal aperture is an extremely important secret. It is too huge of a deal. How can I let any time path GU immortal know about it? It is hard to trust anyone. I might as well rely on myself. If I can obtain the He Fan true inheritance and slow the time in my immortal aperture, that would be great. Ordinary time path true inheritances might not have a method to slow the time passing in the immortal aperture. But the He Fan true inheritance was extraordinary. It was left behind by the rank 8 He Fan. In the history of He Tribe, it was recorded, when He Fan was alive, he had slowed the time in many immortal apertures of He Tribe GU immortals. This way, the He Tribe GU immortals could deal with their calamities and tribulations with more ease. There was a greater chance of success. As time passed, the number of He Tribe GU immortals exceeded other super forces. With the rank 8 GU immortal He Fan as deterrence in Northern Plains, and with countless ranked 6 and 7 GU immortals in He Tribe, this created a glorious time of prosperity in He Tribe's history. Fang Yuan knew clearly about the history of He tribe through the captive He Cheng. Blazing Heaven Demoness knew about this too. She had a time path injury, it made the rate at which time passed for her very fast, she had to become an immortal zombie. To cure her injury, Blazing Heaven Demoness formed a scheme, sending her sister Su Xian to He tribe, attempting to obtain the He Fan true inheritance and heal her. Instead, her sister fell in love with He Cheng and gave birth to He Lulan. It became a story of love and hatred. All in all, as long as Fang Yuan could obtain the He Fan true inheritance, he could slow the rate of time in his immortal aperture. Once the rate of time in his immortal aperture slowed down, Fang Yuan's circumstances would change drastically. Even though slower time meant that production of resources would also be slower, and his cultivation level would also rise more slowly, it stabilized the situation. Fang Yuan's pressure and difficulty in cultivating would be lower by a huge margin. The advantages outweighed the disadvantages. He Fan true inheritance. Fang Yuan became more enticed as he thought about it. To him, this was a crucial way to get out of his situation. If I want to leave and go to He tribe, participating in this chaotic battle, there are many ways to do so. This precious information is my first advantage. Secondly, I have dark limit immortal GU to conceal my aura, heavens will cannot find me. And thirdly, I have familiar face and change form immortal GU to disguise myself, I can mix in with the chaotic bunch moving in. Should I go? Fang Yuan thought over it, he decided to observe from the sidelines, he did not go immediately. The situation over at He tribe was too chaotic now. Righteous path, demonic path, even lone immortals were participating in the raid. The scene was a mess, countless experts were moving about, appearing continuously. Among ranked 6 GU immortals, there were bottom-tier GU immortals like Old Lu, and also ordinary GU immortals like Qing Zanzi. There were even Zhou Zan, Divine Lord Tian Du, Shihu, and other experts. Among ranked 7 GU immortal experts, there were Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han. According to some vague rumors, it seemed like Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Old Ancestor Shui who were also active in this. Fang Yuan looked at the situation, the time was not ripe yet. This was only the start, many forces and GU immortals were taking over He tribe's resource points. These GU immortals were far from reaching the headquarters yet. All sorts of forces were restricting one another, it was very chaotic. Countless people rose up and fought, they competed to decide who would get to keep the resources. If Fang Yuan went now, he would be implicated, no matter who he disguised himself as. And Dark Limit Immortal Gu's protection only lasted for a while, it could not be used for long. Heaven's Will could make arrangements against Fang Yuan. What did Heaven's Will know? Heaven's Will was inside Spring Autumn Cicada. With Spring Autumn Cicada around Fang Yuan, Heaven's Will might know of his plan beforehand. During the transactions with Sixth Hair, Shadow Sect had told Fang Yuan, Heaven's Will was vast, it was everywhere. Heaven's Will covered the area of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, this was a huge advantage, it knew much information and secrets. Because of many reasons, Fang Yuan could not act casually. He decided to wait until He tribe's situation became clearer. Once he could see the situation clearly, he would be able to take action. The key of this was still one word, speed. Accumulating strength, and striking immediately, before leaving rapidly. There was no better tactic. Fang Yuan waited patiently, using Langya sect, he could gain information about the outside world. The battles involving He tribe continued to aggravate. Countless GU immortals got involved, some won while others lost, countless schemes were used, it was like a huge spiral, and this spiral was expanding, sucking in even more people. At this rate, the spiral was becoming chaotic and uncontrollable. Many secluded cultivators could not resist the temptation, they appeared. There were people like Fang Yuan as well, biding their time. Days later, in Myriad Bean Garden, I tried my best, but the other party is hiding inside an immortal aperture, there are no results. Wisdom Path GU Immortal Tian Sha Shin sighed, showing some embarrassment on his face. As that so, disappointment could not be concealed on Chu Du's face. But, I have made some other gain. Tian Sha Shin suddenly said. Oh, what do you mean, brother Tian? Chu Du was perplexed. Immediately, he saw that Tian Sha Shin returned Flying Sword Immortal GU to him. He pointed at the Immortal GU and said, this Flying Sword Immortal GU is not simple, there is an insignia left on this GU. I have already deciphered this insignia, it is the key to an immortal's true inheritance. What, there is such a thing? Chu Du was surprised, he was greatly interested. is this the sword path true inheritance of sword immortal Bo Qing? Chapter 1102, Planning. No, no, hearing Chu Du's guess, wisdom path Gu immortal Xianxia Xin shook his head. This insignia is made from an information path method. According to my deduction, it is an information path true inheritance. But the location of the true inheritance is not in Northern Plains, but Eastern Sea instead. Eastern Sea, information path true inheritance. Chu Du frowned, his expectations fell drastically. If it were a sword path true inheritance, there was little hope of him cultivating it anyway. The reason was simple: he cultivated strength path, his foundation in strength path Dao marks was deep, it was difficult for him to cultivate other paths. But sword path had strong attacking power, and because of the historical records of the legendary, pseudo-immortal venerable, Bo Qing, Chu Du gained a lot of curiosity. The moment he heard information path, the curiosity faded. Chu Du was a highly accomplished character who naturally knew the advantages of information path towards his cultivation, but he was straightforward and had grand ambitions. He had a preference for strong offensive methods instead. He was known as the Domination Immortal. There was a saying, there are only wrong names, not wrong titles. Chu Du could not cultivate sword path or information path, of course. In this world, throughout the past, present, and future, Fang Yuan was the only one who could cultivate all paths. If other Gu immortals wanted to cultivate a second path, they would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Unless there was a special situation, or if they had an exemplary immortal Gu, most would not do something like this with great disadvantages. It was not wise. Seeing Chu Du's expression, Xianxia Xin knew what he was thinking. He quickly explained, "Brother Chu, don't look down on this insignia. According to my deduction, this was carved onto flying sword immortal Gu at a later time. Such an information path method is unheard of. It was an eye-opener. This is definitely not ordinary." Chu Du's expression became serious. After the reminder, he felt that Xianxia Xin's words made much sense. If the carving was done on ordinary rocks or walls, that was normal. But it was done on a Gu worm, that was very rare. And this was flying sword immortal Gu, a rank 7 sword path Gu. When Gu immortals cultivate and undergo tribulations, they would gain more Dao marks in their bodies. Meanwhile, immortal Gu were fragments made of Dao marks. The Dao marks of different paths would resist and conflict with each other. This information path insignia had a trace of information path Dao marks within it, but it could be carved on a container of sword path Dao marks, and be kept for such a long time. This was like a ship floating in the sea, unmoved by all the currents around it. In this case, the information path method was simply extraordinary. "Brother Chu, can I negotiate with you?" Xianxia Xin suddenly asked. Chu Du smiled lightly. He was not a wisdom path Gu immortal, but he understood what Xianxia Xin was going to say. Chu Du waved his hand, interrupting Xianxia Xin, saying, "Brother Tian, please don't blame me. This flying sword immortal Gu is not mine to begin with, it belongs to my friend. My friend had gone missing, so I got worried and wanted to deduce his location. The opportunity on this immortal Gu also belongs to him." The deductions of wisdom path Gu immortals did not come from thin air, they needed clues. The more clues there were, the easier the deduction could be done. Thus, wisdom path Gu immortals often had a great desire towards information path methods. Xianxia Xin was originally not interested in most information path methods, because he had inherited old immortal Tian Yuan's extraordinary wisdom path inheritance. He had very high standards. But because this information path true inheritance was too high quality, even a Gu immortal as reserved as him was interested. "I see, I was too abrupt." Hearing Chu Du's rejection, Xianxia Xin felt dejected, but he still returned flying sword immortal Gu to Chu Du. This rank 7 sword path immortal Gu was used to deduce for clues, it was not the payment for his services. Of course, Chu Du asked Xianxia Xin to make a deduction for him. He paid a hefty price. The deduction did not succeed. "According to the rules, I will take only half of the payment." Xianxia Xin looked at the flying sword immortal Gu in Chu Du's hands longingly. He sighed and said this. Chu Du shook his head, laughing. "No need, even though my goal was not achieved, it was not for nothing. Brother Tian is indeed the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains, it was worth the price. I will take my leave." Chu Du was the domination immortal, but he was not a rash person lacking interpersonal skills. Xianxia Xin was one of the few wisdom path experts in Northern Plains. he would likely need his help again in the future. How could Chudu worsen their relationship? Xianxia Xin hesitated. But Chudu had already left. He did things quickly and resolutely. He left without hesitation. When he left, he was quite happy. The rank 7 Immortal GU flying sword was already very precious. Now that it also had an information path true inheritance clue, Chudu felt that Fang Yuan would never give up on it. This way, he had a way to pressure Fang Yuan. I must obtain the method to draw out reckless savages' true meaning no matter what. Chudu felt a flame burning inside him. Xianxia Xin saw Chudu leaving. He sighed helplessly. If it were others, he might have gone ahead to snatch it. But that was the domination immortal. Chudu only cultivated strength path, while Xianxia Xin cultivated wisdom path, but Xianxia Xin did not have the courage to scheme against Chudu. Strength path was declining like the setting sun, while wisdom path was precious and rare. But throughout history, there was no strongest path, only a strongest. GU Immortal, no path or GU worm could be known as the strongest. Man is the spirit of all living beings, GU are the essence of heaven and earth. To humans, GU worms were just tools. Time passed, the commotion in northern plains intensified. The web around He tribe was starting to tighten. Like what Fang Yuan had predicted, He tribe was resisting the entire northern plains GU immortal world. How could they win? Even though He tribe's GU immortals resisted strongly, they still lost bit by bit, with no hopes of winning. The intense aura of blood attracted more and more hungry sharks that came after He tribe's immense assets. He tribe headquarters, Iron Eagle blessed land. Right now, He tribe's GU immortals were gathered. There was a gloomy atmosphere. He Cheng's 4 top supreme elders were seated at the highest position. He Cheng was captured by Fang Yuan, his good friend He Bai was injured. The other 6 He tribe GU immortals were all rank 6. The atmosphere was heavy. The tribe is facing a calamity. We are all pillars that hold up He tribe. Let's talk about it. How can we survive this crisis? First Supreme Elder initiated, breaking the silence. But He tribe's GU immortals simply looked at one another in turn. Nobody said a thing. This was not the first meeting. In the earlier meeting, they were participating actively. Some suggested that they should fight back strongly. They should punish and take down all those who tried to infringe on He tribe's property. Of course, their goal was to achieve peace. Peace could only be obtained after fighting. He tribe's GU immortals were not stupid, they knew this. Unfortunately, even though they understood this, He tribe's GU immortals could not rival so many enemies. Even though they fought back, they were forced back. Almost all of He tribe's GU immortals were injured now. One ranked 6 GU immortal even died. Second Supreme Elder sighed. If not for the fact that an accident happened when we used Green City Rampage, causing us to be unable to separate, the situation would be much better now. He tribe occupied a lot of resources, but He tribe GU immortals were few, and most of them were ranked 6. Against the attacking forces, He tribe was too weak, and had little battle strength. They could not control the situation. It is all because of He Cheng. This person is a sinner of our tribe. That daughter of his caused this mess. He even lost our immortal GU house dark prison. He truly deserves death without sympathy. A He tribe GU immortal scolded angrily. He Cheng is a heinous sinner. At once, He tribe's GU immortals spoke agitatedly. He Cheng lost the immortal GU house dark prison. It was truly a huge mistake. Otherwise, with dark prison and the 4 elders Green City Rampage, the situation would not be this terrible. First Supreme Elder was silent. Dark prison was originally his. He had lent it to He Cheng. He Cheng was the one who lost dark prison. First Supreme Elder was also to blame for trusting the wrong person. During usual times, the 4 top Supreme Elders trusted He Cheng deeply, allowing him to manage matters in the tribe. The criticism and scolding of the He tribe GU immortals was also vaguely expressing their unhappiness towards the 4 Supreme Elders, but they could not say it directly. After a while, Third Supreme Elder could not stand it anymore. He said, "Enough, at this point, the matter has already happened. What can cursing do? We are in a crisis now. If cursing could save us, I would have done it long ago. We are all members of He tribe with the same bloodline. If the tribe is wiped out, none of us will be spared. You should all know this." Once he said that, the berating stopped. Fourth Supreme Elder coughed. "Regarding our current situation, if anyone has any input, you can mention it." The difference in strength was too huge. There were no effective strategies. "I have something to say." At this point, A ranked 6 GU Immortal spoke. Everyone looked over. It was Heibai. This Immortal cultivated wood path. He had rank 6 cultivation level. When he was young, he was known as the Hei tribe stoneman. He was a man of few words. Normally, he was close to Hei Chang. They had a deep friendship. Speak, we are listening. I want to see what great idea you have, Heibai. The GU Immortals spoke in cold tones. They hated Hei Chang. That hatred extended to Heibai as well. Heibai's expression did not change. He was like a rock, saying solemnly, in this situation, I do not need to speak much, you are all aware of it. Not only the righteous path and demonic path GU Immortals, even lone immortals are coming to get a share. The only reason for this is due to benefits. Everyone kicks a man who is down. The survival of our tribe is most important. As long as we survive, be it resources, benefits, or reputation, they are all things we can give up. You want us to surrender. Our tribe had traitors like Hei Lu Lan and Hei Chang. Imperial court blessed land was also destroyed. Do you think the Huang Jin families would let us off? Some GU Immortals immediately mocked and sneered. Heibai shook his head. The Huang Jin tribes will not let us off, but there is one person in Northern Plains now who can help our Hei tribe escape this crisis. Who? Heibai said a name. The Immortals heard this and were all shocked. Author's note. Guess who? Chapter 1103. Chaos in Northern Plains. The sun was setting. There was beautiful light in the horizon. It was blazing like fire, showing a scenic view. A light wind was blowing. The golden wheat fields were swaying along. This is the wheat field that Hei tribe cultivates with great care. It is truly huge and majestic. GU Immortal Lu Qingming floated in the air as he looked down, saying plainly. Hei tribe had planted a huge amount of wheat here. This wheat was known as the golden wheat. It matured once every 2 years, but it was not meant to be consumed by humans. It was a type of metal, called metal essence. This place was originally a barren desolate land. Because it had too high of a mineral content, even causing the formation of mines, no plants would grow here. Hei tribe planted this golden wheat, making use of it to excavate the resources here. They had put in a lot of time and effort for the project. Thus, this wheat field forming an immense area was created. Even though Lu Qingming was in the air now, he could not see the borders of this field. There was another person beside Lu Qingming. His name was Su Guang, a light path GU Immortal. He looked at the wheat field below him passionately. Hei tribe's wheat field is famous in Northern Plains. Every time it is harvested, at least 500,000 kilograms of metal essence is obtained. The metal essence is a huge source of revenue in Hei tribe. Even though the metal essence is a rank 5 mortal material, we have little use for it, but it can be sold in bulk for a good price. Lu Qingming smiled before nodding. It is worth taking. I would urge you both to not be foolish. My Guan tribe is taking this. A figure appeared along with the voice, standing in front of Lu Qingming and Su Guang. He had a stern expression. He was emitting strong battle intent. The third eye on his forehead was very eye-catching. Lu Qingming and Su Guang looked at each other, reaching a consensus. They had sensed that there were other GU Immortals auras here. They spoke earlier without taking physical action in order to lure out the GU Immortals. So it is Guan Shenjiao of Guan tribe. Lu Qingming said politely. The traveling 3 elites, I have heard of you. But after Dong Fang Chong Fan's incident, GU Immortal Han Dong is already dead. If you try to act forcefully, I am afraid the traveling 3 elites would be completely wiped out today. Guan Shenjiao was not polite at all. He was a Guan tribe GU Immortal. Guan tribe was a super force, part of the Huang Jin family. He had enough confidence. Su Guang laughed. You are in the righteous path, while us brothers are in the demonic path. Righteous and demonic are opposing sides. Will we retreat now? We have to fight and determine the winner. Guan Shenjiao snorted coldly, attacking directly. At once, immortal aura rampaged, light burst out, the 2 sides engaged in fierce combat in the sky. 2 figures, one big and one small, were flying parallel to the ground. Grandfather, where are we going? The smaller one was only a teenager in appearance. He asked with an expression of curiosity. Hehe, my dear grandson, we are going to Gushing Spring Forest. Do you know about it? The larger one was an old-looking GU Immortal. He wore a yellow robe, his huge sleeves were fluttering in the wind. The youngster's eyes moved about. Gushing Spring Forest is a forest of water pillars formed from underground geysers. It is said that there are countless water path and earth path GU worms there. It is a precious territory of Hei tribe. Good, I did not teach you in vain. Dear grandson, don't you cultivate water path? We are going to Gushing Spring Forest now. Let's see if there are any water path mortal GU that you want. If we are lucky, we might even obtain some of the springs. We can place them in my immortal aperture. When you becoming an immortal, I will transfer these resources to you. The old GU immortal said. The youngster showed a look of gratitude. He asked worriedly, Grandfather, you are only a bottom tier ranked 6 GU immortal. What if you die after entering Hay tribe's territory? The youngster spoke without restraint. The old GU immortal was not angry. He laughed as he explained to his grandson. More than 10 days ago, Hay tribe's GU immortals had already gone back to their headquarters. Right now, Hay tribe's other territories are unoccupied. Hay tribe's GU immortals are not around, but what about other GU immortals? Didn't we hear that those old demons like Pai Shui Han are also getting involved? The youngster was still worried. You don't understand. The old GU immortal was confident. Even though Gushing Spring Forest is an important territory, compared to the others, it is still inferior. Experts like Pai Shui Han would not want to come here. The closest super forces near Hay tribe are Lu tribe, Guan tribe, and Yao tribe. We cannot snatch the resources of territories near these tribes. Those close to Hay tribe's headquarters are also untouchable. Those important treasures are for these experts to fight over. Even if we watch from afar, we will be in danger. Considering this, Gushing Spring Forest is the safest and wisest choice for us. So that's it, the youngster realized. The sound of wind was loud. The two got closer to Gushing Spring Forest. Suddenly, the old GU immortal's expression changed. He heard the sound of intense battle. Oh no, the old GU immortal's expression sank. He quickly flew into the air. At this moment, the sun was high in the sky, sending down blazing rays of light. Gushing Spring Forest could be seen by the grandfather and grandson, but the place was a chaotic mess. The tranquil Gushing Spring Forest had been ravaged. It was in disarray. Spring water was spraying everywhere. Explosions were occurring constantly. Looking over it, there were nearly 10 GU immortals in battle. At once, the two looked at each other bitterly. They could tell, others had the same plan as them. There were many wise bottom-tier GU immortals. In the sky, dark clouds were looming, rain was drizzling. Two groups were facing each other in the sky of this ordinary plain. Guan tribe and Lu tribe. Guan tribe had 3 GU immortals, while Lu tribe had 2. The atmosphere was not heavy. The leaders of the two sides were talking warmly. If not for the weather, they might even look like they were having a tea party. Lord Third Supreme Elder, we have the advantage. Why don't we strike and occupy this place? Over at Guan tribe, GU immortal Guan Shenjiao could not stand the frustration. He transmitted this. Guan tribe's Third Supreme Elder was talking with the other party, but he also transmitted to Guan Shenjiao, you are foolish. Have you forgotten the lesson a few days ago? By attacking rashly, you caused a bigger chaos. We could not defend the golden wheat field. Other demonic path GU immortals snatched it. A fragment of immemorial red heaven is hidden in this place. It is very important. Who knows how many people are aiming at this location? But my Guan tribe and even Lu tribe each can be considered to have half the local territorial advantage. Thus, we are on the surface the two competing for it. At this moment, we cannot act rashly and attack without reason. Once we do, we would lose control of the situation. Outsiders would come in to steal the fruits of our labor. Guan Shenjiao was scolded severely. He showed shame on his face as he transmitted. Lord, you are right, I was too rash. Eastern Sea, on a common island. Ying Wuxia, Shi Nu, He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, all 4 of them appeared. This is the island. Ying Wuxia looked around, letting out a breath of air. Fang Yuan, this is the turbulent flow sea area. Tai Bai Yun Sheng guessed. He had once roamed in Eastern Sea. He could differentiate the locations of Eastern Sea. Ying Wuxia smiled. That's right, Master had given me information about this secret base. We can rest and recover here. Currently, he was still using Fang Yuan's identity to deceive Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Among these 4 GU immortals, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was the only one who was unaware of the truth. Ying Wuxia willed. After a while, he waved his hand, saying, follow me. Immediately, a certain arrangement was activated in this place. He Lu Lan and the others' field of vision changed. When they regained their senses, they were already under the island. This place was a hollow that was previously dug out. A beautiful 5-floored palace was right in front of them. This is an immortal GU house. He Lu Lan was shocked. Shadow Sect was a huge force. there were arrangements in all 5 regions. Even though Yitian Mountain was a failure, the remaining forces were not to be underestimated. But what happened next was more shocking to her. The 3 immortals followed Ying Wuxia, going inside the palace. The palace doors opened on its own, it recognized Ying Wuxia's identity and welcomed the owner. This is, so many immortal GU. Once they entered the palace, she knew and Tai Bai Yunsheng could not help but cry out. Ying Wuxia explained while smiling. The turbulent flow sea area is a hugely advantageous location, it has a collection of the world's currents running through here, among them is a tributary of the river of time. Thus, even though this is not a blessed land or grotto heaven, it is a rare place to store treasure in the 5 regions. My shadow sect had already found out this tributary of the river of time long ago. We made this arrangement on the island. We dug out the island's interior and put an immortal GU house here, drawing strength from the river of time to refine GU. Thus, once in a while, immortal GU refine themselves. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a guess already, he could not help but ask, "Don't tell me, this immortal GU house is the legendary regret pool?" Ying Wuxia nodded before shaking his head. This is only most of regret pool, even though we have regret pool's greatest ability, the GU refinement aspect, its attack and defense are horrible. Once it is placed, it cannot be moved. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and was shaking from excitement. There are 3 great pools in this world, Heavenly Pool, Regret Pool, and Wine Pool. They are famous in the history of the 5 regions. To think that I can get to see Regret Pool today. He Lu Lan was less well informed. She had less information regarding time path compared to Tai Bai Yunsheng. She asked, "Refining immortal GU is extremely difficult. This Regret Pool is only an immortal GU house, it can refine so many immortal GU by itself." Ying Wuxia smiled and explained, "Regret Pool is a time path immortal GU house, its GU refinement ability is both amazing and weak. When Shadow Sect's GU immortals refine immortal GU successfully here, we will leave an insignia behind. When the immortal GU is destroyed, Regret Pool can be activated, using the power of the tributary of the river of time and the preserved insignia to refine the immortal GU again. The success rate is about 50 to 60%. 50 to 60%. He Lu Lan was shocked by the extremely high chance of success. There are flaws too. After succeeding in the GU refinement, the insignia would vanish, GU immortals have to replenish it themselves. And if not for this hidden tributary of the river of time, it would be too hard to activate this effect, it cannot be used much." Ying Wuxia added. He Lu Lan still had shock on her face, she looked at the immortal GU in front of her as she sighed, deeply moved. "Even so, it is very strong." Ying Wuxia laughed as he raised his head. "We are in a dangerous situation, you have all lost your immortal GU. The immortal GU here are compensation, pick what you want." Chapter 1104. Treasure Yellow Heaven opens. Shadow Sect's remnant forces were truly not simple. Right before He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, there were over a dozen immortal GU. But looking at these immortal GU, the joy on their faces faded gradually. "I have the great strength true martial physique, but there are no strength path immortal GU among these immortal GU. He Lu Lan shook her head, she said with a regretful tone. "Sigh, Fang Yuan, you know that I cultivate time path, if I use these immortal GU." Tai Bai Yunsheng was in the same state, there were no time path immortal GU among these immortal GU. Most of the immortal GU were soul path. She knew was silent, he was an earth path GU immortal. There were 2 immortal GU here which were earth path, but his original immortal GU were still around anyway. Ying Wuxia nodded, the smile on his face did not fade. He knew that these were immortal GU that were destroyed during the Battle of Yitian Mountain. These last days, the immortal GU House Regret Pool had activated, using the insignias left behind and the tributary of the river of time to refine these immortal GU again. Thus, most of them were soul path, there were time path ones, but the refinement had failed. As for strength path immortal GU, there were none. That great strength true martial physique immortal zombie, Dali, was a rare cultivator of both wisdom and strength path, but when he refined strength path immortal GU, Shadow Sect had not yet built Regret Pool, he did not leave behind any insignia to refine GU. "No problem, you are all worried about conflicting Dao marks, I have a special method to allow you to cultivate another path, without having it clash with your original main path." "There is such a thing?" Tai Bai Yunsheng stared with wide eyes that were almost popping out. She Nu's emotionless face had also changed. This method was simply unheard of. He Lu Lan squinted her eyes. She was suspicious that Ying Wuxia was trying to increase his control over them. She felt that this was a scheme. She spoke. How can there be something as good as this? There has to be a downside. With such a special method, the drawback has to be severe. Ying Wuxia smiled. I can assure you, there are no side effects. He looked at He Lu Lan deeply, his gaze becoming darker. He had thought of Fang Yuan, feeling some gloominess. Compared to sovereign immortal fetus Gu, what was so surprising about having two non-conflicting paths? Shadow Sect had researched and created sovereign immortal fetus Gu. It could allow Dao marks of all paths to coexist without any conflict between them. Inside the door of life and death, Spectral Soul had devoured the souls of countless Gu immortals, obtaining an immense amount of cultivation experiences. Using 100,000 years to prepare, he had raised a multitude of paths to Great Grandmaster. Shadow Sect had the method to cultivate two paths since long ago. It was their initial version. At its final state, it was Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. To refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect spent 100,000 years, using up the whole of the foundation of Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. They even had to involve Spectral Soul's main body to succeed. But even the best laid plans could go awry. Even though Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was refined, at the final moment, Fang Yuan took the fruits of their labor. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was a one-time consumable Gu. Fang Yuan had already used it. There was no Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu left in this world. It could theoretically be refined again. However, the cost and risk to refine a second one was too high. Even Ying Wuxia did not have any confidence in it. Thus, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was essentially never going to appear again. Unless I can capture Fang Yuan and use him as the main immortal material to reverse refine it. However, now is not the time to deal with him. I need to increase my strength. I need to gather the remnant forces in Eastern Sea and save my main body first. Ying Wuxia sighed internally. Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan had a score to settle, but he had his priorities. Now was not the time to fight against Fang Yuan. Since Fang Yuan's second earthly calamity, more than a month had passed. Treasure Yellow Heaven had still not opened. There were no changes. Fang Yuan's plan of managing his immortal aperture was greatly affected. Left with no choice, he could only try to cultivate while deducing. Placing his focus on the chaotic scene in Northern Plains, he obtained information about the situation regarding the He Fan true inheritance. The earthly calamity occurred every 2 months. More than a month had passed already. In less than a month, Fang Yuan would face the third earthly calamity. Time in this world passed unceasingly. Fang Yuan could sense the third calamity already. What made Fang Yuan worried was, the third earthly calamity would be more dangerous than the second. And at the moment, his strength was not much higher than during the second earthly calamity. If I can obtain the He Fan true inheritance, I can likely make use of the immortal Gu to slow the rate of time in the immortal aperture. This way, not just the third earthly calamity, even against future calamities and tribulations, I would have a great advantage. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of intel. From He Chang, the He Fan true inheritance was very impressive. It came from the rank 8-time path great expert, He Fan. If he could obtain this true inheritance, he would be able to enter He Fan Grotto Heaven. Not only could he become the Grotto Heaven's owner, he could even obtain the Time Path Immortal Gu inside. Many Gu Immortal true inheritances only had Immortal Gu recipes and Immortal killer moves. They lacked Immortal Gu. This was because the feeding of Immortal Gu was very difficult. It was hard for them to live for long, and to be inherited by successors. But He Fan true inheritance was different. Because the Immortal Gu that He Fan left behind were still in his immortal aperture. For ideal management of a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture, the first requirement would be that the immortal aperture satisfies the feeding requirements of their immortal Gu. Gu Immortals like He Fan were like the rank 8 Gu Immortal Yao Huang in the current Northern Plains. The management of his immortal aperture was definitely ideal. If Fang Yuan could obtain the He Fan true inheritance, his capabilities would rise drastically. Once he slows down the rate of time in the immortal aperture, the dangerous situation would be lifted temporarily, or even settled completely. He would not be in this current situation, like he was walking on a tightrope. If he was careless, he would end up dead. These last days, due to Xianxia sect, Fang Yuan gained a lot of intelligence regarding the chaos in Northern Plains. That was not to say that Xianxia sect was skilled at gathering intelligence. It was the opposite. Because of the hairy man Gu Immortals' identities, they could not obtain information easily. far inferior to the former fairy Li Shan. The crucial reason was, Northern Plains chaos was too big, the entire Northern Plains GU Immortal world was involved. Their conflict could be kept from mortals, but to GU Immortals, nothing could be concealed at all. A lot of intelligence did not need to be looked into to be found, they were available openly. Even though Fang Yuan was in Langya Blessed Land, he was very closely watching this situation. He tribe was bearing too big of a blame, they were in a moment of crisis, at the risk of facing extermination. Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Immortals, all three factions were like hungry wolves coming at them. Looking at Northern Plains map, He tribe was at the southeast area of Northern Plains, they had a huge territory and controlled many resources. These resources attracted the greed of countless jackals. Initially, these wolves could still be restrained, but with immense benefits attracting them, demonic path GU immortals started to fight. The conflict between righteous and demonic continued to intensify. A notable event was the battle between Guan Shenjiao and the traveling two elites. Guan Shenjiao was outnumbered, the two demonic path GU immortals managed to snatch the golden wheat field. Thereafter, large numbers of GU immortals joined in. With demonic path GU immortals like the traveling three elites, Old Lu, Half Moon Brutamaster, and Zhou Zan, they competed over the resources of He tribe. The scene was chaotic, the righteous path were caught off guard by them. Gushing Spring Forest was faced with a destructive plunder. Under such a situation, He tribe's hundreds of years of management had gone to waste. The righteous path GU immortals became increasingly alert, they started to coordinate. Even with competing for the fragment world of immemorial Red Heaven, it was such an important resource, yet they still restrained themselves and did not go all out. The GU immortal world had always been led by the righteous path. Particularly Northern Plains, righteous path, they were all part of the Huang Jin family, they had the same origin. The demonic path GU immortals lost their momentum, but soon, as more than half of the resources were split among them, Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han, these ranked 7 GU immortals started appearing, causing another wave of chaos. For the first time, the demonic path was pushing back the righteous path. At the start, He tribe's GU immortals were still defending their territories, but after experiencing some hardship, they gathered their remaining GU immortal battle strength and hid inside their headquarters, refusing to come out. This undoubtedly gave rise to the arrogance of the demonic path GU immortals. Besides that, there were other reasons. Like earlier, old ancestor Shui, who had defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, as a member of the demonic path, he became the top expert in Northern Plains. And most importantly, the collapse of 88 True Yong building caused immortal GU to fly around randomly. Large numbers of demonic path and lone cultivator GU immortals benefited. Afterwards, Qin Bai Sheng held an auction. Many GU immortals obtained immortal GU that were compatible to them, their battle strength rose drastically. This caused the powers of the whole of the demonic path and lone cultivator forces to rise, they were able to contend with the righteous path now. I destroyed 88 True Yong building and Imperial Court Blessed Land. In just a few years, this influence spread throughout Northern Plains. The current Northern Plains is already drastically different from the 500 years of my previous life. The situation in Northern Plains had completely changed because of him. The other regions were still fine. But in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan had lost most of his rebirth advantage. Of course, ever since he knew about Heaven's will, he had become quite suspicious regarding his so-called rebirth advantage. Many resources in He tribe enticed him. But he did not take action. The most important resource in He tribe was the He Fan True Inheritance. Fang Yuan could see this clearly. Some days later, eventually, Fang Yuan obtained information that Northern Plains GU immortals were attacking He tribe's headquarters. The He Fan True Inheritance is hidden in He tribe's headquarters, it is time to act. Fang Yuan immediately left, he was very resolute, using the transportation formation to leave Langya Blessed Land. Langya Land Spirit supported his actions. Because this was a good chance to observe Northern Plains GU immortal world, and become aware of all the respective Foss's strengths, if they were lucky, they could obtain a lot of benefits. Langya Land Spirit did not dare to send Langya sect's hairy man GU immortals over, but Fang Yuan was a human and he was very crafty, a very suitable person to go. Fang Yuan did the same thing again. The moment he appeared in Northern Plains, he used Dark Limit, Familiar Face, and other methods to conceal his identity. At the same time, he used Sword Escape Immortal GU and Blood Torrent to travel rapidly. He moved very quickly, he encountered no trouble. Northern Plains GU Immortals were mostly gathered in He Tribe's headquarters. This allowed Fang Yuan to travel unhindered. Not long later, He Tribe's headquarters was right in front of him. He Fan True Inheritance, I'm coming, Fang Yuan thought to himself, but he did not expect that Treasure Yellow Heaven had opened at this very moment. It was getting heated. Treasure Yellow Heaven's reopening caused all of the GU Immortals who were waiting patiently to burst out with enthusiasm. Fang Yuan stopped moving. He fell into great hesitation on whether he should continue or go back. He received a piece of information coming from Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan opened it and looked. It came from Chu Du. Chapter 1105. He Tribe's Huge Battle, 1/3. Blue skies and white clouds, the sun brightly shone in the sky. The surroundings were vast expanses of plains, one had unhindered vision. 2 GU Immortals from Yao Tribe floated in the air. They did not conceal themselves, they showed themselves confidently to everyone. A female GU Immortal, Yao Ju, had a round face. She smiled. Today's weather is great, my mood has gotten better because of it. Beside her, another female GU Immortal from Yao Tribe, Yao Zihan, also sighed. The weather is great, we are in a good mood, but it is the opposite for He Tribe. Her eyes shined with purple light, looking down at the empty grassland below her with much interest. On the other side of the cloud, there were 2 male GU Immortals sitting. Both of them were middle-aged, they had thick beards, they wore armor and had exposed arms, bulging with muscles. Both of them were not wearing shoes, and their pants were very short, almost showing their knees. The only difference was, one of them had charcoal black skin, while the other had dark yellow skin. These were distinctive of 2 members of another Huang Jin clan. It was Meng Tribe. Meng Ji had dark yellow skin. He stared at the 2 female immortals from Yao Tribe as he said, that is Yao Zihan, her eyes radiate purple light, that is because of Yao Tribe's signature killer move, purple jade eyes. This pair of eyes can see through blessed lands and grotto heavens. Yao Tribe has a clear awareness of the situation inside Iron Eagle blessed land. Meng Si, on the other hand, looked up and called out, no big deal. If we really compete, our fists will do the talking. Saying so, he suddenly raised his head, looking towards the east. Only to see that aurora burst out in the east, golden light radiated as a beautiful palace flew over. Gong Tribe is here. Impressive. They even brought their tribe's immortal GU house, Golden Dawn Hall. Gong Tribe is very determined. Gong Tribe has always been acting like this, they emphasize on extravagance, don't bother about them. The Righteous Path GU Immortals conversed. Most of their attention was on Iron Eagle blessed land. Iron Eagle blessed land was the headquarters of He Tribe. It was a public blessed land, placed in just one tiny spot. If the entrance was not open, the outside world could not observe it. Unless they had a mortal killer move similar to Yao Zihan's purple jade eyes. The Righteous Path GU Immortals were patiently waiting. According to what they knew, the Demonic Path GU Immortals had already joined up and attacked. As it turned out, during this chaos in Northern Plain, a ranked 7 Demonic Path expert called Huang Di had interfered. He had high cultivation level, and had obtained the true inheritance of a legendary person in Northern Plains, the Earth Path Great Expert Di Lao. He had methods to attack the Blessed Land. Because Iron Eagle Blessed Land was a public Blessed Land, it was assembled together and did not have the defense of a normal Blessed Land. Demonic Path GU Immortal Huang Di went out first, bringing a bunch of demonic cultivators and lone immortals to attack. At some point, Iron Eagle Blessed Land was bound to collapse. That way, it would be full of loopholes. Even if the entrance was not open, Righteous Path GU Immortals could enter freely. Everyone, Gong would like to invite everyone to attack He Tribe together. Outside Gong Tribe's immortal GU house, Golden Dawn Hall, an old ranked 7 GU immortal dressed in a golden robe spoke. It's that old fellow Gong our information was right, he indeed came. Gong Tribe wants to lead over everyone. If we enter their hall, he would definitely be the alliance leader. This is Gong Tribe's habit. But Gong Tribe brought their immortal GU house here, they have the strongest power among us Righteous Path members. Who would be so foolish to let Gong Tribe lead them? The Righteous Path GU Immortals sneered internally, nobody moved. Gong Tribe was a Huang Jin tribe, a super force, their supreme elders had grand ambitions, wanting Gong Tribe to be the leader of the Righteous Path. But among Huang Jin tribes, none would submit to each other. Earlier, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had worked together but lost to old ancestor Shui Hu. The last remaining righteous path rank 8 GU Immortal was Prince Feng Xian. He was a member of Gong tribe. Gong tribe had been spreading news that only Prince Feng Xian could rival old ancestor Shui Hu, thus, they grew in boldness. Gong stood in front of the immortal GU house. He thought that he would be well received by the righteous path, but after a long time, nobody moved. There was not even any response or acknowledgement. Even though he was old and experienced, his expression could not help but turn ugly. Baizu tribe's GU Immortals greet senior Gong. At this time, 3 GU Immortal flew over, getting close to Gong. Among these 3, the leader was a rank 7 GU Immortal, while the other 2 were ranked 6 GU Immortals. The 3 Immortals were humble, they smiled and emanated warmth. Gong's expression soothed. He felt that the 3 GU Immortals from Baizu tribe were amicable, and now, he could save his face, quickly inviting these 3 Immortals into Golden Dawn Hall. The Righteous Path GU Immortals who saw this had complex expressions. Because Baizu tribe was not of the Huang Jin bloodline, they had just become a Righteous Path super force. This was due to the famous rank 8 GU Immortal Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a lone cultivator, but after the collapse of Imperial Court Blessed Land, he saw hope of creating his own super force. In the current northern plains, Righteous Path super forces were mostly Huang Jin tribes. To become a super force, Heavenly Lord Baizu got closer in his relationship with Yao Huang, working with him to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu. Even though they lost against him in a 2-against-1, but Heavenly Lord Baizu's goal was achieved. He gained Yao Huang's friendship, and Yao tribe's recognition. Heavenly Lord Baizu could create his Baizu tribe with his bloodline descendants. Baizu tribe's GU Immortals were all nurtured inside Heavenly Lord Baizu's grotto heaven. Even though there were few of them, right now, during these chaotic battles in northern plains, Heavenly Lord Baizu sent 3 to participate. Baizu tribe, HMPH, these Baizu tribe GU Immortals are as crafty as Heavenly Lord Baizu. We have differing viewpoints than Gong tribe. This caused Baizu tribe to gain benefits instead. The Righteous Path GU Immortals were mostly part of the Huang Jin bloodline. They had dominated northern plains. Even though there was internal conflict among them, they were more resistant towards outsiders, like Baizu tribe. It is a pity that Baizu tribe is protected by Heavenly Lord Baizu. We cannot touch them. Even so, we have many ways to deal with them. They want to establish a super force in northern plains. Hey, it is not so easy. At once, the Righteous Path GU Immortals gathered and discussed on how to deal with Baizu tribe. The Immortals had just started talking. Before they had gone any further, they heard a loud explosion. Countless gazes looked down. They saw that on the grassland, space shattered like a broken mirror. The broken shards showed a gigantic expanse of scenery. The scene inside Iron Eagle Blessed Land was shown in front of everyone. Right now, killer moves like purple jade eyes were no longer needed. The Immortals could see what was going on. All of the Righteous Path Immortals' attentions were drawn. Inside Iron Eagle Blessed Land, there was chaos. Large numbers of demonic Path GU Immortals were competing for Hate Tribe's resources and treasures. Some were looting, some were fighting aggressively. Lightning shot everywhere, causing rocks to shatter and fly. Many deep pits were formed, they were charred black. Divine Lord Tian-Du was covered in sparks as he shouted, "The lantern grass here is mine, who dares to compete with me?" Old Lu and the others looked at each other. They could see that their gazes were filled with much wariness. Divine Lord Tian-Du had gained 2 Lightning Path Immortal GU, his battle strength rose drastically. We should retreat. That's right, this place is filled with treasures, why must we compete with him? These GU Immortals were, without exception, all ranked 6 bottom-tier GU Immortals. They quickly discussed this matter and left. At the other end, a desolate beast Iron Crown Eagle cried out weakly, trampled by a boar. There was a demonic Path GU Immortal on the boar's back. He was burly and wearing armor. He held a pair of bronze hammers as he said smugly, "You are just a lowly beast, you dare to sneak attack me." Saying this, his expression suddenly froze. He looked towards the east. A peacock was flying over. A mortal aura emanated as it spoke clear human language, "Zhou. Oh, it is Fairy Hiruo." Zhou's expression changed. He smiled and tried to leave a good impression on her. Peacock flying immortal Hiruo, ranked 6 transformation path GU immortal. Trade the desolate beast under your feet with mine. I have just captured a desolate beast shadowless horse. Hiruo suggested. Zhou's eyes flashed with brilliance. He quickly nodded. Sure, let's trade. I am very willing to accede to Fairy's request, he he he. At another end, wind was intertwining like willows, it could be seen with the naked eye. Gusts of wind was moving about continuously. A figure descended from the sky, he said with agitation, to think that a rank 7 immortal material, green jade wind, is here. It was the rank 7 GU immortal expert Pai Shui Han. Brother Pai, this immortal material is mine, go elsewhere. A figure appeared as well, it was a scholar with graceful and elegant bearing. Pai Shui Han's pupils shrunk, he said coldly, so it is you, unfettered scholar. Unfettered scholar smiled calmly, he was also a rank 7 expert, his reputation and abilities were not inferior to Pai Shui Han. Last time in Taichu, we did not decide a victor, let's fight now. Pai Shui Han took the initiative to request for a battle. Unfettered scholar's smile faded. I heard that Brother Pai has created a new immortal killer move, let me take a good look at it. All sorts of situations were occurring, the righteous path GU immortals were watching them unfold. Because of the demonic path GU immortal Huangdi, these demonic scoundrels had the initiative. No need to worry, Iron Eagle Blessed Land has a special structure, it is famous for nurturing desolate beast iron crown eagles. There is little ground in there, but the sky is huge and vast. The truly valuable thing are those round ball wooden eagle nests. HMPH, simply a rabble. Hey tribes GU immortals have not shown themselves yet, the core resources have not even been uncovered, but they are already fighting among themselves. The righteous path GU immortals were ready to strike. But at this moment, a figure shot down at lightning speed, he was so fast, in an instant, he entered Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Who is he? He has sword path cultivation. It is a junior from Nian'er tribe. I think his name is Nian'er Ping Ji. The righteous path GU immortals were shocked, this person had been concealed, he did not interact with any of the other immortals. Who is it? In the Blessed Land, Qing Zanzi sensed something, he raised his head and called out. Sword light flashed across at an incredible speed. Qing Zanzi was beheaded. The person who killed you, Nian'er Ping Ji. Sword light flashed by as a voice could be heard. Chapter 1106. Hey Tribe's Huge Battle, 2/3. Qing Zanzi might only have ranked 6 cultivation level, but he had undergone a heavenly tribulation already. Yet he could not put up any resistance and was killed by Nian'er Ping Ji instantly. At once, the expressions of the righteous path GU immortals who were not fighting changed. Qing Zanzi's head fell to the floor, separated from his body. The headless corpse was spewing out blood as it twitched continuously. Qing Zanzi had died with his eyes wide open. Nian'er Ping Ji's sword light continued to shoot forward, moving with imposing aura. The next one dead is you. Nian'er Ping Ji said lightly, his clear voice resonated in the sky. The second unlucky person was also a demonic path GU immortal. But Nian'er Ping Ji had already revealed himself, such disturbance could not be hidden. Thus, the demonic path GU immortal did better than Qing Zanzi, he managed to retreat for a while before Nian'er Ping Ji caught up to him and killed him in one strike. The righteous path GU immortal's expressions changed again. A GU immortal from Lu tribe, Lu Zhuanshen, smiled towards the sky. Nian'er Fu, this person is the newest generation sword child from your Nian'er tribe. Fog and smoke burst out, there was a voice that came from within. This was a ranked 7 GU immortal, but from his appearance, he was very young, resembling a fat 5 or 6-year-old boy. The fat boy chuckled, he looked around sneakily, answering in a mature tone, indeed. This lad obtained the Sword Saint True Inheritance, and was kept in the tribe by my first Supreme Elder for 10 years. Therefore, when he came out for the first time now, he is excited to this frenzied degree. Lu Zhuanshen and the others' expressions changed mildly, they transmitted to each other. Sword Saint Nian'er, we were still discussing it earlier, this person was a rank 8 GU immortal of Nian'er tribe. He was like He Fan in history, leading Nian'er tribe to become among the forefront of the righteous path in northern plains. Sword Saint Nian'er was a prodigy, he had once cultivated light path, but switched to sword path successfully. After he died, he left behind the Sword Saint True Inheritance. It has an extremely difficult and deadly test, it is rare to have actual inheritors for it. It is said that this Sword Saint True Inheritance is split into 3 portions. After the first round, and obtaining the first portion of the Sword Saint True Inheritance, one will be known as the Sword Child. To think that after 300 years, a new Sword Child True Inheritor appeared in Nian'er tribe. Wariness rose in the righteous path GU immortals. If this person is allowed to continue developing, in the future, he will definitely be an active person among the Northern Plains righteous path. If he can progress and become rank 7, if he passes the second round and inherits the second portion of the true inheritance, he will become the Swordmaster true inheritor. Nobody in the whole of Northern Plains would dare to look down on him. In fact, the Sword Child with just rank 6 cultivation was already a force to be reckoned with. In just a short time, he had once again killed another demonic path Gu Immortal. Nian'er Ping Ji roared with enthusiasm. He was extremely confident. He moved quickly, being one with his sword. Only sword light could be seen darting around, his body was a blur. Sword light changed directions, towards the closest demonic path Gu Immortal. Sword light penetrated the demonic path Gu Immortal's body, but he showed a cold smile. Junior, just because you killed a few weaklings, you gained the courage to challenge me this brazenly. Old Monster Corpse Poison said this as purple smoke rose up from his terrifying injuries. The purple smoke dissipated, healing his body. But Nian'er Ping Ji's sword light shattered, revealing his true appearance. Nian'er Ping Ji's appearance could finally be seen. He had sharp brows and clear eyes. He was a handsome young lad. He suddenly covered his mouth with his hand, but he could not stop the purple poisonous blood from flowing out of his mouth and nose. Fight me again. Nian'er Ping Ji was heavily injured, but his eyes were burning with flames of enthusiasm. Then I will kill you before seeking the treasure here. Old Monster Corpse Poison smiled sinisterly. Hee, youngsters these days, they are truly fearless and ignorant. Nian'er Fu took a glance before retracting his gaze. Next, his figure disappeared in the air, before appearing beside Qing Zanzi's corpse at the next moment. Nian'er Fu stretched out his fat little arm, waving at Qing Zanzi's corpse. Immediately, Qing Zanzi's body and head was held up by a formless force, flying into Nian'er Fu's immortal aperture. Youngsters are so energetic, they don't even want their loot. This is a Gu Immortal's corpse. Even though his immortal Gu cannot be obtained, all of his Dao marks are still here. He. Nian'er Fu shook his head. Even though he was a rank 7 Gu Immortal senior, he was a greedy person. Even when Nian'er Ping Ji and Old Monster Corpse Poison were fighting, engaging in a tough battle, he did not help but instead, he was taking the Gu Immortal corpse that Nian'er Ping Ji had left behind. Die, this is mine, nobody should try to take it from me. I, Meng Ji, am here, who dares to fight me? The scene was getting more chaotic, because after Nian'er Ping Ji attacked, the other righteous path Gu Immortals also started taking action, entering Iron Eagle Blessed Land. This way, all sorts of conflicts rose up, battles occurred over all sorts of resources. The cries of eagles could be heard continuously. A desolate beast peacock raised its head, showing a deep human emotion of desire in its eyes. This was naturally the peacock flying immortal Hiruo. So many Iron Crown Eagles. Hey Tribe's Iron Eagle Blessed Land truly lives up to its name. Hiruo thought, if I can enslave all of these desolate beasts. Iron Eagle Blessed Land had less space on the ground and much more in the sky. The resources on the ground were much less valuable than the ones in the sky. Hey Tribe's Gu Immortals did not show themselves, but they had mobilized all of their Iron Crown Eagles, sealing the sky. Large numbers of desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles flew in the sky. Anyone who trespassed was assaulted intensely by them. Because of this, most of the demonic path Gu Immortals chose to take action on the ground. They wanted to first obtain the resources on the ground. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. To Hiruo, the Iron Crown Eagles held immense attraction. Because in her cultivation plan, her next transformation was the Iron Crown Eagle transformation. The desolate beast peacock flew in the sky. It was fast. In a moment, Hiruo attracted the attention of several Iron Crown Eagles. Hiruo was alert internally. She quickly retreated from the Iron Crown Eagles that she lured. She was alone, she could not fight so many desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles. She planned to lure one away and fight it alone, slowly capturing it. This is Affinity Wood. Murong Qingxi landed, looking at the rootless tree growing in the pond, her eyes shone brightly. Fairy Murong, you are very perceptive, that is it. A lone cultivator Gu Immortal answered. He was named Yun Liang, known as Cloud Gentleman. He had arrived before Murong Qingxi. He was concentrating on collecting the affinity wood here. Murong Qingxi saw that Cloud Gentleman Yun Liang was taking action. She did not obstruct him, she only watched quietly. She patiently waited until Yun Liang succeeded in keeping all of the affinity wood. I am ashamed for making Fairy wait. Cloud Gentleman Yun Liang said with a polite and warm attitude. Murong Qingxi smiled. To tell the truth, this affinity wood is only a rank 6 immortal material, but it is very suitable for me. I wonder if we can spar in. Cloud Gentleman smiled. Before Murong Qingxi finished her words, he said, affinity wood is very fragile, the collection process cannot have any interference. Fairy, if not for your patience, how could I have obtained it? We can spar. If you win, I will hand all of the affinity wood to you. Murong Qingxi shook her head. No need for everything, I only need half. Fairy, please. Gentlemen, please. The two fought without using their true strength. A victor was not decided. Cloud Gentleman Yun Liang gave half of the affinity wood to Murong Qingxi, both of them left with satisfaction. The vast majority of Righteous Path GU immortals conducted themselves with a lot of self-restraint and politeness. Nian'er tribes Nian'er Pingji and Nian'er Fu were exceptions among the Righteous Path. Even though Righteous Path was flourishing in Northern Plains GU immortal world, suppressing the demonic path and lone immortals, the Righteous Path GU immortals who came just now could not match the numbers of the demonic path and lone immortals. The reason was, the rest of the Huang Jin tribes had their own territories and resources to defend. Even though the Righteous Path had many GU immortals, they had to guard different places, only these people could be sent out in the end. In contrast, the demonic path and lone cultivators did not have such problems. There was another reason, the super forces had huge assets, they had mortal forces under them. They were quite tolerant towards lone demonic immortals and lone immortals. As long as their benefits were not touched, they would not fight it out. GU immortals were not easy to kill. If a grudge was established, they would go and attack their territories. It would be a huge headache even for super forces. As the saying goes, he who is down need not fear falling. On the other side, Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han had decided a victor. Pai Shui Han had a brand new immortal killer move, but he could not compete against Unfettered Scholar's trademark killer move, 1000 Disintegrations. Pai Shui Han snorted, directly leaving without hesitation. It was not worth going all out just for some simple resources. Even though demonic path GU immortals were free, they often worked alone. When calamities and tribulations descended, they had to rely on themselves. They were not like righteous path forces with GU immortals in their tribes to rely on and seek help from. Thus, demonic path GU immortals and lone immortals were very wary of their calamities and tribulations. They often calculated the cost of fighting. It was okay to fight over resources, but if the immortal essence expenditure was too high, they would not proceed with a losing deal. In the sky of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, the immortal GU House Golden Dawn Hall was still floating at the original spot, shining with dazzling golden light. GU immortals of Gong Tribe and Bai Zhu Tribe had not acted, they were talking inside the hall. Gong Tribe's Gong was already anxious, but he showed nothing on his expression, mentioning casually, everyone is fighting over Iron Eagle Blessed Land's resources on the ground, there is barely anything left. Is your tribe not going in yet? Bai Zhu Tribe's GU immortals looked at each other, shaking their heads and smiling. The precious resources inside Iron Eagle Blessed Land are in the sky. He Tribe's GU immortals have not appeared yet, the battle is just in the middle stage now. Gong was amazed and surprised. Even though this Bai Zhu Tribe was in the righteous path now, protected by Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, its foundation could not compare to the Huang Jin tribes. At this moment, Bai Zhu Tribe's GU immortals were acting calm and composed, with no anxiousness or hastiness at all. It was truly confusing. Chapter 1107. He Tribe's Huge Battle, 3/3. Fourth 1. Peacock Flying Immortal Hiruo took down another Iron Crown Eagle. She was feeling very happy. Desolate beasts were not common. In the Northern Plains 10 great fierce areas, desolate beasts lived in groups. Few GU immortals dared to venture into them. And wild Iron Crown Eagles and the ones He Tribe nurtured had different battle strength. And because Peacock Flying Immortal had good battle tactics, she made great gains, capturing 4 Iron Crown Eagles. He Tribe is famous for raising Iron Crown Eagles. I really wonder how they did manage to raise so many Iron Crown Eagles here. Hiruo sighed as she looked towards the sky. There were still large numbers of Iron Crown Eagles flying in the sky. They were a huge group. Hiruo capturing 4 was nothing to the group. Strange, He Tribe's GU immortals had not appeared since the beginning. Even after I captured 4 Iron Crown Eagles, they are not going to care. Hiruo was wary, she was not overwhelmed by happiness over victory. Suddenly, there was a loud sound. A figure clad in wind and lightning rushed towards the eagle group. Hiruo's pupils shrunk. She recognized this person. It is Nu-Ji. Hey, they are in for trouble. Nu-Ji came from Nu tribe, part of the Huang Jin bloodline, and a super force. Nu-Ji had a small head and big belly. His body was disproportional. His eyeballs were popping out, while his limbs were dry as twigs. He had pale skin resembling a sick person, without any hint of pinkness on his face. But looks were deceiving. He was a famous expert among ranked 7 GU immortals. He was on the same level as Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han in the demonic path. Nu-Gu's charge angered the Iron Crown Eagle group. At once, more than 50 Iron Crown Eagles charged towards him. Nu-Ji was shocked. He did not expect that he would draw so much attention. The Eagle group attacked, casting huge shadows and shrouded Nu-Gu's vision. In the moment of crisis, Nu-Ji used his signature Immortal killer move. His body inflated rapidly, expanding to 6 times of the original, making Nu-Ji look like a highly pregnant woman. Nu-Ji stretched out his hand, patting his belly. A loud sound with huge sound waves caused the Eagle group's movement to halt. 3 huge sounds were made. Sound waves spread out one after another. The Eagle group's momentum was interrupted. Their formation became messy and disorganized. Nu-Ji growled, as the surrounding Iron Crown Eagles instantly felt dizzy. Next, he flew rapidly away from the gaps between these eagles, getting out of their encirclement. The Eagle group chased for a while, before returning to their original spot. Nu-Ji had already landed on the ground. He was sweating as he looked at the sky. His belly had shrunk already, but he still felt some lingering fear. On one side, one voice could be heard. Nu-Ji, why are you so pathetic? Nu-Ji looked over. He saw that the person was over 8 feet tall. He had bright red pupils and dark blue skin, with purple hair and sharp fangs. Nu-Ji snorted coldly. Enough sarcasm, Guancho. If you have guts, charge in like me. Guancho snickered. 2 fists cannot rival 4 palms. I am not as stupid as you. Nu-Ji was furious. He stared at Guancho, his eyes spewing fire. Guancho laughed coldly, staring at him fearlessly. Nu-Ji was a famous righteous path rank 7 expert, cultivating sound path. Guancho was not weaker than him. He cultivated transformation path. The two were GU immortals from Guan tribe and Nu tribe respectively. They had an equally strong background. As expected of a famous expert, even though he looked troubled, he is unharmed. Hiruo saw everything. She quickly retracted her gaze. Nu-Ji is here, and Guan Chao's attention is also on these Iron Crown Eagles. This means that the resources on the ground are mostly taken already. Hiruo quietly retreated. She was only a demonic path GU immortal with ranked 6 cultivation level. She did not dare to get too close to these 2 righteous path experts. Iron Eagle Blessed Lands battle continued to rage like wildfire. All sorts of battles of different scales were unfolding. Some battles ended with a winner and a loser, while other battles involved deaths. Some made great gains, while some escaped with heavy injuries. On the ground of the Blessed Land, resources were dwindling. Some bottom-tier GU immortals were eliminated, either dead or injured. Some wisely chose to retreat, while others had methods to preserve their lives. They hid somewhere and observed the situation quietly. More and more GU immortals placed their focus in the sky. Countless greedy gazes swept through the Iron Crown Eagle group in the sky, as well as the hidden round ball wooden eagle nests that were concealed by the Eagle group. The scale of the Eagle group was huge. This was the accumulation of Hate tribe after countless years. They had expended so much time, effort, and fortune into it. These were among the most valuable resources in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Even people like Nu-Ji could not block the attacks of the Iron Crown Eagles. The number was too great. Of course, it was also because Nu-Ji was unwilling to waste immortal essence. His goldfish eyes looked down. Seeing more and more GU immortals, he shouted, "There are too many Iron Crown Eagles. Hate tribe's GU immortals have not shown themselves yet. We should all go ahead and split up this eagle group among ourselves." I concur. Unfettered Scholar was the first to respond. The two were in the righteous path and demonic path respectively, but in this situation, they came to a consensus. They should first deal with the Eagle group and get the benefits. The Eagle group was huge. There were many GU immortals. If they worked together, these Iron Crown Eagles were meat on the chopping block. Someone struck first, causing the start of the battle between immortals and eagles. Huge attacks were unleashed. driving intense fights. Eagles screeched shrilly, while humans were also yelling loudly. Attacks of all elements were shot out, lightning flashed as golden lights flickered. Outside the blessed land, Gong sat inside the Golden Dawn Hall, looking down. In his vision, there were rainbow-colored fireworks that covered the whole sky. But there was intense killing intent in the fireworks, at times, Iron Crown. Eagles died, their bodies were cut into pieces, while some Iron Crown eagles were also captured. Gong eyes shined. Scenes of battles between the righteous path, demonic path, and lone immortals were secretly recorded by him using hidden GU worms. This was precious intelligence. Ever since the collapse of 88 Truyong building, large numbers of immortal GU were obtained by Northern Plains GU immortals. After Qin Bai Sheng held the auction, GU immortals obtained the resources they wanted. After some time of adapting, many GU immortals gained new methods, their battle strengths had increased drastically. GU immortals who were doing the same thing as Gong were not few in number. Everyone had the same intention. Intelligence was very important, be it other super forces or lone GU immortals. In most cases, knowing what immortal GU your opponent had meant that you could find a way to counter them. Even if you did not have any ways to do so, it was still good to be on guard against them. GU immortals fought the Iron Crown eagles as they observed, collecting information. Underneath the intense battles were undercurrents of plots and schemes. GU immortals were assessing themselves and their enemies, confirming their status in the current GU immortal world. After this period of cultivation, did they get stronger or weaker relative to others? Who could be bullied, while who could not be trifled with? Iron Crown eagles were just the material gain at present, while information was a long-term gain. Gong watched for a while, feeling more and more impatient. The 3 Baizu tribe GU immortals beside him had not moved at all since the battle in He tribe's headquarters started. Just now, he brought Gong tribe's Golden Dawn Hall in order to gain great benefits. That was the only way to make this trip worth it. Gong could not stand it anymore. He pointed down, telling the GU immortals that came with him, Iron Eagle blessed land is taking damage, there are over 1,000 flaws created. But now, not a single He tribe GU immortal has appeared. This is very strange. Go down and assist our comrades, and preempt He tribe's scheme. We of Gong tribe are the leaders of the righteous path, we have to defend our allies. Yes. The 2 Gong tribe GU immortals immediately acted. The 3 Baizu tribe GU immortals sat there inwardly laughing to themselves. The outcome of this He tribe battle was decided from the beginning. Even if something strange happened, there was no danger. Gong tribe's GU immortals acted like this out of their own interests. They had selfish motives, but they still wanted to pretend to be grand and selfless. At the same time, at the highest area of Iron Eagle blessed land, He tribe's GU immortals were gathered. They looked at the battle, they had heavy feelings and ugly expressions. Why is he not acting yet? At this stage, he has not done anything yet. Don't tell me, our agreement has been cancelled. Some He tribe GU immortals asked this, feeling uneasy. He had already agreed. With his status, he will not go back on the agreement. Let's watch first. We set up 3 layers of defense, the Iron Crown Eagle group is only the first. He tribe's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder spoke, calming the immortals. Hiruo transformed into a desolate beast peacock, spreading her wings and fighting with 3 Iron Crown eagles. This was just a small part of the huge battlefield, and she was just an insignificant GU immortal among countless others. In the absence of rank 8, rank 7 experts were the strongest, some rank 6 experts were attempting to gain benefits along the periphery. Suddenly, there was a weird fragrance. Hiruo's heart jumped, she quickly held her breath. I'm poisoned. Sensing this, Hiruo quickly used her healing GU worms. 3 Iron Crown eagles cried out. In an instant, they could not exert any strength anymore, they fell to the ground weakly. A figure flew into the sky, capturing these 3 Iron Crown eagles and stuffing them inside his immortal aperture. It was Old Monster Corpse Poison. He laughed sinisterly, purple gas coiling around him. After collecting the 3 Iron Crown eagles, he looked at Hiruo with an evil grin. Hiruo's heart shook. She felt her body turning cold. He, young lady, come with me. Old Monster Corpse Poison breathed out air towards Hiruo. Hiruo had just suppressed the poison in her body. When she suddenly lost control of her body, she felt weak and fell towards the ground after Old Monster Corpse Poison blew at her from a distance. I was too greedy. I wanted to obtain more Iron Crown Eagles and placed too much of my attention on them, neglecting the surroundings and being sneak attacked by Old Monster Corpse Poison. Seeing that she was about to be captured by Old Monster Corpse Poison, Hiruo felt deep despair. At this moment, a sword light flew over. The sword light was fast as lightning, it boldly pierced through Old Monster Corpse Poison's body, before turning into Nian'er Ping Ji 100 steps away. Old Monster Corpse Poison was bursting with rage. Little rascal, you are still finding trouble with me. Chapter 1108, Tragic. Because of his interruption, Hiruo managed to suppress her poison and quickly escaped, regaining freedom. Nian'er Ping Ji's body was tattered, one of his arms was corroded until only bones were left, his face was turning purple, he was deeply poisoned. But he raised his head and looked at Old Monster Corpse Poison, saying arrogantly, "You cannot leave until a victor is decided." Old Monster Corpse Poison was furious, but within his anger, there was also regret. Why did he attract this psycho? Every sword child in each generation is crazy. But this one is crazier than the rest. Far away, Nian'er Fu shook his head, waving his fat little arms. An Iron Crown Eagle screeched in fear, it flapped its arms desperately, trying to escape, but with the power of Space Path, the Iron Crown Eagle vanished, entering Nian'er Fu's immortal aperture without resistance. Old Monster Corpse Poison's method was vicious, he attacked Nian'er Ping Ji, but most of his attention was still kept on Nian'er Fu secretly. Nian'er Ping Ji had ranked 6 cultivation level, even though he inherited a portion of the Sword Saint true inheritance, he was not the match of a ranked 7 expert like Old Monster Corpse Poison. Nian'er Ping Ji could survive until now because Nian'er Fu had been assisting him from a distance all along. Nian'er Fu was a Space Path GU Immortal, he had a deep cultivation level, with countless methods at his disposal. He was looting resources all over the place, gaining a huge fortune, while protecting Nian'er Ping Ji, preventing Old Monster Corpse Poison from dealing a fatal blow. Old Monster Corpse Poison felt more and more regret. Right now was a precious opportunity that one would not see in 100 years, but he was fighting with a GU Immortal here, while others were looting resources all over the place. Old Monster Corpse Poison was famous and had a deep background. He had once joined Zombie Alliance as a living person, before betraying them later on. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance tried to capture him, but failed each time. Nian'er Ping Ji and Old Monster Corpse Poison fought, the battle getting more and more heated as time passed. Even though he could not win, he had become famous from the fight. From now on, Northern Plains GU Immortal World would know that Nian'er tribe had produced such an incredible genius. Actually, GU Immortals from other super forces would not offend a demonic path GU Immortal so thoroughly. But Nian'er tribe was different. This Huang Jin bloodline tribe was different from the other Huang Jin super tribes. Their tribesmen lived in blessed lands or grotto heavens, they did not occupy any territory in the outside world of Northern Plains. This way, they had little reservations. Even if a demonic path GU Immortal wanted to attack them, they could not. After all, there were few methods to enter immortal apertures. Even if one could get in, they would be in the enemy's territory, they would lose a lot of their advantage inside. Youth is really wondrous. Nian'er Fu sighed, he spoke with an aged tone, but he had the appearance of a chubby boy, it was a really weird sight. Only Old Monster Corpse Poison could feel his terrifying power. During this battle, Nian'er Fu had already attacked dozens of times. Not only did he save Nian'er Ping Ji's life, he even successfully injured Old Monster Corpse Poison secretly a few times. After capturing several Iron Crown Eagles again, Nian'er Fu's field of vision was cleared. A huge round ball wooden eagle nest was floating in the air, without any defense. I had heard of He tribe having this special rearing method. They use some sort of metal or ore, immortal materials that could increase the rate of the Iron Crown Eagle's reproduction, and speeding up the rate of their growth. What kinds of precious immortal materials would be in this nest? Nian'er Fu was about to move, when his expression suddenly froze. A figure moved like the raging winds, flying out of the nest before him, rapidly leaving towards the horizon. Demonic Path GU Immortal Wei Feng Zi. This was a rank 7 Wind Path expert, publicly recognized as the fastest person in Northern Plains, even Yao Huang could not stop him. He had first joined Shadow Sect, before submitting to Heavenly Court, his identity as a traitor had not been exposed yet. In a situation filled with chaos, Wei Feng Zi could act freely like the wind. Not only was he fast, he was agile, he displayed the greatest advantage of Wind Path to its limit. Soon, Nian'er Fu saw that Wei Fengzi easily passed through countless obstacles, entering another eagle nest. Sigh, this lad is simply blocking me from my fortune. Nian'er Fu gazed at Nian'er Pingji, sighing loudly at the sky. The battle between humans and eagles came to an end. The number of iron crown eagles decreased. All of the round ball wooden eagle nests were invaded by GU immortals. Good, good, good. It is the rank 7 immortal material domination copper. GU immortal Shi Hu cheered, he had made great gains. This damned Wei Fengzi, he dares to snatch what is mine. Meng Ji was furious, he stared fixedly at Wei Fengzi who was flying away. Wei Fengzi did not speak, but he felt very troubled, he did not touch that eagle nest. It seemed that someone who had already sneaked in made him take the blame for their actions. Within the round ball wooden eagle nests, there were rank 7 immortal materials in each one, either metals or ores, and they were huge in quantity. GU immortals made great gains, they expressed joy on their faces. This was simply a feast, they were looting all of He tribe's hard work. The stronger the GU immortal, the greater the gains. The law of the jungle in the GU immortal world was displayed here in full view. He tribe's GU immortals were deadly silent. They looked at the round ball wooden eagle nests that were fuming with smoke, some had fallen to the ground, some were incredibly damaged, spinning in the air. These nests were the pride of He tribe, the symbol of their strength. But now, they were trampled and snatched away. Anger, indignance, hatred, fear, all sorts of emotions were in these He tribe GU immortals, they almost could not breathe. Enough. A He tribe GU immortal stood up abruptly. He had a huge body, he looked around with an angry gaze, fixing it on First Supreme Elder. When are we going to wait until? You are counting on him. Can't you see, he had agreed to us on purpose, so that we would not keep the resources according to the agreement. We are trapped inside the blessed land and cannot leave. This is a scheme, he is toying with us. Everyone, where is your courage? Are you not angry? Don't you feel hatred? Will we sit here and wait for death, or go out and fight like courageous heroes? This is our home, but now, these outsiders are plundering and destroying it. Tai Sheng, Second Supreme Elder, had a complex expression, he called out to this furious He tribe GU immortal. First Supreme Elder, say something. He Tai Sheng stared at He tribe's First Supreme Elder with an indomitable gaze. Everyone also looked at First Supreme Elder. He tribe's First Supreme Elder was silent for a while before saying, in this situation, resources are just external things, so what if we give them up? If we do not receive his help, we will have no place in the whole of Northern Plains. We will wait and see. He Tai Sheng heard this and his body shook, he took in a deep breath, stabilizing his body. He did not feel rage now, just intense sorrow. Seniors, in my humble opinion, I think that Lord He Tai Sheng is right. This time, a rank 6 GU immortal from He tribe spoke. I have the same opinion. If we do not fight now, when will we wait until? The worst case is death anyway. More and more He tribe GU immortals stood up. He Tai Sheng saw this and felt a strong surge in confidence, his gaze regained its sharpness. You, Second Supreme Elder, was shocked. First Supreme Elder remained silent. He Tai Sheng suddenly laughed loudly. 3 layers of defense. Even if we have 30 layers of defense, what can we do in this situation? Go, let's face these enemies. How can He tribe's glory be tarnished? He tribe's resources are not so easy to take. They will pay with blood and their lives. He Tai Sheng took huge steps forward, he turned around and left the hall. 7 He tribe GU immortals said nothing, but they followed him with firm expressions. First Supreme Elder, won't you talk to them? Third Supreme Elder was uneasy. Forget it, let them go. First Supreme Elder sighed, he seemed to have aged by 100 years. He tribe's first layer of defense was broken already, the Iron Crown Eagles were either dead, injured, or captured, none were left. The GU immortals flew up higher into the sky, seeing dragon eagles. A large number of dragon eagles formed the second line of defense. So many dragon eagles, someone's eyes flashed. Even though the dragon eagles are not as numerous as the Iron Crown Eagles, they are still a huge fortune. Someone critiqued. Some impatient GU immortals had already started attacking. The GU immortals gasped, some were surprised, they found something strange. These dragon eagles are not normal. That's right, I've interacted with desolate beast dragon eagles before, how can they be so hard to deal with? These dragon eagles have stronger vitality and faster speed, is that rumor from long ago true after all? The Immortals were reminded by this. 50 to 60 years ago, there were rumors in Northern Plains GU Immortal world that He tribe had obtained a huge breakthrough in nurturing the dragon eagles. They created a brand new species of desolate eagles. They looked like dragon eagles, but were different. These are not dragon eagles, they are resonance eagles. These eagles were not created by He tribe, they were the fruits of my Chao tribe's labor. A GU Immortal said with much anguish. Everyone looked over, it was Chao Dong. He was a righteous path GU Immortal, the first supreme elder of Chao tribe. Chao tribe was a subordinate of He tribe. Long ago, Chao tribe had wanted to leave He tribe, and were taught a lesson by He Cheng, who went to pressure them. No wonder Chao tribe and He tribe had a conflict, there was lots of hidden background information. The Immortals had differing expressions, but they said nothing about this. The law of the jungle was very common after all. This Chao Dong could become an Immortal because of He tribe's support. Now that He tribe was in trouble, he joined in and attacked Iron Eagle blessed land. Most righteous path GU Immortals, the supreme elders of the Huang Jin tribes, looked towards Chao Dong with coldness and animosity. They did not like people who bit the hand that fed them. But behind Chao Dong, there was Lu tribe's GU Immortal, Lu Zhuanshen. With a single glance, it was obvious that Chao Dong was now under Lu tribe. Lu tribe and He tribe had a poor relationship. Chao tribe was a subordinate of He tribe, but now that He tribe was going down, Chao Dong went over to Lu tribe. It was not strange. This traitor deserves death. At this moment, a thunderous voice came from afar. Chapter 1109. HMPH. A shadow resembling a mountain crashed towards Chao Dong. In an instant, Chao Dong was immobilized. He could only scream, "Elder Lu, save me." Lu Zhuanshen swiftly appeared in front of Chao Dong. His body shone with white light, causing all of the darkness to fade away. "Hey Tai Sheng, with me here, you cannot harm Chao Dong." Lu Zhuanshen looked at the person with intense battle intent. The GU Immortals started stirring. Be it the Dragon Eagles or Resonance Eagles, they were not important. The important thing was, He tribe's GU Immortals had finally acted. With the ranked 7 GU Immortal He Tai Sheng as the leader, 7 ranked 6 GU Immortals followed behind him, standing before the Immortals. He Tai Sheng looked around. Before his gaze fixed on Lu Zhuanshen, he snickered, asking, "Is that so?" Lu Zhuanshen's expression turned to shock. He turned around and looked. Chao Dong was still standing behind him, floating in the air, but his expression had frozen with shock. He had no vitality left, he was dead. Immortal killer move life-draining darkness. Lu Zhuanshen shouted before feeling intense anger, but his anger soon faded as only sadness and admiration remained. He and He Tai Sheng were old rivals, they had fought for more than 100 times. He was clear that this life-draining darkness was powerful, but it could not be used easily. Each activation had a huge cost. Lu Zhuanshen had never seen He Tai Sheng use this trump card at the start of the battle. From this, he understood. His rival for many years had prepared himself to die. He had the mentality of killing as many enemies as possible before going down. He Tai Sheng looked Chao Dong. The morale of the He tribe GU Immortals behind him rose. He Tai Sheng was an experienced person. Using this chance, he used his methods. At once, the Resonance Eagles formed into groups, moving in formation. Each of the He tribe GU Immortals went to an area and defended territory. With GU Immortals here, the second line of defense stabilized. They were hard to deal with. This made many GU Immortals who invaded He tribe furious. Ruining a person's wealth was like killing their parents. This hatred was huge, and because He tribe was weak, they lost their only immortal GU House Dark Prison. The only problem was Green City Rampage. But in this situation, He tribe was only struggling at death's door. "I'll fight you." Pai Shui Han pounced. He waved his hand, as tides began to form, charging towards He Tai Sheng. The tides flew into the air and stopped, turning into glaciers as the temperature fell. "Be careful, this is Pai Shui Han's signature killer move, Flood Glacier." A rank 6 GU Immortal from He tribe shouted. He Tai Sheng laughed lightly. He and Pai Shui Han had deep enmity too. He was not surprised that Pai Shui Han attacked him. He is just a loser, so what? He Tai Sheng's eyes shined with dark light. He did not move, he only looked over. The white glacier was covered with black water. In a few breaths' time, it disintegrated. Pai Shui Han grunted, spitting out a mouthful of blood, falling from the sky. Against so many enemies, Consecutive killer moves are not easy to use. A figure appeared behind He Tai-sheng. It was Huang Di. This was the rank 7 demonic path GU Immortal who communicated with the other demonic path members, entering Iron Eagle blessed land first and causing the righteous path to lose the initiative. He had earned immensely. Right now, he was using the chance to attack and kill He Tai-sheng. He Tai-sheng did not move, he did not even turn around, he only waved his sleeves. Immediately, dark light burst out like waves, sending Huang Di far away. Huang Di struggled to get out of the black tide, showing shock on his face. His 7 orifices were spewing out black blood, he drilled into the ground without even a bit of hesitation, vanishing. Simply a rat, what can you do? He Tai-sheng snorted, looking around, shouting, who is next? Nobody came. He Tai-sheng had incredible battle strength, he was even stronger than Pai Shui Han. The immortals could tell, this person was prepared to die, he was oozing with fighting intent and was fighting without reservation. In this situation, his battle strength was at its peak. Why did everyone come to Iron Eagle blessed land? To gain fortune. If their goal was fortune, why would they fight with this person to the death? The GU immortals moved away, evading He Tai-sheng. Battle commenced. One side was the collaboration of righteous and demonic, they had great numbers, but He tribe had the territorial advantage and large numbers of desolate beast resonance eagles to help them. Battles raged on. He tribe's GU immortals were all prepared to die defending their home, their battle intent was high. The demonic path GU immortals just wanted a fortune, they did not want to die, they were heavily restricted. The intelligence of GU immortals could not be matched by Iron Crown eagles. At once, the second line of defense was extremely stable. He Tai-sheng saw that everyone was avoiding him, so he approached them instead. Meng Ji, hand over your life. He Tai-sheng shouted angrily, pouncing towards the Meng tribe rank 7 GU immortal who was closest to him. HMPH, would I be afraid of you? Meng Ji fought back courageously. The two fought as the sky rumbled, intense shock waves were sent out. After several rounds, the proud and arrogant Meng Ji turned around and fled. He was courageous, but He Tai-sheng was beyond courageous, he was a lunatic not afraid of death. He fought with Meng Ji by causing injuries to both of them, he was trying to go down together. After several times, Meng Ji could not stand it anymore, he immediately retreated. He Tai-sheng was going to chase him, but he heard the He tribe GU immortals cry for help, he turned around to help them out. Guan Chou, take this. He Tai-sheng charged forward, dark light burst out and engulfed the surroundings. Guan Chou was a transformation path GU immortal, he had turned into a lion. He roared as he crashed into He Tai-sheng. At the next moment, the lion that Guan Chou had transformed into flew out like a rag doll. He Tai-sheng charged at him again. Guan Chou screeched, turning into a little bird and flying away. Coward. He Tai-sheng could not catch up, he snorted. His gaze swept around, he targeted the rank 7 GU immortal who was closer to him, Lu Zhuanshen. Lu Zhuanshen was very perceptive. Seeing that He Tai-sheng was approaching, he retreated. He Tai-sheng chased after him, so Lu Zhuanshen went over to Divine Lord Tiandu. Divine Lord Tiandu's body shook, he turned around and left. Lu Zhuanshen then lured He Tai-sheng towards Unfettered Scholar, he snorted as a three-way battle started. A moment later, in an intense clash, Lu Zhuanshen and Unfettered Scholar were forced back. He Tai-sheng continued to fight everyone, he was unstoppable. In the sky, He tribe's first supreme elder sighed, Tai-sheng, this child. He knew that He Tai-sheng had a special technique, he could expend his lifespan to increase the power of his killer moves. He was fighting by consuming his life. The righteous and demonic GU immortals did not want to die, that was true. But with just this reason, there was no way anybody could contest him. He Tai-sheng was a huge setback to the GU immortals. These were all people with high cultivation level and impressive methods. In the earlier battles, the weaker GU immortals were already eliminated. But no matter how strong He Tai-sheng was, he could not reach the level of rank 8. He could not turn around the situation single-handedly. Resonance eagles were captured or killed, while He tribe's GU immortals died one by one. A fight to the death. Towards the end of the battle, He Tai-sheng was the only one left. He was bathed in blood, he stood proud and straight, looking at the GU immortals around, he laughed loudly, all right, come and kill me. The immortals looked around, but nobody moved. Lu Zhuanshen's expression was complex, he knew that He Tai-sheng was already out of steam. His immortal essence was expended, he was not a threat. But he was unable to attack. He Tai-Sheng moved his lips, then let me. Saying so, he charged towards the GU immortals in front. His final charge. He died while charging. It was tragic. It was courageous. He Tai-Sheng died, the immortals had no obstacles left, they went towards He tribe's final line of defense. 12 flying eagles blocked them. Enemy eagles with overflowing killing intent, absolute eyebrow eagles with divine aura, shadow eagles with indistinct figures, whale-swallowing eagles with huge muscular bodies. Without exception, they were all ancient desolate beasts, having rank 7 battle strength. He tribe's first supreme elder and the other 6 elders descended from the sky. At this moment, they no longer placed further hope in being saved, they came out to battle. Ancient battle formation, Green City Rampage. The top 4 supreme elders joined forces, their might could rival rank 8 GU immortals. The righteous and demonic GU immortals split up at once. Resources were more important. By now, everyone had already earned a lot, but they paid a huge price too. Their mental energy was depleted, their immortal essence was also expended. Who would fight against Green City Rampage in this state? Whoever got caught would simply be unlucky. In the sky of Iron Eagle blessed land, there were 12 eagle nests that were in peculiar shapes. These eagle nests were not round ball wooden eagle nests, they held precious rank 8 immortal materials. Immediately, countless GU immortals fought over them. The battle was a chaotic mess. Green City Rampage went on a killing spree, lots of unlucky people died in the top 4 supreme elders' hands. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. This is too dangerous, let's go, let's go. Nian'er Fu grabbed the unconscious Nian'er Ping Ji as he sneakily retreated. I cannot stay here. Pai Shui Han also retreated, he had obtained some eagle nests, and had gained large amounts of rank 8 immortal materials. Some astute GU immortals were leaving. The 12 eagle nests were all lost. Suddenly, in the air, there were ripples as a 13th eagle nest appeared, drawing everyone's attention. The immortals shouted, pouncing over. This is mine. Chu Du suddenly appeared, blocking all the immortals. Ah, domination immortal. The immortals were shocked, stopping their movement. Chu Du was powerful, far stronger than He Tai-Sheng. Lu tribe's entire strength as a super force could do nothing to him. In the entire Northern Plains GU immortal world, only people like Qin Bai Sheng could fight him. At this stage in the battle, everyone was in poor conditions. But this was the first time Chu Du was acting. At once, nobody dared to go forward. Chu Du successfully deterred the immortals, it was to obtain this mysterious 13th eagle nest. Green City Rampage came crashing, a voice was loud as thunder, Chu Du, you dare. Chu Du laughed coldly, why wouldn't I? The two sides clashed, the giant that Green City Rampage transformed into was sent flying by Chu Du in one move. The ancient battle formation is powerful, but it is powered by you people. In your condition, none of you can match me. Chu Du stood arrogantly in the air, looking at the immortals. The immortals wanted to attack, but they also wanted others to do the work, so that they could reap the benefits. Simply a mob, Chu Du commented, before going ahead to grab at the eagle nest behind him. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. An immortal GU house appeared, crashing towards Chu Du's head. Modest thatched hut, a GU immortal yelled, he recognized that this was Dong Fang tribe's former immortal GU house. Scram, Chu Du slapped, creating a huge sound. Bam, modest thatched hut was actually sent flying by his slap. Gasp, everyone took in a deep breath of shock. Chu Du successfully placed the 13th eagle nest into his own immortal aperture. Next, his gaze fell on Green City Rampage. The 4 supreme elders felt a wave of despair. Wait, just as Chu Du was about to deal the killing blow, a voice resounded in the entire place. An immeasurable aura, like a formless mountain, enveloped the entire area in an instant. Rank 8 GU Immortal, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. The immortals were shaken, the identity of the voice appeared in their minds. At this point in the battle, a rank 8 GU Immortal had finally shown up. It was not certain that he came in person, after all, only his voice was heard. Wasn't it agreed upon that the rank 8 great experts would not personally interfere? Some righteous path GU immortals who knew some inside information were confused. At the next moment, the immortals heard Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's voice. He tribe's battle ends here, the remaining members of He tribe have submitted to me. From now on, this is Bai Zhu tribe's territory. We are willing to change our surnames to Bai Zhu. He tribe's elders responded. The Immortals were shaken. This matter was huge. The situation in Northern Plains GU Immortal world would immediately change. Smarter people knew. Heavenly Lord Baizu could say this because he had come to an agreement with the other rank 8 great experts. No need to leave, I am holding a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights for everyone. Heavenly Lord Baizu said again. The remaining He tribe GU Immortals' faces twitched. This battlefield, which was still filled with blood from the battle earlier, was going to hold a banquet. The change was too sudden and abrupt. Congratulations to Baizu tribe, congratulations to Heavenly Lord. The righteous path GU Immortals quickly came to an agreement, giving many responses. The demonic path and lone Immortals were uneasy and agitated. HMPH. Chu-Du snorted coldly, it was loud and shrill. He left with a billowing of his sleeves. Under everyone's gazes, he flew away into the horizon. Chapter 11:10. Rank 8 GU Immortals cannot be schemed against. Novel. Ha ha ha, he is domination immortal indeed, I am leaving too. Amidst the silence, Wei Fengzi laughed loudly. Next, winds moved around his body, assisting him in his quick departure. Countless gazes focused on him as well. Wei Fengzi was the fastest person in Northern Plains. Yao Huang had once tried to capture him but failed. That was Wei Fengzi's greatest and proudest achievement. Chu-Du and Wei Fengzi had huge guts. They did not give Heavenly Lord Baizu face. The other Immortals had differing ideas, but nobody dared to leave. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not say anything, he watched as they left. He tribe's first Supreme Elder quickly shouted, reporting to Heavenly Lord, forget about Wei Fengzi, but Chu-Du has taken the 13th eagle nest, He Fan true inheritance is inside it. The Immortals heard about this and went into a commotion. They secretly started conversing quietly. Everyone had heard of He Fan's reputation and fame. This person was the pride of He tribe's history. He was the one who led He tribe to their current status as a super force. If he was still alive, who would dare to attack He tribe? No need to worry, I know about that. Heavenly Lord Baizu spoke again. The tone of his voice was extremely calm and plain. First Supreme Elder's heart jumped, his lips trembled, he wanted to speak, but no words came out of his mouth. Second Supreme Elder suddenly said, reporting to Heavenly Lord, Iron Eagle blessed land is about to break apart. If we set a banquet here, it might not last for even half a day. Don't worry, we have already been prepared long ago. At this time, 3 GU Immortals appeared together. The Immortals took a look, showing expressions of realization. These 3 Immortals were none other than the 3 GU Immortals from Baizu tribe. During the entire battle in He tribe, they were watching from the side. It turned out that they were following Heavenly Lord Baizu's orders. They were in charge of settling the aftermath of the battle. Next, Baizu tribe's 3 GU Immortals worked together, unleashing an immortal killer move. The killer move's effect showed immediate result. In a moment, Iron Eagle blessed land, which was shaking and breaking apart, managed to stabilize. Seeing this, a lot of the righteous and demonic Immortals had changes in their expressions. This immortal killer move had incredible effect. This was the first time they were seeing it. It had never been used in past records. They realized that Baizu tribe did not just have Heavenly Lord Baizu alone, the other GU Immortals were also formidable characters. Gong greets Heavenly Lord. Next, Gong tribe's GU Immortal Gong came forward alone, entering Iron Eagle blessed land and paying respects towards the sky. In the absence of rank 9, rank 8s were the dominating overlords. Gong was a proud person, but facing a rank 8 existence, he had to be polite, even though he was feeling moody on the inside. During the final moments of the Battle of He tribe, Gong wanted to use the immortal GU House Golden Dawn Hall to snatch the resources inside. But the GU Immortals of Baizu tribe smiled as they told him not to act rashly for his own sake. Gong would naturally not listen to them, but soon, he received a message from Prince Fengxian. The content was, do not act rashly, otherwise, you are making enemies with Heavenly Lord Baizu. If Heavenly Lord Baizu is displeased and kills you, you deserve to die, I will definitely not take revenge for you. Gong heard this and did not dare to act, even though he was extremely unwilling internally, he had suffered a huge loss of face. He had mobilized Golden Dawn Hall to come here and control the situation, but his effort did not match the gains that he had. Originally, Gong wanted to act as the leader of the righteous path, but the other Huang Jin bloodline GU Immortals paid no heed to him at all. Baizu tribe's 3 GU Immortals listened to him and went into Golden Dawn Hall as guests. Even though this gave Gong some face, the three immortals had hidden intentions. Gong represented Gong tribe, he had to come out. When he greeted Heavenly Lord Baizu, he felt extremely displeased towards Prince Fengxian. Damn it, curses. This time, I completely lost to Prince Fengxian. HMPH, he is not one of us after all, he is just a son-in-law of Gong tribe, an external supreme elder in our tribe. Normally speaking, super forces with family-based systems rarely had external supreme elders. This was unlike Central Continent sects, they could easily take in others as their external supreme elders. External elders who joined super clans or tribes usually had a close relationship with one of the tribe's GU immortals. For example, they could be husband and wife, or blood-sworn brothers. Fairy Zhang Yu had once joined He tribe, she had been He Cheng's concubine on the surface. Prince Fengxian's true identity was that of a spy from Spirit Affinity House that had entered Northern Plains GU immortal world. He was in charge of the great plan of looking over Imperial Court-blessed land, and controlling 88 True Yong building. In his early days, he had become the husband of a female Gong tribe immortal. Under Spirit Affinity House's secret help, he had become a rank 8 GU immortal. He stayed out most of the time and did not interact much with Gong tribe. Prince Fengxian stayed inside his own Fengxian grotto heaven, he did not pay attention or communicate with his Gong tribe wife, he only stayed with his two female attendant GU immortals, Yulan and Liao. Gong tribe was very unhappy because of this, but Prince Fengxian was a rank 8 GU immortal, Gong tribe's GU immortals could do nothing but hold in their anger. This time, after old ancestor Shuihu defeated the combination of Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu, Gong tribe came up with a plan. They went ahead to brag that Prince Fengxian was the only person who could defeat old ancestor Shuihu. This way, they could use Prince Fengxian's reputation to elevate Gong tribe's status in the righteous path. Secondly, they could also force Prince Fengxian to become enemies with old ancestor Shuihu. If the two of them fought, regardless of victory or defeat, it would benefit Gong tribe. This plan hit two birds with one stone, but could a rank 8 GU immortal be schemed against so easily? This time, Gong was taught a huge lesson. Prince Fengxian secretly came to an agreement with Heavenly Lord Baizu. One could guess that Heavenly Lord Baizu definitely paid a price for it. Prince Fengxian concealed this matter, not informing Gong tribe about it. He sacrificed Gong tribe's benefits and kept the gains for himself. But at the crucial moment, he sent a letter. He did not leave behind any evidence that could be used against him. Gong tribe could only endure this silently. After all, Heavenly Lord Baizu only gave face to Prince Fengxian. Gong tribe did not have any other rank 8 expert, strength was the foundation for talking on equal terms. The three Baizu GU immortals stabilized Iron Eagle blessed land, it was not only safe now, they even started to repair it. For the next 3 days, Iron Eagle blessed land held a huge banquet. In He tribe's former headquarters, Baizu tribe's rise was declared, the intention was quite extraordinary, there was profound meaning behind it. Almost all the GU immortals joined the celebration, other than exceptions like Domination Immortal and Wei Fengzi. Other than these two, there could have been others. For example, the mysterious GU immortal who appeared during the battle in He tribe, the person who controlled Modest Thatched Hut. It was unknown whether they were hidden among the immortals now, or whether they had left secretly already. The Righteous Path GU immortals mostly joined in the celebrations on the first day before taking their leave. Gong tribe with Gong as the leading GU immortal was the first to leave. When they left, Gong walked with confident steps, but people could tell that Gong tribe was in a dejected state. The second was Nian tribe. Only 2 GU immortals from this super force came to He tribe. One was the rank 7 Space Path GU immortal Nian Fu, while the other was the current generation sword child, Nian Pingji. Even though the latter had only rank 6 cultivation level, he had gained much reputation in this battle in He tribe, he became famous overnight. But he paid a hefty price. Old Monster Corpse Poison stared at Nian Pingji with much hatred, he was gritting his teeth. The grudge of both parties was immense now. Meng tribe, Yuan tribe, Nu tribe, Yi Lui tribe, and the others took their leave one by one. Lu tribe, Yao tribe, Guan tribe, these 3 tribes GU immortals attended for the entire banquet, staying until the end. After 3 days and nights, they took their leave, they gave Baizu tribe ample face. It was because these 3 tribes were different from the other Huangjin tribes, they were quite close to the current Bai Zhu tribe's territory, they needed to establish good relationships. As for the demonic path and lone immortals, they left entirely after 3 days and nights. The stronger they were, the earlier they left. There were also certain GU immortal experts who stayed back, attempting to get close to Bai Zhu tribe. If it were the other Huang Jin tribes, when holding a celebration, they would not invite all of these people. But Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had been a lone immortal in the past. The lone immortals and demonic path GU immortals could accept his invitation and stayed here. See you. Until we meet again, forgive us for not sending you off. During these 3 days, Iron Eagle Blessed Land had been completely repaired. The Blessed Land's entrance opened. He Tribe's GU Immortals and Bai Zhu Tribe's GU Immortals stood at the entrance, speaking in polite tones as they sent off all of the leaving GU Immortals. The leaving GU Immortals, regardless of their faction, sighed to themselves. After this battle in He Tribe, the entire situation in Northern Plains GU Immortal world changed. He Tribe's GU Immortals surrendered. They had to send off these GU Immortals who invaded their homes. They definitely felt uneasy and unhappy. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu made them do this. He was humiliating them. Among them, He Tribe's first Supreme Elder could feel it the most. During the battle in He Tribe, he suffered the heaviest injuries. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu personally used his healing methods to heal the rest of the He Tribe's GU Immortals, except him. He was pale. He sent off the guests in an injured state. He spat out blood from time to time. He looked so pathetic, all of his face was gone. He Tribe's first Supreme Elder understood. I purpose exposed the fact about the He Fan true inheritance earlier. I wanted Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to attack Chu Du. If he was killed, we could take revenge for Chu Du's invasion. If he failed, and Chu Du escaped, with his personality, he would definitely exact revenge on Bai Zhu tribe. To think that Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu chose to do nothing, he knew that this was my scheme, thus, he has been suppressing and punishing me secretly these last 3 days. Sadness, pain, hatred, fear, all sorts of emotions tangled together and filled He Tribe's first Supreme Elder. After sending the final GU Immortal off, GU Immortals of He Tribe and Bai Zhu Tribe went to meet Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. In the highest level of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, the original discussion hall of He Tribe, everyone met with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. Greetings to Heavenly Lord. The Immortals stood on the spot, paying their respects. Everyone has worked hard. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu sat at the highest position. He smiled. From now on, He Tribe's GU Immortals will change their surnames to Bai Zhu. He Tribe's resources have been taken by Northern Plains Immortals, that is an established fact. This is also the result that I had gotten after negotiating with the other rank 8 experts. In the future, you cannot use this as an excuse to take revenge. The Immortals quickly responded in acknowledgement. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu paused for a while before saying, but the He Fan true inheritance is not a small matter, it involves a rank 8 expert. Even if I do not cultivate time path, I can use it as reference. Ignore Chu Du for now, I already know the location of He Fan Grotto Heaven. After some time, we can forcefully attack it and obtain everything inside. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu did not anticipate obtaining the He Fan true inheritance. This true inheritance could not even be obtained by He Tribe's own members, not to mention him as an outsider. The true benefit was He Fan Grotto Heaven, and the countless resources accumulated inside. This was enough to entice any rank 8. He Tribe's first Supreme Elder heard this and felt incredibly shocked. He Fan Grotto Heaven's location is the biggest secret in our tribe. Including me, only the rest of the top 4 Supreme Elders know. How can Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu learn about it? Don't tell me. Someone secretly submitted to him before this. This secret was told to him. Learning about this, He Tribe's first Supreme Elder felt a chill going down his spine, his body shuddered in fear. He knelt on the floor immediately, kowtowing to Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu in an extravagant manner. I have failed in my task, I am greatly at fault. Please punish me, Heavenly Lord. Oh, what failure is it? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu looked at He Tribe's first Supreme Elder, showing an expression of a vague smile. He Tribe's first Supreme Elder felt cold sweat on his forehead. He could not tell the Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu about his scheme 3 days ago, that would be offending the great expert. Thus, he shifted the topic. In this battle in He Tribe, we anticipated that Fang Yuan would appear to reap some benefits. In the entire battle, we had used investigative immortal methods continuously, but we could not find him at all. I have failed in capturing Fang Yuan, it was my mistake. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled. Your investigative method is quite unique, it can actually expose an otherworldly demon. I am afraid that Fang Yuan truly did not come. That is a pity, if he appeared, I would have captured him. With this bargaining chip, I would not have to pay such a huge price. As it turned out, He tribe and Heavenly Lord Baizu had already discussed to set a trap against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was the culprit behind the matter of Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was widely known, the Northern Plains GU Immortal world knew that Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel in spring-autumn cicada. He tribe's battle was an opportunity not seen in hundreds of years, to think that Fang Yuan did not come. This was out of their expectations. After all, Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel, it was easy for him to show up. They did not know about the matters after the Battle of Yitian Mountain. Right now, fixed immortal travel was in the hands of Heavenly Court. As for the investigative immortal killer move that could expose an otherworldly demon, it also had a peculiar origin. He tribe had once had an otherworldly demon. When he was a mortal GU master, he displayed incredible talent and attracted the attention of the higher-ups. The Quartet Sparrow battle tactic that he came up with was a game that the top 4 supreme elders of He tribe loved. They could not stop playing it even until now. After soul search, He tribe's GU immortals found out that this person was an otherworldly demon. Thus, He tribe's GU immortals did thorough research on his body. Even though his life was lost in the process, they obtained an immortal killer move that could expose an otherworldly demon. This secret was only known by He tribe's top 4 supreme elders. The rest of the He tribe GU immortals did not know about it. Heavenly Lord Baizu continued. Never mind that Fang Yuan did not come here. Your He tribe was smart and knew to join my Baizu tribe in the nick of time. It is a good thing. 3 days later, I will help you get rid of your problem. You will be able to separate and move on your own. Don't worry, as long as you sincerely forget the past and live on as a GU immortal of Baizu tribe, think in the interests of our tribe and contribute to the tribe, I will definitely notice and reward you for your hard work. Yes, we obey the orders of Heavenly Lord. He tribe's GU immortals quickly responded. He tribe's first supreme elder even knelt on the floor, shouting loudly with an attitude of gratitude and joy. Heavenly Lord, you are magnanimous. You forgave us for our incompetence, we are truly in awe at your grace. You even thought about our problem and are going to help us resolve it, you are truly the savior of our tribe. Saying this, he kowtowed with his head heavily hitting the floor, tears were flowing endlessly down his cheeks. But inside, he felt icy chills. Heavenly Lord Baizu was highly skilled, he immediately wanted to get rid of their Green City rampage. This formation would no longer belong to He tribe's top 4 supreme elders from now on. Heavenly Lord Baizu was extremely pleased, he allowed them to leave after saying some words of encouragement. He sat and did not move, he was thinking in his head. He tribe's GU immortals have just joined us, their status fell drastically, they are definitely not in a tranquil state, they will need a lot of time to adjust to their new life. However, it is good that He tribe's first supreme elder has this attitude now. My effort of suppressing him was not wasted, I can spare his life. It is too bad that Fang Yuan did not show up, otherwise, if I could capture him, my gains would be greater. Now, I can only pay the price myself. To ensure that the other rank 8 experts did not act, Heavenly Lord Baizu paid a hefty price, he felt pain thinking about it. However, there can only be gains after putting in the investment. Right now, Baizu tribe finally has the foundation to firmly stay in Northern Plains. And there is also He Fan. Grotto Heaven. If I can take it down, my losses will be replenished. Of course, I cannot rush this, I need to let the tribe recuperate now, and ensure that there is peace. After this battle, I have gotten on the nerves of the righteous path. If I attack He Fan Grotto Heaven now, the other rank 8s will not watch me quietly from the side. Thankfully, He tribe lost all of their fortune now, the righteous and demonic immortals are satisfied by their gains. These forces would conflict and restrain each other. For the short term, they will not find problems with Baizu tribe. Heavenly Lord Baizu thought about all these things. In this short period of time, he clearly assessed the circumstances of Baizu tribe and himself, he was clear about his goals, and was prepared to start his future plans. Chapter 11:11. Fang Yuan's third earthly calamity. Mountains were standing tall, greenery was widespread, mountains winds howled endlessly. More than 10 GU immortals, thousands of li apart, formed a huge circle. In the sky above this circle, an old GU immortal was using his immortal essence, concentrating as he set up the formation. The framework of a formation was already placed, covering a gigantic surrounding area. A huge illusory light lump was within. This huge light lump was shining in many colors, dazzling and bright. It was the giant dream realm. After the battle of Yitian Mountain, the place was in shambles. Spectral soul was plotted against by heaven's will. Fang Yuan obtained the fruits of his labor, and his main body was trapped in the dream realm, constantly getting weakened by it. Even though the southern border GU Immortals did not know about the details of the Battle of Yitian Mountain, they knew about the immense benefits involving this giant dream realm. The GU Immortals here came from the respective righteous path super forces in southern border. After a difficult negotiation, they came to an agreement. They were going to control this giant dream realm together. This dream realm was too important, none of the super forces could take it down alone. They were afraid of the demonic path and lone immortals coming to gain benefits. Thus, the righteous path joined up and occupied this place, setting up a super GU formation here so that they could slowly devour the benefits of the dream realm later on. Rise! The old GU Immortal in the sky suddenly shouted. Profound light shone from all directions around his body. Following him, the southern border righteous path GU Immortals put in effort. Large amounts of immortal essence was expended. Countless mortal GU were flying. Immortal GU flew out of the GU Immortals one by one, landing in their respective spots. Many GU Immortals were sweating and nervous. Some of them had trembling fingers. They had already spent 9 days and nights here setting up the GU formation. Now, they were at a crucial moment of arranging the super GU formation. They are about to succeed. Are we not taking action yet? If we don't do it now, sigh, there is no chance. Around them, there are hidden GU Immortal experts. I suspect they have immortal GU houses defending them. In that case, conversations were quietly taking place. Demonic Path and Lone Immortals understood the value of this giant dream realm. Even without this dream realm, this place had undergone a mysterious battle. There might be some GU Immortal corpses or inheritances left behind. They were all treasures. But the Righteous Path GU Immortals acted with caution. They did not give these Demonic Path and Lone Immortals any chance. Without any chance, these GU Immortals wisely chose to retreat. With a loud sound, a huge pillar of light burst up into the sky. The pillar of light appeared quickly and vanished just as quickly. A huge super GU formation gradually concealed itself, vanishing from the Immortals' sights. After so much hard work, it is finally completed. The old GU Immortal who set up the formation slowly descended. The Righteous Path GU Immortals gathered together. In setting up this formation, my Wu clan used 5 Immortal GU. Thus, 30% of this dream realm should belong to my Wu clan. Hehe, this makes sense. But, my Luo tribe contributed just as many Immortal GU as your Wu clan. What are you talking about? If we did not work together and used our immortal essence, could we have created this super GU formation? In my opinion, in terms of contribution, my clan's first supreme elder, Kai Kuyu, was the main person in charge of setting up the formation. He definitely ranks as the highest contributor. Even though the super GU formation was set up, the Righteous Path GU Immortals had not decided how to split up the super dream realm yet. At once, sounds of discussion became louder and louder. They were progressing towards an argument. Arguments would have no use in terms of getting a result, of course. The Righteous Path GU Immortals left unhappily, starting to plan for their own share of this pie. Xin Si greets Lady Qing Qing. Shang Xin Si paid her respects. Shang Qing Qing looked at Shang Xin Si, nodding in satisfaction. I was right about you. You have done well as the clan leader. The members of Shang clan are starting to show some unity. I was able to achieve this all thanks to Lady Qing Qing's nurturing. Shang Xin Si said with sincere gratitude. Shang Qing Qing went into the main topic immediately. I called you to come here because I have some questions. After becoming clan leader, the first thing you did was to get rid of the arrest warrants of the black and white demons. But do you know, that brother He Tu of yours is not Fang Zheng, he is Fang Yuan instead. Fang Yuan? Shang Xin Si was perplexed. She did not expect that Lord Shang Qing Qing had called for her to talk about brother He Tu. After Shang Xin Si became Shang clan leader, her vision had broadened. She learned many secrets. She knew that the beautiful lady in front of her was a high and mighty GU Immortal who transcended mortals. This GU Immortal was actually talking to her regarding Immortal GU Master. How could she not be confused? Shang Qing Qing had a solemn expression as she said, Xin Si, you have to listen to my following words very carefully, they are very important. Yes, I will listen and learn. This black demon that you know of as Fang Zheng, his real name is Gu Fang Yuan. He has a startling background, he is not an ordinary person. He appeared out of nowhere and is extremely dangerous. He is a demonic path Gu Immortal, he committed a huge crime, not only southern border, but central continent, eastern sea, northern plains, and western desert. Gu Immortals are all pursuing him now. Shang Qing said in a solemn tone. Shang Xinxi opened her mouth, she was in shock. At once, she felt like her ears were playing tricks on her. Since when did Brother He Tu become an immortal, and he was so dangerous that Lady Shang Qing felt wary of him? Don't suspect your hearing, why would I joke about these things? You and the demon Fang Yuan had some friendship back then, tell me everything about it now. Shang Qing questioned. Yes. Shang Xinxi regained her senses after some time, she began to recall. I first met Brother He Tu in the merchant caravan, he was such a kind person, he saved me from that horrible predicament. Shang Xinxi recalled the past, as she got deeper into it, a hint of tenderness was showing on her face. Throughout the process, Shang Qing listened on the side, not saying a word. After Shang Xinxi finished, she mustered up her courage and tried to explain for Fang Yuan. Lady Qing, is there a misunderstanding? Fang Zheng, I mean, Brother Fang Yuan is clearly a mortal Gu master, how can he be such a great demon? He. Shang Qing showed a mocking smile. If he is not a great demon, who is? His craftiness and deviousness is not something you can imagine. He turned the entire northern plains Gu immortal world upside down, central continent's heavenly court has not even managed to catch him yet. Nobody knows where he is, or what evil scheme he is planning next. Your encounter with him might not be as simple as you think. I can tell that there was a scheme involved in this. Do you know, because of your relationship with him, my Shang clan is facing great pressure from southern borders Gu immortals. From now on, you have to keep a clear distance between you and him, there cannot be any relationship between the two of you. Be a good Shang clan leader, you may leave. Shang Xinxi could only leave. You are letting her go. After Shang Xinxi left, a figure appeared, standing beside Shang Qing. He was thin and looked very pale, it was Shang clan's Gu immortal Shang Tanmo. Shang Qing smiled. What else can I do? Shang Tanmo said solemnly. We cannot listen to her words alone, we need to soul search and see it for ourselves. Shang Qing smiled even wider now, look at this. Saying this, she stretched out her hand from her sleeve. Her hand was no longer a human hand, it was like a twig, there were flowers growing on her nails. Shang Tanmo saw it and was dazed. I forgot that you have this immortal killer move, it is more reliable than soul searching. I already know all of Fang Yuan's interactions in Shang Clan City. He came here for a fortuitous encounter in cultivation, as expected and worthy of the user of Spring-Autumn Cicada. This is nothing much, he did not set up any hidden schemes after all. Shang Qing said. Shang Tanmo nodded. Then I am assured, but, how will we explain this to the outsiders? Shang Qing smiled coldly, they are just using Fang Yuan as an excuse to get a bigger share of the dream realm, now that I have this result, I can shut their mouths. Shang Tanmo's eyes shined, he looked up, his gaze pierced Shangliang Mountain as he looked at the giant dream realm. Maybe, my Shang clan's Gu immortals have been too polite for a long time, people think we are no longer adept at fighting. The situation was still changing. Over in northern plains, the battle at He tribe had ended, there were just some loose ends. The righteous and demonic factions, as well as the lone immortals, had their own gains. He tribe was history, Bai Zhu tribe took them over and changed the situation in the Gu immortal world. In southern border, they were fighting over the giant dream realm, the righteous path Gu immortals worked together and managed to keep the demonic path and lone immortals out of it. But within the righteous path itself, a competition for shares of the giant dream realm was about to begin. No matter where and when, people will always fight over benefits and resources. More than 10 days passed like this. Fang Yuan placed his immortal aperture, looking at the sky, muttering, finally, this is the third earthly calamity. Heaven and earth chi rumbled, there were no clouds or fog, there was a peculiar and strange scene of tranquility in the sovereign immortal aperture. Flying birds appeared from thin air. They were glowing with a slight green light, they flew extremely quickly. In Fang Yuan's vision, he saw long lines of light caused by their movement. The cry of the birds was, extremely crisp, filled with endless vitality. Spring Dawn Jade Oriole. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He recognized these flying birds. They might have tiny bodies, like sparrows, but they were genuine desolate beasts. These birds are very special among desolate beasts. They have a lot of rule path, life, Dao marks in their bodies, but they have very short lifespans. After the egg hatches, they can fly in the skies immediately. Everywhere they go, their Dao marks will rain down and change the terrain of the environment, pouring down endless life force. After a dozen or so breaths of time, their lifespan would be expended and they would die. Fang Yuan muttered in his mind. He could see that in this area of mini northern plains, the thin layer of ice on the ground was already starting to have sprouts growing out of them. Soon, under the influence of the Spring Dawn Jade Orioles, grass grew taller, rapidly growing, and there were even wildflowers mixed among them. What is going on? What earthly calamity is this? Heaven's will is trying to help me develop my immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was confused. Chapter 11-12. Spring Dawn Jade Orioles. The cries of the birds were unceasing and pleasing to the ears. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, mini northern plains was originally wilderness covered in frost, but now, green plants could be seen sprouting rapidly. The power of the earthly calamity was huge. In just a dozen breaths of time, a gigantic area surrounding Fang Yuan was already covered in greenery. It was a grassland. Grass, trees, and flowers grew rapidly. It was as if this was an entirely new place. Fang Yuan stood on the peak of Danghun Mountain. He had a heavy expression. He focused his mind. This was his third earthly calamity. He brought Danghun Mountain with him again. But the situation now was very strange. The earthly calamity involved Spring Dawn Jade Orioles. It was helping Fang Yuan to develop his immortal aperture. Half a month ago, when Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, Fang Yuan did not choose to go Hay Tribe and take a risk. Instead, he went back and developed the sovereign immortal aperture. He had developed many areas, but because mini northern plains was the place where Fang Yuan would be undergoing tribulation, he did not develop it. Right now, this earthly calamity was helping Fang Yuan to do it. This was out of his expectations. This was a good thing for Fang Yuan. But heaven's will can act in unexpected ways. It is not so kind. There are surely traps that it set. I need to inspect for them. Fang Yuan stood at the peak of Danghun Mountain, observing vigilantly. Mini northern plains was huge. The grassland formed by the earthly calamity could not fill the whole of mini northern plains. It only covered the part of the frosted land that was around Danghun Mountain. Looking at it, the greenery was growing thicker. Soon, sprouting trees grew taller, rising at an observable pace. At this rate, a huge forest was going to form. Fang Yuan felt surprised and joyful. The power of the earthly calamity was usually used for destruction, against regular people. When used to develop the immortal aperture, it had truly shocking effects. If Fang Yuan wanted to transplant this huge forest into his immortal aperture, it would cost him a lot of time and effort. The Spring Dawn Jade Oriole had a short lifespan. As they died, they turned into jade green life force, fading in the air, but at the same time, more Spring Dawn Jade Orioles formed, moving forward in their place. At once, the sky was filled with the figures of these desolate birds. They were so numerous, like a flock of sparrows. It was a grand sight. Wait, Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Go, he suddenly thought of something. He called out as he pointed. Instantly, sword light flew out, moving at lightning speed. Rank 7 Immortal GU, Flying Sword. Spring Dawn Jade Orioles were fast, but they could not match the speed of this sword light. But they could move agilely. They did not travel linearly. Fang Yuan used up some effort to kill one. A wave of true meaning rushed in soon, entering Fang Yuan's mind. In an instant, Fang Yuan felt like a Spring Dawn Jade Oriole, from the start of life to flight, and until his death. In a short period of time, he experienced life and death. His mental state was transformed. Fang Yuan fully absorbed this true meaning, clarity returning to his eyes. Right now, he was a transformation path grandmaster. It was no longer as hard for him to absorb reckless savage's true meaning. If he was like an empty basin earlier trying to hold buckets of water, he was like a well now, taking in reckless savage's true meaning in huge quantity, with much greater ease than before. Fang Yuan frowned. At this moment, he realized the scheme of heaven's will. Fang Yuan's earthly calamity was very unique, because of the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method and the nature of the northern icy plain. His earthly calamity had two portions. One was controlled by heaven's will, the other was influenced by reckless savage's true meaning. In the previous two earthly calamities, the portion controlled by heaven's will formed first, before the part of the earthly calamity formed by reckless savages' true meaning appeared. But in this third earthly calamity, reckless savages' true meaning appeared at the start. Fang Yuan did not expect this. This was the first time he was seeing this. Fang Yuan suffered a minor loss. Between reckless savages' true meaning in developing the blessed land, the former was much more important than the latter. Because reckless savage's true meaning could directly raise his transformation path attainment level, it could only be obtained during each tribulation. The costs and risks involved were high. As for developing the blessed land, he could do it at any time. Heaven's will knows about my vigilant nature. This is a good scheme to prevent my transformation path attainment level from rising rapidly. I wasted a lot of reckless savage's true meaning. Fang Yuan smiled, not feeling dejected. He flew out like lightning. In the air, his body shook, as countless strength path phantoms appeared. Myriad self charged forward, forming a huge tide of humans, rampaging towards the Spring Dawn Jade Oriole flock. Spring Dawn Jade Orioles were desolate birds. They could move freely among the Myriad Self army while chirping continuously. Myriad Self had little effect. Fang Yuan quickly used other methods. Silver-white sword waves burst out like tides, containing an unstoppable sharpness, pushing forward. The speed of the Spring Dawn Jade Oriole was faster than the sword waves. Fang Yuan sent out 3 sword waves. Even though some were killed, the result was not many. He frowned, understanding. In the previous 2 earthly calamities, heavens will already learned a lot about my foundation. Be it Myriad Self or triple-layered sword wave, it knows about their weaknesses. In this earthly calamity, the Spring Dawn Jade Orioles counter my 2 killer moves. Heaven's will is plotting against me by intentionally setting up these situations. In the previous earthly calamity, there were wind flowers with sharpness like blades. But Fang Yuan had Dang Hun Mountain. Using it as his base, he could defend himself to a great extent. But now, even though Fang Yuan brought Dang Hun Mountain, the Spring Dawn Jade Orioles were formed from reckless savage's true meaning. He could not sit around and defend himself. He needed to go on the offense or he would lose his greatest benefit. Thankfully, I retrieved Flying Sword Immortal GU. Fang Yuan activated this rank 7 Immortal GU. Sword Light rampaged according to his will. Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died at Fang Yuan's hands, but more and more Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died on their own. If Fang Yuan did not kill them, he would not receive infusions of reckless savage's true meaning. Heavens will purposely cause this. Fang Yuan's losses were not small. This was not just a loss of reckless savage's true meaning, but also his green grape immortal essence. Even though Flying Sword Immortal GU was powerful, it was rank 7, each activation needed a huge amount of green grape immortal essence. But each attack only hit 1 Spring Dawn Jade Oriole. Fang Yuan was wasting a lot of his resources for limited results. It seems that I need new methods in the next tribulation. Old moves are losing effectiveness. Fang Yuan thought of Wisdom GU. If he had the light of wisdom, this problem was easy to solve. With his Grandmaster attainment level in Wisdom Path methods, he could very easily deduce new immortal killer moves. But even though Fang Yuan had his immortal zombie body, he did not dare to use it. After 15 minutes of the earthly calamity, there were still Spring Dawn Jade Orioles forming. Mini Northern Plains was not just budding with greenery, there was a huge forest. The trees inside the forest were huge. They were dozens of meters tall. Each of the tree trunks resembled pillars. At this time, Fang Yuan tried other methods like poison spit. In the previous earthly calamity, this killer move was very effective, but now it was useless against the Spring Dawn Jade Orioles. Growl, growl, growl. In the huge forest, trees raised their heads and cried out loud. Next, they uprooted from the ground, becoming huge treemen. Fang Yuan noticed the changes on the ground and snickered. So this is the portion controlled by heaven's will. Hee, I was vigilant and got rid of half the forest in advance. Now it seems that my preparation was not in vain. Countless treemen pulled out their roots from deep underground, charging towards Dang Hun Mountain. They moved slowly, but each of them were huge. Fang Yuan changed his mind and chose to defend. He landed on the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, looking at the treemen moving towards him. It was a scene of greenery. It was like the entire forest was pushing towards him. He felt suffocated. Fang Yuan stretched out his finger and tried to attack. Flying Sword Immortal GU charged over, turning into a bright light, piercing a great distance ahead. Many treemen were penetrated. These treemen stopped moving, but soon, their injuries were healed and they continued climbing towards Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan used triple-layered sword wave again. The dazzling sword waves engulfed the treemen with sharp sounds. There was nothing left of them. The effect was great, but soon, treemen behind filled up the gaps. These treemen are not desolate beasts, but they are close to that level. Not only are they very durable, they can absorb life force and recover rapidly. The life force naturally came from the spring dawn jade orioles. Ever since the first earthly calamity, event though heavens will could not control the entire earthly calamity, it could influence reckless savages' true meaning and create a combination. Last time, it was the snow moons and wind flowers, now it was the treemen and spring dawn jade orioles. They combined perfectly, gaining huge effect. Fang Yuan suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of poisonous air. The poisonous air spread around the treemen, dozens of them started to move slowly, their green leaves turned purple. In a few breaths' time, their movement became slower and slower, until they collapsed on the ground. The entire tree's branches and leaves started rotting, turning decayed. Poison spit's effect was quite good. But Fang Yuan could not continuously use this killer move. There was a huge drawback. He needed to get rid of the poison in his body first, otherwise, he would die. The treemen started to climb Danghun Mountain. Soon, these treemen experienced the power of Danghun Mountain. Their souls shook, their bodies trembled, many leaves fell. However, there were too many treemen. They advanced forward, pushing each other up the mountain. Danghun Mountain was indeed a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Just at the base of the mountain, 100 treemen died. Fang Yuan did not use any immortal essence. Fang Yuan looked at the scene, his frown was deepening. Even though these treemen were troublesome, they had little threat. Because they moved slowly, Fang Yuan could attack from a distance and kill these treemen slowly. Fang Yuan felt something amiss. This earthly calamity is too easy, don't tell me, because heavens will felt that it cannot kill me this time. Its focus went to depleting my foundation instead. Chapter 11:13. Giant Disaster Blazing Tree. To eliminate these treemen, he would need to expend a lot of immortal essence. The number of these treemen was greater than the first earthly calamity's snow monsters, and they had strong regenerative abilities. Fang Yuan could see many severed twigs that were stabbed into the ground growing with new budding leaves. Unless he used killer moves like triple-layered sword wave to completely decimate these treemen, to avoid any future problems. Otherwise, when these trees grow, they would expend a great amount of the earth chi inside the immortal aperture. But using triple-layered sword wave or flying sword immortal GU to kill these treemen was too wasteful. If I were a fire path GU immortal, this would not be a problem to me. Fang Yuan thought of this, when he suddenly heard a sound. Fire was starting from those treemen's corpses. The fire burnt rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it spread and covered countless treemen. The fire continued to rage on these treemen's bodies, turning these treemen into charcoal. Their leaves were completely incinerated, a great number of them died. The fire was nourished by the treemen and became larger. It was almost 20 meters tall. Raging flames advanced towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was stunned. Evidently, this was part of the earthly calamity. But why did the earthly calamity start burning itself? What was Heaven's will trying to do? Was it trying to resolve Fang Yuan's problem? Fang Yuan quickly ruled out the possibility. What a joke, how could Heaven's will help him? There was a huge figure standing among the roaring flames. In the orange-red flames, a 60-meter-tall giant stood up. This is... Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He subconsciously gritted his teeth. Giant Disaster Blazing Tree. This was an ancient desolate plant. In history, immemorial red heaven often had these giant disaster blazing trees. But this type of ancient desolate plant was rarely seen in the 5 regions, although not extinct. Giant disaster blazing trees could be created from any type of tree. When a forest fire starts, after countless lifeforms are killed, there was a chance of forming this giant disaster blazing tree. The giant disaster blazing tree's body was covered in raging flames. It burned endlessly, nothing could get close to it. More impressively, this giant disaster blazing tree would cause bad luck to whatever life forms got close to it. Heaven's will, truly insidious. Evidently, Heaven's will has noticed the protection of dog shit luck on me. It created this giant disaster blazing tree to destroy my good luck. Fang Yuan felt a huge challenge. Normally speaking, if he encountered a giant disaster blazing tree in the wild, he would wisely choose to evade it. But now, this giant disaster blazing tree directly appeared in his immortal aperture. it was draining his immortal aperture's earth chi and bringing him disaster and bad luck, negating dog shit luck's effect. If he left it alone, soon, Fang Yuan would be extremely unlucky, nothing would go right, he might even face a huge disaster. As for refining immortal GU, he could forget about it. Flames raged on, crackling sounds could be heard from the burning trees. The blazing tree had appeared in a very peculiar location, it was close to Danghun Mountain. Even though Fang Yuan activated his defenses, the huge flames were still causing his eyebrows and hair to dry up. This is only the periphery, but the temperature is already like this, what would the center of this blazing tree be like? Fang Yuan sighed, leaving. He left Danghun Mountain. He had landscape as before, he could restore Danghun Mountain before it was completely destroyed. The problem was how to kill this giant disaster blazing tree which reached partway up Danghun Mountain in height. Poison spit. Fang Yuan used many killer moves, but they were ineffective. The poison in the air was completely eradicated by the flames. Flying sword immortal GU pierced the giant disaster blazing tree and returned to Fang Yuan, but the giant disaster blazing tree only shook intensely, before turning to normal. As for triple layered sword wave, it managed to put out the flames, it got to the blazing tree and destroyed many branches and leaves. But soon, the flames spread again as the blazing tree returned to normal, its injuries vanished after a few breaths of time. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance, immortal aura burst out around him as he cried out, "Strength Path Giant Hand." A giant hand appeared out of nowhere, pushing the air and grabbing at the blazing tree with an unstoppable aura. But the blazing tree was huge too, it was almost half of Danghun Mountain's size. The Strength Path Giant Hand grabbed the giant disaster blazing tree and tried to lift it up. But after some time, even after trying hard, there was no effect. The giant disaster blazing tree had countless roots, they were like snakes deeply rooted in the soil, sucking in earth chi fiercely. It also had the spring dawn jade orioles flying in the sky to replenish its life force, it was stable as a mountain, unmoving. As time passed, the entire Strength Path Giant Hand started melting in the flames, almost half of it was gone. Fang Yuan dispelled this giant hand, he had an idea after some inspiration. A second Strength Path Giant Hand flew out, but this time, it grabbed at Danghun Mountain instead of the giant disaster blazing tree. Fang Yuan could not lift the giant disaster blazing tree, but Strength Path Giant Hand had the power of pulling mountain, he could lift Danghun Mountain. Wind currents blew, Danghun Mountain was brought into the air by Fang Yuan, before he tossed it directly towards the giant disaster blazing tree. With a loud sound, the entire ground shook intensely. The giant disaster blazing tree was suppressed under the mountain, the huge flames were no longer apparent, there was only a ring of fire left around the mountain's base. Fang Yuan floated in the air, staring at the battlefield expressionlessly. The giant disaster blazing tree could not move, it was attacked by Danghun Mountain's soul path Dao marks, but it had incredible vitality and tenacity, it was still struggling intensely. Blazing flames started to roast Danghun Mountain, liquefying some of its rocks. It was not so easy to get rid of the giant disaster blazing tree. Fang Yuan was in a heavy mood, looking around, it was a scene of red. A sea of fire. The flames had spread to the entire forest, and even the grassland. As expected, Heaven's Will's arrangements were just to nurture the growth of the giant disaster blazing tree, how could it be so nice to him? Fang Yuan's breathing became rougher. He saw that more and more giant disaster blazing trees were forming in the sea of fire, their roots were digging into the ground as they sucked in earth chi to strengthen themselves. The first plant was not destroyed yet, but so many others were forming. Not just that, these giant disaster blazing trees were growling, they stood up and turned into giant blazing treemen. They had only one target, Fang Yuan, who was in the sky. Under Danghun Mountain, the first giant disaster blazing tree also became a treeman, it was not giving up, attempting to flip over this mountain. It had incredible strength, each time it struggled, Danghun Mountain shook intensely, causing a huge and scary sound. In an instant, the situation became as bad as it possibly could. Fang Yuan could ignore the snow monsters earlier and slowly kill them. But he could not ignore these giant disaster blazing treemen. Even though they moved slowly, they had a terrible influence on the immortal aperture. Not only did they suck away earth chi and damage the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation, they would even bring Fang Yuan a lot of bad luck. What should he do? The light of the fire flickered on Fang Yuan's face, a smile slowly appeared on his face. Thankfully, I made my preparations. At the same time, Xianxia, who was in southern border, stared at the lamp in front of her in a daze. In the fire, it seemed to show Fang Yuan's former appearance. Brother He Tu, Xianxia thought to herself. Clan leader, clan leader. She heard something close to her ears. Ah, Xianxia regained her senses. She looked at Xiao Lan, Xiao Dai, Lady Wei, Zhou Quan, and her other subordinates. Sorry, my mind was wandering again. Xianxia quickly apologized. Miss, this is the third time you've gone into a daze. Xiao Lan muttered. I was disrespectful, I am truly sorry. Xianxia quickly said again. Zhou Quan and Lady Wei glanced at each other swiftly, before coughing. Now, let's continue the topic from before. How will we take in the GU master groups that were controlled by Shang clan's former young clan leaders? After the meeting, everyone left the hall. Xiao Dai, how is the clan leader? Why is she constantly in a daze? Zhou Quan asked. Xiao Dai showed an expression of worry. I am not sure too, it seems that after the higher-ups met with her, she became like this ever since. Higher-ups? Zhou Quan's expression changed. He already knew about the existence of Shang clan's GU immortals. This was not something that he could settle or interfere in. Yi Fan could not hold it in anymore. Let me go talk to Lady Xinxi, maybe as an outsider, I can learn something from her. Young Master Yi, you are not an outsider. Xiao Lan smiled. We will trouble you, young Master Yi. Lady Wei nodded, agreeing with this. A moment later, Yi Fan arrived at Shang Xinxi's study room. The doors were shut. Through the small hole in the center, Yi Fan saw that Shang Xinxi was holding onto a piece of paper, looking at it carefully. She was so deep in thought, even when Yi Fan walked with heavy steps, she did not notice it. Yi Fan was about to cough and remind Shang Xinxi that he was here. But suddenly, he heard Shang Xinxi's soft whisper, Brother He Tu, what kind of person are you? Yi Fan's heart jumped. He instantly understood. The paper in Shang Xinxi's hand was none other than the Black Demon's arrest warrant. It was his drawing. Yi Fan felt a sense of hollowness in his heart, his strong limbs were turning frail. He stood outside the door. He hesitated for a long time before gritting his teeth, turning around and leaving. From start to finish, Shang Xinxi did not discover him. Yi Fan walked out of the mansion, arriving at the street. This was the inner core of Shangliang Mountain, an important place in Shang clan. It was flourishing with bustling activity. But Yi Fan had a worried expression. He had a question inside him. Hey Tu, what kind of person are you? Northern icy plain. Chu Du's arms were behind his back. He watched this vast icy plain. Suddenly, his body shook. It's here. He received Fang Yuan's transmission and quickly used the Immortal GU in his hands. Rank 7 Calamity beckoning Immortal GU. At the next moment, the Sovereign Blessed Land's entrance opened. First, Spring Dawn Jade Orioles were sent out of the entrance by a formless force. Next, one by one, the giant disaster blazing trees were dragged out without managing to put up resistance. They were unwilling, they were furious. The sky was rumbling with thunder, heaven's will was furious too. But it was no use. 2 hours later, the third earthly calamity ended. Fang Yuan collected his immortal aperture, appearing in the northern icy plain. Chu Du obtained quite a bit of reckless savage's true meaning. He cried out with an excited tone, walking on a long road for countless years, today I obtain the blessing of azure clouds. Flying above rivers and lakes on these clouds, nothing can obstruct my view of this world. His voice resounded over the surroundings, the disposition of the domination immortal was fully emanated. May I ask you for your name? Chu Du greeted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Obstacles and difficulties fill this road, life and death matters little against calamities and tribulations. My body flies like willows with the wind, regardless of wind or mud I still fly free. After pausing, he returned the greeting to Chu Du, saying plainly, I am Lu Guanyi. Chapter 11:14. Obtaining one of two true inheritances. Time passed quickly, several days went by. Langya Blessed Land, inside a cloud city. Fang Yuan was sitting in his secret room, cultivating. Using connecting heaven GU, his divine sense communicated with a certain female GU immortals will in treasure yellow heaven. Your pill azure incense is of lower quality than GU immortal Shizi, the price should be cheaper. Fang Yuan bargained, but that female GU immortal was not like Fang Yuan, who used his divine sense to conduct the deal. She had left her will in treasure yellow heaven, to manage transactions with goods. And unfortunately, this was a resolute will, it was obstinate in nature, it would not give in. As expected, The female immortal rejected with no hesitation at all. The price is like this, buy it if you want, it is up to you. Fang Yuan was not giving up yet, he continued, will you reconsider? I am buying in bulk. The resolute will was obstinate, it did not agree. Fang Yuan was a little annoyed. These last days, when developing the sovereign immortal aperture, he had to trade in treasure yellow heaven, to sell his own resources and buy all sorts of resources. But after the third earthly calamity, he felt that his transactions were not going smoothly. The female immortal's resolute will was one of them. But this was quite a good situation already. Fang Yuan had been encountering this recently. GU immortals would come in and raise prices with ill intent, or he might see some shortage of certain materials, after rank 8 GU immortal experts bulk purchase everything. Even though I have dog shit luck's protection, in the third earthly calamity, the giant disaster blazing tree destroyed a lot of my good luck. Thinking about his third earthly calamity, Fang Yuan sighed. If I did not think about it carefully and decided to work together with Chudu before the third earthly calamity, I would have been done for. Even if I passed the tribulation, I would be heavily injured and stuck with bad luck. Currently, I am only facing some small obstacles, they are of no real concern to my cultivation. Fang Yuan quickly gathered his thoughts, his divine sense continued to negotiate with the female immortal in treasure yellow heaven. Since she did not agree to lower prices, Fang Yuan could only accept this. I will buy your pill azure incense. The female immortal's resolute will was stunned. Fang Yuan was making a huge purchase. He had to pay almost 10,000 immortal essence stones in this deal. But Fang Yuan was not shaken. With his accumulation from before, he was extremely affluent. Even though the third earthly calamity expended a lot of his green grape immortal essence, he could still afford 10,000 immortal essence stones. After buying the pill azure incense, Fang Yuan retrieved his divine sense, no longer staying in treasure yellow heaven. After inspecting it, he ensured that the pill azure incense had no problems, transporting them into his sovereign immortal aperture. His consciousness quickly entered his immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was split into 5 regions in 9 heavens. Fang Yuan placed strength path immortal zombies in all the different areas. Soon, one strength path immortal zombie flew over under his manipulation, using GU worms to store the pill azure incense. There was no choice, his sovereign immortal aperture was too huge, he could only use these strength path immortal zombies as laborers. Every time he was in this situation, Fang Yuan thought of who immortal land spirit and star form land spirit. If he had a land spirit, the job could be handled by them, he did not have to waste so much time on this. The land spirit was basically the steward of the blessed land. They were very convenient to have. But it was a pity, Fang Yuan had never heard of any land spirits appearing in an immortal aperture before the GU immortal dies. This pill azure incense resembled jade smoke, it constantly blew around, creating a hazy area. Fang Yuan placed all of the pill azure incense into mini azure heaven, causing this huge area to become more misty. Even though the strength path immortal zombie could not smell anything, the pill azure incense was very fragrant, it was very amazing, it had the smell of ink and grass, extremely elegant and long-lasting. After placing the pill azure incense, Fang Yuan set up some GU formations. These GU formations were made with mortal GU, their only use was to keep the pill azure incense within a certain area, preventing it from dispersing away. I accumulated so much now, it is enough to feed change soul immortal GU 3 times. Fang Yuan was satisfied. The pill azure incense would not renew itself, when he used it, it was gone for good. If he had to produce pill azure incense himself, it would be troublesome. Pill azure incense grew in places with primeval essence as well as pill crane groups, azure pine forests, ink bamboo forests and herb incense GU. These 4 things, including beasts, plants, and GU, were needed, and each of them had to be of a certain quantity, otherwise they could not produce pill azure incense. And this exact amount was a trade secret. GU immortals who sold pill azure incense had a firm grasp of this secret, they prevented the secret from leaking. At this point, Fang Yuan could only temporarily store the pill azure incense. Pill azure incense was the food that changed soul immortal GU ate, but the good thing was, it was widely sold in treasure yellow heaven. Fang Yuan had accumulated a lot of it now, it could last for some time. After more inspections, Fang Yuan modified the GU formation, he took a final look before leaving, only to see that mini azure heaven had a small area of thick azure spots, it was different from before. Even though Fang Yuan placed great emphasis on developing his immortal aperture, On the whole, the sovereign immortal aperture was still very barren. The point was, the sovereign immortal aperture's space was simply too big. Fang Yuan placed so many resources inside, if it were the normal aperture of any other GU immortal, it would be filled already. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had quite a lot of Dao marks, but in influencing such a huge area of space, the Dao marks' effect was very small. Fang Yuan retrieved the divine sense inside mini azure heaven. The pill azure incense was already placed. The development of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had reached a certain stage. Before this, Fang Yuan had already bought several batches of resources. He settled the feeding requirements of Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Flying Sword, and the other Rank 7 Immortal GU. Rank 8 Immortal GU and Rank 7 Immortal GU already have their food. Now, the development of my immortal aperture should be to resolve the feeding requirements of my Rank 6 Immortal GU. Fang Yuan assessed. The first criteria of development for a GU immortal's immortal aperture was to be self-sufficient in feeding one's own immortal GU. Fang Yuan was a strength path immortal zombie previously. His immortal aperture was dead. He did not follow this rule. After reviving, he went steadily and surely, settling the feeding requirements of the rank 8 and 7 immortal GU to some degree. Next were the rank 6 immortal GU. There was a need to say, Fang Yuan simply had too many immortal GU. It was a shocking quantity. But there was no choice. Fang Yuan had to raise so many immortal GU, not only to resist the tribulations as well as heaven's will, but also against other GU immortals. Fang Yuan's circumstances were bad. In the past, he had Shadow Sect, which concealed him from deductions. But after the Battle of Yitian Mountain, this protection was gone. Heavenly Court placed his name on the Demon Judgment Board. They were determined to kill him. Northern Plains GU immortals had deep hatred towards him, because Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88 Truyong building. This was something that created more enmity than digging the graves of these Huang Jin bloodline tribes. The other Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and Western Desert GU immortals were all after the Luck Path True Inheritance. Even though Fang Yuan did not obtain the true inheritance of all living beings' luck, nobody would believe him if he said it. All in all, Fang Yuan's identity could not be exposed. A lot of GU immortals were trying to find him. Earlier, during the Battle of He Tribe GU immortals had worked with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to try and ambush Fang Yuan. In the end, because he was vigilant, he did not go to Iron Eagle Blessed Land and escaped. Of course, Fang Yuan did not know this currently. Thus, Fang Yuan traveled outside using a fake name, Lu Guanyi. If he said his true identity, Chu Du's attitude might have been completely different. Currently, Fang Yuan had worked together with Chu Du. Half a month ago, when Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, Fang Yuan received Chu Du's letter. In the letter, Chu Du stated the situation clearly. He informed Fang Yuan that Flying Sword Immortal GU had an information path inheritance's clues. At that moment, Fang Yuan was enticed. Earlier, he was still thinking about the benefits of information path. With strong information path methods, he could set agreements with others and not be afraid of them being broken. He could also secretly remove the alliance agreement that was on him. He could easily betray or break his word without any restraints. He could even collect intel and make wiser decisions after knowing more details. Information path and wisdom path were complementary. Information path searched for information, while wisdom path used this information to deduce. They assisted each other. The information path inheritance insignia on Flying Sword Immortal GU was incredible. Even the wisdom path GU Immortal Tian Shaoxin was interested and wanted it from Chu Du. Chu Du had told Fang Yuan about this situation. He wanted Fang Yuan to know about the value of the true inheritance, so that he could change his mind. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to deal with Chu Du. He agreed to let Chu Du get Reckless Savage's true meaning, but Chu Du had to compensate him. After the Battle of He Tribe, Chu Du snatched the 13th Eagle Nest under Fang Yuan's guidance. Days after that, he and Fang Yuan met in Northern Plains secretly, making a transaction for both sides. Fang Yuan obtained Flying Sword Immortal GU and the Eagle Nest, while lending out Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU. Fang Yuan could not give the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture method to Chu Du. Even though this was an Immortal Killer move, and Immortal GU were unique, but Chu Du could use other Immortal GU in place of these. Different GU worms could produce similar Immortal Killer moves after all. Chu Du was a powerful rank 7 expert after all. His reputation made him a legendary figure in the current Northern Plains. With his help, Fang Yuan successfully passed the third earthly calamity. In the first 2 times, he was gravely injured, the situation was too dangerous. But in this third earthly calamity, he only suffered some setbacks. The biggest problems were resolved by Chudu. Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu was simply too incredible. No wonder Mo Yao wanted to use this Immortal Gu to help her lover Bo Qing undergo tribulation. But eventually, she failed. Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu was only rank 7, but Bo Qing was undergoing the myriad tribulation that would lead him to rank 9. Fang Yuan did not want to seek the information path true inheritance with clues on flying sword Immortal Gu yet. The turbulent flow sea area was a problematic place, it was easy to get lost, and many Gu immortals often traveled in it. Fang Yuan placed his attention on the eagle nest. The 13th eagle nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land was usually concealed, it only appeared when Iron Eagle Blessed Land was near the point of breaking apart. Inside this nest, there were clues to He Fan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan had explored it for some time, he had some gains. Compared to the information path true inheritance, the He Fan true inheritance, which could delay the time in his immortal aperture, was far more useful and important. Fang Yuan had decided, while he still had this period of free time after undergoing tribulation, he was going to obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Chapter 11:15. Opening Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Purple Heaven. A faint purple light was shining in the haziness. In the vast sky, there was a floating eagle nest. This eagle nest was like a 3-story building, there were no doors or windows, it was like a huge crystal. A type of translucent crystal, twice as thick as a human's forearm, interlinked with itself, forming this tight eagle nest that had the same color throughout. This crystal was extraordinary. Fang Yuan had recognized that this was heavenly crystal, a rank 8 immortal material. Heavenly crystal came from the sky, it was very light and could float in the sky, it would never fall to the ground unless there were external forces. Regardless of what was inside the eagle nest, just the outer nest itself contained 500 kilograms of heavenly crystals. Just this heavenly crystal alone had immense value. Evidently, this eagle nest was the 13th eagle nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Its value surpassed the sum of all the other eagle nests, firmly holding the highest position. After Fang Yuan and Chudu collaborated, Chudu went to Iron Eagle Blessed Land, and at the final moment of He Tribe's battle, he displayed great strength and took this eagle nest. However, before Chudu left the battlefield, He Tribe's first Supreme Elder shouted and let all of the immortals know that the 13th eagle nest had clues to He Fan's true inheritance. This was a problem for Fang Yuan. After Chudu knew this, he renegotiated with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew he had to concede. Flying Sword Immortal Gu, the Eastern Sea Information Path true inheritance, and this 13th eagle nest, as well as He Fan's true inheritance, they had a lot of value when put together. Even though Chudu was solely a strength path cultivator, that did not mean he could not sell these for a good price. Thankfully, Chudu was firmly set on Fang Yuan's tribulation method. Fang Yuan exploited this to deepen his cooperation with Chudu. He spent a lot of effort and much discussion to barely reach an agreement. Chudu would use calamity beckoning to get reckless savage's true meaning from Fang Yuan. In the future, he will take 30% of Fang Yuan's gains from these 2 true inheritances. Chudu is a normal Gu immortal, he does not want to cultivate information path and time path on the side, thus, he has little interest towards the 2 true inheritances. Unlike me, I can cultivate all paths, any true inheritance can be used for my own cultivation. Even so, I really admire his resolute decision, he can give up when needed to. Northern Plains Domination Immortal, he is truly formidable, his title is well deserved. Fang Yuan inspected the eagle nest as he gathered his thoughts. He and Chudu were allies in terms of benefits. They had little relationship, they were just making use of each other. Against Chudu, Fang Yuan felt quite wary. He knew that Chudu was not giving up, he still wanted the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method. Chudu had brains and brawn, he was not a stupid domination immortal. His brawn allowed him to single-handedly cause trouble to the Huang Jin super force, Lu tribe. During the Battle of He Tribe, he caused the immortals present to be unable to attack. His mind was not to be underestimated. After Lu tribe's battle, he rarely appeared, he nurtured his disciples in secret, helping them become immortals, luring out reckless savage's true meaning. During the negotiation with Fang Yuan, his eloquence made Fang Yuan recognize this person's shrewdness and wisdom. Domination Immortal had grand ambitions, how could he be satisfied with just calamity beckoning? And the bigger worry for Fang Yuan was, Chu Du seemed to have guessed his true identity. During the third earthly calamity, which was their first collaboration, the latter two lines of his poem were, flying above rivers and lakes on these clouds, nothing can obstruct my view of this world. Fang Yuan, Fang Wen Yuan. Vaguely, it seemed like he was pointing out Fang Yuan's true identity. Of course, he could be overthinking it. But many things had happened. Fang Yuan would rather be overly vigilant than miss out any important details. Chu Du's appearance was very suspicious. During the first earthly calamity, he almost took Fang Yuan's life. Fang Yuan was suspicious. Chu Du was influenced by heaven's will and was a part of a plot, the human calamity, against Fang Yuan. Cooperating with a person like this was simply asking favors from a tiger. Thus, during the first cooperation, after the third earthly calamity was over, Fang Yuan did not talk much to him, he quickly left. Chu Du let Fang Yuan leave without saying anything. First, calamity beckoning Immortal Gu was in his hands. Second, he and Fang Yuan had an alliance agreement. The information path Immortal Gu used was borrowed from other Gu immortals. Third, he could not catch Fang Yuan in terms of speed. With Chu Du's strength and skill, he had a wide network and knew many people. Fang Yuan considered one point as well. To guard against heaven's will, Fang Yuan gave Chu Du a lot of self-will Gu. At least, Fang Yuan did not need to worry that heaven's will would cause any negative influence on Chu Du. I need to be very careful when cooperating with Chu Du. If I make a mistake, it would lead to a disastrous end. Fang Yuan alerted himself mentally. He placed his attention on the strength path immortal zombie again. He controlled a strength path immortal zombie and slowly got closer to the heavenly crystal eagle nest. These last days, he had been using investigative methods and collecting clues, looking into He Cheng's memories, to aid with his deductions. If I am not wrong, this time, Fang Yuan had confidence as he used his immortal Gu. The strength path immortal zombie which got close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest went through a complete transformation. It was originally emanating death energy, but in a moment, it became alive, turning into He Cheng, indiscernible from the real one. He Cheng gradually got close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest, placing his hand on the eagle nest. Fang Yuan's divine sense continued to explore, entering the heavenly crystal eagle nest. At the same time, Gu worms flew out, coiling around He Cheng, as they flew in a spiral. Refinement path killer moves were used one after another, impacting on the heavenly crystal eagle nest. These refinement path killer moves were all mortal killer moves. They were modified by He Fan in the past, passing down for generations. Before He Fan died, he instructed his descendants that any new member of He tribe who became an immortal must learn these refinement path methods. After several generations of research by He tribe's Gu immortals, they gradually understood, these refinement path killer moves were the key to opening the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Many He tribe Gu immortals had used the refinement path killer moves on the heavenly crystal eagle nest in order to get He Fan's true inheritance. Of course, they all failed. Because they lacked the most critical element, attitude Gu. In these refinement path killer moves, there was a crucial step that needed the aura of attitude Gu to activate. This step obstructed generations of He tribe Gu immortals. Nobody could inherit He Fan's true inheritance. He tribe's Gu immortals were not fools. After understanding this, they immediately went to search for attitude Gu. After a lot of effort by generations of He tribe Gu immortals, they finally found some clues. They gained a breakthrough in this. By the current generation, there was Su Xian's night elopement. She became He Cheng's wife. In the end, she joined He tribe as an external supreme elder. Her surname was not He. She could not learn about deep secrets like He Fan's true inheritance. But she came with a motive. With her sister Blazing Heaven Demoness help, she stole the information about He Fan's true inheritance that generations of He tribe immortals had accumulated. Using these results, she found some suspicious points. But when she was close to success, there was a change in the situation. He Cheng killed Su Xian. Fairy Li Shan had a falling out with Blazing Heaven Demoness as a result. Su Xian left behind the crucial clues as well as a lot of familial emotion and immortal essence to her daughter, He Lu Lan. After becoming an immortal, He Lu Lan used these clues to get back the attitude Gu that had been lost in the northern icy plain for many years. But after some twists and turns, this immortal GU ended up in Fang Yuan's hands, being heavily used by him. These last days, Fang Yuan had been familiarizing himself with the refinement path killer move. He even disguised himself to ensure that there were no issues. Refinement path killer moves were used, turning into flames and lightning, attacking the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Each hit caused the heavenly crystal eagle nest to shake slightly, giving off a clear sound. Gradually, the heavenly crystal eagle nest's movements became larger, and the sounds it made became louder, until it resounded in the sky. The final blow. Fang Yuan was nervous. With his skillful method, he drew a trace of attitude Gu's aura and fused it into a translucent ripple as it flew towards the heavenly crystal eagle nest. The ripple fused into the heavenly crystal eagle nest, vanishing immediately. The heavenly crystal eagle nest continued to shake, light was emitting from within it. Gradually, the entire heavenly crystal eagle nest started shining in 9 colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white, black. 9 colors filled the world. The light was dazzling and forced He Cheng to retreat to a distance. As the light faded, the sound of chimes could be heard in the sky. In front of He Cheng, this heavenly crystal eagle nest that had been closed for years finally opened itself. Each of the pillars of heavenly crystal started moving and unraveling, making Fang Yuan think of a Rubik's cube. The 9-colored heavenly crystal weaved and moved. Eventually, an entrance was formed on the surface of the heavenly crystal eagle nest. The entire process was fluid and dazzling. He subconsciously held his breath from the incredible sight. I understand. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He understood the method that He Fan used. The heavenly crystals were originally colorless and translucent, but they no longer are now. These heavenly crystals have 9 colors. They should come from the respective immemorial 9 heavens. But He Fan fused them together, using these rank 8 immemorial immortal materials through refinement path methods. He caused their colors to fade away, so that they looked like a whole entity. Before He Fan died, he left behind some refinement path methods. Using these methods, one could reverse refine these heavenly crystals, allowing them to regain their original appearance, and open up the eagle nest from the inside. Thinking about this, Fang Yuan's assessment of the heavenly crystals' value increased again. Heavenly crystals were an immortal material that could be produced naturally in grotto heavens with deep foundations, other than in the immemorial 9 heavens. Originally, Fang Yuan thought that these heavenly crystals were formed in He Fan grotto heaven. But in fact, they came from the immemorial 9 heavens. They had higher value as a result. Because there were only 2 heavens left from the immemorial 9 heavens, the other 7 were destroyed already. In the past, when He Fan searched for these heavenly crystals from the immemorial 9 heavens, he definitely spent a lot of effort. Right now, it was getting harder for GU immortals to get these heavenly crystals. The only source was the scattered fragment worlds of the immemorial 9 heavens that were hidden in the 5 regions. He Fan true inheritance, here I come. Fang Yuan restrained his excitement as he controlled He Cheng, carefully entering the eagle nest. Chapter 11:16. A dead egg. Fang Yuan controlled He Cheng, slowly getting into the eagle nest. Light in 9 colors shone on He Cheng's face interchangeably. His vision was covered by heavenly crystals. It was a grand and beautiful scene, like something out of a dream or illusion. The eagle nest was not big, it was like a small room. At the center of the room, there was a huge egg. Other than that, there was nothing else. He Cheng glanced at it. His gaze was focused on this egg. This egg was the height of a young man. It was oval-shaped and had a glass-like shell. It was reflecting the light of the 9 colors. It was extremely beautiful. But Fang Yuan sensed acutely that this egg was covered in death energy. It was devoid of life. Sensing this, he no longer cared about it. He placed his attention on the other aspects. He searched and explored. After some hours, other than the heavenly crystals, he had no other gains. How can this be? He Fan was a time path great expert. How can the true inheritance that he left behind only have 1 empty heavenly crystal eagle nest? Where are his time path immortal GU? Where are his immortal killer moves? Fang Yuan thought quickly. Soon, he placed his attention on the dead egg again. Perhaps to find He Fan's true inheritance, that dead egg is the key. Fang Yuan guessed. At this stage, the memories that he had obtained from He Cheng were no longer useful. Fang Yuan had surpassed the generations of He tribe GU immortals. He was at a step that they had never reached before. To obtain He Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan had to rely on himself. He Cheng walked around the dead egg, using his GU worms to observe and research it. A moment later, Fang Yuan confirmed again that this was a dead egg. An absolutely dead egg. There was no disguise. This way, Fang Yuan's guess that He Fan's true inheritance was hidden inside the egg shell was thwarted. Don't tell me, He Fan's true inheritance has already been stolen by someone. The immortal GU stored here are taken away already. I am not the first person in here. Fang Yuan could not help but think. This was not impossible. This world had too many secrets. After Fang Yuan's secret transactions with Sixth Hair, he did not dare to underestimate anyone. Even though he was a transmigrator, in this world, he was not the only one. There already was one who did well enough in life to become a rank 9 venerable. Righteous path, demonic path, lone cultivators, countless elites and geniuses, heroes and conquerors, throughout history, they were shining like brilliant stars in the sky. Fang Yuan was just one of the stars. Fang Yuan's guess was not random, he had his evidence. According to the intel obtained from He Cheng, He tribe's GU immortals had realized that attitude GU was the key. While searching for attitude GU, they also researched their methods, replicating attitude Gu's aura, attempting to deceive the heavenly crystal eagle nest to open. In He Cheng's memories, He tribe's GU immortals did not succeed. But that did not mean that nobody had succeeded. A GU immortal might have secretly opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest, taking He Fan's true inheritance for themselves, while nobody knew. And this might not even be a He tribe GU immortal. This example was very common throughout history. The most famous example was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. This person was the ultimate thief. In his life, he stole many GU immortals' true inheritances. Countless forces hated him greatly. Fang Yuan inspected it a few times over. There was indeed nothing else. With his current methods and knowledge, if he found nothing, there was likely no He Fan true inheritance. Fang Yuan felt very disappointed. He was banking on He Fan's true inheritance to slow the rate of time in his immortal aperture. Of course, he had Chu Du's help now, he did not need it temporarily. But what about the future? If one did not have huge worries, they would worry about smaller things. Cooperating with Chu Du was dangerous. He was asking for favors from a tiger. Heaven's will would also seek to instigate him. Even if Fang Yuan did not need it now, with this assurance, he could have many ways out in the future if he encountered trouble. Even if there is no He Fan true inheritance, this heavenly crystal eagle nest is an entire nest of rank 8 immortal materials. It has great value. In fact, other than the immortal GU in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, all of his other resources accumulated could not match half the value of the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Of course, this was excluding Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopo Valley were in Langya blessed land, and the trade of Guts GU was solely handled by Langya sect now. He only took his share of the profits monthly. However, what is this dead egg? I actually could not recognize it using my own knowledge. If He Fan's true inheritance is still around, this dead egg might be the clue that He Fan purposely left behind. Even though hope was slim, Fang Yuan was intending to follow this route and investigate. He first went to Treasure Yellow Heaven, because cultivation experience and knowledge was also sold here. Among which, there were desolate beast encyclopedias, maps of southern border, books on ancient desolate plants. Fang Yuan's divine sense looked around, choosing carefully, he bought some and looked at them. Last time, he spent nearly 10,000 immortal essence stones to buy a large amount of Pil Azure incense. But this month's profits were not here yet, his funds were low. But after seeing these, even though Fang Yuan learned something, he did not manage to find information regarding this mysterious dead egg. Fang Yuan was not disappointed, instead he was a little happy. The more mysterious this dead egg was, the deeper its origin, and the greater hope he had regarding the clues to He Fan's true inheritance. This dead egg is very likely to be an immemorial desolate beast's egg. Fang Yuan's readings were not without result. But in this case, the knowledge from Treasure Yellow Heaven was basically useless. Because this knowledge were mostly limited to rank 6 and 7, immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength, but rank 8 GU immortals would not sell their knowledge in Treasure Yellow Heaven. They had no lack of such money. In any case, most GU immortals would not buy them, because with their level, they could not interact with immemorial desolate beasts. In the current world, most immemorial desolate beasts were inside White Heaven and Black Heaven. Other than that, they were in the forbidden or catastrophic areas in the 5 regions, like the Northern Plains 10 Great Fierce Areas, or places like Earth Trench and Earth Abyss. Should I ask directly in Treasure Yellow Heaven, putting up a high price for the origins of this egg? Fang Yuan thought about it and denied this idea. It was too eye-catching. Hate tribes GU Immortals. We're not all dead. Wisdom Path GU Immortals could easily deduce some information. This was not good for Fang Yuan. If rank 8 GU Immortals were drawn to him, they would be a problem. Fang Yuan could not afford to face these existences yet. He did not feel much dejection from Treasure Yellow Heaven's uselessness, because he knew that he had someone who could help him with this problem. That was Langya Land Spirit. Langya Land Spirit was the obsession of Long Hair Ancestor. He had been a rank 8 GU Immortal, a Refinement Path Supreme Grandmaster. He was famous throughout history and had great reputation. Which paths would have GU Immortals with the widest knowledge? Wisdom Path, Information Path, and Refinement Path. Wisdom Path GU Immortals could deduce secrets, Information Path GU Immortals could search and find intel, while Refinement Path GU Immortals had to refine GU, they needed to know lots of immortal materials. As one of the greatest Refinement Path experts in history, Long Hair Ancestor's knowledge was undeniably immense. Fang Yuan sought help from Langya Land Spirit. This was not a smooth process. Fang Yuan was troubled by Langya Land Spirit's attitude. Recently, Langya sect was very unhappy with Fang Yuan. They felt that he was cultivating for himself and did not contribute to the sect. Now, Langya sect was developing in Taichu. The falling star hound was causing them problems. Their progress was minimal as a result. Fang Yuan, if you kill the falling star hound, I will let you read such books in our inventory. If you want to exchange for it, use 100 contribution points. Langya Land Spirit said coldly with a low tone. Fang Yuan smiled. I will exchange for it. 100 contribution points was almost all that he had now. However, even so, Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for it. He did not plan to go to Taichu. Langya Land Spirit snorted. He was about to speak again, but Fang Yuan said, First Supreme Elder is truly impartial, handling matters according to sect rules. Langya sect's rise is inevitable. Langya Land Spirit was so angry his chest was puffing, his hair stood on ends as he breathed roughly. He contained his anger. I heard that you have a deep relationship with 12th Hair. I remember this child had praised you before. Recently, he challenged the falling star hound. He suffered great injuries and his desolate beasts all died. He is very dejected. Are you going to visit him? Thank you for the concern, First Supreme Elder. Fang Yuan had a heavy and sorrowful face, as if the one injured was not 12th Hair but himself. After exchanging for the books, I will go to 12th Hair. Fang Yuan assured. Langya Land Spirit was helpless. He could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan got what he wanted, going to 12th Hair's Cloud City along the way. But he did not meet with 12th Hair in person. Immortal GU Master said, My master is unwilling to meet guests, please go back. Fang Yuan was not welcomed, but he did not leave. He asked with concern. However, the attitude of this mortal GU Master was very cold. Fang Yuan could not get any results. He had to leave, helplessly. If not for the land spirit's awareness of matters in the blessed land, Fang Yuan would not even put up this show. He knew clearly, how could a mortal hairy man GU Master act like this to a GU Immortal? Evidently, he was backed by a hairy man GU Immortal. And this person was none other than 12th Hair, who held a grudge against Fang Yuan. My relationship with Langya sect has reached this stage. Of course, a lot of the credit goes to 6th Hair. Langya sect has a lot of value. I need to restore and maintain a good relationship with it in the future, but that is not an urgent matter. Returning to his own Cloud City, he checked the information and was not disappointed. So this egg is the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Upper extreme heavenly eagles were immemorial desolate beasts with rank 8 battle strength. After his surprise, Fang Yuan was filled with joy. He realized his hard work was not in vain. If this was an egg of the upper extreme heavenly eagle, then He Fan's true inheritance was not taken away yet, it was waiting for him. Chapter 11:17. Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. Fang Yuan had known about this immemorial desolate beast since long ago, but he did not know what its egg looked like. Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagles were Space Path immemorial desolate beasts. A mature adult Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle could freely travel in the immemorial 9 heavens or in grotto heavens. This ability was amazing. Outside of the immemorial 9 heavens, there were extremely thick heavenly wind chi walls. Grotto heavens were situated in the sky. If they did not open up, it was hard to detect them from the outside world. But as long as the upper extreme heavenly eagle had gone to a place before, it could follow its instincts and travel through space, returning to a former location. It was an immemorial desolate beast with rank 8 battle strength. It could fly extremely fast. He Fan could obtain an egg of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. He must have paid an extremely high price if it was not by chance. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's only weakness was its lifespan. It only had 80 years of lifespan. Ordinary mortals had about 100 years of lifespan. The great immemorial desolate beast, upper extreme heavenly eagle, had less lifespan than even Immortal. It was truly astounding. Other immemorial desolate beasts often had hundreds of thousands of years to live. The upper extreme heavenly eagle could not compare to them. However, it had the ability to prolong its life. When it died of old age, it would produce an egg. Inside this egg, there would be all of its memories as well as the accumulated space path Dao marks over its entire life. When the chick breaks out of the shell, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would live another life. It would grow up again, but with its previous life's memories and Dao mark accumulation. Without any unexpected mishaps, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would only become stronger. Of course, when it is an egg or eagle chick, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would be at its weakest. After understanding this, Fang Yuan had a bold guess. This upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg must have been left behind by He Fan. Why did he leave behind this egg? Evidently, the upper extreme heavenly eagle had gone to He Fan Grotto Heaven before. It was the key to entering it. He tribe's GU immortals had always been searching for the Grotto Heaven that He Fan had left behind. But in He Cheng's memories, they had no gains. He Fan's true inheritance must be inside his own Grotto Heaven. This is not strange, because if he did not have food path methods, it would be best to keep all of his immortal GU inside the Grotto Heaven and sustain their own feeding. That has most assurance. And He Fan Grotto Heaven has no tribulations. According to He Cheng's memories, He Fan had obtained a certain fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens before his death. If I am not wrong, he must have fused this fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens into his immortal aperture before dying. It is a pity, even though he has no tribulations, he had no lifespan GU, his lifespan extension methods were also at their limits, he could only die. But why is the heavenly eagle egg inside the eagle nest dead? Fang Yuan was faced with a difficult question. There were 2 answers. One was that the heavenly eagle egg had naturally died. He Fan left the living egg behind, preventing it from hatching. He used the heavenly crystal eagle nest to create an arrangement. But because nobody came to inherit it after a long time, the heavenly crystal eagle nest was not opened. The egg died eventually after a long time. The second possibility was that the heavenly eagle egg had no life force left because He Fan did it. This egg was not truly dead, it needed a special method to unseal it. If it was the first possibility, Fang Yuan naturally could not obtain any benefits. He could only get a heavenly crystal eagle nest and a dead immemorial egg. They had great value in themselves, but that was all. From Fang Yuan's perspective, he would naturally prefer the second possibility. But if that was the case, what was the special method that could unseal the egg? Assuming the second case, how can I unseal this dead egg, to let it regain life force and even hatch? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. He thought for a long time, but there were no answers. It was not strange. This egg was quite literally dead. If not for that, Fang Yuan would not have confirmed this at the start so easily. If I were He Fan, I would definitely leave behind clues to resolve this problem after setting up this dead egg, so that descendants could inherit this. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He realized he had subconsciously ignored something. It was the refinement path methods that He Fan had once modified and left behind on purpose. I used these methods to open the heavenly crystal eagle nest. If I use these methods again, will it work on the dead egg? Fang Yuan had a bold assumption. But he did not act yet. Because this was just a hypothesis, there was no proof or evidence backing it. Fang Yuan was vigilant. He started using wisdom path methods. He went deep into analyzing these refinement path methods, placing focus on deducing them. He quickly discovered something strange. What was strange? Some refinement path killer moves were very strangely modified. The original versions were better and had stronger effects than the newer versions. He Fan's modifications were simply going the reverse direction. What was he trying to do? Fang Yuan suddenly thought about some historical records regarding He Fan that were inside He Cheng's memories. He Fan was a rank 8 GU immortal. During his later years, he liked to nurture juniors, but he often taught them, when learning, you have to think for yourself, don't just blindly follow and idolize your seniors' experiences. Only by thinking for yourself and learning them can you go further on the path of a GU Immortal. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked at the refinement path killer moves with new ideas. He tried to remove the failed modifications that He Fan did in those killer moves. He made a shocking discovery. So these refinement path killer moves are not failures. By combining them, they form a brand new killer move. He Fan had purposely added in unnecessary steps in these refinement path killer moves. They are failures individually. But together, these parts can combine into a whole. What made Fang Yuan more surprised was that this new killer move was a type of blood path method. The great rank 8-time path He Fan, researching blood path. Ever since Blood Sea Ancestor appeared, blood path's power was known to all. All the super forces restricted the growth of blood path, while researching it secretly themselves. This was something happening even in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, not to mention Northern Plains, a region with GU immortals that sought battle strength greatly. Fang Yuan was much more confident in blood path than refinement path. He was a blood path grandmaster. Blood path was his most used path in the past. With some research, Fang Yuan realized He Fan had purposely concealed this blood refinement killer move. It was to be used on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. But this blood refinement killer move was not complete. With Fang Yuan's knowledge and blood path attainment, he could tell that this blood path killer move was not complete. It was only a portion. Seeing this, Fang Yuan was not disappointed. Instead, his eyes were shining brightly. He Fan must have the complete blood refinement killer move. He used the first half to process this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle dead egg. He only left the other half to his descendants. But he did not pass down this blood path killer move directly to his descendants. He used a unique method to conceal it. His first motive must be to test his descendants, so that a skilled GU immortal who could think for themselves inherits this. The second reason was that blood path was notorious. If the great He Fan's true inheritance used a blood path method, it would cause a huge commotion. He Fan did not want that to happen. Fang Yuan was scheming and shrewd. He could easily tell what He Fan was thinking in the past. After clarifying this, he was even more assured that this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was not truly dead. It was just processed by He Fan through a special method. That made things easier. Fang Yuan was no longer an immortal zombie. He could easily draw blood from his own body. However, just as he was about to use blood refinement, he stopped his actions. So close, I almost failed to notice He Fan's intention. Fang Yuan's forehead was filled with sweat. Why did He Fan leave a blood path method for his descendants? Wasn't it really strange? Everyone knew that He Fan was a time path great expert. At this level, he could easily use time path methods to leave his inheritance behind and imitate methods of other paths. But he used blood path instead of his strongest time path. Why was that? There was only one possible reason. The blood path method could do something that time path could not. As a blood path grandmaster, Fang Yuan first thought of bloodline recognition. The inheritance that He Fan left behind was meant for He tribe descendants. The inheritance of a super forces GU immortal was usually kept to the clan or tribe itself. The first condition was to be blood related. Very few GU immortals would leave behind inheritances that could be obtained by others. Attitude GU, the refinement path method left behind for generations, they were just the first two precautions. The blood refinement method that uses one's bloodline was the third. If the inheritor is not a He tribe descendant and does not have He tribe's bloodline, then blood refining this dead egg might cause a backlash. Or rather, the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme Heavenly Eagle that hatches would be the enemy of this GU immortal. Fang Yuan thought of this and felt even more sweat on his forehead. Especially the last part. If he truly became enemies with an immemorial desolate beast, of rank 8 battle strength, he would be in deep trouble. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was very fast. Fang Yuan could not outrun it. He had weak defenses as well. He would definitely die. It seems that I can only use a proper bloodline to refine the egg. Fang Yuan wisely stopped, in a part of the sovereign immortal aperture. He Cheng's hair was a mess. He had a very tired and weak expression. Fang Yuan manipulated the strength path immortal zombie, flying towards him. He Cheng jolted like he was hit by lightning. His body shook as he shouted in fear and shock. "You, what do you want?" Earlier, Fang Yuan had soul searched him. Forget about that. Now, he was using all sorts of methods to torture He Cheng. He was truly in misery. He felt that he was better off dead. He Cheng was Fang Yuan's captive. At this stage, he had already given up. His Gu immortal demeanor was gone. But he could not even bite his own tongue to suicide. Fang Yuan had thought. He Cheng still had some value, even though He tribe was gone, He Lu Lan was alive. Thus, He Cheng was in a state where he could neither die nor live in peace. Don't worry, this is likely to be the last time, I am confident of it. Fang Yuan manipulated the strength path immortal zombie, smiling as he got closer. He Cheng was about to cry, he struggled intensely. You say that every time, it is always the last time. No, no, no. Ah. Chapter 11:18. Future Rank 8 Battle Strength. He Cheng's expression was distorted, he screamed in great agony. Fang Yuan did not care, he continued to use his Blood Path Killer move. With Blood Acid Immortal GU as the core, this Blood Path Killer move was an immortal killer move. Because of this power, He Cheng felt immense pain, blood from all over his body and even bone marrow were drained out, gathered into a lump. Next, Fang Yuan controlled the strength path immortal zombie and swallowed it whole. He Cheng was drained of much of his blood and fainted, his entire body was skin and bones, he had a pale expression, like he had died. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, several mortal Gu flew out entered He Cheng's ears, going into his bloodstream and traveling. These blood path mortal Gu were huge, when they traveled in He Cheng's body, there were bumps over his body, as if rats were moving rapidly in him. Soon, these rats became smaller and smaller, He Cheng's body started inflating, color was restored on his face. But he was exhausted mentally, as if he had just overcome a huge sickness. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at the strength path immortal zombie, he muttered, spare me, spare me. I am willing to surrender, I will be loyal to you. He Cheng had said this many times. Fang Yuan did not care to have a subordinate like He Cheng. Fang Yuan was already wary of the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhang, not to mention He Cheng. With the outside situation as it was, Fang Yuan could only trust himself. In fact, sometimes, he did not even trust himself. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan had lost his memories. After knowing the secrets of Heaven's will in his rebirth, he realized that the fortuitous encounters that he remembered in his previous life were likely arrangements set by Heaven's will. Right now, Fang Yuan's focus was on manipulating the strength path immortal zombie. After swallowing He Cheng's blood, the strength path immortal zombie's body shone with a thin layer of blood-red light. Under Fang Yuan's expectant gaze, this blood-red light slowly faded, entering the strength path immortal zombie's body, turning into blood which those of He tribe's bloodline had. Success. After several inspections, Fang Yuan was excited. These last days, he had been preparing to refine the egg. Disguising his bloodline was not a problem for Fang Yuan. He was a blood path grandmaster, he had a deep foundation in his previous life. But he had to take into account He Fan's blood refinement method, it was a bit troublesome. Fang Yuan had to deduce and modify it several times. After torturing He Cheng many times, he finally succeeded. With this blood, I still cannot use it on the egg. I need to integrate this blood path killer move into familiar face, so as to be certain. For the next 10 days, Fang Yuan focused on deductions. But he had high attainment levels, blood path and transformation path were both grandmaster. Ordinary Gu immortals could not achieve this, but he completed it in less than half a month. Looking at the time, a month had passed in total. He was only about a month away from the fourth earthly calamity. With everything ready now, Fang Yuan made good use of his time, immediately targeting the egg. As he had expected, under the effect of the blood path killer move, the lifeless egg started to produce life force. As more and more blood went in, this life force also grew stronger, and became more amiable with Fang Yuan. 8 days and nights later, the shell cracked from inside, as a small bird came out. This bird was newly hatched, but it was not small, it could stand at the height of a youngster. The small eagle looked at the strength path immortal zombie that Fang Yuan had become. It had a warm gaze, affection could be seen from within its sharp eagle eyes. It was like a child seeing their parents. Come here. Fang Yuan manipulated the immortal zombie, saying. The little eagle quickly jumped to the immortal zombie, looking at him with dark eyes that showed an innocent gaze without any wariness. The immortal zombie stretched out its arm, patting the eagle's head. There was only a layer of yellow feathers on the young eagle's head. It was very sparse, Fang Yuan could feel its scalp, it had a good feeling of warmth. While patting it, the young eagle lowered its head without any resistance. Not just that, the eagle's eyes were shut, it opened its beak and chirped cutely, as if it was trying to get Fang Yuan's attention. Fang Yuan could discern many things, he internally praised, "Hey Fan is amazing, he actually removed the memories of the upper extreme heavenly eagle from its previous life, only its space path Dao Mark foundation is left. If it had its memories, this upper extreme heavenly eagle, as an immemorial desolate beast, would be hard to control. And this blood path killer move can actually enslave an immemorial desolate beast. No, enslave is not the word, the true effect is to make the immemorial desolate beast feel close to me, it is the sense of kinship, of being a close bloodline relative. This way, it should not be hard to get it to carry me and find He Fan Grotto Heaven." Just when he had that idea in his mind, the eagle chirped anxiously, its body was wavering unstably. Hungry, Fang Yuan controlled the immortal zombie, pulling back his hand as he pointed at the heavenly crystal eagle nest, "Go eat." The upper extreme heavenly eagle's food were heavenly crystals. After getting permission, the little eagle chirped happily, it jumped over and pecked, causing a small piece of heavenly crystal to fall out. The little eagle carried the heavenly crystal in its beak, it did not swallow it, instead, it turned to the strength path immortal zombie. The strength path immortal zombie smiled at the little eagle, saying warmly, "Go eat." The little eagle understood, it raised its head and swallowed the small piece of heavenly crystal. Next, it continued to eat. The hard heavenly crystal broke apart like tofu inside its beak. Fang Yuan watched, slightly startled. One could not look down on this bird, it was a genuine immemorial desolate beast, upper extreme heavenly eagle. This means, from now on, I control battle strength on the level of an immemorial desolate beast. No, it is too young, it cannot have such high battle strength. It seems to understand my words, that must be He Fan's doing. Since he can erase its memories, he can also make it learn human language. However, there is a huge flaw. I need to disguise my bloodline, so that the upper extreme heavenly eagle feels close to me. The real me would not do, I would even get attacked by it. After all, such immemorial desolate beasts are very prideful, they are naturally aggressive. Fang Yuan considered the other aspects. For the next few days, Fang Yuan controlled the strength path immortal zombie, staying with the young eagle, watching it eat. The young eagle did not eat all the time, it ate for a while before going to the strength path immortal zombie, snuggling up to it and sleeping. It was extremely trusting of the strength path immortal zombie, it did not guard against it. For the next few days, half of the heavenly crystal eagle nest was consumed. This consumption speed gave Fang Yuan a headache. In order to get an immemorial level battle strength, spending such immortal materials was needed. But the price of feeding it was truly very high. The young eagle grew quickly. It was the height of a youngster initially, but in a few days, it was as tall as Fang Yuan. It stood on the ground, raising its head, it had a strong body and thick layer of feathers, it had sharp eagle eyes and dark sharp claws. When it scratched, heavenly crystals broke like thin paper. The time was ripe, Fang Yuan was not going to wait any longer. He recalled the strength path immortal zombie, taking back all of the immortal GU and mortal GU in it, using familiar face on his own body. The current familiar face had exceeded the original version, by adding in blood acid immortal GU and other mortal GU. This way, Fang Yuan could even disguise his bloodline. Fang Yuan chose to leave Langya blessed land, choosing a spot with nobody around, opening his immortal aperture and letting out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The young eagle saw Fang Yuan's true body, it did not have any suspicions, coming over to peck at Fang Yuan's palm lightly, it lowered its head, using its head to rub Fang Yuan's shoulder, it had a very warm attitude. Fang Yuan smiled, instructing the young eagle, "Quickly bring me to He Fan Grotto Heaven, I need to inherit He Fan's true inheritance." The young eagle went in a daze, it remembered a certain part of its memories, chirping loudly as it spread its wings. Fang Yuan saw the chance and jumped onto the eagle's back. The eagle screeched, carrying Fang Yuan as it ascended, flying towards the southeast direction. The surrounding air currents were wildly blowing past his ears. Fang Yuan activated his GU worms, sitting on the eagle's back stably. He was very satisfied with the upper extreme heavenly eagle's speed, it was not inferior to Sword Escape Immortal GU. Most importantly, this upper extreme heavenly eagle was an infant eagle, it was far from maturity, it had yet to fully develop. A mature upper extreme heavenly eagle was huge, multiple times the size of a whale. Fang Yuan also estimated, its current battle strength had not reached rank 8 yet, Currently, it was at rank 6 level. Even though it had a lot of space path Dao marks, it did not have wild GU. A major influence on desolate beasts and plants in their battle strength was their physical bodies. This was different from humans. Humans had weak physiques, but desolate beasts had naturally powerful attack, defense, as well as recovery. Not to mention immemorial desolate beasts. This was the first time Fang Yuan was interacting with the upper extreme heavenly eagle. His earlier assessment of it having rank 8 battle strength upon hatching was wrong. Even though he was disappointed, it was sure to grow into having rank 8 battle strength in the future. The upper extreme heavenly eagle traveled quickly. Fang Yuan sat on its back. Once in a while, he fed it heavenly crystals. During other times, Fang Yuan was not slacking. He was analyzing He Fan as a person. From He Cheng's memories, there was lots of praise towards He Fan. This time path expert who had led He tribe to a glorious era in history was not simple. Fang Yuan reviewed the process of unraveling He Fan true inheritance. It was as if he was fighting against He Fan in terms of wits. This was truly an extraordinary contest. He Fan left behind the refinement path killer moves, heavenly crystal eagle nest, dead upper extreme heavenly eagle egg, and the hidden blood path killer move. They revealed to Fang Yuan this time path great expert's meticulousness, his shrewd planning and proud nature. Those who could cultivate to rank 8 were not simple characters. He Fan was an expert at rank 8, his true inheritance was not easy to obtain. He tribe's GU immortals tried for so many years without success. Of course, this was also due to the loss of attitude GU. But it was undeniable that anyone else would have failed. Only a shrewd and astute individual like Fang Yuan would be able to make progress while exploiting the appropriate opportunities, eventually making his way to He Fan Grotto Heaven. After I get to He Fan Grotto Heaven, will I get to obtain the true inheritance? I have a feeling that He Fan's test is not over yet. But the more tests there are, the more extraordinary the true inheritance. This is not a bad thing. Chapter 11:19, Entering He Fan Grotto Heaven. 1.5 days later, the upper extreme heavenly eagle carried Fang Yuan and flew to the sky of an unknown location. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's speed decreased. It started to fly around the air. After a while of flying, it seemed to have confirmed the location. It pecked at a certain spot. Instantly, Fang Yuan could hear a clear sound of a bell, as space tore open and his vision changed. In an instant, the upper extreme heavenly eagle brought him into He Fan Grotto Heaven, disappearing from northern plains sky. The upper extreme heavenly eagle can truly cross space and enter grotto heavens. It is so amazing as an infant. When it matures, it will surely be a huge help. Fang Yuan praised in his mind as he looked around. This grotto heaven was huge and vast. It was an extraordinary sight. Below Fang Yuan, there was an ancient forest. It was green and huge. Birds and beasts lived in it. There was much life within. Musical trees. There were trees with rainbow-colored leaves and countless birds flying on them, landing on the branches as they chirped, creating a beautiful melody. Chi death birds. One of the types of birds had plump bodies that pressed down on the branches. They were covered in chi currents and had distinct voices. Tea stream. Between trees, there was a smooth flowing stream. The water was a clear, pale green. It was steaming hot, making the leaves inside resemble tea leaves. Fang Yuan took a look, finding many cultivation resources inside the forest. He looked at the sky. This grotto heaven's sky was azure in color. It seems that He Fan obtained a fragment of the immemorial azure heaven. After fusing it into his grotto heaven, the sky never changed color again. Fang Yuan made an initial confirmation that this was He Fan Grotto Heaven. Because in He Cheng's memories, he knew that He Fan had once grew musical trees and famously sold them in Treasure Yellow Heaven. This entire forest was made of musical trees. The scale was shockingly big. Just as Fang Yuan was looking around, the entire world suddenly started to ring with sounds of a bell. The bell rang 10 times. Next, a brass bell appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Heavenly Spirit. There's indeed a heavenly spirit. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He got nervous. He did not have He tribe's bloodline after all. Even though he deceived the upper extreme heavenly eagle, he still had to deceive the heavenly spirit to obtain the true inheritance. In the northeast part of He Fan Grotto Heaven, there was a tall mountain. The locals named it Wangjiu Mountain. They revered it. There was a cave in the mountain. In the cave, 3 GU immortals were conversing. Without taking risks, how can we have great gains? To break free of this cage, we need to take on the risks of doing so. GU immortal Feng Jun had an agitated expression. The other two GU Immortals looked at each other with hesitation. One of them, GU Immortal Zheng Tuo, looked at Feng Zhen. This is a huge matter. If we are careless, we will die. How can we not act carefully? The other GU Immortal, Zhou Min, was female. She had beautiful features. Brother Feng Zhen, please calm down. It is very difficult to deal with the heavenly spirit. We need to plan this wisely. We are not in a rush. Don't worry. The three of us are sworn siblings. We will work as one and move forward together. Feng Zhen raised his head and sighed. The heavenly spirit is not scary. We have already gained its trust. Using the killer move, Blood Light Spirit Suppression, that I created, I am very confident of success. Zheng Tuo looked at Feng Zhen. Brother, I do not want to say this, but why are you in a rush? You said earlier that Blood Light Spirit Suppression was created recently. This immortal killer move has just been created, it is not perfected. Even if it is perfected, we need to practice it first. Why are you so hurried? That's right, brother. Zhou Min also said. To deal with the heavenly spirit, we are not sufficient. We might as well convince old immortal Chen Kai to the west. He has 3 GU immortals under him. Feng Zhen snorted, saying in disdain, Chen Kai is useless. He is about to die, yet he still acts so conservatively. We should not rely on him. Feng Zhen shook his head. Zhou Min frowned. Brother, even if you look down on old immortal Chen Kai, he has the highest cultivation level. Even if we cannot work with him to deal with the heavenly spirit, we have to get him to watch on the sidelines and not interfere. Sister makes sense. Zheng Tuo added. Feng Zhen had a grim expression. After some hesitation, he said, I am not going to lie, you both know I cultivate luck path. Recently, I have had an ominous feeling, something bad is going to happen. I have this indescribable sensation, if we do not take the chance now, we might not have a chance anymore. These words were simply Feng Zhen's assumption, he had no proof at all to back him up. But the other two immortals had grim expressions. Zhou Min said, Brother, you once had gone up Immortal Succession Mountain and cultivated the luck path inheritance that was on it. Even though your cultivation level did not reach rank 7, as the first inheritor, your Dao marks are not less than that of a rank 7 luck path GU immortal. I heard that with a certain number of luck path Dao marks, the GU immortal will have a mystical promotion. On the side, Zheng Tuo also added, that's right, for refinement path GU immortals, their GU refinement abilities would rise sharply. When refining GU, they would be able to sense minute details. For fire path GU immortals, they would have a certain sense towards fire path immortal GU and desolate beasts. For wisdom path GU immortals, even without using any GU, their own deduction abilities would be very strong. As for luck path GU immortals, they would have some sensation towards their own luck or the luck around them. That's right, Feng Zhen sighed, his expression calming down. Since Zhou Min and Zheng Tuo could understand him, that was good. After all, the killer move, Blood Light Spirit Suppression, that he made could not be used alone, all three of them needed to activate it together. Suddenly, at this time, the sound of a bell from outside became clearer. Did someone else ascend Immortal Succession Mountain, obtaining a true inheritance? Zheng Tuo's eyes flashed. Regardless of who it is, we have to get them over to our side. Zhou Min immediately said, Listen, there are 5 rings already. Feng Zhen's attention was drawn. Impressive, this person got to this point. In the past, even you, brother, only got this far. Zheng Tuo praised. But soon, their expressions changed. 7 times. Zhou Min cried out, how can this be? Not only was I surpassed, even old immortal Chen Kai was surpassed. Feng Zhen could not believe it. He was aware of the difficulties of going up Immortal Succession Mountain. But next, a 10th bell sound rang out. It resounded in the entire world, continuing to spread. The 3 immortals were like statues. They stood in their places, unmoving. A moment later, Zhou Min snapped back to awareness. Shock was expressed all over her beautiful face. Did I hear wrongly? The bell rang 10 times. Feng Zhen's expression was dark. According to the stone tablet on Immortal Succession Mountain, 10 rings of the bell means that the person from the main tribe who is qualified to inherit old ancestor He Fan's true inheritance is here. Don't tell me my bad feeling is due to this person. After so many years, I thought that nobody would inherit the first true inheritance on Immortal Succession Mountain. To think that, Zheng Tuo shook his head, showing a complex expression. He looked at the 2 immortals beside him, they also had differing expressions. Zheng Tuo let out a breath of air. stabilizing his mind. Let's go. According to the rules, when the proper inheritor appears, the heavenly spirit will welcome them personally. We need to go ahead and pay respects to them too. Pay respects? Pay what respects? Feng Zheng's body shook. He said shrilly, regardless of who it is. Why must we go and pay respects to them? We are also He tribe descendants with He tribe's bloodline. Just because our ancestors were criminals, we have to be subservient to the main tribe forever. Zhou Ming quickly consoled him. Brother, you make sense, I agree. Even though this is sudden, the result is not out of control yet. According to the rules on the stone tablet, even though the inheritor is here, the time has passed already. To inherit He Fan's true inheritance, they would need to pass a test. Whether we are going to find trouble with them or take down the heavenly spirit, we need to stay calm, stay cool. Feng Zheng was reminded, his mind cleared up. Sister, you are right, we still have a chance. Go, we will go immediately, we cannot expose any flaws. I want to see how amazing this inheritor is. Do they have 3 heads or 6 arms? HMPH. The brass bell floated in front of Fang Yuan. After ringing 10 times, it went silent. Fang Yuan tried to ask, are you the heavenly spirit? I am He Chang. I opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest and hatched the upper extreme heavenly eagle. I am here to inherit ancestor He Fan's true inheritance. But the brass bell remained silent. It floated in front of Fang Yuan, unmoving. As expected, after devouring the fragment of immemorial azure heaven, even the heavenly spirit has become mindless. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. He understood the reason. This intel was obtained from Shadow Sect as well. After absorbing a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens, even though the grotto heaven would have no tribulations, if the GU Immortal dies and becomes a heavenly spirit, they would not have control and would be mindless. All in all, it was because of Heaven's will. Heaven's will originated from the 5 regions in 9 heavens. Ordinary grotto heavens were small worlds independent of the outside world. But once they absorbed an immemorial 9 heavens fragment, they would let Heaven's will in. Their personal authority would be greatly diminished due to Heaven's will. Shadow Sect had deep research in this. In the past, a Shadow Sect member, one of the 7 original split souls, 7-star child, had went ahead to devour a fragment of immemorial blue heaven, attempting to research a way to deal with Heaven's will. Unfortunately, Heaven's will made use of it and caused 7-star child to be stuck inside star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, unable to get out. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, because starry sky grotto heaven had shattered and broken into many pieces, landed in many areas of central continent like all of the other grotto heaven fragment worlds. Among which, on a nameless mountain, Fang Yuan was invited by Immortal Crane sect to explore it. Coincidentally, inside this fragment world, Fang Yuan explored the dream realm and obtained crucial pointers. Eventually, on Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan obtained the result of Shadow Sect's plan after 100,000 years. From this, one could see that by absorbing any 9 heavens fragment, the grotto heaven world would be under the supervision of Heaven's will. It was not safe for Fang Yuan. The safest place for him were blessed lands or grotto heavens like Langya Blessed Land. They were privately owned. Heaven's will could not look inside. Long Hair Ancestor was a very famous figure. It was not hard for him to get some immemorial 9 heavens fragments. But from start to finish, he did not let his grotto heaven absorb any fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. Thus, this grotto heaven is far less valuable to me than He Fan's true inheritance. Once I inherit He Fan's true inheritance, I will give this grotto heaven to Chu Du. It will fulfill that agreement of splitting 30% profit with him. Fang Yuan was still planning, when a few people appeared from the sky. Their immortal ores were unconcealed. They rapidly got closer. What is going on? He Fan grotto heaven has GU immortals. Fang Yuan was surprised. Chapter 11:20. Shocking the immortals. From far away, 4 GU immortals approached. Fang Yuan had a serious expression. He watched without blinking. This situation was out of his expectations. Why are there GU immortals here? Fang Yuan looked at the heavenly spirit and asked. But this He Fan grotto heaven's heavenly spirit was too dull. It did not respond. Fang Yuan felt a gloomy sensation. After a while, the 4 GU immortals got close, but there was no animosity from them. Fang Yuan prepared himself without showing any changes externally. I, criminal immortal Chen Kai, greet the superior immortal from the main tribe. The leader was an old GU immortal. He wore a tall crown. He had a green-gray robe and white hair. After seeing Fang Yuan, he paid respects with a solemn expression. Criminal immortal. Fang Yuan thought over this, but he quickly responded. I am not worthy of being called a superior immortal. My name is He Cheng. I was fortunate to have inherited He Fan's true inheritance, to think that I could meet so many immortals after entering the grotto heaven. Fang Yuan had turned into He Cheng's appearance. This was after careful consideration. After all, with Treasure Yellow Heaven's existence, even though He Fan Grotto Heaven was isolated from the outside world, they could still find out about He Tribe's information. He Cheng had gone missing, and he lost He Tribe's immortal Gu house, but that did not hinder him from inheriting He Fan's true inheritance. Most importantly, Fang Yuan had all of He Cheng's memories. He could disguise as him perfectly with no flaws. Chen Kai raised his head, looking at Fang Yuan. He sighed in admiration. He Cheng was publicly recognized as a handsome man in Northern Plains. He had a gentlemanly grace and many women had crushes on him. At this moment, even though Fang Yuan was in disguise, he even had a superior flair to He Cheng. With his looks, he was extraordinary and charming. He could take one's heart easily. Of the 4 Gu immortals who came, 2 were female. Seeing Fang Yuan's looks, their hearts involuntarily beat faster. The other was a young man with an ordinary appearance. Chen Kai bowed again. Superior immortal He Cheng, you have dazzling disposition. As criminal immortals of He Tribe have waited for so long up until you finally came, heaven truly is not blind. I am flattered, but why do you call yourselves criminal immortals? What does that mean? I do not understand. Fang Yuan frowned, asking directly. Chen Kai was about to answer, when a voice came from afar. Superior immortal, it is normal that you do not know. Our ancestors were guilty of a heavy crime in He Tribe. Back then, old ancestor He Fan's granddaughter, He Feng Yu, carried attitude Gu and roamed the icy plain. She was targeted by a mysterious Gu immortal. At that time, our ancestors were her guards, but they failed to take care of her. He Feng Yu went missing and even attitude Gu was lost. Old ancestor He Fan doted on his granddaughter He Feng Yu, but he searched for her to no avail. Our ancestors could not make up for this failure. They could only submit to punishment and were locked inside this He Fan Grotto Heaven by old ancestor He Fan. They were our lineage, continuing to live here over the generations. So that's it. Fang Yuan understood. He meticulously observed them. There were 3 new immortals that just came here. They were Feng Jun, Zhou Min, and Zheng Tuo. Feng Jun and Zhou Min were ranked 6. Fang Yuan took a glance at them. Zheng Tuo flew in front. He was the leader of the 3 immortals. He was the one who answered Fang Yuan earlier. He had his rank 7 cultivation level unconcealed. He had an ordinary face with a hunched back. When he flew over, there was a thin line of blood behind him. He was a blood path cultivator. This made Fang Yuan surprised internally. A blood path Gu immortal appeared openly like this, but the other Gu immortals were completely unfazed. They seemed used to it. Unless, this person does not cultivate blood path primarily, but only as a secondary path. Even so, it cannot be shown openly. Fang Yuan was a bit puzzled. If this was in the 5 regions, this blood path demonic immortal would have already been a target of pursuit. But at the moment, it seemed like he was doing pretty well. Not only was there no animosity, he even had 2 subordinates. These 2 were really daring. They were not afraid that this leader would attack them to increase his own battle strength. The 3 immortals flew closer and greeted Fang Yuan as well, having a respectful attitude. But Fang Yuan could tell clearly, this Feng Jun was not sincere. He held animosity towards Fang Yuan. He took several glances secretly with an unkind expression. Actually, the rest were also like this. Be it Chen Kai or the other Gu immortals, they were solemn and cautious regarding Fang Yuan. While expressing kindness, they had ill intentions hidden. Their attitudes were strange. After greeting Fang Yuan, the 3 immortals talked to Chen Kai and the immortals behind him. They spoke plainly, but they did not gather together. They floated in the air forming 2 clear groups. Fang Yuan saw all of these. On the surface, he was talking to them warmly, but on the inside, he was memorizing these details. How many of you are there in this He Fan Grotto Heaven? Fang Yuan thought about this and asked. Not many. Other than the 7 of us here, there are only 2 others. Chen Kai replied. They will be here soon. Superior immortal, when you arrived, the heavenly spirit came to welcome you. 10 rings of the bell resounded. They have also gone up Immortal Succession Mountain before. They know what it meant. Immortal Succession Mountain. Fang Yuan noted this name, but did not ask about it yet. As expected, 2 more Gu immortals appeared soon after. They were both males, they paid respects to Fang Yuan. Like the other GU Immortals, they also had strange expressions. After the GU Immortals gathered, the heavenly spirit finally made a move. It suddenly shook, creating a loud sound as it drifted forward. The heavenly spirit wants to direct us to Immortal Succession Mountain. Superior Immortal, please follow us. Chen Kai saw this and said. Fang Yuan nodded, he followed the brass bell heavenly spirit cautiously. In this situation, he was alone, but the other side had 9 GU Immortals, 2 ranked 7 and 7 ranked 6. If they suddenly attacked him, it would be a chaotic brawl with an unpredictable result. However, even though the heavenly spirit was mindless, it could still welcome Fang Yuan. That showed that it carried He Fan's will. It was not completely unreliable. Earlier, Fang Yuan could already tell that these people were not united, they were in different groups. The last 2 that came even seemed to be lone cultivators. Precisely so, Fang Yuan decided to travel with them. He wanted to observe them first, and did not take action yet. The heavenly spirit did not fly quickly. Thus, Fang Yuan did not use the upper extreme heavenly eagle, he let it fly alongside him. In this situation, he did not dare to keep the upper extreme heavenly eagle in his immortal aperture. If anything happened, even if the upper extreme heavenly eagle could not kill the enemy, it could attract their firepower. Along the way, Fang Yuan talked to the GU Immortals. Initially, they were very wary of Fang Yuan, they spoke with him cautiously, there was a huge distance between them. But what had Fang Yuan experienced? In the 500 years of his previous life, he had interacted with countless people, he had shocking interpersonal skills in communication. Soon, Fang Yuan got closer to them. Gradually, there was even laughter coming from this group. Sister, look at He Chang, he is truly a superior immortal from the main tribe. He is so charming and attractive, no wonder it was him, only people like this are worthy of old ancestor He Fan's true inheritance. In the group, a female GU immortal with long hair in 2 buns and bubbly nature looked at Fang Yuan as she transmitted secretly. This was one of the female immortals who came with Chen Kai. The GU immortal who had been referred to as sister was more elegant and mature, she heard the words and transmitted in a cheeky tone, hee, it seems that you, sister, are infatuated. But yes, he is truly a dragon among men. He seems to be young and have high cultivation level, he also has such charm and speaks with great experience. He has a convincing tone and makes people feel engaged when talking to him. Sigh, I wonder if people like him are rare in the outside world. What kind of place is Northern Plains? Fang Yuan's ears twitched, he listened to all these words without missing any. These GU Immortal sisters used an ancient transmission method that had gone out of favor in Northern Plains long ago. This was exactly why Fang Yuan could eavesdrop on their conversation. Even though this was a grotto heaven, immortal GU could be prevented from being used, Fang Yuan did not receive a restriction in this aspect, he felt some assurance. Actually, not just these 2 female GU Immortals, the other GU Immortals were also conversing, but they were not speaking as frequently as these 2. The other GU Immortals were discussing Fang Yuan's background and battle strength. These matters were more important. To think that this person has ranked 7 cultivation level. On our side, only old immortal Chen Kai and brother Zheng Tuo match his cultivation level. Even though he is not displaying any immortal GU aura, the eagle flying beside him is extraordinary. This eagle is strange, it seems to be a desolate beast, but its aura is not normal. We have desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in our grotto heaven, but their aura cannot compare to this young eagle. After some discussions, someone could not control himself anymore. He asked, Superior Immortal, I see that your eagle is not ordinary, it looks very imposing, we do not know about it, may I ask what its origins are? Fang Yuan took a look, it was the GU Immortal named Feng Jun. Fang Yuan thought for a moment, he smiled, he, such good perception, you can tell that my beloved eagle is extraordinary. This is an upper extreme heavenly eagle, have you heard of it? If fully grown, it is an immemorial desolate beast. But right now, it can only be used for traveling, it cannot compare to my other ancient desolate beasts. Immemorial desolate beast. At once, the immortals gasped. Countless heated, shocked, and amazed gazes focused on the upper extreme heavenly eagle, observing it carefully. Fang Yuan spoke casually, but he threw a bomb into these immortals' minds. These GU immortals had varying emotions, they could not conceal their shock. Next, when they conversed with Fang Yuan, their tone was unavoidably more polite and restricted. Fang Yuan did not act with a forceful stance, he smiled like before. But his smile, when they saw it now, felt completely different from before. Upper extreme heavenly eagle, an immemorial desolate beast. Who is this person? He actually has an immemorial desolate beast with him. It seems that even in the main tribe, he has a high status. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.